Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Esports Nations Cup Asia qualifiers for Rainbow Six Siege. Guys, it's good to finally get what is a national competition for Rainbow Six. It feels like it's probably been in the works now for, what, 8, 9, 10 years, to be honest, ever since the game's inception. It's good to get it underway. Welcome on in, everybody. For those that are not as initiated, this tournament has been going on for a couple of days now, or at least the past week or so, and so a lot has kind of unfolded, but certainly a lot more still to unpack.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of games played, that's right. Over the last couple of days, the qualifiers have been taking place kind of behind the scenes, behind closed doors. Some of that has been visible through co-streams, of course, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of them over the course of the next day or so as well. But I mean, this also traces back months at this point, with all of these countries and territories kind of forming their teams across a multitude of titles, the coaching stuff, etc. There's a lot of logistics behind this, and we have some pretty stacked rosters, especially in Asia, which will kick off this afternoon. So very, very excited to see how it plays out.
Yeah, 100%. I think when you kind of consider everything, Asia is stacked. Europe, it's insane. I don't think we'll have much time to go over every single country, every single team. This is, of course, the bracket that we've got currently where it sits. Now, there is a bigger bracket kind of behind this with teams, unfortunately, that have now been eliminated. And for those unfamiliar, again, don't fret. There are teams that have already been invited to the main portion of the Esports Nations Cup. So this is the qualifiers. If you want more information, Liquipedia is a great source of information. There were 12 teams that were directly invited based on the national team ranking, which I actually think was a really good way of doing it. Basically, for the players on their respective teams, part of the ecosystem for Rainbow Six Siege, they got points, the most points, of course, then country invite. So from the Asia region, or I guess the wider APL region that have already had teams that have qualified. Team Indonesia is one of them, which is pretty stacked when it comes to Hoven and Ape and Tolji, for instance. Team China as well has already qualified. Team Australia, Team New Zealand have also qualified as well. Now, in terms of where we sit, upper bracket final, we've got Republic of Korea, South Korea, along with Thailand. Win and you are into the Esports Nations Cup. And then in that lower bracket, Chinese Taipei and Japan. And of course, the one more qualification spot in that lower bracket. Go to the format that we've got for today and the tournament as a whole. The Asia portion of the Esports Nations Cup qualifier. Again, top 2 will qualify to the Esports Nations Cup, guys. That's one from the upper bracket and one from the lower bracket.
Yeah, as you can see here, of course, we had plenty of participants. And just to quickly recap where that bracket was actually cut off, there are some pretty notable nations and territories that actually didn't quite make it far enough. Singapore being quite a notable one, some big names there, especially with historical results in R6 Siege. And then, unfortunately, India as well fell short after a pretty decent run through that lower bracket as well. So unfortunately, they will no longer take part here. But still, as we are kind of alluding to, some big stacked remaining competitors with players that have done a lot internationally in Siege. Now, how they're actually going to combine and play in a team, well, that's going to be a big discussion point across all of these regions. We don't really know. We're completely in the dark as to how the teams will actually synergize inside of the server. And that's, I think, what makes this such a compelling event.
I think that what you're kind of bringing up there is 100% spot on, in the sense that there's always been the unknown when it comes to actual country format specific events, when you're intermingling star players from top rosters and they get to, even if they've potentially played together as a duo or, you know, even a trio on certain teams and then spread out, to kind of see, of course, for those unfamiliar, you only get 3 from your current team. So even though you might end up with situations where it's like, well, these guys are not currently on the same team but used to play together, you do get some cool new rosters. Of course, South Korea being one of the 2 teams that we've got for this upper bracket final. Stacked, guys, and obviously for this particular region, I guess, country in itself, it hasn't probably been in the best of positions over the last 12 to 24 months. Let's be honest. Unfortunately, it's been a region that has kind of struggled to maybe stay at the highest point in APAC North. But I think when you kind of look, and this is the benefit of a competition such as the Esports Nations Cup, you kind of look at this roster and you think this has got some talented players.
Oh, absolutely. They've pretty much all crossed paths at one point or another, whether that's going to be to their benefit or perhaps detriment if there's any bad blood. I don't think there really is amongst this roster, so I'll be intrigued to see how they play inside of the server, of course, coached by Nova as well. Extensive experience inside and outside of the server. And as for their run to this point, They started off quite nicely. They were seeded in the upper bracket quarterfinal, took down India 2-0, and then taking down Singapore 2-1 in what was actually a pretty tight third and final map. So they've had to work decently hard to get into this position so far as we look across at their opposition for this one. And honestly, for me, this might be the most exciting roster that we have in this bracket. Of course, Thailand, look across at those names, massive. Again, similar vein to Republic of Korea. They've crossed paths on so many occasions, and I can't wait to see the kind of aggressive brand of Siege that we're likely to see inside of the server.
And again, what I was referring to, I9 has had history with the likes of Crit J, BG Men like Colas, etc. Scatman, of course, previously Sapper, many years ago. There's so much history here and so much talent. Crit J, I think, has certainly been the kind of player outside of Weibo in the Asia sub-region of APL where you can look to him and say, is he the best player in Asia that's not on Weibo? And you could probably answer that with a yes, and resoundingly so. Then you throw in a player like I9, who I view I9 in this way, guys, where regular season, stage 1, it's a play day 1, he might drop 3 kills. Put him in the big matches, big qualifying games, and certainly at international events, he can drop 20. That's the power of someone like I9, and we'll see if we get that here, which is a pretty big best of 3 coming up, where you qualify for the Esports Nations Cup if you can win this series.
Yeah, it's an interesting storyline, right? I'm actually looking across at the numbers that we had in terms of that Asia interregional competition over the course of kickoff, which for those who are unaware took place from March through to April. I9 was 3rd rated in the region. All the players around him, as expected, were Weibo. As you alluded to, Crit J has had some big stages in the past. He unfortunately did drop down to around 13th, like still a respectable standing, and his role, I think, did shift a little bit over the course of kickoff. And that's the other discussion, right? How much a role is really going to translate across from typical officials into this style of event? I'm expecting teams that are particularly aggressive are going to lean heavily into that. I'm not going to say it's necessarily going to be ranked strats, but I assume that we're going to see teams lean more towards into a more like sort of flow kind of style where you're not going to be sitting there making complex structures like you would in regular games. This is going to be a little bit more fun in how the approach is taken by these players. And who is that going to favor? At least for this initial matchup, I really do think Thailand are going to have the edge in that kind of circumstance. And if their shots are firing, I think they'll do a really, really good job at kind of containing South Korea in this match.
Yeah, I think that for me, the way that I look at this series, it's difficult to predict, but if I had to go with a favorite right now, it would be most likely Thailand. I think that Crit J, I9 as a duo, so much firepower there, but I wouldn't put it past South Korea from being able to get the job done as well. Now, I did notice, guys, originally Gotti was actually, I think, listed as a sub, now actually in for Yoon Sang. We actually just saw, I think it was posted today, that Gotti's going to be joining Weibo Gaming, which is obviously prominent organization within the APL region. And so he's got a bright future ahead of him. It was just recently on 4 Angry Men. So I think that when you kind of look at the South Korea roster, again, you almost have to detach it a little bit from the region as a whole, which is hard to do when we're talking about a that's representing in this tournament. But while the region has maybe struggled a little bit, it's always had 5, 6, kind of good players, high quality players, and certainly at times even had at least one solid team that has the capabilities of, making majors and NSIs. So I think when you kind of condense it down to the essentially 5 best players within South Korea, they're not going to be easy to beat.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the kind of takeaway for this style of event is it isn't really indicative of how strong the region may be when you disperse that talent, as you're kind of alluded to. If you can condense it and truly get 5 or 6 of the best players in one stacked roster, and critically, I think, have that kind of synergy and the passion and the motivation to do well in this event, the sky is kind of the limit. And, this isn't just an event for brownie points, right? If you qualify for the major, the prize pool is actually quite significant at that event at the tail end of the year towards November. So there is a serious motivation, even just financially, to do well. Then compound that with, wanting to fly your flag for your particular nation as well. Like, there's quite a bit on the line, and especially maybe for regions like Republic of Korea, for instance, who at least at an APL level in the ecosystem have been struggling. Maybe this is now an opportunity for them to kind of make a little bit of a statement and say, like, we're not completely dead. We can still compete, we can still do well, and a good opportunity here to prove that.
And of course, goes without saying for both of these two teams, the loser does get a second chance anyway in the lower bracket, which is unfortunately a match that's not really going to be covered for those that want a little bit more clarity and information regarding the stream itself. We are going to be, of course, covering the upper bracket final, which is Thailand versus South Korea. It does mean that, from my understanding, actually, though, there are a bunch of co-streamers that will potentially be covering the other matches, say in the lower bracket, etc. And then after that, we actually will move on regionally, guys, and even go visit Middle East Asia, which will be Turkey versus Algeria. Big talking points there later on. It does seem like, though, we have our first matchup of the day ready to go. South Korea versus Thailand, upper bracket final win, and you're in situation already. Again, reminded, has been progressing slowly behind the scenes, and so the paths to get here, guys, for these two teams: South Korea 2-0 over India, 2-1 over Singapore, now into this matchup, and for Thailand 2-1 over Chinese Taipei and 2-0 over Japan, which, I mean, that in itself is a pretty big result. We're going to go to Clubhouse for the opening map of this series, Lair to then follow, and if required, Nighthaven Labs will be the decider.
Yeah, I quite like this veto. I think Clubhouse is a nice neutral territory to kick things off, and the kind of map where playing default, even at the highest level, is pretty highly regarded if you're able to convert it and translate it in terms of execution inside of the server. So it should be, you know, kind of normality to begin, and we can kind of see where these teams may truly be at. Lair does open up the Pandora's box a little bit to whether or not these teams maybe have, you know, created some alternate strategies on these maps, and Nighthaven Labs in a similar vein as well. So yeah, very intrigued to see how this veto does end up developing. But as we jump into club, South Korea kicking off on attack, it can be quite difficult to grind out this first half, especially basement, regarded as one of the most difficult sites essentially across the entire comp pool at the moment to attack into. The other sites do open up a little bit more, so if you can snatch basement, that would be a big win for the attack.
And couple that as well, guys, I think coming from a region that historically hasn't been all that great at attacking its best of times. So, you know, and into a map like Clubhouse, which, you know, I don't think is as prominent in the APAC North region as you would necessarily see within Asia and Oceania, for example, over in the APL circuit. So this will be a big test, I think, for South Korea in this first half on the attack, well and surely. But the ones to look to, I mean, I'm personally wanting to keep an eye on Gotti. He's going to be joining Weibo very soon, has spent time on 4 a.m. You know, this is where the beauty of a tournament such as the Esports Nations Cup is certain players get certain opportunities to present and show themselves on the global level. We did see Crit J, a player, of course, with many accolades, of course, in his career. He will go down first. Great start for South Korea. 90 seconds left, 5v4. You couldn't ask for a better start. Well, they do still have the Blackbeard available too. Yeah,
Crit J's util, of course, would have already been pre-placed with those mute jammers, but a gunless just opened up a bit more tradability, may force a little more aggression out from the defense with the clash, for instance, and probably also puts a little more emphasis and pressure on I9 on the scope post to have value with his shells. It looks like he's already transitioned back down to basement. Unsure if the second shell is perhaps available to retreat back to, but it's probably unlikely at this stage. And so for Thailand, the biggest win con now at this point really is the clock, but South Korea is still with just over a minute to go, Vert being established, hatches as well being worked by Woogie Man. They find themselves in a really, really good position. And again, this is the kind of map and the kind of situation that these players have found themselves in a million times, regardless of who else is on the team, what kind of circumstances they're playing under. They should be feeling pretty comfortable in finding a win con here and trying to convert the round.
Now, the one thing that Thailand have done, though, like Colas has pushed all the way deep dirt, so he's been able to get intel that it's not going to be a dirt-centric push and that there's not going to be pressure coming there from South Korea with 40 seconds left. That means for Thailand, they're pretty much aware this is going to be drop, it's going to be blue, it's going to be bot main. So they have a pretty good idea as to where this push is going to come from, but it's easier said than done, apparently, because South Korea have just infiltrated the site. Double kill goes their way, compounding their advantage while the kit's going down inside a church from Soldier. Misa loses his life. Post-plant will begin, but it's like Colas on the clash along with Scatman as he falls to Woogie Man. It is indeed only the clash left as Soldier gets the last kill. It's South Korea that get the opening round on Clubhouse attack. Basement as well. I didn't think I'd be saying that when we kickstarted this game.
No, absolutely. And I think taking into consideration all factors, it's really not for me just the objective and the site, which we expected to be a challenge, but it's that historical data that we have on South Korea, at least as a region as a whole, not particularly strong on attack. But again, like I mentioned before, the caveat at this style of event, ENC of course, is that you are concentrating that strength into one super team. Like, this is the super team event, and so maybe we could actually see that trend be reverted here. It's a great start from them. I think for me, it's more so the case of their ability to convert that so cleanly, so confidently. Again, it's the kind of situation you play so many times, you can simulate it in scrims, and so good to see them convert that. It's a nice little confidence boost to kick things off, and it prompts a rotation here from Thailand. They'll elect not to reattempt basement for now and instead head over to Board's bedroom.
Yeah, and I think for Thailand, that, you know, what we've seen is teams haven't really elected to go for the repeat sites. I think there's probably a case that you could argue going basement again isn't really the end of the world. But they also didn't do any cheese strats. They played it pretty conventionally. They did lose one early, not ideal. But even in a 4v5, you could still defend Church Arsenal pretty comfortably. And I think that for them, because they didn't try and do anything too special, yeah, they probably think, let's just go gym bedroom, mix it up, and move on to the second round as we get underway. South Korea, perfect start. And to be honest, it was also a good spread performance as well. 4 of the 5 players picking up at least 1 kill, that it's not going to end up just being, you know, a one-man solo army, which I'm somewhat referencing a little bit there in that statement. Solotov and what he's doing on Team Turkiye at the moment, guys, I don't know if you've been seeing, but he's basically just dropping 20 kills every game and single-handedly getting his country into the Esports Nation Cup finals. We'll yeah, hopefully be able to see a little bit more of that later, actually, in the next series. As for now, though, South Korea and Thailand upper bracket final win, and you're into the Esports Nations Cup. Good start for South Korea.
Yeah, so pretty trap heavy here from Thailand in the response. They bring the Denari and Ella. And then you combine that with the Mirror and the Azami to fortify it. You know, Insight specifically with the keeper barriers, and the Mirror on the fringe, likely over towards bathroom, and maybe even on the extension. It just does make it a little more tricky for South Korea to try and break down. And so they bring an interesting element of their own with Ryder down below on the Deimos, and there is yellow ping info in through Lounge, and South Korea do go chasing and looking for a little while, but they'll halt that for now. Still good pressure down below, and that can be meaningful. There's opportunities may present in towards the side itself. A crit J takes a chunk of damage, but he'll survive and find hard floor safety over towards that brick position. Potentially even contest Logi as well. Time, though, this time is not looking as favorable for South Korea. Minute on the clock. They haven't found first pick. They're still just finalizing hard breach for now. Do they think about just stacking up main here?
Ryder just makes his way up now on the Deimos. And he just continues to get aggressive. Did get that down onto Crit J. That's a big gun on the floor for Thailand. Scatman was able to at least swiftly get the trade. Gotti gets involved with the LMG over towards logistics. Trades, though, right now favoring Thailand. Hop over Vault from Lycolis is pretty clean. Got one, but only then done. 1v3 opportunity for Soldier, but outside of Breach with 30 seconds left, this will prove to be ultra difficult. The smoke will start to now plume. Is there a chance he can get Woogieman back up safely and make it a 2 versus 3? He'll have to do so in a hurry, but he knows there's pressure from I9 towards Logistic. Changes gun, gets trying up close with the shotgun, won't work, and Thailand respond in the second round.
Yeah, certainly a much better defense there in response from Thailand. They don't bleed that early pick. That's when the clock, as I mentioned, comes back into play more so there for the defense. It forced the filter from South Korea. They put their chips on the table at that point of the round and said, let's just send it up main. They already had ascendancy on that first floor position, then tried to snowball up the staircase. Easier said than done. Probably relying on a little more convincing pressure over the likes of Jacuzzi, and then maybe you can combine that with the util dump Logi, for instance, and really try to squeeze pressure over towards top stairs. Didn't quite play out that way for them. And so, yeah, better signs there from Thailand. Scatman quietly up to 5 kills as well, and we talk about, you know, potential X-Factor players in this kind of match. I know Crit J is an easy one to look at, and I9, as you mentioned in the pre-show as well, but every once in a while, it doesn't happen super often, but every once in a while, Scatman has massive, massive performances, so maybe that's something that Thailand can look to rely on as well.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of a strange start. If you had said 2 rounds in, Crit J 0 kills, I9 0 kills, I would have maybe said 2-0 to South Korea, to be honest. But Scatman steps up. He's got 5. Yeah, I mean, so far so good in the sense that you really do want this match to be close. I mean, ultimately, I think 3 maps almost needs to be necessary. Otherwise, there's probably going to be disappointment on either side, whoever potentially could lose at 0-2. Puts a bit of pressure then on this opening map to just kind of bank that, lock it in. As we go to Cash and CCTV for the 3rd round, BG Man over towards Rafters as the castle. I've also brought the Tachanka. Intriguing lineup, of course, with the combination of the ADSs from the Jaeger and the Wamai discs, Rafter will be kind of difficult for South Korea to take. They are bringing plenty of options themselves with the Flores, the Capitao, and the Grim.
Yeah, I like the introduction of the Flores here, especially good counter against the castle barricades down below. And you can see the direct foothold from Thailand. Unknown, especially in the most aggressive position. And like Kolos lurking on the first floor also. And those Roteros just helping deal with that utility efficiently. Unknown's position still unchanged. And so information live here for South Korea to try and action off. Gotti looking to try and prime a flame towards that position. EMP to follow to counter the catch. So looking to try and layer this utility as Gotti now a little late to the party. Flame goes out. I9 still up for now. Hasn't been the most efficient clear from the attack. You can see I9 pinged out, but there's really not a whole lot now that the attack can do about it. Well, I say that, and Ryder just marches in, gets the kill. Crit J low elsewhere, and suddenly the narrative changes.
Yeah, and decent lounge stock control now for South Korea down below. So it's only top floor for Thailand. They've got nothing to really stop the pressure vertically below them. And Crit J's low, so even this kind of hold over towards red stairs is vulnerable to breach pressure, rafters pressure, and of course the push potentially from lounge. As Ryder is just lurking. And Crit J at the moment could still offer a point of difference if he can potentially catch South Korea off guard. If he pushes down red stairs and maybe catches them as they try to push back in towards lounge, could offer an element of surprise. There is only 30 seconds left though, and it's time to get going for South Korea, and they do again. This is like the opening round, guys, where they just walk towards the site, pick up 2-3 kills, and they have an overwhelming advantage. It's a low health Crit J red stairs, and like Colas trying to just put the room in flames with the Shavika launcher. But the damage is done right now from South Korea. They're showing that they've got the offensive prowess to deal with this defense. Crit J got 2. He's not done yet, but the plant will be successful. Now in the 1v3, pistol from Woogie. South Korea's got a second attacking round on Clubhouse.
Yeah, their ability to compound has been really impressive. In the 2 rounds they've won where they've gotten that initial pick and momentum, they're not then hesitating, even in the face of that massive belt of utility late, where they strong man advantage, but utility perhaps they were lagging behind. They weren't afraid to kind of send bodies in selflessly, find those delayed trades, and then ultimately win out the round and keep Crit J at bay. So that was really nice work. I started to get a little concerned. The garage clear was certainly not as efficient with utility as they would have liked, but then they had that Fragger step up to the plate, find that initial kill. In response, we see the Ying band out. And so some good signs from South Korea early here. And for Thailand, they don't really have any other option but to go back down to basement. They selected it back in round 1. They lost out on that again and looking to flip their feet here.
Yeah, I mean, this is so far really, really good from South Korea. They're clearly taking their time early in the round, just trying to see if Thailand want to play any tricks. But then when it gets towards that mid-round, they've always just found the ability to get that pick, get themselves the advantage, and then have the numbers to swarm into the site. It's working evidently well. I mean, I kind of want to see Thailand get a little more aggressive on the defense. And I9 maybe going on the Vigil lurk here on a basement site might just offer that. And just because he's playing the Vigil doesn't mean he has to overextend. I wouldn't be surprised if he kind of plays around main stairs. Can he get one, then fall back down to site? I just hope this doesn't end up being the kind of Vigil play, though, guys, that sometimes we see teams play it and then they just bring them back down anyway, and it ends up being like, well, what's the point of playing the Vigil? So how aggressive is I9 going to be with this?
Yeah, I'm very intrigued to see what the aggression levels just overall for the defense is going to look like over the next few rounds. Thailand are the #1 team for me in the bracket that sometimes gets that itch to play super, super aggressive. And it could be the case now where, because they haven't played that way, maybe now's the opportunity to try and catch South Korea off guard if they kind of drop their guard a little bit themselves and then aren't expecting it, and think Thailand are just going to play this reserve defense, or more reserve than usual defense for the remainder of the half. That might be an opportunity to snatch a round back. So we'll wait and see. At the moment, it is a 3-2 split. So it's BG Man, Crit J, I9 top floor. And Lycolis will anchor alongside Scatman, who's searching for Jones main stairs. Minute down. South Korea looking to contest this roam with drone work up above. But with both the Mute and the Vigil in play, it is very difficult for this attack to gain info.
And I wonder if I9 will be given the license to just kind of linger around. The other two then look to fall off, or if they play together. Now, it does leave somewhat the site a little bit vulnerable, but Lycolis is playing dirt, so stops any kind of dirt lurk early from the attacking team.
Well, Misa's just going straight down main in the meantime, and Woogie was also in kitchen. So South Korea evidently just kind of ignored this entirely and hoping that they can catch Thailand on the redress back to the objective.
Yeah, but the problem is if there's like 3 above, there's still retake potential anyway for Thailand. So in some ways you have to go and deal with it, or you have to be very clean as you go towards the site. You've got to deal with those defenders, then the pushback from the roamers. Lycolis gets kind of forced back deep dirt. He got taken very low by Soldier, who's 5-1 so far, playing really well. There's I9 on the Vigil.
And he does the swing
over towards Jacuzzi. Got the kill onto Gotti. Misa does also find a kill inside the church. We're playing all areas of the map of Clubhouse right now as I9 gets another one. Most importantly, the kit as well. Misa, another on site. 3v3, 40 seconds. But without that kit, South Korea is in the worst position.
Yeah, the kit makes this now so awkward. Woogie caught. Ryder needs to link up with Misa with 30 seconds on the clock.
Is there a world in which he can just grab this and then fall back down? That's going to be the hope. He is going to walk up, grab it. They've got site control. No one in sight at the moment for the defense with 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Into church does go Misa. Back down bottom. Main stairs is I9 on the Vigil. Misa got off it, then back on it. 14 seconds. Now off it again. Wanted to take the contact, and rightfully so. Got the headshot onto Crit J as I9 and Lycolis both very low. Misa has to stick this now the whole way. Cannot get off, or the round will be over. Nitrocell thrown. He does get the plant down, and he doesn't get anything more than that, though. Instantly knocked down. I9 and Lycolis converge, and Thailand will get their second round.
Well, that is certainly the most chaotic round we've had so far. Thailand, they flip the script. They go super aggro off-site. But then South Korea kind of go, all right, well, we'll let you do that. Let's just go straight in towards site. Full controlled church, trying to then cut off the rotate and the retake from the defense. But a fatal flaw in that plan was leaving the diffuser stranded. And whilst ultimately it was collected, it did just stall out. The snowball in that round kind of screwed with their positioning a little bit as well, and just made it far more awkward than it otherwise could have been had that diffuser made its way into sight earlier. Not to be, though. And so a 2-2 scoreline as we return to bedroom.
It's been a fascinating watch so far at the start. I think both teams have shown good quality. Clearly, some fun going on as well. I mean, that kind of round, I think, is embodiment of what the Esports Nations Cup can bring. You know, where is the strategy that you would see at, you know, say an Esports World Cup, for instance, at 100%? Maybe not. But the fun is probably much, much higher, and you're going to get these crazy moments. Because, I mean, naturally, you're just not going to have the same level of depth when it comes to the strat books that you would have from the club teams. But you're still going to see elements of that regardless. These guys are absolute utmost professionals. They know the game inside and out. They know what the general default strats are going to be anyway. But those little moments like that with I9 swinging out of Jacuzzi breach and then Misa going deep sight, you don't see that often.
No. That certainly makes it an entertaining watch so far, and let's hope that that continues and we see a close bout here on map number 1. This was the map selection confirmed by South Korea. Map number 2 of Lair, the selection of Team Thailand. Nighthaven left as the decider. For those maybe watching Siege for the first time as well, we have a 9-map pool in Siege, so plenty of options available. None of these maps, though, standing out as being particularly unusual. Some of the more, I guess, default-ish maps, especially probably, I'd say, Club and Lab. But Lair does probably leave a little more creativity on the board, and you may see Team Thailand lean into that on that second map. For now, though, attention over towards Bedroom on Club, and pretty early successful breach from the attack, facilitated by that Kaid and Bandaban.
And it's Woogie that gets the opening kill. Crit J with the responsive onto the Blackbeard, though, which I think that might be a little bit better. They do lose like Colas, though, to Misa, who's now up to 6 kills, holding over towards that gym window. 2 down for Thailand. Tried to get aggressive in the mid-round. Did not work out. South Korea with the advantage. I get the feeling this might end up being a genuine 50-50 clubhouse, guys, where I don't think it's going to be either ultra attack or defense. Misa and Ryder combined for 2s. BG Man went for the vault out. Did get the kill onto Gotti. Once again, leaves Thailand in a perilous position. Scatman has to win the 1v3, and he's given up site control. Ryder going for the plant. Scatman needs to make his way back, stuck over towards CCTV, and up close with the bailiff. It's Woogie, the boogeyman. The bailiff converts. It's a 3-2 lead for South Korea.
Yeah, nice little proactive play there towards the end. Clearly aware of the last defender's position, and they were able to beeline it straight towards the side and ensure that they had that cut off held. So a 3-2 scoreline, and at minimum now, South Korea will at least even the half, which attacking into Clubhouse is impressive. And an opportunity now, especially with CC Cash up next, to perhaps even extend that lead and put them in a favorable position at halftime. And so for Thailand, probably now looking to try and activate those big players. Crit J, I9, they'll throw Scatman onto the clash, and BG Man, who's currently only on 1-4, the doc to me indicating that he's probably going to play Garage Rafters, which is a big responsibility on this site. You want to try and absorb as much utility and time as possible in this position, and if you can take at least one with you, that's job done for him.
So far, this almost feels job done for South Korea in this first half. Posed some questions coming into this map, rightfully so. Sometimes the region shows the inability to have really good attacking results, but I mean, they've come up in spades here so far in this first half. I think even if this ends up 3-3, it's a small win for South Korea. Then switching to the defense themselves. And Thailand need to knuckle down. Again, a reminder that, well, this upper bracket final does qualify the winner straight to the Esports Nations Cup. The loser does get a second opportunity in the lower bracket. And as Crit J taken low already, forced over towards Lounge and Garage. He will get held up, though, by the dock. Stim Pistol comes in handy.
Yeah, it's a little less aggressive down below this time from Team Thailand. We saw the castle last time out to facilitate the hold. Bottom garage, but this time it'll be a little more safe, a little more default from the defense. They still have, again, though, that garage rafters pressure, and so again, BG Man has a pretty massive responsibility to hold that position and prevent a free take here from South Korea, who have brought the utility to deal with that, namely the Grim. Capitao available, but not selected in this round. So maybe there's potential, especially with that diffuser juggle, that they try and shape up for something a little more direct towards the objective, even straight through main breach. Quite intrigued to see what they're shaped for here.
Wookiman did take a little bit of damage over towards the exterior of Kennels. Slow and steady the pace right now, though, set by South Korea, knowing that Thailand are playing this firmly towards the side. As I9 over towards Red Stairs was able to shut down Wookieman, so no more Rayora. Thailand with the opening kill. It's usually been a pretty good indication thus far in this series. The Scatman does take a bit of damage on the clash. Trying to get into the face of South Korea as I9 and Crit J double down each, both finding a kill. Soldier over towards Garage, split from Misa, who does find the connection over towards the breach, gets rid of Scatman. So the clash is dealt with, though funnily enough, the shield is still up.
BG still over towards Garage, and it's a good catch
clear
from Misa off the back of the bees. 40 seconds now on the clock, and instead of stacking, he'll now rotate over towards the breach. Soldier to march forward, try and get that default plant down. Misa to cover.
And Lycolas and Crit J a little bit split. Red stairs position for Lycolas. Deep CCTV for Crit J. Misa back over towards the rappel. Soldier with the tin can opener to open up the wall. Get close to the server rack. 20 seconds. He's the one with Pit. Clearly will opt for a default plant. Quan Hive launcher utilized too with the Grim Bees now. Making sure they get some kind of information. We've got the cutoff anyway with Misa at the breach. That will be a successful plant. Nothing that Thailand can do about it. Crit J and Lycolas both now together inside a cache. Slip over towards top red for Lycolas as Misa will fall back and play the exterior breach. Soldier sits over towards rafters. Thailand have got to make a move. And as soon as they do that, Misa's got him watched. And it's only Crit J, low on health with 20 seconds. He just doesn't seem like he'll have the time. Needs to swing out, deal with Misa, and Misa's ready and waiting. It's 4 attacking rounds for South Korea.
Wow. That is a very, very positive way to eclipse the half for South Korea, who will now likely find a little bit more comfort and respite onto the defense, as is the case now in the updated rulebook for Rainbow. We have a 2-minute scheduled timeout at the role swap, and so now that gives an opportunity for the coach from each respective team and the players themselves to have a bit of a chat about what's taken place so far and sort of reaffirm their plans heading into the second half. And I think the messaging for South Korea will kind of just be, let's keep at it, work hard for that initial advantage, and then don't be afraid to play off that proactively. That was one of their biggest strengths in that first half. And I suppose then for Thailand, it's maybe about just trying to find ways to activate the team a little bit more, in a little bit more of a well-rounded fashion. I don't think they've been playing, particularly poorly, and there's certainly a world in which this does trend towards attack. So I'm excited to see how that dynamic does change over the course of the next few rounds, whether or not South Korea can run away with it or Thailand has a bit of fight.
And of course, in the halftime break now that has recently been introduced for Rainbow Six Siege, it does offer a small respite and an opportunity to sort of figure out, okay, what's working, what's not working. And I think right now for Thailand, clearly what's not working is just the team gunfights. There just is a lack of coordination that evidently has been there for South Korea. Like, South Korea have just always been well set up in their pre-positioning, that when they actually go and execute, it's pretty normal that we've been seeing across the opening 6 rounds 2 or 3 kills in quick succession from 1 to 3 different players of South Korea. It's not just one player walking in getting 3 kills. It's almost this firing squad that's set up in different areas all ready to engage, whereas Thailand looked, at least on the defense, and I will get a little bit more information in the second half.
South Korea in this round is rather unusual. We'll see the scope post reappear. We saw that from Thailand back in the first half, and I'm intrigued to see if Misa has impact. He'll start out over towards Strip, and actually has support here from the Echo of Woogieman. Oh, but immediately pressured. The blitz in his face, forced to try and peel back, but he can't revert back to side on the second shell. He gets swiftly caught by I9, and that's a good clear from Thailand.
Yeah, that's what I9 can do in the blitz. He can just get in your face. He's the kind of shield player that just doesn't have any fear. And as soon as you spot that scope pulse, your number one goal really is, as an attacking team, is to not let him get away. Don't let him get that transfer shell back down to sight. Keep them fired up. You just want to put the pressure on him immediately. And it's exactly what Thailand were able to do. Identify and then execute. Much better from them. Good start. It's a very trap utility setup for South Korea, though. I think in an ideal world, they wanted clearly for Misa to make early contact, then transfer back down, and then, despite hatches and certain pathways being a little bit susceptible to the push, they have the tripwire connectors, the razor blooms, the yokai to help aid eventually later in the round. Soldier has found a kill, though. He's actually all the way top floor, and hence second as well. Soldier with a surprise for South Korea. Thailand maybe thought that they had dealt with the looming roam of Misa, but there was still one more up above, and don't forget about Ryder towards stock.
Yeah, Team South Korea not shying away from a bit of aggression, but Ryder gets caught. And Team Thailand certainly aware of Soldier's position up above. Maybe not his exact pinpoint right now as he's escaped over towards red, but still a threat. And there may now be an opportunity to try and hit site here, force the fight on the 2 down below. Soldier though over towards Lounge now as he transitions. BG Man is holding that at least for now. Can Soldier catch a timing? Does he elect to push forward or go back towards site to assist the other 2?
Boogeyman over towards Church, gets taken very low, needs to stay alive if he wants to make impact with the Yokai. Scatman from behind gets rid of Soldier, staying around Bar as it's a double push down main stairs for BG Man and I9. Woogie at this point cannot really rely on any potential Yokais. Even if he has them, it won't matter because Scatman and I9 got aggressive. It's an attacking basement round win as well for Thailand. So far, Clubhouse has been very susceptible. 4-3, and it's an attacking demolition from both teams at the moment.
Yeah. Certainly difficult to disagree with that. I think we kind of outlined that expectation that it's possible for this map to not be super heavily defender-sided, but that also was hinging on basement itself kind of being the linchpin for the defense to actually collect relatively safe rounds, but that has certainly not been the case, and is evident by that timeline up the top. Attack has been a strength so far for these 2 teams. We're seeing a decent amount of aggression offsite that the attack's been able to deal with, and so it's been rather entertaining to watch. Trying to have a look through some of the kickoff data for Asia and APN. Asia was only played on 2 occasions, had a 63% attacking win rate. Probably don't want to extrapolate too much from that given the sample size. As for APN, it was played on 6 occasions, so it was the second most played over that month. Only a 41% attacking win rate though in that region, so yeah, certainly so far shaping up to be interesting in contrast to our kind of typical expectations here, but still plenty of Siege to be played in this second half.
I mean, at this point, I don't know really how to predict this game anymore because it's just not really gone to expectation. Although, in some ways, the Esports Nations Cup is naturally going to be difficult to predict when we don't see the individuals of 5 grouped up ever. You know, these are essentially 2 new teams put together of just familiar faces within their respective regions. The Gym Bedroom should be a good site for South Korea. Giving it rather conventional with their lineup along with their positioning. Ash and CCTV extension. Early pressure towards Jacuzzi. Of course, no mirror window available. That being banned out. Not accessible and usually quite strong in this bathroom towards Jacuzzi. Breach hold. So Misa has to be a little bit more aggressive if he wants to get rid of these drones. Does get rid of one.
Yeah, so a standoff at the moment, minute 45, 10 players still up in the server. Some good cuts can be, and crosses can be held here. Oh, I thought from Thailand. The Boogeyman has been able to at least push forward and counter pressure a little bit here over towards Jim, but the balcony now starting to overwhelm his position, and so he's kind of set in stone for now. Very difficult to recontest. As flashes get dumped, Crit J takes damage elsewhere. Misa finds the first onto Lycolis, and it's advantage to defense.
You jam it down as well. South Korea can bunker. They can sit the site, don't have to go peeking. Boogeyman repositions over towards Waits. Nitrocell in hand for Misa. Preset and pre-planned. Logic Bomb will ring out. Doesn't affect Misa, of course, with that mute jammer that he placed down inside a bathroom. As we switch over to Gotti, struggling in the middle of the site, and the air jab well placed by I9 to dislodge him. Gotti's 0-6 start in this game. It has not been required so far, but Boogeyman caught the bomb chassis and Soldier falling too on the Warden, and it flips very quickly. Thailand just go bang, bang, bang! Big attacking round from Thailand to steal Gym Bedroom.
Well, that round is a bit of a boil over that, seemingly coming out of nowhere. Explosive in the final portion there from Thailand, and just the kind of attack that has seen success time and time again here on Clubhouse. The wind-up was slow, the anchor play And the mid portion of that round was super strong from South Korea, who initially absorbed quite a bit of that pressure, but some individual brilliance there towards the end, enough for Team Thailand to snatch the round. And with that, we're back to an even scoreline, 4-4, as this map really begins to heat up.
It's been a crazy old game. It's been a fun one. Okay, there's going to end up being a shootout like this, though. Now suddenly 4-4, and a little bit of struggle as well for South Korea on the defense. I don't want to be too negative, but Goddy's got to start getting some kills, because clearly to me this is not going to be a game won on pure strategy. Most of the national games probably won't be. Raw fracking power and individual skill is going to be slightly more important in formats such as this. And you can't be 0-6 where you're seeing just the way that these rounds are kind of shaping out, where it's just coming down to these gunfights. You know, South Korea, for instance, guys, they got that opening kill, 5-4. They're pretty well bunkered in sight. Usually, that's the kind of round, yeah, you don't need everyone fragging out. But just the way that Thailand have done so far on the attack, and what we saw from South Korea on the attack in the first half, we're just seeing like these rapid 3-4 kill deaths instantly. You need to be better with gun in hand in a matchup like this.
So into the 9th. Interestingly, the Scopos has again been selected here by Team South Korea. And maybe Soldier looking to play his second life over towards Rafters, and then in response to the expected utility dump can then transfer back towards a safe haven in towards the objective. It's probably the most likely outcome for him. In fact, if I saw that correctly when you flick through cam, and the second shot may actually even be... So we'll see how that eventuates as the round continues here. It's bedroom across initially from Team Thailand. Early shots as well from Crit J, who ends up worse off. Takes a chunk of damage, and critically, he wants to stay alive for the late round. That Candela utility can be critical in flushing outside, especially when considering the defense doesn't have a ward. And in the meantime, though, Misa's taken a big risk and has found his 14th kill here in round 9.
Yeah, but he's trying to... Well, he's not trying to do too much, but he's almost reliant on being the one to get the kills. He needs some teammates to step up. He's got the 14 kills and he's playing a great game, but it's a 4-4 scoreline now with a bit of a comeback coming from Thailand. He needs some help. He gets it from right up, but it's Misa that still wants to double down. Good swing on a Crit J, hit the headshot onto I9 as well. Woogie then 2 to close it out, and finally we see the first successful defensive round win for South Korea as they retake the lead after a little comeback from Thailand.
And Misa on his march towards a potential 20 kills in this first map. That would be quite the effort. In conjunction with the role swap timeout, each team has one minute timeout that they can use over the course of the match as they desire. And Thailand may be sensing now that South Korea are gaining ascendancy potentially in this matchup. We'll take theirs. Probably more so just in response to that initial rotation, and now want to quickly formulate a plan for the upcoming next few rounds. And none really more so important than this basement site. Sure, it has played out in an unexpected fashion over the course of just this one match in isolation where it's been pretty attacker-sided, but generally speaking, that's not really the case. And so I think that they're going to put extra emphasis into this round, and clearly a strategy now to be called to try and bring them back to an even scoreline. So we'll see how this does transpire. Vaughn, I believe, or Mad Duck Ranger, whichever he prefers, the coach for Thailand with pretty extensive experience. So I'd be intrigued to see what the strat will be here for this round. Notably, last time with the aggressive roam off site, they were able to actually deal with that pretty well, and their cutoff game was good. So yeah, we'll see what they like to do this round.
Out of the timeout for Thailand. It's not their map pick, so yeah, not as important. but at this point, who knows what Lea's going to bring up as well. And Misa has been the standout star for South Korea. Been the kind of game, I think, for Crit J where it hasn't really fully connected for him, Guz. He hasn't really been able to get off the leash, get multi-frags. He's largely been kind of one and done. He might get one and then get traded. 7-8 scoreline somewhat reflects that. Like, he's still having an impact. He's been inside of the server. He's the kind of player that's capable of matching what we've seen from Misa. You know, the 16-6 kind of scoreline. That's the sort of stuff that you can get from Crit J. I'm not saying it's required. It's been a pretty good spread performance from Thailand. And Scatman 8-7, I9 8-6, 7 from Crit J. They're kind of getting what they probably want. It's really a matter of, to me, this game right now is South Korea is going to win this if Misa, you know, continues to play at this level, and Thailand have a pretty good shot if he calls off.
Yeah. Yeah, the match certainly is in a pretty intriguing state at this point. I'm very eager to see how both teams sort of elect to play at this point going forward. Probably a little more for South Korea really to lose, given it is their map selection, and maybe Thailand can free themselves up a little bit in that regard, and maybe that was a bit of the talking point over the course of that TAC timeout. As for the comp, they bring IQ this round, so countering the Valk. And once again, the Blitz in the hands of I9, not banned out as South Korea took the Grim out of play. Equally though, less ultra-aggressive play offside. In fact, all 5 players now transitioning down towards basement here for the defense. So now I'm quite intrigued actually to see what kind of value I9 might bring, but the pre-placed Nitro on the staircase for Misa pays dividends, and he survives the shots that rain out from Blue as well.
Well, that's just a big read because they kept one main stairs, pre-placed Nitro for Misa, and so it meant for I9 he was more focused on the player who was pushing back down main. The Scatman gets a double kill with the DMR. Soldier, though, gets rid of Crit J. No influence from him in this round. With Misa in the grave in a 2v3 situation, this has to now be a must-win round for Thailand. There's 60 seconds for them to formulate the plan. They do still have a logic bomb available as well. Flashes too, if necessary. And even though it's a 3 versus 2, still pushing into this basement side or clubhouse is not easy. This is still winnable for South Korea, but let's be honest, if there's a time for Gotti to get his first kill, it's right here, it's right now, but it's Scatman who finds his third, and the man who's 0-7 now needs to be 3-7 if they are to win this round.
Yeah, 30 seconds on the clock, rotates over towards Church and can't even get the first. That is a massive round from Scatman, and sure, you could argue he got gifted too, but he made them count. Thailand punishing their opposition in that round, and it's another attacking round win on basement.
Yeah, I mean, this is insane. It's honestly a very good round as well. I mean, I liked the strategy with the Nitrocell kind of midway through bottom main stairs where they kept the smoke to just draw the attention of I9. I9 got sucked into that and then didn't see the Nitrocell. Easy explode. That gives you the 5v4 head start, and you deal with the Blitz. So you think from that position, that surely at that point statistically it becomes very likely South Korea going to win the round. Until Scatman did what he did, broke up the defense, got 2 good kills, opened up the site, and then it all just kind of unfolded for South Korea. 0-8 now for Gotti. I mean, the picture right now has been painted. If Misa gets shut down, Gotti doesn't get involved, I think Thailand will take this map. You got 2 rounds to see which way this goes now.
Yeah, it could potentially be a little bit of a nail-biter here in the first map of potentially 3 between these two. It's been pretty compelling siege so far. When I saw this sort of, I guess, potential matchup as the bracket eventuated, I was very excited at the prospect, and yeah, even in the lead-up to today, it was... had pretty high expectations, to be frank, on this match and the quality of the players inside of the server, and so far it really has been delivering. Sure, the siege hasn't been the cleanest at all points, but that's going to happen for essentially every kind of team in this style of event, but just the competitiveness and the entertainment factor has been really, really good between the two. A lot of good, positive siege. It's been so fun to watch. But which team can get to that map point first? It's round 11. It's break point. Big moments here in this round, and it's MEA.
MEA.
Now 2 away from the 20 bomb.
Yeah, I mean, he's been outstanding. He's getting early frags too. Yeah, it's back-to-back opening kills for MEA. The opening kills are great, but because he's not getting as much help, he also probably needs to stay alive late game and get the end of round kills too. A lot is being asked of him right now. SSL from Ryder. That one's going to go well over the top of Crit J, who pushed into CCTV on the Blackbeard. That's wasted utility. Got the Clash as well brought up through construction to help out. Thailand, without Lycolis, down a player, having to push through construction with the nuisance of the Clash, means they really need to open up this side. Jacuzzi side, get balcony pressure and Logi pressure. They can't just formulate a one-dimensional hit through con.
South Korea successfully retreat and peel back. Play that second defensive line. Soldier, though, can hold the cross. Shield in hand. Down through con. This is very difficult. And if Crit J is to lead the line straight into the Clash, that's one of the biggest counters. So this is such a tricky position now for Thailand to find themselves in. We need to see them step up and find a multi. Somebody somewhere needs to be the one to make the heads up play to unlock this round. Otherwise, based on just pure utility and man disadvantage, this round is very, very tough.
Well, I mean, how many times we've seen it so far in this map? Just the ability to go and get 2-3 quick kills. Thailand have shown they've got the ability to do just that. Crit J into bedroom, somewhat eluding that Clash. In fact, so much so that PG Man even got the kill. Misa's down, so is Woogie Man. Well, again, it falls down to the likes of Ryder and Gotti for South Korea. They don't have their star man available to clutch up. At the end of this game, finally, Gotti's on the board, and what an impactful kill that is for him and for his country. 15 seconds left, 2 versus 2 as Ryder in towards bathroom. Scatman's still outside a gym. They don't have the kit currently in hand. It's in the floor of bedroom. 5 seconds. I9 has to push in. They go for the kill over towards Logi as Gotti gets his second. There's no time for Scatman, and South Korea hold on. And guess who? The man who had the donut up until the end of this round clutches up with 2 crucial kills.
Massive from Gotti. He'd been very, very, very quiet up until that point, but massive impact. 2 big kills in the final portion of that round. And it's now map point within the hands of South Korea, and the map itself potentially theirs if they can convert it here in regulation. Otherwise, OT will be required.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
They made it very, very difficult there for Thailand in the final phase. Didn't allow the Blackbeard, most critically, to have significant impact. And once that was shut down, it was then up to the anchors to get the job done, and they did. Although the challenge now doesn't necessarily subside all that much. Another tricky objective up next to defend cache CCTV. Do Thailand have another trick up their sleeve maybe to get this result across the line and push OT? I'm seeing a sense early here from Crit J, although he'll switch back out on to the Ying. Critically though, shield though still in play, so the Monty on this occasion. Early signs pointing towards a garage clear.
Reinforcements in place.
Well, he may only have the 2 kills, but those 2 kills got them an entire round win. We're talking about value for Gotti. A potential confidence booster for the remainder of this upper final. And the pressure on Thailand, already called their timeout earlier. They bring Lycolis on the Monty's. Cache and CCTV will be the final site of regulation.
Interesting position early here from I9. Probably expected him to play a part in terms of a util dump garage, if that is to be the place. Maybe early pattern here suggesting that it's not necessarily going to be endpoint garage here for Team Thailand, and instead they could use the Monty over towards Con, maybe even facilitate a turtle plant. I mean, that's not within... I mean, that's not completely unexpected. We certainly do see that at times, but... we'll see if it does play out. It's quite high risk.
Ooh.
Like, Cola's getting peppered with a ton of utility early here. Gets isolated by the Goyo canister, but does a good job in staying alive and sustaining that pressure.
Yeah, I mean, he just has to stay alive. That's all he's got to do. Try and keep this space under control over towards construction. Misa's getting so aggressive. Can they punish this? They know that Misa's getting aggressive. Surely someone from Thailand was in a position where they could have punished. Finally, they do get an angle. It was Scatman outside of the balcony. Zy9 as well finds a kill. Pushes now into construction. It's a 5v3 advantage for Thailand. Here comes Woogieman up red stairs. Again, no Misa, so that's the big, scary man down. And maybe a chance again for others. And it's a double nitro from Soldier. From below in lounge, he gets a double kill nitro to connect onto Crit J and Lycolas. That shield gone. That is no Candelas left for the entry. And now 40 seconds in a 3v3.
Yeah, that massively constricts the final portion of this attack. Thailand may be forced to filter here. It's advantage South Korea.
Down to Scoutman and BG Man. 30 seconds remaining. The two men. Can they stand up? No. Woogie Man shuts down Scoutman. BG in a 1v3. Cannot convert. Woogie Man confirms it for South Korea. They get their map pick of Clubhouse successfully. 7-5. I mean, a really fun game of Siege though, guys. Absolutely rampant with attacking round wins. In the end, South Korea are able to clutch it up and get the job done. They confirm their map pick and of course now give themselves a 1-0 advantage in this best of 3 series. Lair will be up soon and now becomes must win for Thailand. Again, a reminder that the loser of this series, guys, will only drop to the lower bracket. They won't be eliminated from the qualifiers. The winner will book their place at the Esports Nations Cup. And right now, it's 1 map away for South Korea.
Yeah, look, I think if that first map confirms anything, it's to expect the unexpected a little bit when it comes to this style of event. Basement being so attacker-sided did not foresee that. The strategies overall, maybe not as refined as you would typically see in kind of league play or at international events, etc., but highly entertaining and I think highly reliant on X Factor and big individual moments. And that's where Siege can be at some of its most entertaining, right? How many moments were there over the course of that match where it was, 1 or maybe 2 players stepping up and being hugely influential? So yeah, really, really good fun to watch. And I'm excited to see if that was a one-off for South Korea and if we are going to see the decider or if potentially they could qualify in a two-way fashion.
I'm actually kind of put it down though. Misa drops 18 in that game. Big influence, a lot of opening kills, very dominant. He didn't get all of the clutch moments, but he kind of set up a lot of rounds for his team. If he doesn't perform to that level again, it does give a potential pathway for Thailand going into Lair, who they themselves, I mean, Scatman dropped 14. He had a great game, but you can get more out of the likes of Crit J and I9.
Yeah, absolutely. They probably didn't quite have as much depth as they would have liked over the course of that match, as we have a quick recap on how that map veto did eventuate. So to clarify, Clubhouse did just take place, and Republic of Korea taking that win. It's Lair up next, and so excited to see if the fortune of Thailand may change, and then if required, the decider, Night Haven Labs, a map which, again, I think is very, very difficult to read, especially in this kind of circumstance where it's, these hybrid teams. The strategy is going to look a little bit different and a little less refined. And yeah, either way, I think it's going to be good fun.
Well, we're going to have a short break. When we do come back, though, the second map of this upper bracket final will continue. It's 1-0 to South Korea. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports Nations Cup Rainbow Six Asia Qualifiers. We're currently in the best of 3 series between South Korea and Thailand. South Korea taking the opening map on Clubhouse. They now lead 1-0, 1 map away from booking their place into the Esports Nations Cup. And guys, we've also had an update for the other match that's currently happening in the Asia Qualifiers, Chinese Taipei versus Japan, with Chinese Taipei currently leading the first map 5-3, I think it was. Yes, 5-3.
Yeah, okay, cool. I mean, again, this kind of format it's going to be a little bit all over the place in terms of what we can actually expect to see with results. And so that was kind of the storyline that we ended on before the break. Is this going to be a case where in this particular matchup, do we see fight back from Thailand? Is there a world in which South Korea can run away with this one potentially in a 2-0 fashion? They played really well back on club. But as we alluded to, maybe a lot of that hinging on Misa, if that doesn't translate across, maybe they could run into problems. I think the big positive takeaway, though, was the fact that when they put themselves in advantageous positions, they didn't throw. Their conversion rate was really high and looked really, really clean inside of the server. And so if they don't have too many issues in finding advantage and they can continue to translate those good positions into round wins, I really don't see them having massive struggles here on map number 2. So I'd pitch them as pretty firm favorites heading into this second map.
How do you think Lair's going to play out? Of course, that's the next map within this series. It's a map that can offer structure on, say, top floor, but then can certainly open up on the other sides.
It's a tough one because Club, at least in contrast, is a map that's so tried and true, and you can throw pretty much any 10 players inside of the server, and obviously at different levels of competency, they're going to play it out in a very, very similar way because it's such a well thought out and structured map at this point. Lair has started to slowly develop to that route where there are, pretty clear and decisive default strats, but there's a lot more maneuverability, and the tertiary sites in particular, you think about bunks probably stands out as the most critical one. There's so many different ways that both the attack and the defense can approach that site with verticality and different composite. Like it really is one of the most exciting sites in the entire map pool for me, at least, to watch at this kind of level. There's so many different options, and so I'm excited to see who that actually favors. I think it's impossible to accurately predict if it favors one team or the other, especially considering we don't know what strats they've got, how much preparation they've actually played as a 5, etc., etc. There's so many unknowns, but I think the one thing we can be certain on, and I'm pretty confident in saying this, it's going to be really entertaining, like map number 1 for sure.
Well, I think that it's the intriguing aspect of the fact that you've got essentially the teams themselves that will come together and be like, what maps do we want to play? What maps do we feel we're proficient at? What are the strats that we can, utilize either from their own respective teams or what the coach brings to the table? Clearly, Vaughn, which is also Mad Dark Ranger, the coach for Thailand, when you're picking a map like Lair, you're going to have something in the back pocket. As we head into the second map of the series, South Korea wanting to book their place to the Esports Nations Cup. Must win this map if they want to do that right here, right now. If not, then Nighthaven Labs as the decider awaits in the wings as we go into the ban phase so far to begin Tachanka and Blitz.
I guess it's just a bit of an interesting fun fact as we prepare for Lair. It was the most popular map in APAC North, the sub-region in which South Korea does compete in over the course of kickoff. Whereas for Asia, where Thailand competes, it was ranked 4th, so middle of the pack over the entire pool. I didn't go as far as the digging deep as to how much maybe these potential players / their respective clubs actually did play that map over the course of kickoff, but just an interesting tidbit that it has been seen a little bit more comparatively in the region in which South Korea does compete.
What's interesting as well is the 2 prior matches for both of these 2 teams yesterday. Thailand versus Japan. Thailand beat Japan on Lair 7-5. South Korea versus Singapore. Singapore beat South Korea 7-2 on Lair. They both just played it yesterday, which at least offers a little bit of information, a little bit of insight, and it does, based on those results, suggest with Thailand starting on defense, it's their map pick. They won it yesterday. South Korea lost it yesterday. You kind of put all of that together in a ball and say, yeah, I think right now Thailand would be favorites coming into this. But a lot of that can be subjective. Things change quickly. South Korea win the first map, bit more confidence. The learnings that they would have taken from their loss yesterday on this map to Singapore, etc., doesn't mean it's just going to be a guarantee win for Thailand. But it is a little bit of information to note as we, unsurprisingly, will begin top floor.
certainly some good insight. I'm just going in with a complete blank slate for this. I think that's probably the most respectable way to go about every matchup, especially over the course of the qualifiers here for ENC, but even come main event. Siege at the best of times can be very difficult to predict, and this style of event really just does ramp that up to a whole nother level where consistently predicting results, I think, is going to be a real challenge. And speaking of challenge, it's top floor as mentioned. And South Korea getting the rough end of the stick here on attack. Intriguing composition from them. They bring the Kali into play. And so some long range potential here from Gotti, who can also then clear util off the walls, such as those electro claws. Deimos as well to lurk below. Oh, opportunity there. Like Holes takes a hit of damage. Ryder down below to help facilitate this clear, but it hasn't been the most fierce response here initially from Thailand, at least over towards that ops position. But Ryder can come into play late round and start pressuring site when South Korea starts shaping up for a potential plant.
Yeah, naturally top floor is going to play rather slow as well in terms of pacing as Gotti tries to find an angle here for the Kali. It is Ryder that finds the opening kill, and that's a big start for South Korea on this top floor. If they could kick it off with an attacking round win, that would be a huge way to set the tone on this map. Ryder did get taken down low, can still help out with the death marks though. And plenty of time, honestly, still remains for South Korea, considering the site choice. This is not one that you need to go in with 40 seconds. You could go in with 15, 20 seconds. But they are going to be setting up now. As like Colas finds the kill onto Ryder. He was low. Gotti with a good reposition. Coming up towards the mezzanine. He got the kill onto Crit J. They do lose Woogieman. Still kid in hand for Misa. But Soldier falls to like Colas. The defense just holding on right now for Thailand.
Yeah, Scatman's position now so difficult to clear without that Deimos pressure from down below. Misa aware of that anchor play, but there's not really a whole lot that can be done about it. Pop flash over towards that position, but it's instead a lurk on the opposing side of the map. Only 10 seconds on the clock.
I9's the one to watch. He's the one over towards server. Split off from the other two. It doesn't matter. He does get his kill as well onto Gotti. Thailand do win out. There wasn't a lot of time remaining. It did get a little dicey for them on the defense to start on their map pick of Lair. Certainly top floor, a site that you want to be winning as the defending team. Credit to South Korea for the start to the round, but it did come undone. A little bit more proactiveness from Thailand on the defense. After they lost the initial death, it just felt like to me that they got a little bit more active. Ultimately, then able to go and win the round. We head to basement for the second.
Yeah, I think they're struggling to break down that anchor play late. Without the Deimos pressure below, a severe lack of hard breach as well in towards the side. They didn't have a route towards default. They weren't able to flush outside and then maybe try and trade picks in towards the objective. They were forced into the third and final option, which was the lurk on the opposing side and trying to hit R6 room from the back. And ultimately, it was a very low percentage play, and it eventuated as expected with the defense winning out that opening round. Dead basement we go, and if there's any lesson to be learnt from map 1, and that may translate across here, is that the basement sites may not be as much of a defensive stronghold as we've been conditioned to think, and with so many more areas of maneuverability for the attack on Lab basement in comparison to Club, for instance, I think naturally that will probably be even more so the case, where the attack has a bit more versatility, whether it be on the vertical up above, or if it lurks in towards site. There's plenty of options available here for South Korea, who again, when they work hard on entry, find an opening pick, they have done a good job translating that into round results. So I think for me, a lot of the success on this round may not necessarily hinge on the last 30 seconds, but sort of that first minute and a half, and can they get that map control? Can they find an opening pick? What are they able to do to set themselves up for the late round?
Yeah, 100%. And I think also the way that Thailand are going to want to play this too. Are they going to just look to bunker down, hold the stairwell positions, or actually get some potential flank roamers maybe around the midpoint? Right now, they're not really pushing out a lot. It does seem like it's being a conservative start for Thailand, which does create ability for more space for South Korea to then utilize the sledge and the ramp. But the Sledge and the Ram is soft breach, and certainly out of pretty much, I would say almost all of the basement sites when it comes to Rainbow Six Siege, this one is not really as much of a factor because it's just so large. Like, you can only open up so much of the floorboards. There's so many positions that can still be played even with those floorboards opened up. There's not a lot of time in the round, and suddenly already there's only a minute and a half left. Thailand's offered nothing. They said, we want you to come to basement, we'll fight there.
Yeah, that style of defense may well actually work in their favor. Only time will tell. Clips in that midpoint of the round, and nothing large to note outside of the vertical now established by South Korea, and hatches confirmed as well. As you said, forcing fights on site, so no vent extension, for instance, here from Thailand on the staircase. So all of this ground is essentially free real estate for the attack. Outside of maybe this little lurk position, but Woogieman on cam has spotted out Crit J, and if he pushes forward, it will be relayed across to the rest of the attack, who in the meantime, thanks to Misa, have gotten that opening kill.
And aware of Crit J's position as well. Misa wants to go hunting. Misa versus Crit J. Couldn't write the script. Swing the doorway. That is an incredible shot from Crit J. Clued in and a big kill onto the star of South Korea. 35 seconds. Soldier pushing through filtration on the Blackbeard with the shield up. Needs to get in towards the site with that kit and do so quickly. Find an avenue of a successful plant spot. Turns around, shield on the back, and in towards lab. He can start to get that plant down. The yokai burst successful from Lycolas. Temporarily was able to deny, and then the second as well denies as well. Soldier falls. Thailand so far converting on the defense. The bailiff so strong on Clubhouse for Woogieman, but it doesn't work here on Lair. Thailand making a 2-0 start on Lair.
That looked so dicey for Thailand there, especially after losing the first pick, and then Crit J essentially forced them to try and make a play elsewhere to even man count and find some kind of momentum back. He was on drone. No world in which he really should have won that fight, but a phenomenal mechanical display from him. But back to a 4-4. And then the yokai play late as well. A definitive factor for the defense in preventing that plant from going down. Had it have been secured, South Korea more than likely then go on to win the round in the post. But they were never put in a position to get that diffuser down cleanly. And so a credit there to the ankle work from Thailand, who have now given themselves an early boost. As we now prepare for bunks, as I kind of said briefly in the pre-show, at least for me, one of the more entertaining sites that we have in Siege at the moment. A lot of that hinging on just how many options there are available. More so to the attack. Defense will typically play out in a similar fashion up above. There might be some slight changes, whether or not you want to bring a Warden, for instance, or the Solace, which we see on this occasion. It's the attack that has options aplenty. Do you bring the Sense and try and go direct? Do you play Shields, of course, now taken away, and just the Blackbeard up and go direct? Do you try and clear above and then play Vert? There's a lot of options available here, and intrigued to see which South Korea elects for.
Electrosensor on!
There's a fair chance Lair may end up just being defender-sided in nature anyway. And clearly so far for the Esports Nations Cup Asia qualifiers, attacking on Clubhouse is actually going at a 60% rate. But maybe what we ended up actually seeing on that club was actually as to pretty much expected. Things are a bit different here on this second map of Lair, a little bit less data to look at. Again, a reminder, South Korea did lose this map yesterday and Thailand did win it. And so far, it's following that same script. Woogie wanting to get this gun up and get aggressive on the Blackbeard, but so much pressure coming back his way. South Korea clearly trying to brute force their way through some of these situations, but it's just not working. And a lovely swing as well from Scatman to the doorway with a shotgun in a timely fashion as Misa falls to the grave. It's only Soldier and he can't last any longer. 3 straight for Thailand. Quick work on the tertiary side of bunks and briefing. This is a dominant start on their map pick.
Yeah, so far it's not seesawing near as much as it was back on Club. If you are just joining us, that one wrapped in regulation, 7-5 in favor of South Korea, who looked a little more well-rounded across the board. And it was particularly their attacks, I think, that set themselves up to go on and win that map. Unfortunately, here on Lair, the same cannot be said. Thailand outmatching them at the moment. And that's not to really frame South Korea in much of a negative light. I don't think they've done a ton wrong, really, on the attacks. Nothing, no fundamental big errors, really. It's been Thailand, the ones that have been the initiators. They've been peeling really nicely back towards site. The ankle work's then been good as follow-up, and it's just leaving very little room for error, I think is probably the best way to describe it at the moment for the attack. So South Korea now need to try and find a gear, really, to step up. We see the Azami and the Grim banned out for the remainder of this first half.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
And at the moment, there's little inkling to suggest that we're going to see a comeback here from South Korea unless there's some dramatic change.
Well, things can change quickly in this game. Certainly, even just at the half, that may be the difference. I wouldn't be surprised if this is kind of like 5-1, 5-1 sort of territory. It's been a really solid effort, though, from Thailand as a spread performance. No one with more than 4 kills. And we haven't seen Misa have that same high level of impact that we saw from him on Clubhouse, where it dropped to 18 kills and was dominant from the beginning. You know, South Korea just haven't really had too many opportunities to go on and win a round, but they've been involved in some of these rounds, either by getting opening kills or certainly bringing the rounds themselves down to these 3v3s and 2v2s, etc. But the last round was just so dominant, especially on the tertiary side, that you just can't have that. You can certainly have a struggling loss on top floor, which is what they had back in the opening round. So far, so good, though, for Thailand, and they do get to return to the top floor now. Master and R6 for round 4, looking for 4 straight rounds. It's been very dominant, and Scatman aggressive towards Ops on the clash says to South Korea that Mezzanine control is not going to be easy to take.
I like the inclusion of the Glaz this round from the attack. And we'll see if Gotti is able to get value. Last time out, the Kali was pretty limited in impact. And so Gotti with that Glaz in combination with smokes can be pretty self-sufficient in trying to gain a bit of space. I'll be intrigued to see actually where he elects to push. Is that an ops angle? Does he maybe even push bot lobby? It's pretty versatile the way he can push. It doesn't necessarily have to be long range, as the kind of gadget and weaponry would suggest. More often than not, Glaz is actually particularly effective up close and personal against the defense who don't have Warden in play. The best counter against those smokes. Midpoint of the round. Scatman still active over towards Mez. The counterplay here from the attack feels pretty limited. I don't think South Korea are going to feel particularly comfortable. In fact, probably feeling quite vulnerable if they elect to play into this clash. And so the play might be for another back hit, but this time going a little earlier, putting those pieces in place. But Gotti falls really low. Soldier, though, responds.
Ooh, 3 quick straight for Thailand. That's more of what we saw back on Clubhouse. Wookie able to at least stem the bleeding ever so slightly with the elimination of Light Colas. Low on health on the Blackbeard. Senses that Doom. And Soldier over towards Display to group up. A shot in the back from BG Man. Thailand have just got every angle covered. Soldier Man able to escape back outside. But this sort of play isn't going to win you the round. Very much on the verge of 4 straight now for Thailand. There's just no real way back into the building for Soldier. Crit J puts an end to it. Well, this might be speedrun territory on Lair. Maybe Nighthaven Labs is indeed calling to decide this upper final. Because right now, Thailand have just not looked like giving up a round.
No. This has been some of the more convincing siege that we've seen from either team over the course of the series so far. 4 straight. And say what you may about Lair and the way in which it can position itself defensively. It's not even just the scoreboard reflective, I think, of how good they are on the map. It's more so their ability to close out the round in such confident fashion, often in significant advantages, not having to play massive risk. Like, a lot of the plays that they're trying to execute are pretty high percentage plays towards the win conditions that you would kind of expect in a regular game. They're not having to do anything absolutely absurd. They're forcing South Korea, though, on the flip side, to play low percentage, to try and make plays of desperation when they really don't want to. I really like that last round in particular. They were able to leverage the clash really nicely. The counterplay from South Korea was so incredibly limited in that round, and I think Thailand clued into that pretty quickly and made good use of that utility. And so to basement we go. And an opportunity, if anything, for Thailand to further compound this lead. Is there a world in which they can go 6-0?
Attacker's objective is to defuse.
Well, I mean, there certainly is. It seems at this point more probable, to be honest, and that makes it far more difficult for South Korea, but they may just back themselves in anyway on Nighthaven Labs. Just nothing has really worked for them. They've tried to get set up around the sites and then go for executes. They've also just struggled to, at times, get into the building. A lot of it is just down to what Thailand is doing. They've just been far more proactive on the defense, really stretching the map and its width and length. And compared to Clubhouse, which, again, naturally plays a little bit more enclosed, a bit more structured, I think less room to maneuver and do what you want. That's kind of what we were talking about pre-match. And right now, that's kind of playing out in that way. And as the game goes on and you get this 4-0 lead, I think that just gives more incentive for Thailand to just keep playing this way. And it's really up to South Korea to kind of put a stop to it. And what that will be is, well, hard to say. I mean, they got Woogie Man on the Docker B. They bring Soldier on the Blackbeard. So they've tried this, though, before, and it hasn't worked. Like last time out on this site, they just took so long with this first floor control. They brought the ram, they brought the sledge, didn't really do anything. Eventually lost the battle comfortably on site. And Thailand are just happy to just sit back, but this time they offer a point of difference with Crit lurking up in ops.
So then,
direct.
Yeah, they're just going to chip away at control here and maybe try and catch Thailand off guard and try and punish or miss position. Boogeyman does find the first. BG follows alongside Gotti, but Iron 9 is able to at least trade one back. So 4-3, minute 20 on the clock. South Korea still in advantage.
Well, the big part of this round is how does Crit get back to site in a helpful manner? So far, he hasn't been able to. This has been a really quick direct attack from South Korea. Lovely swing onto I9 as well from Gotti. Crit was just stuck first floor this whole time. No real influence from him. Too busy trying to scan. And unfortunately, his team just fell apart on site. Much better in the end this round from South Korea. Soldier forced off the plant by the impact of Crit. He didn't want to even think about giving Crit an opportunity. And it should be South Korea's first round win, which it simply just comes down to the drone work that they put into the round. I think they clearly identified Crit is playing top floor, that they've spread out a little bit more. The site is more vulnerable, and this time they just go direct. They don't mess around with first floor control and play the floorboards and the verticality. It's just directly to site, outnumber, outgun, and that finally works out for South Korea. They're on the board here on Lair.
Yeah, just connecting the dots there and the fundamentals a little better in that round. Just overall more well-rounded from them. Not having to do anything particularly fancy off-site. And if anything, taking away the playmaking opportunity of those off-site from the defense. And often in Siege, the minimum benchmark set for an attacking team is a 2-4 scoreline. And by getting that result across the line, South Korea now can set their sights on that eventuality. And it all comes down to good old Dorms as that final sight of the half. Very excited to see how South Korea in particular look to approach this site. Is there a world in which they try and go direct? Based on the tools and the comp they're selecting, probably suggesting that that will not be the case. I love the addition of the solid snake. Should be a really vital tool in helping clear this top floor with a little more certainty. There's a couple of really key positions that are quite safe that Ryder can sit and gain a lot of good info up above. The range on the sense is pretty large, so let's see how they try and utilize that.
Well, things can change very quickly in this game. If South Korea can find a second here, a 2-4 half is quite honestly not that bad at all for an attack. I think this becomes a very pivotal round. 5-1 deficits are far more difficult to come back from than 4-2. The key indicator clearly, as you said, it was just the identification for South Korea and then the follow through. So for Thailand, it's just a matter of not being as easy to read and then therefore not being as susceptible Ryder on the Solid Snake. Through with the radar in towards reception. Largely top floor at the moment from Thailand. And it is Soldier down early. Critche finds yet another early kill. He's 8-3. Showing far more of what he's capable of on this map of Lair. In contrast to what we saw in Clubhouse. It's proven to be a factor. And with no Blackbeard, this becomes far more tricky for South Korea.
Yeah, that's going to be really tough. Minute 40, limited time, and limited position taken. Ryder down below can maybe try and catch a timing, but BG, man, is conveniently rotated into bunks.
There's a barbed wire in front of him as well.
Yeah, I don't think that pushes a high percentage play more direct towards the objective. Yes, it is clear, but given the vertical nature of the site as well, limited impact that he's able to have.
You do want this green control, though, eventually. So, I mean, at this point, you just kind of have to
he's been heard. He's been heard.
Yeah, Wyatt plays its role perfectly. Ryder eliminated. BJ Man well placed in bunks to play off of that sound cue. He's the only defender inside with a stack up above Thailand, but they declare above. There's no world in which you can just direct to site now. Just not going to be possible. Verticality is a big factor on bunks. 45 seconds as Woogie Man gets in towards Master. There is a drop, and is like Colas that has gone back to site. Woogie caught by Crit J. Gotti falls at a double pinch position. Scatman combines, and Misa now hobbling along. It will be a 5-1 half in favor of Thailand, and deservedly so. Outside of that one single round in the fifth, it's been total domination.
Yeah, absolutely. This round will be the cherry on top for Team Thailand as they look to speed run their way to Nighthaven Labs as the decider, like Colas with the final pick. And a 5-1 half confirmed. Team Thailand, again, they'll be very, very pleased with that result.
Yeah.
But there's always an asterisk at halftime of any result against any two teams. There is every world in which this result could be replicated and flipped on its head. South Korea aren't completely out of touch. It's just now that their margin for error is incredibly slim.
Well, I mean, it's both the... I mean, there's a tricky way to kind of phrase this, right, with Rainbow Six Siege in the sense that, you know, you look at a 5-1 scoreline and you'd love to just sit back and say, well, this is a, you know, totally dominant game. This one's over, yada, yada, yada. But it doesn't work that way. There's two halves for a reason. And certainly in a game where defense can usually be a big determining factor, we see plenty of games that end up with a 5-1 half into another 5-1 half. Both teams, they're finding it difficult to get those attacking rounds. Typically, when a situation like this presents, if Thailand can win one of the first two rounds, their ability to go and win the map, it just skyrockets. Whereas if South Korea can win the first two rounds and it brings it back to 3-5, that's when things start to get far more interesting. And mainly because that third round will be on the tertiary side. And that will be a big determining factor. So even though it's a 5-1 scoreline, and it may have that feeling that Thailand has been ultra dominant, these next two rounds are just as pivotal as the first six.
Absolutely. I wonder what maybe the overall approach will look like here for South Korea over the next couple of rounds. How aggressive do they want to try and play? Do they look to lean into Misa, for instance, as another win con? Do they try and spread the load a little bit more than maybe they would have preferred in this kind of matchup? I think aggression factors as well is going to be really, really key. Thailand haven't played probably near as aggressively as I kind of expected, and so I think for South Korea it's maybe about trying to continually manage that over the course of not just this map, but the decider as well, if ultimately required. As the scheduled timeout will come to an end, and the bands will play out the first four for the second half. These two will be rather crucial in kind of setting the guidelines for how the second half will transpire. What kind of utility each team kind of wants to deal with, and whether or not it may be double shields. Evidently that will not be the case. The first wave being the Ying and the Kaiyid, so maybe indicative that we see a bandit follow-up here from Thailand to alleviate pressure on hard breach, and then from the likes of South Korea, maybe a little more open in the sense that it could be the likes of maybe a Grim or some kind of other utility that can typically generate space around the map. We'll wait and see. And yeah, Solid Snake, another info gatherer dealt with. Interestingly, the Bandit does make it through. Instead, it's the Mirror off the board.
I was having a look at yesterday's matches for the 2 leg games that these teams played respectively. Unfortunately, they don't actually have the breakdown for South Korea, but for actually all for Thailand as well. The only thing we can see is that Thailand beat Japan 7-5 and South Korea lost 2-7 to Singapore. So it's hard to really understand if it was a similar situation for South Korea in the sense that they gave up, kind of like a 5-1 half on their attack, went defense, couldn't really get much to work either side. It's difficult to ascertain. For all we know, it could have been a shocking defensive half. So I'm not quite sure where the damage was kind of done for them in that game against Singapore. What we do know, it was done on their attack. They couldn't get much. They only got the 1 round. So what's their defense going to look like now? And as you said, is it going to be aggressive? I think top floor, you want to play it pretty much stock standard. This particular site plays similar to club in the sense that everyone knows really how to play this now and what lineups and compositions and positioning that you want to kind of bring. So I don't think we're going to see too much tricky shenanigans out of South Korea for top floor on Lair. And when you kind of bring the lineup with the Bandit for the reinforced wall in sight, along with the Tachanka, the smoke, the Azami is so critical as well in just being able to play inside of Alphas. This is a pretty default lineup for South Korea.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Yeah, it is. Again, maybe just looking to lean into fundamentals and try to break these attacks in that fashion. It could certainly work. I think good fundamentals on a default strat will probably outride or override most attacks in this kind of format. Unless you really get caught off guard by some kind of pocket play from the attack, which I suppose can happen as well. So first minute down. And Thailand just laying down groundwork at the moment. I suppose the inclusion here of the sense is most intriguing from the attack. And BG Man maybe looking to use that utility late round, I would suspect, to try and cut that site in half and facilitate a plant towards the late round.
I mean, the power that the RA uses, they're so flexible in how you want to use them. You get 4, and kind of plays the role of the yin in the amount of that utility that you have. You predominantly will use Candelas for side execute, but you might also use 1 or 2 to get into a position for that execute. And I think the same goes with the ROUs. You can also use them both over towards Mask, through the doorway. If they can get breach opened up, you can use them through there. So there's a decent amount of flexibility with the Sens. I like that selection for Thailand. A little bit of pressure over towards Mezzanine. Caught in the hallway as I9 slips in through the bathroom. He gets the opening kill for Thailand. They go for a decent little pinch attempt. It works. They get the opening kill. The ROU is actually blocked off the vision of Woogieman 2. Falls back over towards Mask. So this is actually taking some good control and space for the attack of Thailand.
And there's that back hit pressure from Scatman lurking all the way towards the northern side of the map as well. So I like this from Thailand at the moment, looking to formulate this map point round. 35 seconds though on the clock. It needs to be clean from here.
One apiece. Keeps the advantage with Thailand. Lycolis holding the angle. They knew that Gotti was stuck at that wall position, and Critche was able to swing comfortably, knowing Lycolis had his back. Critche tried to fake out the drone, but it forced out the swing from Soldier, and Soldier can win this. 15 seconds, that's not a lot of time for Thailand. At some point, Lycolis will need to go for the plant, which means it becomes an inadvertent 1v1 then with BG Man. Soldier holds his composure, hits the headshot, instant flick, and Lycolis is not sticking the plant. Time will expire and South Korea will steal the round.
Wow, that was robbery in that round from the defense. It was Thailand's to lose, and lose it they did. I thought the set play there towards the last portion of that round was the correct call, with player advantage, good positions. They had crosses held. R6 room was certainly the place to hit. but it just stumbled there at the end. And I think they probably could have better executed the 2-1 and maybe just tried to trade out R6 room, maybe looking to overcomplicate a little bit. Diffuser as a win condition there was always going to be pretty dicey. And there's that much time on the clock. All it takes is one slight misstep and one opportunity to present for the 1v1, which it ultimately did. And whoever then has the kit is in a do or die position where essentially you can't stick. There's not enough time. And if the defender is wise and is repositioned, well, you're not going to find the kill either way anyway. So it was awkward there for Lycolis. Can't fault him. But more so maybe than the call prior to that. The way in which they approached that 2 versus 1 was a little out of sync. Either way, though, South Korea cling on for one more round. 2-5 the scoreline down to basement for the 8th.
Do have an update as well, guys, from that lower bracket semi-final match between Chinese Taipei and Japan. Chinese Taipei were leading 5-3. They lose the opening map to Japan 7-5. It was 4 straight from Japan. Come back and take that opening map. The result, of course, of that game means if you lose, you're out. All of the qualifiers, you win, you will play the loser of this series, South Korea, Thailand. And that game, the lower bracket final, will determine the second and final slot to the Esports Nations Cup. Opening kill for Thailand. It's Misa in the grave. Dropped to 18 in the first map, guys. Just the 4 so far here on Lair.
Yeah, he's been better contained from Thailand on this occasion, who certainly on the flip side here on Lair haven't had a massive standout effort. Yeah, sure, Crit J is up 10-4, but it hasn't been a big runaway style of performance from him. It's been well rounded by the team. I think naturally this team has actually got its roles pretty well covered in comparison to maybe some of the other teams, even just globally in this competition, where some sacrifices have maybe had to be made in terms of roles. It feels like the natural roles kind of have been solid in quite nicely here for Thailand, and I think they're benefiting from that, particularly here on Lair, a more expansive map, and with a little more maneuverability strategically as well in comparison to map 1 of Club. Midpoint of the round, though. Can they convert? It feels eerily similar to the last round where they had advantage, they had plenty of time, they set themselves up for the play, and it just fell short. They kind of stumbled at the final hurdle. And so they'll be looking to right their wrongs here in the 8th round, and by finding Gotti, they're in a great position. Woogieman, though, in the meantime, does respond swiftly. It's the Dokkaebi in the grave for Thailand.
He's the only one that's actually basement as well. All right, a bit of contact with BG Man, getting him low, forcing him back towards the site. Woogie also taking another lick of damage, but he hits the headshot onto Crit J. I'll talk about an important round that's developing. South Korea stole the previous one. Could they do it again? Still not really in an advantageous position with Woogie and Ryder so low on health. And a bit of time for Thailand, but time that will not really fully benefit them with the flames of the Vulcan canister delaying Lycolis. That time ticks down. That's fire, Lycolis. You can't touch it. 25 seconds now, and the sense of urgency is building for Thailand.
20 seconds on the clock. This is a massive moment in this match. Can Thailand convert?
Well, they've got to get the next kill, and they get it through I-9. Lycolis can get the plant down. Ryder, good impact onto BG Man. It will be a successful plant. Post-plant now with the Monty. Big benefit for Thailand to have that shield still up. Pressure suddenly flips over to South Korea, even though it's a 2 versus 2. By allowing that plant, you have to deal with the Monty, and I-9 is holding from above.
25 on the clock. And with the info here from I9, surely Thailand can hold on his shield as well, of course, in play for Lycolis. Now 15 seconds. South Korea so slow in moving towards and trying to contest above. Now 10 seconds. They need to immediately get on this diffuser, but smacked to the ground. Soldier dead, and from up above, it's a freebie for I9 Thailand on that point.
I mean, they had one win condition, which was to get that kit down and play the Monty in the post plant, and it just also happened to be the fact that I9 was still alive on that first floor, just giving them so much more cover. Even though that's a 2v2, your only win condition really is, can you deal with that Monty straight away? And if you can't, and I just don't see how you're going to win it. And in the end, that's how it played out. Bunk's briefing, 4 rounds needed straight now for South Korea. Dare I say, this one looks like it is probably done. There's just no room for error now on the defense. And going to the tertiary site, Bunk's briefing. I mean, you win this, you go back top floor, you can get back to 4-6, then you get a reattempt basement. There is still a pathway forward. There always is, but right now it's looking very likely that Thailand should get us to Nighthaven Labs to decide this series, decide which of these two nations will qualify for the Esports Nations Cup.
So the castle introduced here from Korea, maybe looking to add a layer of utility that needs to be dealt with here by Thailand. That may then compromise their comp a little bit. Potentially looking to introduce more explosives, although even that now seems to be a little limited from Thailand. So that's going to be quite intriguing to watch over the course of the round if the castle does pose problems in it. The entry or fortify this defense quite nicely for South Korea, who, as expected, extend above, lines of sight, hatch opened up. It's pretty straightforward and default from them. And the composition from Thailand suggesting that they will look to contest. Maverick is an intriguing inclusion. It does offer the ability to start pressuring in towards this side, establish line of sight, maybe even trick the wall if they elect, although that's certainly not the case. Knee height holes here, like Hole is able to do some meaningful damage in towards Misa. Just to keep that defense on site honest as the rest of the attack will transition above.
Well, early kill from Crit J. He's been able to get off the leash here on Lair. After his 11th kill. Doesn't bode well for the defense of South Korea on Bunk's briefing. Naturally, you've now got a 2-2 split. And a lovely swing from I9 as well. Top of blue stairs. Completely shuts down Ryder. That is an exquisite kill from I9. Well, the story's been pretty plain and simple on this map, guys. I9 and Crit J have been able to get off the leash, run around, run rampant, do what they want. They're the star man for Thailand. It's Gotti, it's Wookieman, and need to clutch a 2v5. Can't deal with Scatman on the Monty. As he goes back outside, like Colliston takes the space behind Wookieman, backfills in. It's only Gotti left. Forced back, down and out. Flawless round to close it out for Thailand, and we will get Nighthaven Labs to decide which of these two will go to the Esports Nations Cup.
Yeah, well done there by Thailand. A thoroughly convincing victory on that second map. I really did go in finding it very difficult to predict who was going to be the eventual winner, but at least as a baseline, expecting it to be maybe not as competitive as map 1, but in a similar kind of vein, a little bit of a seesaw, tricky to read, etc. But no, it was really not the case, was it? Thailand kind of just running away with it in the end. A couple of small blemishes over the course of the map, but overall far more convincing. And again, as we said before, it wasn't just a one player X factor kind of match. It was actually well rounded across the board. I think they slotted into their roles far more naturally on layer, and compared to club, it looked a lot more in sync. And so for the third of Labs, which I think will play somewhere kind of in the middle of those two, but probably leaning a little bit more so into the style of Lair, maybe that does actually now bode quite well for Thailand, who it felt like maybe we went too far away from maybe ruling out in this series. And it goes to show that you really can't do that until the match is officially over.
I mean, realistically, what we've seen now from these two maps, guys, I think I would be very surprised if one of these two were to miss out on the Esports Nations Cup. I know that there's a whole nother series that will have to play out. We'll go to the bracket, of course. 1-1 between South Korea and Thailand. Japan, of course, taking the opening map against Chinese Taipei. But realistically, I think it doesn't matter if it's Chinese Taipei or Japan. I think the loser of South Korea and Thailand is probably the favorite in that lower final anyway, based off what we've seen.
Yeah, I think I would largely agree. Both teams in that lower bracket semi have probably been performing a little below expectation. At least personally, I expected for Japan especially to be super strong over the course of this bracket, and that hasn't really come into fruition. Still an opportunity, though, I think, for them to make that run work out in the lower bracket. I don't probably foresee it as being as clear-cut as maybe you do. I wouldn't be shocked if one of these two teams does eventually go on to miss out.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's always good to have a point of difference. We are going to go to, of course, a break. When we come back, it is going to be the third and final map of this upper final to determine which of South Korea or Thailand will head to the Esports Nations Cup. So we return to the upper bracket final here for the Esports Nations Cup Rainbow Six Asia Qualifiers. 1-1, all tied up between South Korea and Thailand. Nighthaven Labs is required, guys, so we wouldn't have had it any other way. And I said all the way back at the start of the series, I kind of felt like it almost deserves to go 3 maps with how stacked these two teams are. Naturally, we get that. Now the question is, who's going to take it out?
Gee, it's almost like asking what the lotto number is going to be tomorrow night, Jake. It's basically, I feel, impossible at this point to truly and accurately predict kind of which way this one is headed. Because, again, I really did expect more competitiveness, especially out of South Korea back on layer the second in this series. And equally, probably didn't expect what we saw on Club with it being such an attacker-sided map as well. So Labs could shape up to be quite attacker-sided. We think about top floor and how difficult that can be to naturally to break down. Maybe we'll see a subversion of that expectation. Thailand could run away with this. South Korea could fight. But there's so many different permutations and possibilities in this third map. Predicting is essentially impossible. I'm not even going to bother to try and do that. I'm just sitting here, fingers crossed, that we get a really close competitive matchup. Because as you've kind of mentioned, and I think I largely agree, these probably are the two most stacked teams when it comes to ENC for Asia. And so it would be a disappointment to see this kind of spiral out of control. I really hope we do see a good game.
And the beauty of this broadcast today as well is there are multiple other regions that are going to be playing throughout. It's going to be a very long broadcast. Of course, Middle East Asia is also starting their games very, very soon. We will be covering the upper final as well after the Thailand and South Korea match too. The same format across pretty much for most of these qualifiers. Top 2 will qualify for the Esports Nations Cup, guys, and promises to be a good one. So Turkey and Algeria in the upper final will be covering that particular game, and then in the lower bracket semi-final you've got Saudi Arabia versus Iraq. So some big games. Of course, Solotov has been making waves. I saw a couple of the screenshots and what he's been doing for his country. He's been dropping like 20 every single game. We'll see if he's got another series in him to get them across the line, which they're very close to now.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of clips actually as well. Yeah, certainly coming from that region. It's been really exciting to watch. I think I'm looking towards probably Saudi Arabia to potentially make that run through the lower bracket. They are such a talented part of the world. We've seen it time and time again at even a tier 1 level, just how deep the talent pool is there. And I think it'd be disappointing for them to ultimately not make the LAN as well. And so, yeah, we'll see how they go. It's going to be stiff competition, right? Might be one of those cases where a team that does maybe have that X factor about them might just be too much to take down. So excited to see how that bracket transpires.
Yeah, and of course, we eventually throughout the, I don't even know at this point, 12, 14 hours or something, we're going to see Europe, we're going to see North America, we're going to see South America. It's going to be action-packed over, really, I guess, this whole day ahead of us. For me and you guys, our days are ending, but for the broadcast, it's just beginning. Of course, for Thailand and South Korea coming up very shortly, Nighthaven Labs, how much of this is just going to simply come down to individuality versus team strategy on a map where, again, I think it's at the point now probably in its lifespan where we know how Labs is going to play. We know how the sites naturally play, the operators, etc., as is most maps in Siege. What we have seen, though, I guess, across the series, you think back to the first map, big individual play from Misa. He was a difference maker. And then you look at the second map, I9 Crit J, they got off the leash. They were able to have big impact. Is Labs just going to play pretty similar, who can individually kind of just stand up, maybe 1 or 2 players stand up to be the difference makers?
Yeah, it's really tough to say. I think individuality is going to have a bit of an impact regardless of, you know, even just who's playing and what map they're actually facing on. We've seen it throughout not just this sub-region, but across other sub-regions in the qualifiers thus far, that it has been largely influential. And so that's, I think, partly why it makes it so challenging to predict, because the volatile nature of these individual results means we don't really know how the third map is going to shape up. There's been glimpses from several players inside of the server so far, and is it going to be one of those to step back up, like a Misa, for instance, to step up on this next map, or do we see someone else that's maybe been a little overshadowed maybe over the course of this series so far step up? I think that's kind of the beauty as well of this style of event and format, is because the teams are so concentrated and have so much talent on them. Quite literally anybody inside of the server, when put in the right position, on the right operator, on the right map, on the right side, whatever the case may be, like, they all have the potential to have a pop-off couple of rounds or even a map or 2 as well. So that's what makes it so exciting. And as we load in to Nighthaven Labs, it really is either teams for the taking. The winner through to the LAN in November, the loser with a second chance later today.
Yeah, and look, it's the inaugural Esports Nations Cup. And for Rainbow Six Siege as well, something that's been long desired, this country format. You want to be a part of it. You don't want to miss this. And you don't want to have to play again later today against either Japan or Chinese Taipei, depending, of course, how that series develops, which will continue to update as we go through this particular third and final map. South Korea do begin on defense, guys. So sets the tone early. It's been a strange old series where Lamp probably played out as expected. Maybe Clubhouse certainly didn't. So then, therefore, hard to say what's going to happen here. But one thing is for certain, defense labs, you've got to be winning top floor, akin to Lair defense top floor.
It's also akin to Clubhouse basement. We saw how that play out. So who knows at this point? I wouldn't be shocked if there's a world in which it does get broken down. I will say, though, one of the strongest defenders on this site has made it through the ban phase. It is that Izami. The keeper barriers on this objective are particularly influential because you think about both objectives actually inside of the site itself. There's very limited playroom once the walls get opened up, but the keeper barriers open up so much more of the site to be playable. So it's critical for Ryder to deploy that utility and get it out in the meantime. As for the bans, of course, Monty, Snake, Kaid, and Mira. Mira is one that also is rather influential on this objective, and so by taking that away, it does make the extent a little more challenging for defense. And so all of that in combination should mean that in terms of the external hard breach and applying sort of superficial pressure, perceived pressure on the map, not too difficult for Thailand. It's that final push where it's going to be really difficult and rely on a lot of trades.
Early pressure on the cold meeting side from Thailand, not wanting to focus too early on IT, but it will be definitely a focus of theirs later in the round. Once they can deal with the bandit batteries. I think you still got to deal with the soda canisters of Gotti as well, who is inside of IT at the moment. I9 has slipped into electrical, and I wonder if he can get to that doorway and potentially catch someone off guard. No, Critch is going to be the one to take early position. Typically the doorway of electrical held by someone with a shotgun, but it's actually Ryder who holds it at the moment. The Izami at times will play rafters. Gotti dies to like Colas. The only kill from Con for Thailand, and that's the focus right now. It's this Con side electrical here, and it has thrown a spanner in the works for South Korea, who were far more set up for IT garage side.
Yeah, we'll see how they now look to respond. The 4v5 now putting South Korea in a position where they want to try and make a play back. They sit back and wait. It's unlikely that they'll be able to win the round. So trying to catch a member of this attack off guard. Been relatively unsuccessful though in that sort of 20 to 30 second window where typically the defense tries to bite back. Thailand have done a good job in sustaining that pressure, but in the meantime layering it back on to the defense. The Schenker will keep them at bay momentarily, but Critch pushes straight through, pops two, and that should be round done. Critch on a rampage. Can he get all four?
Yes,
he will, and Thailand take round one.
And then they just had to put more focus on the blitz coming out of electrical. They kind of turned their back, but that's the nature of the pressure that was there from the rest of the team. Critch gets the 4 kills. He gets the highlight play. But it's the fact that Thailand themselves as a collective team were all in sync. It wasn't just the solo push. There's a reason why South Korea were not able to deal with Crit J's, because they had so much pressure from other avenues. That is a really well set attacking round. Of course, it's still a huge individual play as well from Crit J to connect with the pistol shots. Those aren't easy. Really solid from Thailand, and it's a real early wake-up call for South Korea. If they can't defend top floor, this could be a very difficult half for them. That's exactly what you can expect from Crit J.
Yeah, that was a great little heads-up play from him. Just catching that defense off guard, who thought they had that first wave of the attack at bay with the Tachanka, but Crit J took it upon himself to push forward. Of course, goes without saying, Catch is a pretty fortunate timing to not, be maybe immediately traded, but the damage had already kind of been done, even if he finds one and
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
then falls himself, but he was able to then compound that. And we'll wait and see, but maybe that's, that blitz will be a potential ban to double down here for South Korea going forward if it continues to have influence. Like Hollis will jump on it for round 2 as we head to basement. And South Korea with a pretty aggressive offside extension with, well, firstly, namely the castle, but then throwing both the Solus and the Mozzie in play, trying to prevent Thailand from droning this effectively.
The benefit of this Thailand roster as well, you got 3 players that can play shields in I9, Crit J, and Lycolis. Misa, though, gets rid of I9. That's what they need, nice early kills. Just kind of relieve the pressure. They got smacked around on Lair. Crit J with an emphatic start in the opening round. So when you kind of really look at the last 10 rounds played overall, it's just all Thailand. So they just need something where they can kind of stem the bleeding a little bit. Even if on this map the scoreboard's only 1-0, the overall form line is in favor of Thailand for sure. But getting rid of the Lion is honestly a really big start for South Korea. That's the loss of the Lion scans. You can move around a little bit more freely for the likes of Gotti over on that top floor through server. Richard just holds. Seems like he's got the read, but it's Gotti who's got the aim. Oof. Well, that's a huge kill again for South Korea. The 2 top players of Thailand in the grave, a 5v3. Good map control and only a minute left. This is well set up now for South Korea.
Yeah, it's been a phenomenal roam so far. They do have to be a little mindful of now the direct pressure in towards site, but that too dealt with. It's like Kolos, Nano, Scatman, Tank. A minute to go, so time not the problem, but finding these kills will surely be...
Well, hang on, this
improbable.
Plan's going to be successful.
I don't want to say impossible. Like Hollis now, though, in a 1v4. Surely from here. Surely he does not win this.
No, I don't think so. 1v3 now after he did at least get one with the pistol, and he gets overwhelmed. Too many bodies to deal with, and South Korea will get the counter defuse. I don't think it really ever got that dicey. It could have. When that plant was successful, if the next kill had have gone the way of Thailand, it would have been very interesting. South Korea were quick, though, to jump on for the counter defuse. 1-1. So they take basement after losing top floor. Where do they go here? They go tertiary. They don't go back to the top floor. Control storage coming up next in the 3rd round.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an intriguing trend to see play out across the qualifiers for ENC, but even the main event itself is in this kind of format, do we see teams maybe reattempt more than usual? It's certainly fallen out of favor in the Tier 1 circuit for defending teams to reattempt a site. It does happen, but typically in isolation, most of the time a team will opt to go to even a, at least on paper, worse site, just to keep things fresh and to keep the attack on their toes. And well, at least here in this one, that will be the case. South Korea, as you mentioned, electing to go tertiary. This kind of style of site, they may well actually help play into their hands a little bit, considering it's going to be, at least the way they've set it up, be heavily reliant on this extension up above. And, well, last round out for basement, they were particularly effective off-site, in stark contrast to maybe the first round where they were more susceptible to the direct hit. And we saw that blitz, for instance, really come into play. This extension from South Korea may be kind of the Achilles heel for the attack of Thailand if they aren't able to adjust on the fly and do a better job in dealing with that.
Gotti can certainly get some good information on the polls, but he will need to be careful of his own positioning. Goes back up top floor after initially starting storage. And the pulse is incredibly valuable on this tertiary site, and just getting an idea as to how Thailand is setting up, whether it's top floor hit or outside of storage.
like the inclusion of the Pulse as well in this round. Should just add another layer of info for South Korea, who elected not to bring the Valkyrie, for instance. Scatman, though, over towards the lobby to find the first on the horizontal. And that now may prompt weakness on the top floor hold here if South Korea sense that they need to reposition to now contest against that push kitchen side.
Oh.
And they aggress up above as well, and that too punished. Sharp from Crit J, 5 kills for him. And South Korea are going to look to probably continually aggress here, and it may get a little messy here in the third round.
And that was just a case of Gotti getting information on the Pulse finally after minutes of just getting nothing on the sensor and then trying to play off that information straight away. Crit J just sits him down. Whereas Gotti could have elected to fall back, play off that intel, relay to the rest of the team, and try to formulate a plan. And then now they lose Soldier. Too many bodies going down without trades for South Korea. Misa and Ryder split. And the site very much now vulnerable. Top floor in control as well for Thailand. I don't know what Misa's doing there. Just walking towards the breach, walking towards his death. This may end up being flawless. Indeed it will. 9-9 from the top of the rafters. Gets the final kill onto Ryder. Tertiary site goes the way of Thailand, and they take a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, a lot of moving parts to that attack from Thailand. They had the horizontal hit first floor, then they were able to capitulate the top floor clear as well. South Korea, as expected, they respond pretty quickly, trying to find picks back, but Thailand were ready. They were patient. They waited for South Korea to go for low percent plays and then ultimately capitalized. And I think they'll be pretty pleased with how the first 3 rounds have played out. So, as expected, the Blitz does get stripped away, benched for the remainder of the half. We've seen its influence over the course of those first few rounds, and South Korea not wanting to tempt fate against that shield any longer, and so in combination with the Monty, it leaves just that Blackbeard as a primary shield left standing. As expected as well, the Azami off the board, which should free up some concerns on the top floor.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
I mean, based on what happened last time on the top floor, I think the Blitz ban is probably going to have a bit more of an impact. Just it doesn't allow Thailand to just play that surge rush into the site. You'll still have the Blackbeard that can be somewhat similar, but it just doesn't have that same speed and flexibility. It'll be a little bit more slower paced. Not often that you see the Maverick these days, guys. So an intriguing choice from Thailand, considering the options available as well. Couple that though with the Thermite, don't think there'll be issues, but certainly out of the hard breach operator lineup, Maverick is the least utilized.
Reloading.
Gone are the days of watching a Mav player mess up a wall.
Yeah, it's been a while.
The bomb diffuser.
Yeah, we'll see how BJ Man implements it into the strat for round number 4. South Korea, on the flip side, including the Warden in their comp for this one as well. And so he will probably progress a position over towards Electrical. He'll be less susceptible to the util dump to come through that position. There's a lot of flashbangs available to Thailand, but of course into the Warden they should be pretty much unimpactful. IT opened up. Little resistance on offer from the defense. Misa as well, somebody to keep an eye on here in this round from the side of defense. Shamika Launcher alongside Woogieman on the smoke should be able to outlie a lot of the map and restrict this attack and try and then primarily make time a big win con here for South Korea. They'll be looking to try and drain as much time as possible, eventually peel Electrical, maybe eventually even reinforce off con, and try to make Thailand work really hard for this map control without risking losing a player in the process.
I mean, I think this is what you want if you're South Korea. So with no blitz, there's less of that surge potential. So you want to get that time ticking down, hold good position. So Gotti maintains far more of a deeper hold towards Electrical, whereas last time out, they gave that up so early in the round. And then he decides, though, at a bad moment to try and cross back, and he gets caught by Crit J. Well, Gotti was the one that tried to play aggressive. He gets punished. That opens up Electrical to be controlled now by Thailand. And with Crit J with that shield up in this position, it makes it difficult for any kind of retake if you're South Korea. Now it's all about just kind of holding the line, trying to get the guard break, hit the headshot. They combine that onto BG man. Crit J then falls down to Soldier, trying to force his way through that doorway. And South Korea have now got the numbers advantage as the logic bomb will expire from Scatman.
35 on the board and pressure mounting onto this defense like Colas Electrical. Massive kill, and he has the diffuser. Is he able to get this on the ground?
I don't know about that shoulder swing from Soldier. He didn't need to do it at that moment. And the push as well from Misa towards Blue. I mean, you have footholds for a reason. South Korea, their own undoing by looking to get aggressive and inopportune times, but Woogie and Ryder will stand up and hold strong on the defense in the 2 versus 3. They clutch it up for South Korea.
Well, they certainly didn't go about that round the easy way, as we get a quick check-in on the Turkey and Algeria matchup. As you can see, best of 3 Fortress map number 1. So that matchup only just beginning. And the big talking point, Jake, as you've alluded to a couple of times, Solotov in that matchup, and he's already off to a great start, going 3-1.
Yeah, we'll be following the rest of that series at the conclusion of South Korea and Thailand for those interested. And Algeria taking the second round. As you alluded to, though, that opening round went the way of Turkey, and it was Solotov with 3 kills. That's going to be a fun one to watch. That too, also an upper bracket final akin to this. Win and you're in. And we'll be transitioning straight to that game immediately after South Korea and Thailand, which is now in its 3rd and final map. And 2-2, the scoreline. It leaves us in a position now where 2 rounds to go in the half, guys. If South Korea can get it to a 4-2 scoreline, job done. Okay, a sigh of relief. You get a little lead. You get a bit of breathing room going into the second half. But you give up any more rounds to Thailand, with them then therefore switching to defense in the second half, it becomes far more difficult for some real pivotal rounds to close this first half.
Yeah, I mean, that last round started to get very close to perhaps the biggest potential throw we had seen over the course of the series so far, but they were just able to correct course at the conclusion of that one, and by doing so, it's an even 2-2 scoreline. Would have been a devastating loss on the side of defense, but they were able to convert and make things pretty interesting now down to the basement site. And again, aggressive off-site play. The castle, a reappearance, Vigil in play, multiple players off-site. Oh, and even aggression over towards IT. BG man timed. Keeps peeking. There is some information available to Thailand on the map clear. So some good drone work on offer. And the live drone now being sent forward. It seems like Thailand are pretty eager to take this head on. South Korea equally looking to peel, but Scatman catches Gotti on the drop over towards Games.
Yeah, it's the second round in a row where Gotti has been caught early, you know, trying to get back and from a deep position or an aggressive position, and that's something that Thailand have clearly clued onto, that they can certainly punish some of the positional errors of South Korea. So another opening kill. And Misa just a 1 kill so far. He's been very quiet on Nighthaven Labs. At the 18 kills back on the opening map of Clubhouse, he was absolutely outstanding. But frankly, ever since then, Lair and now Labs, he has gone missing. It's a lot of firepower that South Korea have not really been able to replace. And invertedly, it's Crit J, probably since Clubhouse, that has been the one who's been the best inside of the server. Misa shut down again, now 1 and 5. Another 2-player advantage for Thailand as they look to close in towards the site.
Yeah, Soldier will transition up above, and Ryder still lurking first floor. There's threats on offer here from South Korea, and there's not a ton of time remaining. Boogeyman needs to anchor site, prime the pressure, but shield break, Crit J falls. Is this potentially salvageable for South Korea?
It certainly is. I mean, the time is not great. There's still a little checklist as well for Thailand to work through. The Boogie Auto breaches, get in towards the site, get into a plant position, down through cargo now for BG man. Ryder low on health on the Vigil. but still alive and can hold an ankle. Boogeyman still has a little bit in that Shamika launcher as well. Hits the headshot onto BG Man into red time now as Lycolis will fall. South Korea just started to salvage this round right towards the very end of it. Nice kill from I9. Can get the plant behind the tank, but he's got no time left. It's an easy converge for the remaining two of South Korea. They hold strong down in basement. They take the lead here on Nighthaven Labs. 1 to go in the half.
Yeah, some stumbles on the final portion of the round there when it came to the execute for Thailand. Strong position, the defense was split. There was only the one anchor player on basement, but they struggled to get down efficiently. They lose the Blackbeard early. BG lost his life with a half peek towards site as well. It was out of sync. It was mistimed, and South Korea, because they had aggressed into those positions and were playing for the mistake, they were well rewarded in that round. It's back-to-back, the first back-to-back of the map so far. And the tertiary side offering an opportunity for them to potentially extend this lead.
Well, crucial round. We know defense is going to be, I think, a strong point for Thailand in the second half. South Korea really need to get to 4. And they have the room to improve. I mean, Mises have found just a single kill through 5 rounds of Siege.
10 seconds to go.
They have the ability, well and truly, to win this map, but
5 seconds remaining.
Thailand have shown really good quality as well. This one feels like it's going to come down to the wire.
Heading out to defuse a bomb.
Ready for demolition.
Tertiary site to close the half. It's been an incredibly fun series of Siege, though, guys, where I think individuality has been able to rise ever so slightly. You know, at the highest levels of Siege, we'll be honest and say, well, the individual skills matter. I think the overall team coordination and strategy is what makes the best teams the best teams. But in a format such as the Esports Nations Cup, I think you get a good chance to see the real individual skill difference between players.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that being said, I've actually genuinely been quite impressed by just the overall cleanliness of the Siege. We have not really actually seen much in the way of massive throws or anything super absurd over the course of this series. It's just been genuinely good Siege, and that has seesawed both ways. There's been certainly better moments for one team in comparison to the other, and that's kind of evened out over the course of the series so far. It's been good fun to watch from afar. And I feel like I'm in the same state as I was before we loaded into this third and final map. It really is impossible to call from here which way this match is even more likely to go, never mind what the end result will actually be. Nade thrown over through Con. Bandit batteries dealt with. Soldier to Tark. This is aggressive. If he isn't drone, though, maybe it will work. This is a big drone from Crit J. Needs to clear the corner.
I would imagine he will. It should be the default.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Okay. And he did. Yeah, I was going to say, well, he just didn't do it on the initial hop through the breach.
I'm calling a meeting.
And has forced the drop. And I mean, Soldier then caught on the rotate back. That's some really good teamwork from Thailand, and Crit J just thought, well, I'll follow suit. He drops the hatch as well. God, he wasn't ready for a ward. It's that shot through the doorway from Crit J. Completely opened up this round. Within the span of 20 seconds, it went from even to just round over. Thailand well set up. And no surprise, Crit J was the one who led the way. It's a 3-3 all tied here on Nighthaven Labs. Incredibly dominant from Thailand, led by Crit J.
Yeah, 8 kills for Crit J across the first 6 rounds as we now sit through the role swap scheduled time out. 2 minutes for both teams to have a chat with their respective coaches. Have a quick chat about what went down in the first half and more critically discuss their strats and approach for the second half. But once again, similarly to Clubhouse, it's proving to be challenging to split these two. As we get a quick check-in with Turkiye and Algeria, and what I believe is a 1v1, no 2v2 actually. looking like Algeria so far. Quite strong defensively. Fortress should be super defend decided. Even probably more so than what we've seen at a tier 1 competitive level. And so for Algeria, it's going to be about trying to extend that lead as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a pretty good start, but it is Fortress, guys, right? You kind of put that into the equation, which we know can be rather defend-decided, newest map in the pool. Of course, Saudi Arabia and Iraq currently playing as well. Lower bracket semi-final, 1-0 lead for Saudi Arabia, which I think they would be the clear favorites in that particular series, considering the star power that they have on the roster. But this is actually the very interesting thing about the way in which an Esports Nations Cup works, where you're limited to 3 from the same team.
Yeah.
Of course, as we know, for well, Twisted Minds being predominantly, well, not entirely, but predominantly the best from Saudi Arabia, you're kind of limited to how many players you can bring. I was thinking, I wonder if there was a country where they win the whole event and think, oh well, we're pretty good, we could stick together as 5 and play at an org level, but then you also wouldn't be able to return next year.
Yeah, I've certainly seen some commentary as well around actually this specific matchup, that within MEA, Iraq is actually pretty highly regarded as being sort of one of the top 3 countries or territories in that particular sub-region. So sure, Saudi Arabia are pretty firm favorites. I think it's difficult to contest that. I think Iraq is certainly a strong chance to have a good showing in that matchup, and it's by no means a free win for Saudi Arabia. So yeah, very eager to kind of keep our eye on that on the side as the tactical timeout in our main matchup comes to an end.
Do have an update as well for the Asia region, and it is a Japan 2-0 victory over Chinese Taipei, guys. So Chinese Taipei knocked out of the Esports Nations Cup at the hand of Japan. So think about prominent members from the Daystar roster in Azuki, Pika, and Seal. You have Songla as well, who's currently on Tai Lu, and an ever fan favorite in the APL region in Jackie Wu. Unfortunately for the star-studded Chinese Taipei roster, they have been eliminated. And look, I mean, I said before about South Korea and Thailand in regards to whoever loses this would maybe be the favorites going into that lower final, but Japan is formidable. I kind of almost want to retract that statement.
I know, I'm practicing his Nitro lineups in the prep phase. Well, it work out for him if he goes on to get a Nitro. Yeah, but yeah, massive result, as you mentioned, for Japan, who at least in my eyes have maybe just performed a little bit below expectation over the course of this bracket. But well, let's be real, I think Asia really is one of the more stacked brackets when it does come to this qualifier. So tricky to fault them. Oddly enough, they were sent to the lower bracket though by Thailand. It was a 2-0, 2 closely contested maps though. And perhaps why heading into this third and final map, we were having a brief discussion as to whether there's even a world in which one of these 2 teams doesn't go on to qualify. The loser of this matchup with a second chance in that lower bracket match. And I think they've probably both put a pretty good strong case forward so far that they are maybe still the favorite in that potential match.
So Thailand onto the defense, a minute into this 7th round, first of the second half. Not a lot to show for it right now, though, if you're South Korea. But also, in fairness, Thailand are keeping this pretty safe. Triple service stack. Lycola's holding towards blue stairs on the smoke. And PG Man can slip in towards rafters. And it's Grit J who gets aggressive. At the electrical window, swings with a shotgun, gets the kill onto Gotti, and that's the Deimos down. Big advantage for Thailand. Although Crit J needs to be careful. And suddenly, he's just completely overwhelmed. It's either the flames or it's the frag grenade. Pick your poison. He goes down. It's entry made for South Korea into electrical, and they found the kill as well over towards blue. against like Colas. This opens up the site now for the attack. Pressure onto the Blackbeard though comes from I9, goes a little too far with the vault over. 2 more kills for South Korea and only BG Man left to stabilize now in a flurry of kills for South Korea. Looking to take this top floor on the attack. It's a swing, it's a kill, it's a third in the round for BG Man and gives us a 1v1, of which we have not really had a lot of these so far in this series. As the kit lays ahead of Ryder, he knows that BG Man's on the other side.
Needs to get the diffuser, and as he does, BG Man finds the timing. It's a Thailand round.
Yeah, well, that is a huge round because of the implications in a 1v1 that could have easily been South Korea's first attacking round in the first round of the second half. That would have given them, honestly, guys, a huge head start. But it now puts them just right back to the drawing board because Thailand get the job done. Doesn't matter how the round is won. It's in the books. They get top floor. They move on to basement. It's job done. And Thailand take the lead.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
It's still early days in the second half, but it does. You kind of sometimes get that feeling when you're watching a game of Siege and how a series has sort of progressed that it feels like we're shaping towards a photo finish between these two. There's been some big moments from individual players on both sides. It's difficult to re-trigger to predict. Thailand just with a small advantage for now, but that could diminish quickly. We've seen some pretty violent swings of momentum over the course of this series so far. Let's see if South Korea can maintain tempo here for the 8th round. They bring the Snake and the Deimos. So a massive investment in terms of info gathering from this attack for the 8th round.
I'll just relax here.
Yeah, we haven't really had a lot of rounds such as the prior one in terms of coming down to a 1v1 and either team having an equal chance of winning it. Will that prove to be a pivotal moment? Is that a missed opportunity for South Korea, or is that also maybe an indication that they're just going to be pretty prominent on the attack in this second half and really force Thailand to have to dig deep? Crit J almost caught over towards IT on the longer angle outside.
Looking for intel.
He's actually quite fortunate to honestly still be alive. Clearly trying to get rid of a lot of the drones on that top floor, fall back on the Solus. One towards the hallway. Woogie Man understanding the rotation path of Crit J. Gets himself well positioned, cuts him off. That's honestly a huge kill onto Crit J. He's playing the Solus as well. And couple that with, well, the person does in Crit J.
Yeah. Yeah, it's massively influential. And again, with the Deimos and the Snake running rampant, Thailand are going to be under sustained pressure for the remainder of the round, and nobody wants to put a foot wrong. BG Man able to escape, doesn't get cut off over towards blue, nor does he get cut off from the forklift either.
He's low.
A little bit of luck on his side, but as you say, low for the remainder of this round.
Mason with good information on the radar of the Solid Snake pushing down blue stairs. First floor control now for South Korea established with their man advantage. This feels like a pressure point round again for Thailand on the defense. They were able to overcome on the top floor. Could they do so once again? This would be a very critical round. If Thailand were to pull this one back, down a player, one other low, and make this 5-3, it could just put a bit of despair into the minds of South Korea. So far, they remain locked in with 45 seconds left to go. They do need to still get into the site.
Threat detected. This area is hostile.
Well, the power of the radar of the Solid Snake, though, great information for Misa.
My location is clear.
Now plays
25
off it,
seconds.
knows he's not tucked in right anymore, and then he's moved out. This is space control. This is actually a really good observation as to the power of the Solid Snake.
15 seconds though, and it's a 4-4.
Oh, close
Make
right.
it 3-4, Misa. Oh, it's a half clear. Marches forward, finds one. Second doesn't land. Should be round over. As Thailand continue to look good here on defense.
Well, I mean, they hold on. I mean, that is just a round in which South Korea needed to make that far closer. They had a good early advantage, got the opening kill, they got PGMN low, but they could just never find the next avenue, the next route in towards the site. Just got closed off. Thailand, to their credit, played well, held good, tight, tucked in positions, didn't give an opportunity for South Korea to find kills on the entry. We saw, of course, the solid snake usage from Misa was great, and his ability to actually kind of slip down, get into the backline, find a kill. But everyone else, who obviously doesn't have a radar, doesn't have ease of entry, just found trouble and couldn't get their way down. The Thailand now with a 2-round advantage, and quite honestly, in 2 attempted rounds of South Korea, guys, that they honestly could have won.
Yeah. It's been really fine margins over the last handful of rounds, and Thailand have certainly been the benefactors of that, just a little bit better in the clutch. And South Korea just left scrambling a little bit off the tail end of these attacks. Not quite as in sync as maybe we saw back on Clubhouse, for instance, and maybe a little bit more of that lair style coming in, which unfortunately doesn't bode well for them. Can Thailand continue, though, to sustain this pressure, this level of siege? It's been good over the last couple of rounds, but South Korea will find themselves once again within striking distance if they are able to win this site, and the tertiary naturally gives them a greater opportunity to do so. The attacking lineup, quite intriguing as well this round. The Brava in play, so looking to counter the Malusi in particular. Maybe some of those default cams as well. And then Ryder on the Ram, indicative that South Korea will look to flush out this top floor and get some vert.
Device ready. Look out, it's live.
Well, the opportunities have definitely been present for South Korea. It's the one saving grace they can take now into this tertiary site. Round 9, they've been in these attacking rounds. They've had opportunities in this second half. But how many more opportunities will be presented, potentially created? Misa taken low, again, struggling to have the same level of impact here on Labs as he did back on Clubhouse. But they've started to get a bit more of a spread performance from Ryder, Soldier, Woogie Man. At this point, though, I really do need someone to just kind of take the reins and lead from the front. Get multi-kills, get multi-frags. Oh, Gotti. Somewhat slow to react to the right side peek from Scatman, but he did get him low. And also gets himself a good position here at the back of control, and Critche goes down towards Rafters on the Azami. They do lose Misa, who was low. Ryder falls. It's a double for I9. Woogie over towards Warehouse. A split attack from South Korea. They are down a player, but they've got some map control. Well, they had it at least. And now only the cargo position established from Gotti.
Ooh, so I9 confirmed all their calls falls elsewhere. So it quickly flips to 2. Aggression above, though. Well, it works out for Thailand. Gotti. 45. Insight, no kit.
Oh, a chance. It goes begging. These Thailand defenders are so low on health as well. On the bulletproof camera. Deals with that. Still has 35 seconds. The kit is retrievable. Procs the Banshee. Deals with that one now. Big damage though from Scatman. Well, there goes the health advantage that Gotti had initially on the 2 defenders. Well, he joins them on low health and has so limited time. He just doesn't look set and settled. And BG Man ready for the potential slip back into control. Watching and waiting. He gets Thailand match and series point.
Well, this has been a bit of a runaway effort from Thailand over the last handful of rounds. They've really stepped it up a notch. And I think South Korea are struggling to rise to that level. Timeline pretty indicative of the kind of form that Thailand have been able to tap into. It's 4 straight. And these defenses have been rather convincing. Azami Thermite will be the additional bans for the remainder of the half. And the question now beckons as to how much longer this half will actually continue on for.
Again, they've had their chances even there at the end. Gotti in a 1v2. Sure, he's not in the best position, Guz, but he had initially full health. The other two defenders, low health. Such is the case, though, when it comes to the tertiary of control storage on this map. You know, if you don't have that vert and you're trying to plant control of the storage and those defenders are above, it's difficult. It's not impossible, but it's very difficult. Is the spark of South Korea now extinguished? It almost feels like it's, well, in this second half, been somewhat of a boxing match. The rounds themselves, guys, have actually been pretty close, but it's just 3 straight to Thailand. How do you overcome that mentally?
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. We'll see if they're able to galvanize. Again, though, I think it has genuinely just been the case that Thailand have been able to really step it up here and shut down both front-facing defense attacks rather from South Korea, but even the split pressure that we've seen as well. They've adapted really nicely to whatever has been thrown at them. South Korea haven't, again, been playing really all that poorly. I think Thailand have just had their number and had the read on them quite comprehensively over these last 3 to 4 rounds. And we'll see how it transpires here as we introduce round 10. It's the Thatcher Ace combination here for the IT wall. And one somewhat pocketed potentially later in the round. BG Man trying to trick the wall, but he has been unsuccessful.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
And so a minute into the round, it's
Attackers recovered
all about this groundwork for South Korea, maximizing their utility. A Selma on exterior con has been impact tricked, I think. I heard that from Scatman. That's a big win for Thailand, and that actually does complicate the entry now towards this pocket of the map pretty significantly. It's going to force the filter through lobby, through long desk, fortifies the position of the defense further. That's a small but meaningful win for the defense.
J goes down early. There's a start for South Korea. Must win 3 rounds straight.
Grenade out.
Otherwise, they'll be playing Japan in a lower final. What a match that would promise to be, South Korea versus Japan. The Battle of APAC North, if you will. It's not set in stone yet, though. But it does feel the more likely of the 2 outcomes. Must win round, literally, for South Korea. 60 seconds, 5v4 on the top site. Right, it was able to get over towards rafters, but held the angle too long. BG Man was able to extinguish him as Misa sits inside of IT. Somehow avoids this gas babe. I guess just out of range. Now forced back a little bit.
Oh, like Coltless, very lucky to duck across.
Is he? I don't think he's aware that he's actually in IT.
No. 30 seconds. South Korea in a position to survive.
He knows that Lycolis is stuck on this side of rafters as well. So as soon as Lycolis tries to make a move, he should be pretty much dead to rights. He isn't. He's still alive. And now it's a 1 versus 1. With 13 seconds on the clock, it's down to Misa versus Scatman. Close left. It's Scatman to put an end to Misa and South Korea as Thailand will book their place into the inaugural Esports Nations Cup and send South Korea to the lower bracket final, where their fate will be determined later today against Japan.
That's a massive result for Thailand. They're such a stacked region. Well deserved of that win. I think they went in with high expectations to do well over the course of this bracket, and to seal the deal in that fashion was, yeah, really, really, really impressive. And as you've alluded to, we now get a pretty classic APAC North matchup with South Korea taking on Japan. We've seen them duel it out time and time again at a tier 1 level, but this is a whole nother level. And once again, very, very difficult to kind of predict and feel out that matchup. So excited for that. It's going to be disappointing for whoever misses out because they'll both deserve a spot, but such is the nature of Asia. It's really stacked and only a couple of spots on offer.
I think that for me, that matchup is incredibly enticing because what we saw from South Korea in that upper final, Guz, was some really high level. I mean, their clubhouse was quite exceptional. The lair was not great, let's be honest, and things didn't quite go their way and pan out their way on Nighthaven Labs. But even in the pretty much the last 4 rounds, they were all winnable rounds for South Korea. They kind of just lost 4 coin flips. Let's be honest. I mean, that's not to take anything away from Thailand. Don't get it twisted. But when sometimes you can lose and lose badly, but the rounds that they lost were all winnable. So it showed that the quality was there for South Korea. But yeah, congratulations to Thailand. It would have been a very strange old Esports Nations Cup if this roster wasn't there.
Yeah, certainly. Again, these are some big names that have been floating around in the Tier 1 scene, have performed internationally. They're playing with or against one another all the time. And so, yeah, played really good Siege across the board. And I think in comparison to their opposition, there's just their ability to find that extra gear, dig a little deeper, maybe just a little more refined in the clutch. And I think certainly, at least of all the teams that have had to qualify for the LAN as opposed to have being auto-invited, I think they have a real shot at being one of those top teams. I really do think that they'll be a serious threat going forward.
Yeah, I think they've got the potential, right? I mean, you're always going to naturally have some kind of ranking of the nations that will be there, and certainly there's what I would consider probably the big 3 nations, Guz, if you will, when you kind of look towards Brazil. I think the United States would be up there, France as well. I think they're the big 3. But when you kind of then look at the rest of the lineups and the rosters for the particular nations, I mean, Thailand is as good as really any of the teams that were directly invited by via the Siege national team ranking system. So they're certainly going to be a threat. They're certainly going to a good team. I9 is an incredible LAN player as well. And when you've got the power of a player like Crit J, BG Man can step up, etc. I mean, they're just loaded with talent. And South Korea, Japan, to determine the second slot for Asia. We will not be following that particular series on this channel, Guz, but of course, updates will be provided throughout the broadcast as well.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's going to be covered by co-streams as well, so you'll be able to watch that alongside the main broadcast if you so desire. If the option's there, I'd definitely be chucking it up on the second monitor because it should be a real close and competitive matchup. A bit of a, I suppose, grudge match again in the sense that it's 2 teams from APN, the 2 primary countries / territories from that particular sub-region. So they will know each other inside and out. They scrim all the time, play against one another all the time, and it should be a real good match between those 2. So excited for that. And again, congratulations to Thailand, who I truly see going forward, especially in comparison to the rest of the event, doing quite well. I think they really do have that kind of magic about them to have a splash at the event in November.
Well, we didn't get to follow the Japan-Chinese Taipei series, guys. Unfortunate for, of course, the Chinese Taipei guys, when you consider that Daystar as a roster have been, of course, making headways over probably the last 6 to 12 months, and a large contingent of that roster on the Chinese Taipei team. Of course, Japan is clearly a strong nation as well, but feels somewhat disappointing that they couldn't get into this position. I think that was naturally always going to be the case, though, for this Asia qualifier when you consider Thailand, South Korea, Japan, Chinese Taipei, and that's even without the likes of Australia and New Zealand being amongst this as well, with the direct invites that they got via the national rankings.
Yeah, it was always going to be a case of a couple of teams getting a little unfortunate, perhaps sensing that they deserved a spot or should have made it through. But yeah, that unfortunately was not the case for them. I mean, personally, I was a little bit surprised in how those point rankings actually did shape up, that maybe some of these teams didn't quite scrape through on points, but such is the nature of the format that, yeah, you didn't make it through there. You had to perform in the bracket, and a pretty unforgiving format, sure, double elimination, but still a couple of bad days, and unfortunately, yeah, don't make it through.
I did look at that while we've got a little time. We're waiting for Lycolas to join us, by the way, for an interview. I did actually look into the national rankings system and how the points were allocated, etc. Of course, taken from all of the previous Tier 1 ecosystem main events within Rainbow Six Siege. And it turned out you pretty much only needed two really high-end players. So a country like New Zealand, for instance, Turd and Tuhan did a lot of the heavy lifting, and that's why they were able to get enough points to get into the top 12. Lycolis is ready for an interview. Our good friend coming on over. Congratulations on the victory. It's good to see you. How does it feel to, I guess, represent your country? Because in Rainbow Six Siege, we haven't really had this before, an opportunity to represent your country, Lycolis. Is it a dream? Is it an honor? How do you feel?
I think it's both. It's both an honor and a dream. Because and CEST sport didn't have the national cup before. It used to have the rumor, but it never happened. Then this time it actually happened. One coach decided to pick me and kind of two, and then combine so hard together. Yeah, I'm really glad that this team managed to come together. I believe this team could be one of the dream team that could happen, but never happened. So I'm really proud of what we have doing in this tournament.
Congratulations on the win and the qualification, Lycolis. How does it felt playing this team? You guys have played against each other, and I'm sure have scrimmed plenty of times before. What's it actually like playing as a team? Has it been seamless? Has it been difficult? How's it been actually practicing and playing in these officials?
It's not difficult, but it's not seamless. Because we only have a month, and we decided to split the scrim between team and nation. It's kind of 50-50. We're doing 3 days a team and 3 day with nation team. So I don't think we are all well prepared on every map. We just try to choose what map we wanna do and whatnot, and focus on what we lacking. And in terms of, I believe in terms of communication, we didn't have that much of a problem, because the 3 from us and 2 from Sohar really good at communication, the info during the game. So we don't have that kind of problem. Yeah, and I think it's because of the 5 of us have been playing Siege for a very long time. We pretty much know what each other role need to do, and we just try to make less mistake and just do our best. That's what we are doing.
Obviously, South Korea, I think, played some pretty good Siege, certainly on Clubhouse. But how did you view the series? Because from outside looking in, it felt like, being, of course, not the club level of Siege, where I think strategy is probably at its highest point, did you sense there's a higher chance for the individuals to really shine? Clearly Misa popped off on Clubhouse. We saw what Jay was able to do as well. How do you get the sense of the games nationally versus what we typically see with the organizations?
I think in terms of map Clubhouse, we decided to let it be out, because we believe it's one of the Korean team best map, and that's also Chalet, but we kind of lose to the Chinese Taipei a couple of days ago, and so we thought it might be better to play club with them, because we have info from the live stream that they play with Singapore. So we decided to pick that map, and the rest for strat, it's from our analysts and Coach Mon that have prep all the work, and then we have a meeting and talk to decide what play we are gonna do, what we need to note, in terms of that. I think because it was a nation, so every result that we could win, we really put it all into this tournament. We're doing our best to qualify here. So I believe in terms of the behind the scene work, or if individual player, we really push more. This is much more effort I ever put on. It sounds bad, but well, it actually is. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate the insight, Lycolis. Congratulations again. You qualified for the Esports Nations Cup representing Thailand. That must be amazing. Congratulations, and best of luck for you and your teammates and your country at the event.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure to chat with Lycolis. Congratulations again to Thailand as they've defeated South Korea, guys, here in the upper final for the Asia region. Again, to reiterate, there's going to be many different series that will be following across the broadcast today. Coming up soon will be Turkey versus Algeria. We shift our attention to the Middle East Asia qualifiers, guys, which of course has been already underway as we showed the earlier previews.
Yeah, I'll vacate my seat for Dev, so I'll get to kick my feet up and watch and enjoy. I think for me, though, the biggest takeaway from that interview was just how much time and resources Thailand are investing into this event. And I think that could be a big difference maker. Some of the other teams that may have more star-studded players, if they take the foot off the accelerator and maybe don't put as much prep in, maybe that could cost them. I guess that's the beauty right now. We're kind of in off season, so they have that opportunity. November's going to be a whole different ballpark with the major and then into ENC. Like, balancing that preparation is going to be a fine art, and maybe some of the national teams that do invest that time could be well rewarded come November.
Absolutely. It's going to be a pretty packed end of year. There's a lot, though, to go through to get to that point. We're not done yet here on the broadcast. We are going to take a short break, but our next matchup is Turkey and Algeria after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports Nation Cup Rainbow Six qualifiers. We move on to MEA. It is an opportunity now to head to that Turkiye and Algeria matchup. Dev, welcome on in. We say goodbye to Guz. It's good to have you in. Of course, we just had an amazing upper bracket final matchup. South Korea versus Thailand went all 3 maps, with Thailand pulling it out in the end.
Yeah, that was super exciting. Obviously, we're moving now onto MEA, but doing Asia prior to that was crazy. Obviously, we have the privilege of working a lot of Asian teams in the regular circuits for Rainbow Six, and no surprise to me that coming into the Esports Cup, that countries and nations like Thailand and South Korea are doing so well. I'm glad that Thailand's not qualified, but yeah, now it's an exciting chance for us to see teams which are a lot more of a mixed bag. Of course, the nations and territories that we're going to be commentating now, for example, like Turkiye and Algeria, they don't have 5 players that are consistently playing at a tier 1 level in Rainbow Six typically, which makes it all the more exciting. A lot of dark horses ready to make their mark.
Obviously, the biggest name is clearly Solotov on Turkiye, and I think for Algeria, we were kind of just discussing Fino on Rebels Gaming, so it's kind of both teams have got this one tier 1 level player, but I think there's a level above tier 1 when it comes to Solotov and what his impact in this game really is. And then throw in the fact that Julio is actually coaching them as well. Of course, that Falcons connection, Dev. So it will be a fun series to get into. Of course, we will be keeping updates in regards to Japan versus South Korea in that lower final. That will be happening rather soon behind the scenes. While we won't be covering it directly, the updates will be provided, and of course that particular game will be the last opportunity to qualify through for Asia as we head to the bracket for Middle East and Africa, Turkey and Algeria. It was Algeria that took the opening map. Unfortunately, because our first series of the day, James, went to 3 maps, we did miss the timing on this particular series that we will follow, and Turkey now actually need to win 2 straight if they want to qualify directly in the upper final. Saudi Arabia versus Iraq also happening in that lower bracket semi-final, with Saudi Arabia 1-0 up. And something to note on that, James, as well, is Saudi Arabia have technically already qualified.
Yes, they haven't qualified, but if they fail to qualify, they will be invited. It's just the way that the host nation works, of course. The region, the entire region, there's a number of different territories as well that are involved in a potential host invite, and if Saudi Arabia is not able to qualify through winning these matches, then yes, they will end up going and getting an invite. But if they do qualify by playing through the bracket, then it means that Kuwait will get the host invite. So definitely Kuwait will be watching quite excitedly those Saudi Arabia games as they continue to see that hopefully they will make it through.
We'll go to the roster for Turkey. Of course, Solotov jumps off the page. But in terms of the players that on this respective roster as well, James, I mean, they're not complete unknowns for the rest of this Turkey outfit. I mean, you've got Shocks, you've got Birdolf, you've got Salim Shady, all a part of Turkey LFO, which is a tier 3 sort of team. So again, plenty of experience there as we now look at the roster as well for Algeria, with Fino being the standout from Rebels Gaming.
Yeah, very much the case. I'm a little bit surprised at how well this Algeria team has done so far in the bracket. It's definitely an underdog team for me. I mean, you look at this region and the obvious big hitters are going to be teams like Saudi Arabia and, of course, Turkiye. So I'm really impressed by Algeria. Let's see if they can get it done as we move into the very second map. Jake, a very exciting time for fans from all over the world, but I think especially from these countries and territories, just a chance to see players that we don't often get to see at the top level playing for their nation. A very exciting time. And like you said, Turkiye definitely regarded as the favourites, at least from the layperson like you and I, knowing the quality of players like Solotov, of course, who typically plays for Falcons and has won about $500,000 in prize money across his career. And then, of course, Salim Shady on the Turkiye roster as well would be very well known for his performance at the Six Invitational in the 1v1 tournament. He is the 1v1 champion of the world, the reigning champion when it comes down to 1v1s. I hope we get to see him in a few 1v1s in this game.
Bomb located by attackers.
So again, this series has already concluded 1 map. Fortress went the way of Algeria. It means they're one map away from qualifying with Esports Nations Cup. They begin on the attack of Lair. Clubhouse, the deciding map, if necessary, for Turkiye. This might be a better map for Solotov, I think, to really have influence. A map like Fortress, a little bit newer, certainly very congested when it comes to the defensive setups on that particular map. Not as roam heavy. I think Lair can offer a bit more of an opportunity, certainly outside of that top floor. When you think about basement opening up the rest of the site, same with the tertiary or bunks. He's going to be one to watch naturally, but I think one thing that what I got out of South Korea and Thailand, we had a lovely interview with Lycolis, is they put a lot of time and effort into preparing. I think that naturally it is going to come down to, of these particular nations, who actually did spend a lot of time with their respective teams and preparing, as Hoaxy gets the opening kill on Dabodov. Great start for Algeria to get rid of the smoke nice and early. No gas babes for denial now in the late round. Puts a lot more emphasis here on Shoxy with the Tachanka.
Cannot understate the value of that kill, taking down the smoke player. Like you said, critical in the dying moments of a round, but also early on. With the way that this map pans out in Lair, you have a lot of close hallways, and a lot of these fights are about delaying time in those hallways, and a second pick now for the attacking side. Puts the remaining 3 players of Turkiye in a very awkward spot, especially with their star of Solotov already taken down.
Just calms down temporarily after an explosive start, which is not really that typical on top floor Lair as well. James, at times you can probably go 90 to 100 seconds with not really much happening outside of just trying to get ops control and mez control, but it was a fast start from Algeria, and so far it's worked to their benefit. While they do have multiple low health members, they do have the Monty available for the late game. They do still need to be mindful of that Shamika launcher available from Shoxel. But yeah, as you said, with Solotov down, there is a lot of firepower on the floor. And Sleetj has been knocked. He should be able to crawl back to safety and get Atox to get the revive, and plenty of time still for Algeria remains. Turkiye have been able to stabilize until just then, as Fino finds an angle to get aggressive through display. Oh. He makes it now a 4v2 advantage.
It was almost winnable there if Salimshe was able to find that kill onto Feno. Goddard does take him down, a second one as well. The Monty forfeiting his life makes this very winnable here for Gutter. A 1v2, but 45 seconds still to play for Algeria to finish him off.
And low health as well, though, for Lee-J and Atox. Gutter's not full health either, but I think he also gets the auditory information of this plank going down. Atox then gets Sulfur, spots Lee-J over to the right side of the room. Plenty of time still for Algeria to not panic here. Go for a reset, find a new position, go for the plant. They will do just that. Gutter took a bit of damage, but he got up close against Atox and now becomes a 1v1 post plant.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
What?
A quad kill on the round as well. Unbelievable clutch up from the 3 versus 5 Turkiye. They really have one player to thank, and that is Guttero. That is incredible. What a way to kick off this second map.
I mean, this is the beauty of an event like this, James. You see players, like, for the first time that maybe you haven't seen before at the highest level of Siege. I mean, even Solotov's probably sitting back watching like, oh, this guy's actually not that bad. Like, the quality difference isn't that stark. That's a nice 4K. It's a big round win for Turkiye because Algeria set the tone nice and early. They brought pace on top floor Lair, which is not something you see all that often. Certainly caught Turkiye, I think, by surprise. They were able to get rid of the smoke early. That means that there's not going to be as much of that delay, that, you know, kind of fallback defense, throw the gas babes at the doorway of the mezzanine. Didn't have to deal with that, so they got good space. They got a good pinch with the display hit. A lot went right for Algeria, but credit to, well, I guess technically just Guttero, because he got 4 of the 5 kills and was able to salvage the round.
Yeah, to my knowledge, Guttero is the only player on this roster that isn't kind of regularly playing for quite a notable team. At the current day, we've got 3 out of these 5 who are currently playing for Turks LFO, which is a tier 3 kind of level
Well, he
team.
used to be part of that team.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
I wonder what happened there. Interesting to see him
I
rejoin that roster. Well, he certainly has earned his spot so far in this second map. Of course, that is also, like, in a way, it's a national team. All the players that play for that roster are Turkish. But, of course, we have a limit here in the ENC of how many players from a single team you can pick up. Obviously, when Julio was putting together the roster for this Turkiye team, you'd absolutely be grabbing Solotov, and then you'd probably go and look for the best Turkish team, grab most of their players. But who do you get for your 5th? right? And Gardero has already been worth his weight in gold.
Well, you know what's interesting? We don't have all of the, unfortunately, the necessary information, but Seriously is actually listed as a sub. And for those unfamiliar, of course, used to be on the old Falcons roster, then previously on GK Esports, a top-level player who has been able to, you know, play at the highest level, like Six Invitational 2024, for instance, who's not playing on this team, but he is listed as a sub. So I'm not too sure what the dynamics were regarding that, unavailability, etc. But there could potentially be even more firepower to come for the Turkiye roster if they were to qualify.
Big opportunity here now that the logic bomb has detonated. That call goes out. And Slim Shady on the roam looking for a bit of a retreat. The Mirror, an unusual positioning. Very rarely do you see Mirror played here. However, I think it might be cleared here. No, unless if that was shot off, it was indeed. Nice work there from Turkiye to hold down the fort a little bit longer. Hoxie took a little bit of damage and now he hasn't been able to take his ground with the Selma. Great shot from Fenno, well baited. And once again, Jake, it is the smoke, the first to fall for Turkiye, and another. A quick 5v3, and it seems like history might be repeating itself.
And that's the classic baiting out the defender who's looking for a reaggress, looking for a trade back after losing the first death. Shady just gets absolutely baited in. Fenno's played that perfectly. Nice 4 kills. 5v3, another good start for Algeria. They had this in the previous round, but this time you've still got Solotov alive. Basement site, 3v5, still winnable for the teams. They've got Nitrocells of here through Bodolf.
Oh,
that one actually might connect. It will onto Atox. This round's not done, but a good trade from Lee J.
Big opportunity now for Algeria to get themselves on the board. Big kill from the Blackbeard. In fact, it's all for Lee J. And Algeria matched Turkiye's first round with a very convincing one of their own.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great start. What's interesting, too, is when I was looking at for the Asia qualifiers, a lot of the statistics, because clearly a lot of matches have been played. I mean, for those who have seen the brackets, for all of the regions, they're absolutely massive. So there's actually a decent amount of map pick selection, size statistics, numbers to kind of go through. So Lair so far, close to 50 rounds played throughout the MEA region. It's actually only 53% defensive win rate so far. Now, I'll throw in the asterisk, James, which is you're going to have a lot of one-sidings. You know, it's just naturally going to happen in a competition such as this. So certainly not looking at the statistics and saying, well, that's going to be part and parcel. But clearly, it's not following the trend of what we see at the tier 1 level, as we have a glimpse over towards Saudi Arabia and Iraq playing at the moment. Iraq 2-0 up on the second map in that series. But yeah, naturally, from what I've kind of gathered so far is the Esports Nations Cup, and with the nation teams, you're going to see kind of a skew when it comes to side statistics and operator selections and all of these things, because there's so many other variables in play.
Speaking of the rest of the bracket, we have a little bit of a peek onto what's happening in that Saudi Arabia versus Iraq match. And yeah, 3 rounds in a row now for Iraq on that second map. Obviously going into it, like we'd said, I think for most of the MEA region and through this MEA qualifier, we expected Saudi Arabia to be one of, if not the strongest team, just because of how well that Twisted Minds roster performed very recently at the majors. And that is, you know, predominantly comprised of players that are now on that national team.
I think Algeria would also be wanting to come into this and proving that the first map wasn't a fluke. Clearly, so far, I don't think it has been. They could have easily been 2-0 up in this game. And just showing really good aggression early in these rounds, wanting to take the space nice and quickly, but this time falling into the hands of Solotov. I think he's got a bit more of a read as to how this game is really playing out. Algeria want to get into aggressive positions, but Lee J wasn't just going to sit back and wait after the breach. The fact that he swings into Solotov, of all players, and has that confidence, bodes well for Algeria.
It does. But we know that Turkiye have the ability to step up the other players. It's not just a one-man show in Solotov. And he has a lot of responsibility as well, being the most experienced player on this team, likely doing a lot of the shot calling once we're into the game. Gardero is able to find a big kill with that DMR, and Lee J is down. No more Thermite. That's fine. I don't think hard breach is the focus here for Algeria. They're now fighting one player down, but there's a very real possibility here of getting it done. The gridlock is somewhat perfect. Another bait. And Atox finds a big kill. Low HP for him, with Shoxel going down. And now Brogson finding one as well. Low HP on 2 players from the Algeria team. And with Salim Shady finally finishing off Brogson, it might just be clutchable here for Turkiye. Another one now. Thank you, Bodolf. And Atox on low HP needs to recollect that diffuser. Will do so. No more nades, no more track stingers, and 2 players to find.
Oh, what a topsy-turvy round. It felt like it started quite well, obviously, for Turkiye, getting that opening pick through Solotov. Then there was the response from Algeria mid-round. They started to get some good mezzanine control. Ultimately, though, Turkiye were able to then stabilize and kind of get themselves back into a solid position, closed it out in the 2v1, and they take a 2-1 lead as well into the next bands. It's Gutaro that's clearly dominating at the moment. That's the Dokkaebi and the Azami band out. Azami is clearly very influential operator when it comes to Master and R6, being able to play that office position behind the desk with the keeper barriers. I think that's a pretty normalized ban, and, well, Dokkaebi is pretty self-explanatory.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
I'm loving how much Algeria are really leaning into the shields here. Xenox, so challenging to deal with those shields, especially if you're a less experienced team. Of course, we do have 3 out of 5 from the Turkiye roster playing typically on the same team together, but it is challenging to deal with shields when they come out, when they're very oppressively marching forward. We saw how impactful that Blackbeard was in that second round, in the third round. In the first round, we saw a Monty, which, funnily enough, I feel like the Monty is kind of the best of the shields to potentially try and make work here, but I haven't elected to go with it for now as we cast our gaze over again to the Saudi Arabia-Iraq game, and Saudi really need this round after losing 3 attacks in a row, but it might not be possible. I do like the usage of the utility there. Very creative with the Rayora. 1v2, 1v1 now. This would be big if Eagle is able to find it. Going for a quick plant. Iraq need to clutch this up to go 4 straight. Well baited. Good flash, though. The information is there. It's just the mind games and the aim game. Perfect. And Iraq are dominating 4 rounds in a row on defense at Consulate. Saudi Arabia, got to be careful.
Well, Saudi Arabia don't have to be careful. Kuwait have to be careful, James, because they're the ones at risk. But it's big for Iraq. They did lose that first map quite convincingly. As we turn our attention back to this 4th round between Turkiye and Algeria, it is Fino that went down earlier on the blitz. So not ideal, especially with the clash up on the board. Don't even have to worry about the blitz now. There is still the Blackbeard. But again, the clash is such a good counter in general. I mean, this is a nice early setup to the round for Turkiye, and Algeria at times have wanted to be aggressive. They will double down on that as Hoaxy finds the kill on the Shoxel. Back to a 4 versus 4. This has been a very frag-heavy lair.
It has. A lot of very early picks. Why is it that it always seems to be Shoxel on the smoke dying early as well? I like this, though, from Turkiye. You give Solotov a good gun. Give him that DMR. Give him an operator like the Tubarao with those Zodo canisters can freeze up quite creatively and be the solution to a lot of different problems. It's perfect. You can rely on his frag ability, but also his creativity and his understanding of the game. Now it's a big ask for the 2 remaining players of Algeria to try and tie the scoreline.
Actually, almost got one. He's a bit unfortunate on that pre-fire spray left side. Clash making its way over. That's Bodolf. Atox is the only one up now as Hoaxy got knocked down. There should be formalities, and indeed it will be, as Turkiye will get their 3rd round. A 3-1 lead so far here on Lair. The rounds themselves have been somewhat back and forth, but Turkiye just taking the scoreboard advantage. Now to basement for the 5th round.
Wonder if this is the point where Algeria really get tested. We've seen throughout the bracket so far, Algeria have been so impressive. We've talked so much about Saudi Arabia, and there's no surprise as to why that is, Jake. Obviously, one of the, if not the favorite out of this MEA bracket based on the performance of Saudi Arabian teams in the past. And that's not just one team. Of course, we talk about Twisted Minds, but back in the day, the old Falcons roster when it was entirely or mostly Saudi, the old GK roster when that was mostly Saudi. You have so much talent in that nation and territory, right? And then you move on to the rest of the region and you look, wow, okay, I know a few players, for example, Solotov from Turkiye, but there's not as much in Tier 1 in terms of the talent. Same with Algeria, right? You've just got Fino. And so coming into this, I saw Algeria beat Saudi Arabia in the upper bracket already, sent them down below. And you just look at the kind of caliber of teams that Algeria has already beaten, and I've been really impressed. On the flip side of that, I mean, Turkey, they've taken down Kuwait, Lebanon, and Tunisia, which I have to admit there's not as many players on those teams that I would expect to really give those teams a lot of gusto coming into this qualifier. I feel like Algeria have been a little bit tested so far, and they've overcome the obstacles. Can they do the same here as this second map gets a little bit dicey for them?
Well, I mean, that's a bit harsh to Guards and Dov, the brothers on Kuwait. I mean, I think that they're pretty quality.
Oh, true. I did forget about that, actually. Thank you for calling me out. I did forget about that.
So fifth
Yeah,
round to go in this half.
so true, actually. Yeah, did not put that together. I'm looking at the Kuwait roster now. That's huge.
Well, if
Turkey
anything,
did away with them 2-0 as well.
If anything, it's the result for Iraq over that Kuwait roster. Clearly, they are a pretty strong nation. 1-for-1 trade here in the fifth round, minute in, as Lucy goes down. So did Solotov. Pistol shots do connect, but both pistol shots connect. And then here comes Atox. It continues to just be a very high-paced, energetic lair.
Yeah, that's really, really nice there. From the blitz to achieve what he was able to, despite that impact grenade and the quick shots into the feet. The guard break coming out. The fact he got away with the kill is huge here. It retains the numbers advantage for Algeria, and they've got plenty of util to work with as well. The hatch can be opened up with the X-Kairos detonating. And of course, we've got the floor torn to pieces by that ram. There's a need now for Gutaro to get a little bit aggressive, a little bit of damage onto Lee J, but not able to secure a kill. He himself has taken damage aplenty, and him and Boldolf look to try and hold on, but they have been forced back into this corner on the wrong side of their mirror window.
Oh,
that's a big mistake! And a double kill for Gutaro, putting Atox in the clutch position.
Who is this guy? At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if he makes his way onto Falcons the way he's playing. 8-2 star. Gutaro has been the lead man. We thought it was going to be the Solotov show, but it's not to be. 4-1 lead for Turkey. And a must-win map as well. You think coming into this second map, well, we don't really have the form line from Fortress, how it played, who performed well, bad, etc. Clearly, regardless of that, they had to come in and win this map. And you thought maybe it was going to be Solotov to lead from the front on a map like Lair. More spacing, the ability to roam around the map, get into, kind of early contact positions. But it's Gutaro that has been the standout. He's been the difference maker. Big clutch plays, but also the multi-frag potential that we've seen in at least 2 to 3 rounds. He's the one that's separating the two teams at the moment. Because quite frankly, James, when you look at the scoreboard, you think, well, Turkey is dominating. Well, the rounds that haven't felt that way to me. Algeria have actually had really good early presence. They're getting the fights on their terms early on. We're not really seeing Turkey survive with 4 or 5 players up. We're seeing a lot of 2v2s and 3v3s. The rounds are pretty volatile. And so it's coming down to clutch moments, and that's where Gutaro has been the deciding factor.
I feel like a lot of it comes down to teams and players tend to be a little bit more comfy on defense. I know we love to say this, but how many rounds have we seen Algeria be in an advantage on the attacking side because they play the early round well? They're good at baiting out aggression and punishing players. They did it with the Blitz. They've done it with a lot of these other rounds as well. But in those late moments, I mean, Turkiye keep getting away with these clutch scenarios. And like you said, Gutaro has been a massive part of that so far.
Yeah, don't disagree. I mean, this could end up being defend-decided, but as we've seen from a lot of the statistics, even what kind of me and Goz got to see in the previous series, I think a lot of the typical stipulations that we see for Rainbow Six Siege at the organization level, whether it be tier 1, tier 2, doesn't really matter. It doesn't quite bode the same, I think, so far in the Nations format. Actually, with the opening kill onto Gutaro, and that ends up actually being a critical kill onto a player who's clearly hot in form. Despite the fact Solotov is still alive, it feels like the best player in Turkey is now out of the round.
Yeah, you can see Solotov is so tempted to try and peek and find something back. He's just hoping that Hoaxy will peek him. But as Solotov does get targeted by that Deimos of Fenno, he is forced back. Ooh, eventually he goes and peeks a little bit too much, and Hoaxy will find him. Another kill, and things are looking very dicey here for Turkiye. Just 2 players left alive, but they've been in this position before. They fought back from a man deficit before. Big kill opportunity, but Fenno, while he does get on the floor, the rest of the team are able to pick up the pieces. Algeria back into the driver's seat.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's quite honestly reward for effort. To get this to a 2-4 scoreline at the end of the half as we head into the roll swap timeout, it is an opportunity for Algeria to finally get something on the board that I think was definitely coming. You look at that 3-round win streak for Turkiye, and those rounds were close. Those rounds weren't too dissimilar to what we just saw then to close out the half. You know, a lot of early and mid-round action, certainly in the mid-round. So Algeria, in terms of their game plan and what they clearly wanted, they were able to get a lot of that to work. The difference really came down to the end of round, the 1vx's, the 2vx's, and Turkiye were just a little bit better in the clutch. And I think a sign of that probably is being on defense. It's easier to win the clutch moments typically as defenders if you've still got good positioning, which is, I think, what was a big strength for Turkey, and certainly from the likes of Gutaro. But Algeria, I think, did a lot right for me in that half. And you even look at the kills, it's an even spread. Like, it's been a team performance. It's not just the Pheno show. There's every world in which, if this does end up favoring defense, Algeria is still then going to be in a really good position off those 2 attacking round wins.
Absolutely, no question. And look, yes, sometimes we do have this conversation about defense, but attacks on lair can be deadly. If you're well organized, you can really punish and pick apart the opposing team. And like you said, to give some credit to Algeria, they did just that. In a lot of these rounds, they found opening picks, they looked to convert them, but unfortunately, a few critical mistakes just leaving the door ajar for players like Gutaro to go massive and bring back Turkiye from disadvantages. That's the only reason we're just barely separated, these two teams. A 4-2 split is not the end of the world. Algeria is certainly capable of making this comeback happen as they move on to their defense. Question is, how well organized are they going to be? How much time have they spent scrimming, practicing, and expanding their map pool? Is Lair one of their favorite maps to play with as a team?
Yeah, well, they beat Saudi Arabia on their 7-5 yesterday in that upper bracket semi-final, and it was a 3-3 first half. But so they managed 3 attacking rounds. This time, then they only, I guess, in quotation marks, got the 2. Clearly, though, against a pretty high-quality opponent, and then they went and got the 4 defensive rounds. So clearly, they were quite strong defensively. So I think they'll feel confident coming into this second half that they can certainly do what it takes. Whereas on the flip side, Turkey also played Lair as well against Kuwait. That too, funnily enough, was a 3-3 first half where Turkey were on defense. They then went and got 4 attacking rounds themselves. So 2 kind of pieces to look at that both suggest for both teams coming into this second half, they'll feel confident.
Yeah, that's the thing. Well, yesterday, whenever that match was, it was just yesterday. Both teams won 4 out of 6 of the rounds on the side that they are currently playing right now, Jake. So they're both good on these sides. Turkey good at attack, Algeria good at defense. So it is going to be a lot of pressure, I think, on Algeria to make sure that they get 4 as a bare minimum. Of course, that would hit overtime for them. We go and we play an extra 3 rounds to try and settle it. But I like what I'm seeing so far from them. Firstly, a ton of Mira being played today already. The Azami, which often gets banned and was in that first half, has made an appearance. But the big thing here for Algeria, that little X factor, is what they're currently hiding. Atox has brought the Clash to the table. And that is now 3 separate objects between the Clash, the Mira, and the Azami, of which Turkey are going to have to deal with. Very challenging obstacles that require utility, require team coordination. and require a bit of organization as well to deal with those.
And somewhat looking ahead to Clubhouse, both teams only have played it once so far throughout the qualifiers. Turkiye against Tunisia, that was a 7-0, and Algeria versus Kenya, which the actual map score was not, not showing on Wikipedia, but they obviously got the win. And so those two games were quite a while ago, and there's been a lot of Siege played since then. So Clubhouse, as a decider, if we do get there, I think will be a bit of an unknown quantity. Whereas Lair, of course, we've got a bit more information, but it doesn't actually give us any better insight as to who's going to win this half. It's just a matter of, will Algeria's good defense outweigh Turkey's good attack? We'll find out as we go top floor to begin. Gataro trying to open up the breach as Algeria played aggressive on the attack. I'm keen to see how they will play on the defense. Will they look to get into aggressive positions, push the likes of Display, Ops, really try and hold and fight for mezzanine, or give it up, fall back? Considering they don't have the Tachanka, not electing to bring it, that does limit their ability to play that fallback.
Oh, this is nice.
And I'm kind of getting the answer of how aggressive they want to be as I'm saying it with this push out of the clash.
Yeah, he is so toast. This is so well played there by those three Algeria players. I love the way that they coordinated Hoaxy on the Ella to go and run onto the mezzanine, peek him from one angle. They could know that he was prone, which means he's so vulnerable, and he can't watch both angles at once. He can't turn quickly as well.
Well, they needed to take
prone.
space. The only one who took space for Turkiye, and I think understood what was happening, was Solotov pushing into Ops. But at that time, when the clash is outside, yeah, Guttero's dead.
Oh,
but
no.
go and take Mez control. Go and start to push and take space where the clash is currently not located. Instead, they've now allowed time for Atox to even rotate back, get hallway position. At least Solotov was able to get himself over towards Mezzanine and find a kill onto Lee J. But there's still so much work to be done to still take this position they should have already taken 30 seconds ago.
Yeah, and now the clash is repositioned into sight. Solotov has fallen as well, and this Turkiye attack has completely fallen apart. That smoke is not going to protect him whatsoever. It's a quick swing from Feno, and Algeria are looking mighty fine in that first defense. A beautiful round. And their defense, yeah, it's going to look scary. Turkiye need to make sure that they do not let this slip by them.
I love Siege when you see a team win a round because they won the round. And that was what Algeria did just then. It wasn't the fact that they were on defense top floor there. It had nothing to do with it. It wasn't because Turkiye played poorly. It had nothing to do with it. They had a great set play with the clash and the pinch. They get that kill. And then Turkiye just didn't respond promptly in being able to take good space. And Algeria then quickly realized that and got aggressive back over towards the server hallway, back over towards mezzanine. And clearly, as I was kind of rambling at the start there about what are we going to see from Algeria in the second half, will it be akin to their first half? Well, I think the answer is going to be a resounding yes, because you don't see that sort of play style on top floor layer all that often. Teams like to normally sit back a little bit, play the Tachanka. It's all about denial. It's all about making sure that when they do get into sight, there's only 20 seconds left. We don't care if they get ops control. We don't care if they even get mez control because we're happy to sit back. But that's not how Algeria played it.
Yeah, I really like that. Very active defense. It's something you'd expect from players that are playing together all of the time. They've got that chemistry. They're very quick to react. They're quick to work off each other. And I'm not sure if a lot of these Algeria players are regularly playing together. Obviously, that once the team was put together, they would have been doing some practice and scrims. But yeah, I don't know. Obviously, on the contrast to that, of course, Turkey, you got 3 players who are regularly on the same team. Anyway, one former teammate of that team. Wow, look at that scoreline. It's currently 1-6 in favor of Iraq over Saudi Arabia. This would be a massive upset if Iraq is able to topple Saudi Arabia in this best of 3. Of course, this is the second map, and Saudi Arabia won that first map of Bank very convincingly. So, look, there's all possibility that we go to Clubhouse as a decider here and Saudi Arabia still come out on top. But no question, I mean, losing to Algeria was already a little bit of a failure for Saudi Arabia, and now they are going to have to try and fight through that lower bracket. Of course, as you have mentioned, yes, if they fail to qualify, they will be invited. But I have no doubts that this team would much rather qualify themselves than receive the host invitation.
Yeah, and bring Kuwait along for the ride as well. And look, honestly, this is actually the second time these two countries have actually played, James. They played earlier in the upper bracket quarterfinals, and Iraq actually did win a map against Saudi Arabia in that series. It was an 8-7 on Lair. The other two maps were Labs and Clubhouse, 7-4, 7-4. And of course, as you mentioned, Clubhouse the decider, which now looks very likely, if we're going to be completely honest. The difference in that series of the Clubhouse that was played, it was 4-2 half to Saudi Arabia on their defense, so that's probably about what you would expect. So clearly for Iraq, it was just a matter of winning more of their defensive rounds, and that's something that they can kind of take from that series and now apply it to this one. Provided they don't give up 5 rounds straight, the Clubhouse should feature.
Very true. Another point about that Saudi Arabia-Iraq game in the upper bracket is that Saudi Arabia only lost that map of Lair to Iraq by 1 round. It was a 7-8 overtime game. If this ends up being, obviously it can't be a 7-1 now, but it could still be a 7-2. Iraq just have to get 1 attack across the line here. If this ends up being a very dominant scoreline in favor of Iraq, then Saudi Arabia are not going to have as much confidence or momentum going into Clubhouse as their opposition do. And it would be a very challenging third map if that is the case.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I guess the one saving grace, though, for Saudi Arabia is that they wouldn't be going into that third map in a do or die, whereas Iraq would, right? Because clearly for Saudi Arabia, if they do lose it, they get the host nation slot. If they win it, great, move forward. But for Iraq, they have to win, both, of course, here on Consulate, then on Clubhouse to progress forward to that lower bracket final. And if it's not been known, of course, the winner of Saudi Arabia and Iraq will play the loser of Turkiye and Algeria. That doesn't promise to be really all that of an easy feat. If we're going to be basing what we've seen so far between those two on our currently broadcasted match. So I don't think either Iraq or Saudi Arabia would be clear favorites, but certainly would be nice to give yourself that opportunity by making the lower bracket final.
Of course. And look, you've mentioned a few times, of course, that Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, one of them will be the hosts nation invite. If both of them make it, so if Saudi Arabia qualifies through the bracket and Kuwait gets the invite, then we get more players from Twisted Minds at the event, of course, because Doverkin will make it as well. So will Guards. So a lot of exciting former teammates, current teammates, all at the same event, representing different nations. It'd be very exciting for them. So I'm sure that it's not just Kuwait watching this Saudi Arabia team for their own interests, but also to see the people that they enjoy playing with also finding some success as well.
And of course, Algeria did beat Saudi Arabia 2-1. We have, of course, the pause in our other match, so we'll just kind of follow through with the remainder of Consulate for Saudi Arabia and Iraq. It's unfortunate that this is not a closer map to kind of dive into, James. It feels almost formalities. It seems like maybe we're back underway, though, with Algeria and Turkey, so I think we'll might likely switch back. Indeed, we will. This one, of course, far closer on Lair. 4-3 scoreline. Certainly a case where it can very much go either way here in the second half. I don't think there's any leading observation to suggest one or the other is certainly going to be favored. Leaves it to be quite enticing.
You look back on the bracket, Turkey, we mentioned, of course, they did have a hard game, good opponent in Kuwait in order to qualify for this game, but they did away with that 2-0. All of their other games against Tunisia and Lebanon were both 2-0s. This is the first time that Turkiye has actually dropped a map throughout this bracket. It was earlier today in the first map against Algeria, the one that unfortunately we didn't get to see lots of because our Thailand versus... oh my god, I'm blanking. Who was... It was Thailand, South Korea. That's right. That match ended up going 3 maps. We missed out on seeing the first one on this series, but yeah, Turkiye, for the first time, blooded through this bracket. Algeria are a force to be reckoned with. Certainly don't underestimate what these guys are capable of. They do need to start having a bit more success here, but now that they're on defense, I have a lot of hope for them.
Certainly was not expecting coming into this series, this map, that Solotov would actually be one of the lower fraggers for Turkey after some of the screenshots I saw of him in the earlier qualifying matches. But well, Guttero's doing all of the heavy lifting. So who needs Solotov? He got the opening pick, and Salim Shady quick to react to the push down the stairs from Fino. That's a wonderful kill and opens this map up well and truly for Turkey. They have so much control as the attacking team with so much time as well. They can get first floor pressure. They can go direct through basement as well, which is through lockers now for Shoxel. Well, they just almost got caught at the doorway. Luckily able to keep himself tucked in, but an angle found by Lee J deals with the Blackbeard.
That is huge from Lee J. The Blackbeard going down, that was the single instrument that Turkiye had to deal with this defense to force themselves into the bomb site. Now Lee J's found a second as well. It's a 3 versus 3. And what looked to be Turkiye's chance to break the spell on this attacking side has quickly slipped through their fingers.
Still a minute remaining in the round, so it kind of ends up being this Eye of the Storm moment. That's kind of the way that Lair has probably played out so far in its entirety. His fast action pace moments at around the 1.5 to 2 minute mark, and then a small little stall out. Gunnero's searching, spotted nothing on the radar. The F-Not mine, a little bit of a nuisance. At this point now, it's completely annoying him. Wants to just completely shut it off. Radar up again.
Oh,
to be fair, Algeria not panicking. They're just not making any bad movements at all. Just staying tucked in, forcing Turkiye to have to push into sight.
trying to use a sound cover of the boogie from the Ram as well to get into a more advanced position. Doesn't work out for Lee J, nor for Atox. Brogson now, 1v3. So close to where the plant was trying to go down, but Solotov calls to go for the kill, and Turkiye finally get that round across the line. A tough one, but a critical and important round. One step closer to putting Lair to bed.
So 5-3 lead, Turkiye able to unlock basement on the attack. 2 rounds away from forcing Clubhouse after losing the opening map of Fortress. But again, it's another round, James, where 3v3, 50 seconds left, Algeria on defense. Like a winnable round by every metric, and yet they can't break through at the end. It's these last 30 to 40 seconds. That's where this series is right now being won and lost. That's the difference, mate. Unless Algeria can get a 2 to 3 kill advantage early in the round, they just can't win the clutch moments at the end. So clearly, you either have to look at it as, do we double down on our early aggression? That's been our strength. We want to double down on that, try and win the round literally in the first 1.5 minutes. Or do we try and put more focus on keeping members alive for the late game? Those will be the discussions that need to be had here going into round 9 and onwards.
The thing I've really learned from watching the way that Algeria plays, you just cannot underestimate how quick they are and what any individual player can do. Even the way that bit of Shoxel died last round, as we had a little bit of a peek over on what's happening in that Saudi Arabia versus Iraq game, and Iraq is struggling to close out this match. Saudi Arabia is now up to
the multi-view
3 rounds. We also have a little bit of a peek on what's happening in Japan versus the Republic of Korea. Very exciting. Obviously, that is a qualification game. The winner of that is going to go to the ENC Finals. And South Korea are hot off a loss. Japan hot off a win in that lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, that's quite a few exciting games going on at the moment. This one as well. I mean, this has been a really fun watch. I know that me and Gus were kind of sitting back really enjoying Thailand versus South Korea, James, and talking about just the fun factor as to the way the game. It wasn't just 100% pure strategy focus. There was a sloppiness, but in that sloppiness was actually quite a lot of fun. And I think there's been elements to that here as well with how aggressive Algeria have been playing. It's a brand of Siege that you don't always see at the real high-end tournaments. But Algeria know that they're clearly suffering at the end of these rounds. So do they really try and double down at the start here, or play it a little bit more quiet? Well, it goes against them. And this is now where it can get really ugly, because this has been the strength of Algeria. These early kills, these opening kills, the early fights. Now they're down 5v4. This is where they could be really susceptible.
A lot of patience here. You can see Solotov is trying to bait out some aggression here. He's hoping that Atox will peak, and he's tempted. Here's that first smack of the barbed wire. Second smack, I should say. And the Twitch drone quickly taken down, so that's good dispatchment of that utility. A late reinforcement from Hoxie as well. Second Twitch drone's going to come in, almost gets shot. Solotov is really at a bit of an impasse here. The rest of his team need to be making progress because he is being very effectively kept at bay by Atox.
Under the last minute now. Algeria have been forced to just kind of sit back. Hootsy does get one. Another one up close was Gutaro. Gutaro wins yet another battle as he goes to 11 kills. Broxton and Lee J, the last two remaining, must get the next kill. Arguably probably need the next two. Broxton reacts in time to the close Slim Shady, but he loses his partner. He loses Lee J, and with that now in the 1v3.
Gutaro's so low on HP. That diffuser can start being planted by Shoxel, and Bodolf is up above as well with Vert to try and cover off that position. C4 expended to try and take down that air jab, but up from above, it's Bodolf on the Vert, and Turkiye have found yet another round. They are inching closer and closer to a third map on Clubhouse.
Yeah, and they deserve it at this point. I think Clubhouse is necessary. 6-3 lead, so they've clearly been able to just put the foot down, get to work, finally able to win a couple of early battles. That set them up for the round, and while there was a small, tiny fight back from Algeria, it just wasn't enough in the end, and it clearly feels like Lair has slipped away from them. They've had the opportunities, but they haven't been able to take any of them, and that's kind of let them fall into this position. As we have a little glimpse at Japan and South Korea in that lower bracket final win. Winner goes to the Esports Nations Cup LAN. Loser will not feature. It's an APAC North Rumble, James.
Very exciting. I love that. Wow, very late as well. Oh, the Yokai drone is spotted. Very nice, but there's a second one. I love that. Something extra sweet seeing Japan's national team win the round because of the Japanese operator, though the Warden C4 was there for a backup anyway. I feel like on paper here, Jake, between Japan and South Korea, you would expect it to be definitely a Japan win. I think that team is probably a little bit more stacked, but you never know. South Korea played so well in the bracket so far. Over to the Saudi Arabia-Iraq game, and man, wow, nice shot through the smoke. But Saudi Arabia have kept this going. This might be where the back finally breaks, however, as Iraq are so damn close to finishing it off. P9 has something to say about it, though it is a 2 versus 3.
I'll tell you what, if he had have actually got that kill, he may even still be able to get this kill. There's a lot of time in this round for Iraq. They don't have to panic here. Oh, and they might panic here because they're in the flames. I mean, that's a wonderful clear onto the Deimos who was trying to get the plant down. Again, Iraq had so much time, and instead of opting to try and, you know, put a bit more pressure on these last two defenders, they just went straight for the plant. That leaves them a little bit vulnerable, and it's forced into a bit of a rotate. This is actually turning into a fun little round because if Iraq lose this, then it becomes 5-6, and the comeback would be on for Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, man, imagine that. This was 6-1. Iraq are just
from 6-1 down.
Yeah, oh, we've seen it before, haven't we? In notable games in Rainbow Six, there's something cursed about that 6-1 scoreline. And the patience from Saudi Arabia, I am loving. P9 was above this hatch not too long ago. Now he's down below. Now the diffuser has been carefully claimed by the defense, and it's up to Iraq to try and piece their way back into the site. P9 is in a very solid spot. You can see the Ella in the corner camping that diffuser as well. This is such a tense moment. If Saudi Arabia wins this round, there's no telling what they'll be able to achieve.
Oh my
and it's not going to look good for Iraq. One player now in a 1 versus 2. They had a 3v2 advantage, Jake, and they could not get that plant down. And now they are finished off. It's a massive play from the Ella at the yellow pillar. And Saudi Arabia are making an absolute marathon comeback. We'll check in with that game a little bit later. For now, back to Turkiye versus Algeria.
And it starts off with Shoxel finding kill into Lee J. There's a lot of siege going on right now, James. It's it's actually quite fun. I feel like I'm commentating 3 different games of Siege at once. It's just exciting. But it is Turkiye that have again found another opening kill. 2 straight for them. That puts them in an advantageous position, even though it is still top floor layer defense. Master and R6. Algeria may have lost Lee J, but they do still hold a pretty decent bomb site. They just have to try and maybe find a way to get back to what works for them. That's that aggression. The last 2 rounds, they've just tailed that off a little bit. And it's giving space for Turkiye. Certainly here last time out on this site, you remember the clash play. They don't opt to try and play to that level of aggression. This time it's a bit more sitting back.
Yeah, it'll come down to timing here from Turkiye and utilizing that shield from Bodolf on the Blackbeard. It'd be massive. especially when it comes to converting numbers advantages. That is the specialization of shields, and the Glaz certainly isn't going to hurt. Great pick from Salim Shady as well with that M4. Hoxie and Brogson now. You can see Brogson feels the need to make a play. This is for the map. 2v5. And Turkiye look to send us to Clubhouse.
Seems as if it's inevitable at this point, James. We haven't really seen any of these sort of like 2vx clutches, and at the smoke, Shoxel, I don't even think he needed that smoke to pop. Speaking of smoke, it's the only one that's left on the board now for Algeria. Double from Hoxie. He needs the ace, and in the post plant to keep Algeria alive on Lair. Otherwise, we go to Clubhouse. Spots out Bodolf on that Blackbeard. Shoxel will play the clans outside. He's got the angle. He finds the kill, and we will be heading to Clubhouse.
What a beautiful fashion to get it done as well for Turkiye. They know how to use such a variety of different operators. The Blackbeard and the Glaz together really making mincemeat out of the end of that execute. I'm loving this. I'm going to be honest, Jake, we are seeing such high quality siege out of these national teams, and it is so exciting to see. I'm really glad that we get 3 maps out of these teams. Both of them have had such impressive runs through the upper bracket so far. We deserve a 3rd map.
Well, I mean, it also makes back-to-back upper bracket finals between Asia and MEA going the distance, all 3 needed for South Korea and Thailand, all 3 now required as well for Turkey and Algeria. Certainly a lot on the line for these 2 nations. The loser does get a second opportunity in that lower bracket against potentially either Iraq or Saudi Arabia, depending on how that match goes. But you just want to win and get in. That's all that matters, is just don't even have to worry about playing another series later today, which is pretty much how it will play out. If you lose this series, James, you do then have to play again pretty much directly after that, as we're currently seeing at the moment with Japan versus South Korea.
Of course, and whichever team, whether it is Saudi Arabia or Iraq, that the loser of this match ends up meeting, that'll be a very challenging opponent. Obviously, Algeria only beat Saudi Arabia in a 2-1. They did lose one map. It was a hard-fought match, and Iraq have already shown us that they can upset some really big teams. They are upset Kuwait, obviously, and they are on their way to potentially upsetting Saudi Arabia as well, depending on how the rest of that game ends up going.
Yeah, I think that for me, though, what we saw on that map of Lair, this is where it gets a bit tricky because we didn't get to see Fortress. So we probably didn't get to see the real strengths of Algeria actually play out and be executed where they were getting results. But we clearly did see a lot of their strengths on Lair that just didn't get results. A lot of the early fighting, a lot of the fact that they had good mid-round control. The late round let them down. So you think about a map like Clubhouse and how that plays structurally. Are you going to be as capable of getting those early fights to go advantageously on your attacks of club? Probably not in comparison to a map like Lair. And then certainly those late round executes are going to be far more heavy on a map like Clubhouse. I think to me that then leads itself to being Turkiye more likely on a map like Club, but remains to be seen.
I know that Algeria only won 2 rounds in that first half when they're on the attacking side, but I feel like their attacks were actually stronger than their defenses in a way. Even though they ended up losing a lot of those rounds, they had a lot of 5v3s, a lot of really good early game control. I just think Turkiye's attacks were so incredible on Lair. And moving on to Clubhouse, a map that is figured out, for lack of a better word. People have a lot of ideas on how to attack Clubhouse. You can do your defaults, and if you're a really good team, you can do it very well. I think Turkiye are really going to flourish on Clubhouse in terms of the attacking side. It's more going to be about how Algeria can defend. I think if you can't play a good Azami, if you can't play wall denial, then you're going to have a lot of challenges on Clubhouse.
And of course, as we already showed earlier, the other matches that were playing still are playing. It is Japan that's now 4-1 up against South Korea to close out that first half, but it looks like it will be 4-2, James. It looks like South Korea will get the last round, so that'll be a second attacking round on Consulate. So that is developing nicely. Hang on a second.
Hold your horses, Jay.
Surely. Well, and then on the other side of the,
oh
the
my
coin,
God.
we've got overtime was secured for Saudi Arabia versus
Oh
Iraq
my
from
God.
6-1 down. They forced it, and Anderton has clutched it. What is happening right now? I don't know which one's more insane, the Anderton 1v4 or the fact that Saudi Arabia won 5 straight to force overtime.
That's unbelievable. Yeah. I can't believe we're at 6 each for Iraq and Saudi Arabia. I also can't believe that we tuned into the perfect moment to see Anderson get a 1v4 clutch, which is a 5-1 half, by the way, for Japan. Unreal stuff.
Wow. Well, we are going to take a short break here on the broadcast. Not too long, though. When we return, of course, it will be Turkiye and Algeria on Clubhouse. Welcome back to the Esports Nations Cup MEA qualifiers for Rainbow Six Siege. Turkiye and Algeria, third map coming up very shortly. But there are, of course, other developing matches as well, James, that are currently happening.
Yeah, very exciting. It's been absolutely crazy. We're currently on overtime match point for Saudi Arabia and Iraq here on Consulate. This has been an insane game. What a comeback it has been from Saudi Arabia. They were down 6-1. Iraq were on the verge of sending us to Clubhouse as the deciding map. But it looks like Saudi Arabia might actually be ready to eliminate them.
Yeah, I mean, this would be a disaster way to end your tournament if you're Iraq. If they lose this round, they are eliminated. They will not be able to qualify. Of course, the winner of this will go to the lower bracket final. That will be played later today. But you at least want that opportunity by getting this to Clubhouse. And the fact that they were 6-1 up, they probably thought they had it in the book. And they certainly have not been able to do that. It seems, looking at some of the numbers for Saudi Arabia, Hashom has really led from the front, P9 as well, with 12 kills. Speaking of Hashom, he has taken some damage. 90 seconds left in this round, so not a lot of time remaining with Iraq on the attack. It's Chef over towards Admin.
One of these players are getting flashbacks to the last time they met in the upper bracket. It was map 2, it was on Lair, and Iraq just barely won 8-7. They're going to need to do the same thing today to push us to a third map. On the attacking side, no less, it's not an easy feat on Consulate to win those attacking rounds, but like you said, bit of damage on the Hashom, a little bit of damage on the Trix. I like the use of the Nomad to prevent this re-aggression here from Saudi Arabia, but time is ticking away, and there's a Nitro Cell prepared by P9, which means it won't make that rip sound when he decides to toss it out.
Opening kill goes the way of Saudi Arabia, puts Iraq in a further bad position. No Blackbeard either to help facilitate the entry into the site. Full white for Chef. Through the hallway, throws in another one. This time more successful to get over towards default. They do have the kit. That's with Domian over towards the hallway. It does feel like, though, for Iraq, with 30 seconds left in a 4v5, this is when it gets very easy to start to panic and fluster. 7-7. You lose this round, you are out of ENC.
Yeah, they need to shoot this Nitro Cell. The whole round lands on it, but no! The C4 lands directly on his face, and the plant will not go down. Saudi Arabia are on the verge of knocking Iraq from the tournament, but Baroka gets inside.
Oh my God.
Needs to find another one. Big from Bazooka. P9's gonna win it. It's a 1v1. Oh my God, P9! Saudi Arabia come out on top. They knock Iraq out of the ENC qualifiers, and they are through to the lower bracket final.
Wow, what a end of round. I'm not going to lie, James. After that Nitro Cell, I thought that's it. Surely it's done. And Iraq and naturally the K's fighting for your tournament live. They just started scrambling and just sent it. And it almost worked. The fact that it came down to a 2 versus 1 in their favor. And P9 had to win the 1v1, and he did. Means that for Iraq, unfortunately, they have been eliminated from the Esports Nation Cup qualifiers. They are out. It means for Saudi Arabia, they will be in the lower bracket final awaiting either Turkiye or Algeria, and it gives a lifeline still for Kuwait.
I just still think it's crazy. So crazy what happened in that game. Saudi Arabia were down 6-1. We was actually already talking about Clubhouse. It's so close for Iraq. Incredible showing from them already. They did knock out Kuwait and a number of other teams from the tournament, which is no easy feat in itself. But like you mentioned, with Saudi Arabia still in, if they qualify by taking one of the 2 spots from this qualifier, it does mean that the host invitation will pass down to Kuwait. So Kuwait will be very happy about that result, seeing that they still have a chance at making it to the ENC Finals through that host invitation.
Yeah, but it's not a guarantee. Saudi Arabia will have to beat one of either Algeria or Turkiye, neither of which I think will be very easy task at all. We are heading into the third and final map of this very series. To Clubhouse, we will go, James, one way or another. If it wasn't the other series, it's this one, and this is the big one. It is the final map. Turkiye, Algeria win, and you're into the inaugural Esports Nations Cup.
Such an exciting time, both of these rosters, and for anyone from Turkey or Algeria watching from home, neither of these teams have ever had a representative where you had a full team from these nations. at an international Rainbow Six Siege event
Attackers need to
before.
locate and
Of
defuse
course, we've seen
bombs.
Solotov play at many a Six Invitational or a major, massive tournaments in Rainbow Six. He himself is a legend of the scene, but the rest of Turkiye and most of Algeria as well, much less familiar with the international stage. Such an exciting time for these two teams, and credit to Turkiye. Although they lost on Fortress, they brought it back quite well on Lair, but this is what I wanted to see. I want to see what Algeria can do when they get onto that attacking side. On Lair, they looked much better on their attack, Jake, than they did on their defensive side. And Clubhouse, it's very much a familiar map to any Rainbow Six player. It is the staple. It's the classic, the home of Rainbow Six. There's so many fundamentals that you need to know to play a good Clubhouse, whether it comes to wall denial, whether it comes to roam game, information game, or in this case for Algeria, shield play, Montaigne and Blackbeard in tandem to kick off this attack half.
Yeah, and 7-3, 7-3 in the first two maps, so they've both been able to strike a decent punch each. Means it's pretty equal, I think, coming into Clubhouse. Again, they've both played it once so far throughout the qualifiers. That was a long time ago, I think all the way back in the second round. So it's been a decent amount of time since that either of these two have actually played this map. And obviously being the fact that they're not club-level teammates and nations, while this is a pretty staple map, there's not going to be a sense of comfortability for either of the two teams because there is a large quantity of unknown about this. Algeria sending Feno through dirt on the Blackbeard. You mentioned, of course, the double shield setup, so they can look to try and get some pressure towards site as well, along with getting a clear up above. Gutaro, who was the star man back on Lair, he's shut down early. That's a great statement from Feno, but he's swiftly traded by the real star in Solotov.
Probably a worthwhile trade for Turkiye. You want to get rid of those shields that are so deadly in that late round, especially at countering some of these mirror window positions. Still a lot of work to be done for Algeria. For Turkiye, I think it's mostly patience. There's no need to overcomplicate this and look to play a super active defense. I believe there's still a Nitro cell on Shoxel. Okay, so Salim Shady was still on his roam and cut off before he can retreat back to side. That is a big punishment there. Turkiye now fighting from behind. And with the shield still up for Algeria, they're looking very good.
Yeah, but they've been in these positions back on Lair, and this is where, is it map dependent? Is it team dependent in terms of these situations that they find themselves in? The ability, heading into the last 60 seconds, a player advantage. Turkiye on the defense. They won a lot of these rounds back on Lair. And Basement Clubhouse is a pretty strong, formidable defensive site. With Solotov still alive, go boat off on the smoke, there are still really good, ample opportunities for Turkiye in this round, despite the advantage for Algeria. And where they really need to nail this home is probably through Atox on the Monty to be able to push forward, out from bot main, take some space in towards the hallway and church.
This is a great position, though, from Shoxel. He's not vulnerable to the hatch, and he has the ability to go for a lot of good peaks if anyone does move into Arsenal. However, the push for now is coming instead from Church. Addix is forced back into Mem. And a rotate back upstairs. The diffuser is indeed going to go into Arsenal, which means Shoxel's position comes even more into play. Great kill, though, from Atox on that Monty. Needs to get into a planned position now. Does Brogson. Nitro Cell comes out from Shoxel. It finds the Monty. There's no chance now. 1v1, but not enough time to get the job done. And Turkiye will win the round on time.
Yeah, Solotov just got scrappy over towards Arsenal, kept himself alive, just didn't want to over-peak, didn't want to rush at Algeria and what they were doing, knew that time was going to be a factor. Really smart heads-up play from him. Even though it did technically come down to a 1v1, there was only half a second on the clock when that actually transpired. Really solid round for Turkiye. And again, it's the hallmarks of what happened on Lair, James, where there's a 4v3 player advantage for Algeria heading into the execute towards site, and they fumble it again. Like, they had the Monty up, but it was some really solid defense from Turkiye. They still had Vulcan canisters to delay impacts. They had good positioning over towards Arsenal. They knew there was no pressure from Dirt or Kitchen Hatch. It was pretty one-dimensional from Algeria, and they just backed themselves in and they closed it out. That is an opportunity that goes begging for Algeria.
Explosive ordnance out and primed. Jammer ready.
A lot of work to be done to right wrongs like that. still incredible that it got so close. We have been really treated, haven't we, tonight? I just cannot believe the plot lines that have happened in this qualifier so far. We saw plenty in the matches on the other streams, or on the other games, the other regions, even the lower bracket of this Middle East Africa region with the Saudi Arabia-Iraq matchup. This game is also delivering here. For Algeria, step one is always going to be hard breach here. We've got both the Hibana and the Thermite. Great util to open up these walls as early as possible. But it's later in the round when it comes to dealing with the mirror windows, with the Vulcan canisters, and with the Dread Mines. Even the Azami's Keeper Barriers, I don't see a lot of utility that's going to be perfect for dealing with that. Do we even have DMRs? We don't have a single DMR on this lineup from Algeria, which means it's going to be very tough to try and clear out those Keeper Barriers.
Enemies inbound.
Yeah, and Algeria are going to take, I think, a slower approach this round. Sweep across with the double shield set up through rafters and clear out cache. CCTV currently being held by Salim Shady and Shoxel. Feno's at least going to try and maybe get in a position over towards the balcony for a cutoff towards construction. Needs to be mindful of potential jump outs. He's kind of by himself at the moment. And Radar puts a bit of pressure onto Shoxel. And maybe the idea of the Solid Snake is to just get some inverted pressure towards construction, maybe force them back in towards Gym Bedroom. Feno wants to think about going for a swing, doesn't really go for it. Atox taking his time on this Monty to push through CCTV, only just now gets into cache. Everyone from Turkiye has vacated from the cache and top red position. It's only Shoxel in con who has the ability to get back into bedroom and does do so.
Big kill from Salim Shady. Shoxel's going to help out.
Well, both shields
Monty
dead.
Going down. Yeah, this is very awkward. How do you lose both your shields so early? Shoxel's hungry for more. Guttero says, hey, save some for me. Feno in a 1v5 as he finds a consolation frag, but yet not enough from Algeria. Very uninspired attack, and Turkiye took advantage of the round with both hands. Monty, are you okay? Says Shoxel in the old chat. Salim Shady started the affair for Turkiye and finished it as well. Big round for him.
I think he just did he just side the logistics? Did he just get so focused on pushing through con in towards bedroom that he's just turned his back and given up a freebie? Because he just went down so easily. Like, it shouldn't really be happening. The Blackbeard is one thing. Didn't quite see where he went down, but Atox was pretty slow maneuvering through CCTV, then into cache, taking his time, being cautious, and then he goes into con and just dies instantly. How does that happen? So it's got to be a little concerning for Algeria. The shield play clearly not working, and I don't think it plays to their strength either. Slow approach round. Don't get me wrong, Gym Bedroom, there's not a lot of room to really get aggressive, but even still, you could get main stairs pressure. You can certainly put a lot more pressure towards Jacuzzi Breach, Logistics Hatch, go for a bit more of a split push along with Balcony towards the gym window. There's a lot more you can do outside of just a shield push through construction. Clearly didn't work. I don't think the Monty is one that probably should come back based on that gameplay, and they do bring the Blackbeard, but certainly not bringing the Monty for cash and CCTV.
I'm going to be keeping an extra eye on how this Blackbeard plays out in this round. You really should not be losing both of your shields as the first two players to go down on an attack, especially not on a map like Clubhouse, when it's less about roam clear and it's more about positioning for an execute. I'm surprised at how much mirror we've seen as well. I mean, not a lot of bans on that operator, instead opting for the hard breach denial like Kaid and Bandit, which, yes, it makes breaching easier, but you look at how many obstacles Turkiye bring to the table. I mean, there's Goyos, they've got to be cleared out with a Twitch or explosives, the mirror windows, the Keeper barriers from the Azami, and if it comes to it in the late round, the Echo as well.
Oh, it's Podolf that finds an early one onto Feno, and that's onto the Solid Snake as well. Broxton wants to go for the gun. Oh, but Salim Shady is just sharp with the Vector. A double kill towards the Jacuzzi Breach. The Blackbeard again just not having influence, and these attacks for Algeria are not having the same effect as what we saw back on Lair. The result, funnily enough, is the same, James. But it's not even remotely close in terms of the rounds and how they're playing out.
Yeah. Night and day difference between Clubhouse and Lair. On Lair, Algeria looked good in a lot of these attack rounds, and then Turkiye were clutching up. This has just been completely dominant from Turkiye. Algeria are going to need to have a big change up in the next couple of rounds. We're going to get one more operator ban to come through after this round finishes, but let's be honest, it looks like Atox is mostly just baiting. He can use this as a kind of impromptu tactical timeout to talk to his team about the next round. But his chance of winning this one are very slim.
I think I saw the tactical timeout as well has been called. So an extended break for Algeria coming up. Oh, Atox somewhat slow to react to Gutaro, just standing quite literally at the window, and vice versa. Gutaro a little slow to land that kill. In the end, he does. Hits the headshot, and Turkiye with a 3-0 advantage.
Wow, what a beautiful skin as well. Love to see that. All the recent Rainbow is Magic skins that have come into the game. Love to see that. Algeria taking their tactical timeout, and they certainly need it right now. It's been 3 rounds of strife, and not just have they lost those 3 rounds, but they haven't done a lot right in any of them. Yes, they're achieving some of the fundamental basics of breaching some of the core walls, but they're not taking map control without burning bodies. They're struggling to have an impact from their shields. They're struggling to clear a lot of the setup that Turkiye have brought to the table. And so after this timeout finishes, we're going to see the operator veto. And I got a question, like, what is it going to be next? Is it going to be the Mira? Is it going to be the Azami? Algeria have a big decision to make.
Certainly do. We transition to get a glimpse of Japan, South Korea, and that particular law final that's happening for the Asia qualifiers. Japan winning the first map 7-2 on Consulate, and tonight Haven Labs is now live. Of course, for Algeria, if they do lose to Turkiye, they drop to the lower final. They'll play Saudi Arabia. And James, for some extra clarification regarding that amazing comeback from Saudi Arabia, we didn't even pick up on it, but it was actually a 6-0 comeback. Wow. And every single round won on that game of Consulate was defense. There was not a single attacking round that was won. Not one.
Wow. It makes it even funnier that the last round, it came down to a 1v1. And all they needed to do was get that one last kill, and Iraq would have survived for another map. But they could not break that trend. Japan, South Korea into the second map now. Japan leading after taking a dominant scoreline on the first. I think if you look at these teams on paper, I think that most people would hedge their bets on Japan, but you never know. South Korea had a really good fight against Thailand earlier today. They've dropped down from that upper bracket to meet Japan now. Thailand obviously already having qualified to the ENC Finals, leaving Japan and South Korea to fight it out for the final spot in Asia.
It would be devastating for either South Korea or Japan, but only one can go through. That's just the reality. Being completely honest, I think Japan probably a little bit more deserving based on what we've seen in the APAC North region over the last year or two. And I wouldn't be surprised if that one gets ugly, considering Defense Labs, Japan should be pretty confident in that first half. Of course, for Turkey and Algeria, that's the main focus. 3-0 back underway over there as well. We're finally out of what was a tactical timeout from Algeria at the same time as the bans that we saw halfway through. It was the Azami and the Thermite that were banned away. Well, that's not good for South Korea, but
not at all.
Yunsang has disconnected.
4v2. Rough position for South Korea to be in. Also, it's hard to bounce back after you lose your first game earlier today to Thailand.
They're also playing without Misa, who was their top player in that opening map. So I actually only just realized that courtesy of Yunsang disconnecting. But yeah, they made the substitution. Yunsang in, Misa out.
That's rough. That's right.
That's up for South Korea as well.
Yeah, there's players in South Korea right now, so losing him is a massive detriment. And I don't think Soldier's going to be able to safely pick up Woogie Man here. Even though Manhattan and Rek are low HP, there's just no way that this clutch comes through. 15 seconds. You can see Japan know that they've won the round. It's just about how they're going to do it. Nice little swing at the bottom. I believe that was from Shuri. And we go back to Turkiye and Algeria. And the onus is really on Algeria to step it up now. They've already lost a player in this round. Hoaxy has gone down without a kill 4 rounds in a row. Turkiye are looking very solid. I think they've found their rhythm in this game, Jake. They know that they don't have to overcomplicate things. They can sit back and relax and just prevent the cheese. And yeah, that is an utter desperate move there from Fenno, sending it down the hallway before he even detonated his Hibana pellets on the main wall into sight. And sadly, there's nothing in it for Algeria. Consolation prize for Brogson is just a single kill. The impacts come his way. He's taking a hell of a lot of damage. Finally finished off by Salim Shady. And Turkey are now running circles around Algeria on map 3.
Yeah, I think Algeria are going to be requesting a second timeout, but it's just not allowed. It's 4-0. Out of the attack, they just get completely decimated. There's nothing more demoralizing, James, when you call a tactical timeout, 3-0, go around the world, don't find any success, and then immediately out of that tactical timeout, you don't just lose the round, you get absolutely destroyed. Gym Bedroom to follow, another tough site. They just haven't really been able to get anything to work. They're not getting the early game going, so they're not getting early opening kills and advantages. They're certainly still not winning any of the late round executions. It's been a real struggle, but Turkey have just been really solid. They haven't really had to do too much themselves. Like, you saw that run down the hallway from Fenno. You just punish that. That's all you have to do. And that's where Turkey have been really switched on, not allowing Algeria to do any kind of crazy plays, get deep into sight, go for backstab attempts. It's just nothing's really working for the attack in this half. But as we just saw, a 0-6 comeback on one stream, you never count a team out in this game.
Yeah, especially not when it's swapping onto the defensive side, as we've discovered. Every single round, you said, in Saudi Arabia, Iraq on console won by that defensive side. So only 4 rounds of defense here by Turkiye. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I've got to say that Algeria loving these shields. They keep playing it. They've had very little success with it. And I wonder, is this that they think they're good with shields, or is it because it fits into their strategy, or is it desperation? Because there is a bit of a trend sometimes. If nothing is working, you can pick, especially a Montaigne, and just try and hope that you can make things work.
For them last time
no,
either.
it hasn't worked. In fact, none of the shields that we've seen from them have really bore much fruit.
Right, again, but this time put Brogson on the Monty, so that's at least a difference. No, it's not, sorry to say, a detriment to Atox, but clearly made a crucial error towards construction last time on the Monty, so they give it over to the designated shield player in Brogson, who's been predominantly on the Blackbeards at times. And so far, they're being somewhat stalled out. I mean, Turkey have actually kind of extended a little bit there temporarily, and now they're falling back. The fact that Brogson has only just now got into CCTV, like, they've taken some time again. So this is very similar to what happened last time. Turkey are able to just buy so much time because Algeria are naturally so slow in clearing out cache and CCTV.
A lot of map control still to take. I don't think they're going to get free opportunities here. Well, Turkey are pretty confident to go for peaks. I don't think they're going to over-peak here. Turkey know what has worked for them. Well, this is the thing, right? You look at the operator bans, you get rid of the ace, and now you get rid of the thermite after the third ban comes through. That's a nice shot from Fenno. Second one, a little bit too egregious here from Turkiye. Like, another one! God. Stop peeking, Fenno!
Jeez.
Turkiye have decided it's time to give up a few kills.
Well, I mean, I think you can give the credit to Fenno on a couple of those at least. Yeah, there's a couple of peaks from Turkiye, but he's hit some incredible shots. He's kind of just put the cape on and got to work. And, well, I'm the tier 1 player. I'm the one that's got the experience. I need to be, fragging out. He gets some good damage, and then the kill on to Shoxel. The chance for the ace beckons. Bodolf is the last one alive. Turkey is not winning this round. The question will be if Fenno can get the ace or not.
Oh my God.
A bit of contact and got the down. Fenno's not going to get this ace. They will shut him down finally. Algeria have got their first attacking round win.
And not a moment too soon. A much needed opportunity now for Algeria. All it took was a little bit of an overpeak from 3 players from Turkiye, and Fenno lapped them up. A bit of confidence now on Algeria's side. One more round and a half. If they can go a 2-4 split here, we're very much on.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. I think if they can get this second attacking round, it's a funny old game. You can lose 4 straight, look completely hopeless, tactical timeout, no effect, and then you just go and win 2 straight attacking rounds. It can completely change the complexion of this series, let alone the map. But, I mean, I will say that took a pretty special effort from an individual. That's not a team win, if that makes sense. Fenno just went absolutely nuts, was able to get some good shots, and that was the difference in the round.
Question is, 1 round left. What are you going to change up for this time? Because you can't just have Fenno sit on that window. Going back to the exact same bomb site, you can't expect that to happen exactly the same as it did last time. And thanks to the fact that the Ace and the Thermite have both been banned out, we only have this Hibana and some tin can openers. It's not a ton of util, but it will make quick work of that Jacuzzi breach, especially dealing with that mirror window, unless the impacts come out to try and deny it. That's an idea I hadn't thought of. Perhaps that's what Solotov's intention is. You can pop open that mirror window, throw his impacts through the mirror window so that they explode and destroy any hard breach placed on that wall.
We can push forward!
So the round is looking a little bit dicey for Shoxel, but he's still got a little bit of setup to do. I don't know how he took so much damage so early. Lee J trying to drone, but the mute jammers slowing that down, as is the player at the top of the red stairs. I like these feed holes here. Makes things very awkward for Broggs, and he wants to jump on through. Thankfully, he's got some assistance from Lee J. The Nomad stops that re-aggression from the defense. There's a lot of work to be done here. For Algeria, there's a solid reinforced wall supported with mute jammers that Shoxel is hiding behind, and also the ability to throw this C4 over the top of that reinforced wall is extra deadly. Essentially, it's like a crossfire with Salim Shady coming in to help. Big double C4 kill from Shoxel, and Algeria are falling to pieces. They sorely needed this round to find a second before saying goodbye to the half, but no, it's going to be another 1vx for Brogson, and it's not going to happen. Turkiye looking phenomenal. Massive C4 and a great extended hold into Cash and CCTV. Nets them a very dominant half here, just 2 rounds away from knocking Algeria out of it and qualifying for the ENC Finals.
A tough moment again for Algeria, James, just not really able to find success in these close rounds. It's leading them to a position now where 5-1 half is, I don't know if that's going to be enough. There's not a lot of wiggle room, no room for error. Yes, it could end up being defender-sided. The first couple of rounds will be telling of that, but the strength of this Turkiye roster is, interesting to me, because what we had kind of seen in some of the pictures that were posted of their earlier qualifier matches, of course, naturally Solotov was just popping off, but it's been a really good team effort. Back on Lair, it was the Gutero show. Well, here on Clubhouse, we're seeing Shoxel and Salim Shady rise to the occasion and put in some really solid performances. Yeah, Solotov's been great as well, but he hasn't, in any of at least these 2 maps, and certainly I would imagine on Fortress where they lost, been, someone that's dropping 20 kills and just being the ultra difference. It's been a solid team effort from Turkey, and that has been a big reason why Algeria are really struggling.
And the halftime role swap timeout is giving Algeria a chance to talk about it. The problem here is you don't want to overthink things too much, because we're moving straight onto the defensive side, Jake. It's a completely different kettle of fish, completely different ball game to what Algeria have been playing for the last 6 rounds. And the risk here is if they overcomplicate things a little bit too much and Turkiye look and find gaps, which Solotov is so familiar with. It's the way that Falcons like to play. They're always looking for gaps. Of course, the coach for Turkiye is as well Julio, who's the Falcons coach that Solotov is used to working with. I'm sure that the two of them together have been cooking some strats, some ideas, and hopefully this Turkiye roster will be ready to pounce on any gap they see. Wouldn't be surprised, based on the confidence that they've played with on their defensive side, if they'll have the gusto to do that now on the attack.
Yeah, and it has to be. You can't go. Well, I mean, I was going to say you can't go 6-1 down, but just because we saw Saudi Arabia come back from 6-0 doesn't mean you're going to be able to do it, right? Like those are the rare moments. Those are the statistical anomalies. You can't look to that and every time it's like, well, if they did it, we can do it. And while it does happen, you don't want to be in this position. You know, Church Arsenal got to win this, right? Like this is a must win. Got to lock out basement, probably then go gym bedroom. So if they can get this back to 3-5 going into Cash and CCTV, that's the goal. That's the short-term goal. Win this, win gym bedroom, then go to the tertiary, and then see how it plays out from there. And if they can win it on Cash and CCTV, it becomes 5-4 back to basement, and we got a game. So the path forward is there for Algeria. It's easier said than done. And Turkey's attacks, I imagine, are going to be pretty good. Well, they've been able to win a lot of the gunfights as well in that first half. That's the most telling aspect. So we'll see if the role swap will make a difference with Algeria going on to defense. I'm not giving up on them just yet. I think what we've seen so far here for the Esports Nations Cup qualifiers, James, is expect the unexpected, to be honest, has been the mantra throughout these qualifying matches, in comebacks, in nation v nation matchups that maybe didn't go the way as expected, etc. Nothing is easy to predict in this format.
Do not underestimate a dark horse, that's for sure. We've seen that plenty. Algeria were a dark horse for me coming into the tournament. They've already taken some big scalps, namely Saudi Arabia. Don't underestimate them here against Turkiye either.
Going live.
Interesting to see. Ooh, okay, sorry, Solotov, but what was that? An aggressive spawn peek here from Hoxie as he finds Solotov outside the building. That is one of the best players in the server. Definitely the most experienced player in the server, going down, and a lot of util with it as well. Snake, such a big operator. You can see Atox is worried about a player rushing onto site, so Algeria at least aware that they have gaps. Big double kill though. Salim Shady actually supports and finds Fenno. Guttero almost finds Hoxie. Trying to retreat back to site. Now things look grim for Algeria.
Yeah, I mean, you can fall back now. Yeah, Hoxie's low, but so is Guttero. 3 on site, but that's a lot of time now given up over towards first floor. Lee J wants to stick around, maybe catch one, and he does. Really big power play from Lee J. He may be low, though, but it does bring it back to a 3 versus 3. Looking for more. The concern for me, though, for Algeria is the Blackbeard. Well, it's Guttero then who catches Atox. Not ideal. And with this Blackbeard now against the 2 low-health defenders, you've got time to drone, get information. Look at the pings. They know exactly where these last 2 players are. And Turkiye are just kind of toying them with the pressure of the drones. They're not just rushing the site because there's still over a minute remaining.
Yeah, the stage is set for Turkiye to pounce onto the bomb site now. Like you said, low HP on 2 players. A drop down to the objective, but Guttero will fall. Bodolf, trapped in the fire, needs to try and find a safe place to plant or the ability to look for a kill. He hasn't destroyed that bulletproof camera, so there's plenty of information for these final 2 Algeria players to know exactly where Bodolf is planting. Doesn't know where the second player is. Worried about the hatch up above. And the nades look to keep him at bay. Now it's much harder. Now the plant is down, and Hoxie goes down. Bodolf knows exactly where Lee J remains. The nade comes out, but a big kill. Enough damage to get the down. Finished off. Pistol out. But it's up against the Bearing 9 from Shoxel.
Well, he's not he knows that Shoxel's here in Arsenal in this position, but not exactly the precise location. Does he just look to stick it? Hope for the best. Ping information. Shoxel creeps up, gets the kill. Lee J went for the counter defuse. It's Turkiye that are 6-1 up and have got match and series point to book their place in the Esports Nations Cup.
And that was despite losing the opening kill, losing their best player, Solotov, straight off the rip, thanks to an aggressive peek outside the building from the Algeria players. This is so good from Turkiye. This whole roster is stepping up, and yeah, sometimes it gets a little bit scrappy, but they're reading into the aggression well enough to come out ahead. It was a 3v3 in that late round, but a lot of mid-round damage onto those Algeria players and then a pick, and that was the moment when Turkiye were on. They had the Blackbeard, they got him into position, and they looked to get a plant down. Perfect stuff from Turkiye, and if they keep this up, then we will very soon be congratulating them on their qualification through to the Esports Nations Cup Finals.
And Algeria now set with a very difficult task, 5 straight to force overtime. And again, otherwise, if they can't pull that off, it will be a lower bracket final against Saudi Arabia later today. Well, pretty much very much shortly after this, actually. For all intents and purposes, judging by how quick Japan and South Korea started after that earlier upper bracket final loss for South Korea, they'll probably only get maybe 10-15 minutes to kind of reset and get prepared for that next series. They did, of course, beat Saudi Arabia earlier in the qualification bracket. There's still every chance that Algeria could feature at the Esports Nations Cup LAN. But right now it's looking like Turkiye are well and truly on their way. Just have to lock this out and not do an Iraq, which is lose, well, at this point, 5 straight. Iraq lost 6 straight.
Yeah. Turkiye have to show us what their attacks look like now. That's what it all comes down to. But for Algeria, when you've just been rocked like that, and you're on your defenses and you lose your first defense, it's not an easy place to be fighting back from. Backs up against the wall. There's only one way forward. But they're looking to play very passively. Are Algeria. They're not trying to fight for a lot of map space. And it's given a massive gift to Turkiye as I say that. Lee Jace just found a big pick. I believe he was just on the main stairs. And he baited Salim Shady in just long enough to get that first pick. Solotov's also taken a hell of a lot of damage. Turkiye have to be careful.
Yeah, but they've had these early advantages prior, and on Clubhouse have not been able to convert. By no means is this going to be job done for Algeria, but at the very least, basement 5v4, sit back, just keep 5 on site. Save those gas babes if Lee J has a couple still left in the pocket. Make sure you use those late in the round. Oh, it's an EDD.
Wow.
The entry denial device for Broxton. Catches a kill. Gataro, though, forces through with a bit of help from Bodolf. They're able to just make their way through dirt rather quickly. There is, of course, all 4 defenders on site for Algeria, so they can block off this push out of dirt.
Big chance now for Bodolf. Oh, big Nitro Cell! And that is the hope that Algeria need to try and stay in this qualifier. It's just Shoxel left. 1v3, and Atok finds him. It was a great read and a nice play from Turkiye, but Algeria had that read back, and that Nitro Cell gave them the gift of life to stay alive here on Clubhouse. They've still got to do it 4 more times just to push OT.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long way to go, but it is possible. It is possible. You win your bedroom, you win cash CCTV, back to the safe haven of basement, and suddenly that scoreboard looks a lot nicer, but quite literally, you can't make a single mistake. Can't lose a single round. And usually that comes then with a level of apprehension in the way that you want to play, but I thought Algeria in that round, facing the potential loss here in this upper final, they just looked very switched on. They didn't look scared. I'll use a good example, James, which is I think at the end of that Iraq and Saudi Arabia, that 7-7 final round facing elimination, there were moments where Iraq looked a little bit scared in that mid-round that we watched, and ultimately that cost them because they ran out of time, literally. And so, yeah, for Algeria, they just can't play with that kind of level of scaredness, which fortunately for them, they've got the lower final at minimum, so they're not facing elimination, so there's no reason to be scared.
Impact.
4 rounds to go.
Certainly don't want to have to gamble playing that lower final, though. Like we said before, yes, Algeria and Saudi Arabia have already played against each other in that upper bracket. And Algeria did come out ahead, but it was a best of 3. Anything can happen in a 3-map best of 3. and Saudi will be very excited for that rematch if Algeria are not able to get it done here.
And Turkiye, to me, I mean, I haven't really seen a lot from them outside of 2 maps, but the 2 maps that I've watched of them don't, to me, seem like the sort of team that's just going to go for a quick Hail Mary finish. You know, we see teams when they're 6-1, 6-2 up, just think, oh, let's just try and finish this quickly. Yeah, we bring the blitz, we play fast, we go for a rush, we try and catch Algeria off guard. Judging by the lineup, it seems like it's going to be very much still straight to the drawing board. Get your hard breaches, open up, you know, Jacuzzi, get some pressure from con side. Do need to deal with this mirror window. But you can see already they've got CCTV opened up, they've got Jacuzzi opened up. You know, getting through that checklist pretty nicely. So they're not changing strategies just because they've got, you know, 4 rounds in the bank.
I love the Skopos pick as well. Very rare we get to see the Greek operator in play. The ability to swap, essentially teleport between the 2 shells. Currently on a roam in CCTV, Fenno is able to find a kill with that Skopos on the Shoxel, and the Lion goes down. No more of that crowd control utility that Turkiye were hoping to use. Despite having a lot of breaches open, it doesn't feel like they have a lot of tools to deal with these positions and the utility that Algeria have brought to the table. Thankfully, though, Bodo finally puts Fenno down.
Well, he should have probably just transferred back, to be honest. There was just over a minute left. He'd clearly been cut off. And I think one of the strengths of the Skopos there, James, is, yeah, he's CCTV. He's a little bit stuck. There's a player out in the balcony who can watch the cross back through con. If you play Skopos, you can teleport, literally.
Yeah. So
I'm a bit perplexed why he didn't just play the more defensive-minded approach, get back to site 5v4. And this now opens up again for Turkiye. There's not a lot of time left, but it's equal numbers, and they've got good pressure from multiple avenues. It's Hoxie, though. That shuts down Gutaro.
Soldov wants to get in the building, but look at that mirror window. It's going to very easily disrupt any kind of a push going in from that position. Smoke grenade goes out, but it's not going to do much. Bodov is still getting tased up by that clash. Great shot from Lee J. And Turkiye's reign of terror is going to be slowed down somewhat. They could not deal with that mirror window. They couldn't deal with the clash. Great work from Algeria to get themselves back into it. A 3rd round on the board.
Yeah, I mean, do you ban the clash or do you ban the mirror? I think you ban the mirror. I think you just take that away. It's very, very easy for them to be able to play behind that shield. Sorry, but play behind that mirror. You can play behind the shield as well, but I think you can deal with the clash far better than the mirror window. It's clearly caused issues in that round. Unless you want to bring different operators in dealing with it, it will get banned out along with the Grim.
Interesting. Look, Mirror is a fantastic, powerful operator, but my take is often I prefer not to ban it. I prefer to leave it in because it has so many counters. And the thing about Mirror is when it's brought to the table, often it gives you information. The fact that they have a mirror tells you where they're going to be playing. If you see a mirror window, a defense is probably set up around it. There's probably a player playing around the mirror. There's probably other util set up for that mirror window as well. Maybe other people. For example, the Clash was defending Logi so that mirror window stayed alive. I'm a big fan of leaving it in and then bringing its counters because it has a lot of counters. You know, Ash, Carly, Zero, to name a few. There's plenty others. Smokes always help out as well. The Clash, on the other hand, that is, if you're going up against a good Clash player, it's tough. But, of course, Clash is much less commonly picked anyway. Regardless, it's the mirror banned out. The Grim also banned by Algeria. Interesting to me that we didn't see another hard breacher taken out. I thought perhaps the Thermite could have been worth it. Without Thermite or Ace, you're really just using Tin Can Openers and Hibana and maybe Maverick, but you're probably not going to bring Maverick if Kaid and Bandit are banned. Otherwise, it's kind of a waste of those bans. Anyway, but we'll see. Big brought to the table here by Algeria in this round is the Castle. For a CCTV and Kasher in defense, Castle and Azami together can create quite a fortress. And the ADS is from Jaeger as well. We'll keep that Rafters position that Fenno on the Azami is playing held very nicely for as long as possible. I like this though. The Thermite being on the board means that Shockter's very quickly able to breach up every wall he might possibly want and start to peel away at this defense. Deimos track comes out on Hoxie. Ooh, Slim Shady's just actually found him with the gas pipe, no less.
Oh.
And another one. Double kill for Salim. And Algeria are on the ropes. Great start to this attack from Turkiye.
Yeah, you say start to the attack. It feels like it's also about to be the end of the attack too. Slim Shady just wants to put this one to bed. Gets himself a couple kills, and indeed this one is done. 7-3 flawless. Where did that come from for Turkiye? Well, just when maybe, James, it felt like Algeria could do something special, it's swiftly shut down. And funnily enough, it ends up 7-3, 7-3, 7-3 as Turkiye qualify for the Esports Nations Cup.
A phenomenal run through the upper bracket, and congratulations to Turkiye and these 5 players, and of course all of their staff and substitutes for qualifying for the Esports Nations Cup Finals. Such an exciting time. Obviously, we have some very well-known players like Solotov and, to some degree, Salim Shady, but we have a lot of opportunity now for these up-and-coming players who have played in the lower tiers of competition in the past to get a chance to compete at the very top level. It is so exciting, and of course to represent their nations as well. Such an exciting result for Turkiye. I think a lot of people were looking at this Middle East Africa qualifier thinking, okay, that Turkiye roster, that's going to be scary. When they lost the first map to Algeria earlier tonight, I was a little bit worried for them. Algeria have been taking names throughout this qualifier so far. But when it matters most, Turkiye are able to overcome.
Yeah, I mean, they were really quality. We didn't get to see Fortress, unfortunately, on this particular broadcast, James, as we went to 3 maps in our first series. So we didn't get to kind of see what happened there. But Algeria, of course, won Fortress. Turkiye then respond by taking out the next 2, 7-3, 7-3. Again, for me, the biggest factor was it wasn't just the Solotov show. Like, it was a real team effort. Gutaro was sensational on Lair, and I felt like it was a real good team effort on Clubhouse too. Algeria will walk away, though, I think, from this series knowing there's a world they could have maybe won it. In the end, I don't think it was close enough that you could have said they either should have won it or that it was likely to happen. But there were elements, especially back on Lair, a lot of rounds that they did lose were very close. They had early advantages, just couldn't capitalize. Clubhouse, I think, was far more Turkiye's map, especially when they went 6-1 up. And it's funny in retrospect, the 7-3 on Lair and the 7-3 on Club, while they end with the same scoreline, they had a pretty different journey to those scorelines.
Very much, yeah. I wasn't very impressed on Clubhouse by Algeria, sadly. I think their Lair was really solid. They just had a few moments of capitulation where Turkiye did the star player thing that we saw Gutaro do on that map so frequently, and it led to Algeria fumbling those advantages. On Clubhouse, I feel like we had 2 good rounds from them and 1 round where they won because Fenno got a few very good early picks. But Turkiye definitely the better team throughout this series, and they really looked it, especially by the end of it on Clubhouse. So dominant and impressive. Very exciting to see what happens next for them. But let's have a look at the bracket, Jake, as it's panned out. Of course, this is the final little portion of the bracket. It's been a huge bracket prior to these games, but through the upper bracket final, Turkiye has now qualified for the Esports Nations Cup. We saw little peaks of it. Saudi Arabia and Iraq down in the lower bracket semi-final. Saudi Arabia eventually winning that 8-7 with 6 rounds in a row, down from a 6-0 deficit on map 2 to finally get it across the line. Now they go into that lower bracket final, and Algeria will be there to meet them.
Yeah, and it's a repeat of that upper bracket semi-final. Mentioned it before. Of course, Algeria beat Saudi Arabia 2-1. That was on Border, Lair, and Cafe. Saudi Arabia won the Border match 7-3, and then Lair was 7-5, Cafe 7-4. So they get another opportunity. For those that maybe weren't here earlier in the broadcast, Saudi Arabia, if they win, they, of course, will qualify for the Esports Nations Cup through the qualification slot, which would mean the host nation slot goes to Kuwait. If Saudi Arabia were to lose, Algeria, of course, will qualify, and it means that Saudi Arabia, as the best performing host nation, will then get that slot. So Saudi Arabia not necessarily fighting for themselves. I think they'd like to win to just qualify in the right manner, if you will, James. But also, if they don't win, then they will still get to progress to the land portion anyway. So it really is Algeria or Kuwait that will qualify for the remaining slot. So a fun little note there. And of course, that will be playing rather soon as well.
Yeah, very exciting to see what happens in that Algeria versus Saudi Arabia lower bracket final. especially just the quality that we've seen from Algeria throughout the entire bracket. I feel like they've really earned a solid shot at making it through. I mean, they've taken out some massive teams, Saudi Arabia being one of them. They just have to do it again, this time with all the marbles on the line. I'm very excited to hopefully have a chat with someone from Turkiye as well. We might get a chance to speak to them in a few moments. But just to reflect more across the night as a whole, obviously this is the Middle East and Africa bracket that we've seen so far. We got to see a little bit of Asia before as well. Any particular highlights from you so far? Oh, never mind. We actually have time.
We got Julio
To just go straight in with Julio, the coach.
Julio, welcome on in. It's been a whole minute. I don't know. I don't think I can hear you though. There we go. Now I can hear you. Yes, now I can hear you. It's been a hot minute since the old Asia days, Julio. It's good to chat with you once again. Congratulations on the win. How have you kind of found the Esports Nations Cup so far throughout all of the qualifiers? We've only kind of just been able to follow today really on the main broadcast, but how have you kind of felt the tournament's gone so far? And of course, congratulations on the win.
Yeah, speaking of that, Julio, Turkiye, obviously, a lot of people would be familiar with Solotov from your team, Falcons. A lot of people would also be familiar with Salim Shady because he participated in the 1v1 Now tournament that played at Six Invitational. He actually won that. But the rest of this team are a little bit lesser known to a lot of people. I know that a lot of these guys play for Turks LFO and do their stuff in Tier 3. We were impressed by a lot of the players. What was it like for you setting up this team, picking the players, and putting this together? Mm. 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 Yeah, I want to ask you about one specific player. Gotaro, I believe, is the way that we've been pronouncing. I'm not sure if you have the correct pronunciation for us. We were really impressed on Lair. There was a big 1v4 moment, a lot of big highlight moments, and that's a player that I'd never seen play before until today. Do you know their story of how they came to be here? I love it. It's great to see you supporting them and coaching these guys. And yeah, I hope to see you at the Esports Nations Cup. Congratulations again on your qualification, Julio. And I'm sure that we'll talk to you soon. And that pretty much... Thank you, Julio. And that pretty much wraps up the upper bracket final now. Turkiye taking the place over Algeria, who now go into the lower bracket to face against Saudi Arabia for the last spot through this qualifier for Middle East and Africa. However, we have more games to come, so stick around for more action here at the ENC channel. Welcome back to the ENC. We are moving to another region as we have just qualified teams left, right, and center for the ENC Finals. And I'm joined, finally, by Guz. Guz, how you doing today?
Yeah, I'm doing good, man. I feel like it's been a little while since we've shared the mic, so it's nice to be here. And look, we've had some really, really exciting matches here on the mainstream so far. And of course, that's kind of been dispersed across the co-streams as well. And it's time to jump region once again over to EU, which should be pretty dramatic as well.
Yeah, very exciting to see how things have panned out so far in Europe. Of course, we had a massive double elimination bracket, which we are now very deep into. We just saw Finland win against Belgium 2-0 and Hungary win against Ireland 2-0. Now they meet in this upper bracket final. Waiting for them down in the lower bracket are Italy and Spain, who will be going head-to-head in that lower bracket semi-final. And then, of course, the loser of our Finland-Hungary game will go and play the winner of that Italy-Spain game in our lower bracket final. The winner of the lower bracket final and our upper bracket final qualify to the ENC. Very exciting for these teams. And, man, what a great time to put the spotlight onto some countries that don't often get the spotlight. And for me, the big one there is Hungary. Guys, we don't often see a lot of players from Hungary in Rainbow Six. We have Rexon these days, who does play in the EML, but outside of that, we don't have a lot of players typically playing on through at the very top level. So I'm very excited to see what Hungary can achieve. I mean, this roster has already been making some serious waves throughout the tournament so far. I mean, they took down Italy, which I think for a lot of people would have been one of the better teams in EU. And on the flip side of that, Finland, we have quite a few familiar names here for Finland.
Yeah, Finland's a kind of a bit of a dark horse team, I would say, in terms of this specific bracket. Some stacked names, though, and a couple that are of historical significance, I suppose, as well, especially with Uno as coach, Sleben as well, roaming around on that roster as well, and quite a bit of synergy in terms of the time that they've been able to play together as well. So excited to see if that actually does translate into success here in this particular series as we jump into this best of three.
Once upon a time in Europe, Finland was arguably the strongest nation represented at the Tier 1 level across various teams. I mean, we had quite a few all-Finnish teams. We even had a Pro League Finals won by a full Finnish team way back in, I'm going to say, 2018. It was ENC. No, actually, that was 2017 that was. They played that in Sao Paulo. Of course, players like Kanter Raketti, Wilkie, Shate, so many at the top of Finland that played internationally at the very top level in Rainbow Six. There was a phrase that people used to say on the old European broadcast, maybe even before you were casting, guys. They used to say, if you want to win, pick up a Finn. Because so often these European mixed nationality teams would pick up Finnish players and rocket up to success, just like we saw that Penta G2 roster do when they picked up Kanter Raketti way back at the end of 2018. Of course, we don't have Kanter Raketti here, but we do have quite a few well-known Finnish players here, Jegs and Huava quite notably from their recent performances in the EML. And like you said, Uno coaching. On the Hungary side, though, I'm excited to see what this talent that I'm less familiar with is able to do as they attack here on Chalet.
Yeah, Chalet is going to be a fun map. I feel like it probably leans more heavily into the kind of meta that I'm expecting to sort of see permeate this style of event, where it's a little more individual in some circumstances. Players are given a little bit more autonomy and freedom. It's a little more about that individual heads-up style as opposed to being a more classical structured styled map like we've seen Clubhouse, a good example earlier today. So yeah, excited to see how this map may favor one or the other. Again, given that I guess several of these names on both rosters are a little unknown as to how they may perform at this particular level, I'm just kind of excited to take a bit of a back seat and watch as it develops. Early aggression over towards Trophy, spearheaded by the Monty, and that's a good catch early from Hungary.
Big early kill, and the Monty in position to look to take control of Solarium. Good control early on. I like the Nomad play as well. It's perfect for maintaining control of Big Window. Wow. Big shot from Rex, and Huava goes down, trying to rotate back to side. No more smoke, giving that Monty all the more freedom. Hungry, looking very deadly.
Yeah, they sure are. Really good start to the round, but it's all about conversion, but it seems like that won't be a problem either. Monty in a position to plant, denying this will surely be a challenge. I mean, that's
I got baited.
I was going to say,
I got hard baited. Oh my. Wow, it was such a good round. Flawless by the end of it for Hungary as well. Insane start. Love to see it. Finland really picked apart. And after seeing the way the Monty and the Nomad were used in tandem, I'd be scared if I was Finland after seeing that round.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty... I would probably describe it as a pretty compact attack, pretty simple. Spearhead trophy, leverage the Monty, and then not having to overcomplicate Solar. It's probably one of the parts of the map that can become a little bit over-technical. And probably why I didn't expect Hungary to really go for that approach at all, or for either team to go for that side of the map, at least early on, while maybe they're still warming up and getting comfy. But yeah, clearly Hungary had a game plan there for that site. I'd be intrigued to know, again, like how much preparation, how much practice these teams and these players have put in, keeping in mind that the prize pool for the LAN event is quite significant. And I was actually a little bit, I guess, surprised, but in hindsight it made sense. Speaking to like Hollis, for instance, qualified for Team Thailand earlier tonight, they're actually splitting their scrim time between their respective organizations and their countries and territories actually even at the moment. Now, of course, it is, I suppose, off-season for the Tier 1 circuit, but we're not really that far away from resuming proceedings. But they were putting a big emphasis on qualifying for that LAN event, and I mean, a good opportunity for these two to, of course, follow in their footsteps and make the event as well.
Yeah, for sure. Jags is going for a big roam, setting up a lot here. 30 seconds into the action phase. Unusual that there's no presence from the attacking side on that Solar big window side. A lot of teams will just shoot down that big window early in the rounds, if you can afford to. A lot of map control given up still to Finland. Hungary haven't contested too much as of yet. They played most of last round without setting many players inside the building. It was a lot of looking for cutoffs outside windows. That's a little bit harder to do on this bomb site attack of Bar.
Yeah, I like the inclusion here of the Close drones on the Bravo. Really good counterplay into essentially the entire lineup almost outside of the all utility for Nyx. First pick, though, goes the way of Hungary, so again looking to lurk into the map. At least this time, though, Finland on their toes, able to bring it back to a 4-4.
Okay, Rexon's looking very good. Found another kill. However, fight back from Huava down below. Joker's in an awkward spot as well. Wants to reactivate that gate. Interesting. I don't know if that'll make a huge difference, but sure. Nice to have a hacked gate. Why not keep it active? Time to drone up the site, figure out where these remaining defenders are. There's just Nyx on site in Barstock. Quite vulnerable because the wall next to him has been breached. However, with the player down below in Lambert on the fireplace stairs, he doesn't have as much to worry about.
I love this anchor position available here with the slug shotgun and a nitro cell in pocket. Hungary looking to try and invest util into getting that diffuser in towards the site, but it's been largely unimpactful. Still got lots of time. An opportunity presents to gain information on drones, and that could prove critical in the final portions of the push.
Start loaded.
It's hard to isolate these players. They know there's someone down in the basement. One smoke grenade left. They'll be tossed to cover off the kitchen hallway as Nyx finds a kill on the dodo. Huava was just waiting for Rexon the whole time. Nice easy closeout for Finland's, and they show that, yep, they got a pretty good handle on these defenses on Chalet.
Yeah, better response there in the second round. I think probably one of the more telling points of the round was sort of the first third, where they were able to better identify the kind of, I don't want to describe it necessarily as a lurk, but the entry in towards the map, and they're able to deny that and prevent any pressure into the site early, and then able to consolidate elsewhere. So clearly having a better feel for that style of attack after the opening round. Finland now to rotate over to Kitchen for round number 3. And again, seemingly wanting to play trap heavy here on this site. Not only is it the Frost in play, but then you have the Thorns. You add that in combination with the remaining utility, Malusi namely as well. It's really going to slow down and lumber this attack. Even 2 Barrel, sure, primarily picked probably for the DMR, but still 2 with potential with the Zoda canisters, again, to stagger pushes as well.
I've seen a lot of convo about the 2 Barrel these days. People are saying that it kind of just soft counters everything.
Let's work together.
It doesn't have like a specific purpose. You know, Bandit is pretty much exclusively for wall denial. But that 2 Barrel is just so good at countering a lot of different gadgets. Dockerby, Line, all kinds of gadgets, let alone wall denial.
Yeah, 100%. Can also be a good tool in isolating the Monty here, which seems to be, once again, a key component of the attack for Hungary. Lava in a very risky position. Library, and he gets snuffed out. Good kill for Joker. Hungary with the opener.
Yeah, love to see that. Nice and thorough from Hungary. Lava's one of the more experienced players in the server. Yeah, he's taken down very early, making a very risky play. Dodo is in with Diffuser in pocket, looking to try and make sure that there was nobody else down below. It looks like Finland, though, have lost a lot of map control. Falling back towards Kitchen, just 2 players holding upstairs. Sorry, 3 players holding upstairs. And Lambert all alone on the site in Kitchen. Jegs is trying to hold on to display for as long as possible. And indeed does use that Zoda to try and stall out the Monty. It's not going to be massive. And he is going to be forced back after that grenade comes out. No one cutting him off from the window. As Nifsu and Jegs look to fall back further upstairs.
Have you covered.
Yeah, decent trade from both teams. Bit of utility exchange for a little bit of map control. And I think both teams would be pretty content with the kind of checkpoints that they've hit at this point of the round. Hungary, though, probably with a slight edge, giving the man advantage, facilitated by that opening kill library side. Office now opened and exposed. And the potential, of course, for the rotation down below from the Thermite to then open in towards dining directly as well. Hungary with a pretty good gain of map control. As we do now see that rotation below. Of course, Monty still with Diffuser in hand. 50 seconds on the clock, and time will now start to become a potential concern for this attack if Hungary can't formulate a final push.
Oh, this slow peek might be the death of Nifsu, but no, he actually gets the drop on Rexon. Awkward timing, great shot from Dodo with that pistol. He's given a lifeline to Hungary now. Needs to get back into the site positions, though. 3v3. There's still 2 players up above. The bomb site down below inside a kitchen where Jegs is holding on. 2 Tuberel Zodo canisters to work with and a Nitro cell. And Lambert has all the info he needs. Dodo's going to have to go massive here. Find some kills. Does so on a Jegs. Might actually be able to find a plant here. Where is the support from the rest of Hungary's team? Delyi upstairs on the window. Cuts off one. Lambert tries to drop down, but it's a double kill for Delyi. Upstairs. And pull that round out of nowhere.
Yeah, kind of snatched it there towards the end. Of course, they did some hard work early, finding the opener over towards Library, and sure, it did eventually start to spiral somewhat towards the tail end. They recovered nicely. I love the opportunistic play forward there from Dodo, and then immediately just doesn't mess around. Goes for the plan, identifies that as a win con. They had the double rappel above. That was nicely played. They had good cutoff positions available to make that less of a Hail Mary play and more of, you know, probably the highest percentage position they actually did have. So they've done a good job there. And the first rotation favorable for them. Finland to respond by going back up to bedroom.
I'm looking back at the previous results from both of these teams, and Finland are actually yet to lose a match so far, yet to lose even a single map, and they've taken some pretty impressive scalps in doing so. So their first game, they won against Slovakia 2-0. Second game, they won against Spain. Spain's quite an impressive roster. I mean, they have Croxon, of course, who's played for Fnatic, also had a brief stint down under on Gaming Gladiators in the OCE League. And yeah, Finland did away with Spain 2-0, and then they went against Belgium. Another started team, and they dealt away with Belgium 2-0 as well. Belgium has players like Rise, who, if you've been watching for a few years, remember rise on the old Wolves roster. So yeah, not fully challenged as of yet for Finland. On the flip side of that, Hungary have played against Italy, and Italy are definitely a team not to be trifled with. I mean, you've got 3 players from the Team Heretics roster, Lolo, Dora, Akwi, and then you've got Robbie from Shifters, and of course Sarks from GK. An incredibly star-studded roster where all 5 players are actually in Tier 1. The fact that Hungary was able to take down them is incredibly impressive. Italy was definitely one of my most favored teams throughout the Europe brackets, and yet they're now in that lower bracket.
In terms of updates, we have news out of Asia. The Japan and South Korea match has been settled. Japan walking away victorious with their spot through to the Esports Nations Cup in November, taking down South Korea 2-0. So an emphatic victory for them. And we congratulate them on a run through that lower bracket, having to win 3 straight. And they actually didn't drop a map in any of those games.
Yeah. Very strong from the entire Asian region. I think one thing that's quite unique to Asia compared to, for example, Europe, where we have so much talent spread across so many different teams, but typically they play in English, is in Asia it's not so much the case. We have a lot of Thai teams that play in Thai only with other Thai players. Same for Japan, same with South Korea. And so the fact that we had a team from Thailand, or we had the Thailand team qualify, we had the Japanese team qualify, so many other strong teams were also in that bracket that could not make it.
Yeah, massive concentration of talent, and I don't think any of the teams either auto-invited or qualified from Asia should be underestimated come November, as our attention turns back to the game at hand. Finland to find the first kill in the 4th round. 50 seconds on the clock for Hungary to respond.
I like that Denari tripwire as well. A little bit unusual. It's going to slow down the attack, make them think twice about wide swinging that display hall, as Finland are really trying to hold on to display for as long as possible. I like this. It's a good idea. However, Huava, completely caught off guard, doesn't realize that Ate is waiting for him. However, well traded by Jegs, who actually has a plan to hide amongst the smoke and go prone, but Nix is going to find Delhi, putting Hungary in all kinds of strife. A bit of an awkward position now, walking straight into the crossfire, but Jegs has gone down. Maybe there's a win here at hand if Dodo and Rexon can make this happen, but he needed to win that fight. Nifsu and Nix together bring Finland a round win.
Yeah, the Anchors, they're just putting themselves in really strong positions to have very natural crossfires and positions that were very, very tricky for the attack to flush out there towards the end of the round. And we'll see maybe if that's a trend that does establish itself, especially with the Monty band out. Do Hungary start to find challenge in gaining this map control and not having the safety of a shield to peek behind, for instance, like the Montaigne? Does that start to pose problems as well for info gathering and I suppose subsequently pressuring that defense as well? Time will only tell. Of course, the Malusi was banned out in response as well from Hungary. We've seen Finland on a couple of rounds now stack a lot of trap utility, a lot of stall out utility, even going as far as to introduce the Tuvarao, whose purpose, again, wasn't actually just the DMR. We saw the Zotos used to stagger the push. Won't necessarily be the case though here for the 5th round. They'll exchange some of those operators out for alternatives. Catch is probably the most interesting introduction here from Nifsu, and that may be deployed here, especially on the top floor, to help protect some of these power positions.
Starting to look like this is going to be a very well-matched game between these two teams. Like I said, coming into it, I was surprisingly impressed by Hungary. I think they probably had a little bit of a harder bracket. Not that it would be, not it's been that easy for Finland either. I mean, I mentioned Spain and Belgium had pretty solid rosters, but yeah, the fact that Hungary got through Italy, big surprise to me. Finland on paper, a very strong team, a nation bursting with talent in Rainbow Six Siege.
minute into the round. Hungary do have the appropriate tools to deal with this kind of setup from Finland, namely the sheer volume of frag grenades that they have on offer here. It's 6 total. And even plenty of projectiles available with the smokes, flashes, and combinations. And that's going to be critical against the catch, especially. That means it can be burnt. Frags can then follow, and it's going to make these power positions on the side of Finland pretty tricky to hold if that util is layered correctly. Valkyrie Cam active inside of office at the moment on the side of defense. So both the Blackbeard and the Ace, whilst that was being watched and is still being watched, their position is known. So Finland have info, but they've lost a player to act upon that.
Blackbeard can make his way forward, worried about a peek, but Rexon falls victim to the grenade. Not sure why he didn't move. But another kill from Rexon. Massive opportunity now for Team Hungary to go big. 5 versus 2. Nix and Huava trying their best to fight vertically. Nitrocell doesn't find its mark. Neither do, in fact. Huava's now in a very awkward spot, hoping someone will peek him on this very tight angle. Nix does thread the needle, find a nice shot through the wall and up onto the stairs. That finally puts Rexon to bed. But no Nitrocell means that dealing with the Blackbeard in a plant position is going to be very awkward. Great shot from Huava. Don't let this one slip. This was a 5v2. It's now a 2v2. And Huava and Nix have just brought themselves back into it for Finland. Hungary have to be ultra careful, ultra cautious. Dodo can't safely go for a plant. It's now a 1v2. Dodo's got to win it all. They know exactly where he is. They're not going to give him a damn thing. Nix going straight back into bar stock. He's fallen, but Huava's upstairs. Dodo has to stick this plant. Huava has every opportunity to finish this off as he drops down, finishes Dodo, and clutches the round for Finland. A 2v5 they had no right to win.
Wow, that is got to be a clutch of the day, at least from what I've been able to cast. That was impressive. With a player stuck bar stock and Huava then essentially given the license, although he didn't really have an option, it was go run around and find kills. Incredibly low percentage. It would have been difficult enough just to support the player in bar stock and just keep him alive. Never mind go the next step and find the sheer volume of kills that he was able to achieve. That was an impressive clutch. And then some really, really good composure late in the round to ensure that he sealed the deal and got the job done, and it wasn't all for nothing. An impressive clutch, and may now start to test the mental resilience a little bit here of the Hungary attack. I don't think one round is going to be enough to move the needle too much, but if those style of rounds start to compound it, there's nothing more frustrating in Siege than when you're in advantageous positions and you throw rounds, especially when they compound. So for Hungary, it's about trying to consolidate here, just refresh the mind a little bit. Get this one across the line potentially, a world in which they can even the scoreline, and then they have the beauty of the roll swap timeout in which they can have 2 additional minutes to really reset and refocus.
We saw a similar thing happen earlier today with Algeria. They kept on losing these advantageous positions against Turkiye, and in the end that was kind of what did move the needle for them and what got Turkiye that qualification spot instead of them.
I like the introduction of the Glaz here from Hungary, and the current posturing from them suggesting it is going to be another potential trophy side pressure potentially take. And Glaz just so powerful, having his own smoke grenades in pocket. It really does open an opportunity here for Wrexham to be pretty self-sufficient. He can go for heads-up plays, doesn't have to rely on somebody else to layer that utility to get in pretty active positions, and he'll look to deploy that now at the moment. May even think about jumping in. In the meantime, it's a lurk straight up from the Nook. Joke is deep inside. Oh no, God. I don't like that though for Hungary.
Oh my God.
I really don't like that for Hungary.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, Hungary. You snuck a player into the objective, and then Lambert just found everybody. I think he's about to find a fourth as well. Delia has no idea what's going on. Joker might be able to find him. Great. Finally, Lambert put down. The diffuser needs to be recollected here by Hungary, and there's a good quick trade from Jegs. Delhi has done nothing in this round and seen his entire team die around him. Time to get that diffuser and try and force out a plant, but with the vertical pressure from up above, there's pretty much nowhere safe to plant. What to do?
Ooh. Well, he'll need to find 3 more sharp shots like that. What the hell was the second?
God.
50 seconds. He has time. Doesn't have HP, but he does have time.
Just maybe there's a chance. Got a good gun for it. No util to speak of. It's just him and that diffuser. And this rifle to get the job done. Oh, but Huava's up above, watching the door into the bomb site. Very gnarly vertical angle. Great shot there from Huava on Finland. Let's cross over to the Spain versus Italy match down in the lower bracket. I mentioned these two teams are massive. Italy has 5 players in Tier 1 on this roster, and Spain has incredibly powerful talent as well. They're in the first map. Italy is winning at the moment on Lair.
Yeah, Italy with a pretty significant lead, but it is Lair defense from, so take from that what you will.
Love that from Lola, by the way. That's a ballsy run out.
Italy, I don't know if this is unfair to say, but they're probably the most aggressive team from Europe. I imagine for ENC, I think they'd be right up there. Like, historically, we know them to be, even in a Tier 1 professional setting, to be rather aggressive. So,
well, you've got the 3 players from Heretics, which are quite an aggressive team, and then notably you've got Robbie, who's at the moment trying to win a 1v1. He loses it, though. Certainly didn't see that coming. Big round from Spain. As we cross over to the Middle East and Africa qualifier now, if you've been watching earlier today, guys, I don't know if you managed to tune in. Algeria lost their match, their qualification game against Turkiye, and Saudi Arabia miraculously came back from a 6-0 deficit to beat Iraq and ended up winning in overtime. Now they're through to this lower bracket final. The winner of that Algeria-Saudi Arabia game will qualify to the Esports Nations Cup. And it looks like Algeria is giving Saudi Arabia a run for their money.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia, another team that I think is going to be heavily favored by the community to do well at the LAN. But Algeria certainly proving to be fierce competitors as well. Close game against Turkey, I think, all things considered. And goes without saying that they did take down Saudi Arabia back on the 30th of May. 2-1 fashion, lost the first map and then followed it up with a 7-5 and a 7-4. One of those wins, the first, was on Lair. So pretty good form on this map, and leading on attack is a pretty positive sign.
Yeah. When you're winning on attack, you have a really good feeling about it, that's for sure. Love to see it. So we'll check in with Algeria and Saudi Arabia a little bit later, as we will with Spain and Italy as well. For Finland and Hungary, though, the second half is upon us. When you hear those candelas ring out, you can't help but look at that screen and see what's happening. Good pick from the smoke. Well, that plant almost went down. Good plant denial, though, from Saudi Arabia. I think Saudi Arabia actually might find a second round here, guys.
Potentially 4 to advantage, so I think they pretty much will seal the deal from here.
There you go.
As Finland and Hungary, we will resume proceedings after this round. Confirmed by Saudi Arabia, good work on defense. Looking to halt some of that momentum from Algeria. And back we go at the conclusion of the role swap timeout. Finland now on attack. Hungary to defend. Azami, Thorn, Monty, and Grim are the bands to kick off this second half.
Thorn ban, huh? Oh, there's my 2 mains on Chalet gone, by the way. The only 2 operators I play on the defense of this map. Azami, it's kind of a given on Chalet. You can create so many heavily fortified power positions, whether it's on the mezzanine, in library, in piano, using that Azami. Even though they are susceptible to explosives and to be destroyed by DMRs, they're still just so powerful, those positions. And the Thorn is really good. You can cover so many areas. 2 bits of barbed wire, 4 thorn traps. You cover so much area. Wow, I love that animation. That reload animation is bananas. Little sound effect as well at the Rainbow is Magic skin. Gnarly stuff. Finland, though, on this attacking side, with no Monty and no Grim, have to get a little bit creative, but they are going to bring the Nomad to the table, something we saw Hungary use to quite significant effect.
Yeah, probably anticipating a lot of posturing from the attack in this round, get the pieces in the right position, not wanting to rush too much in this round. They'll be looking to extract as much value as possible of that Nomad and the critical utility that he has, but then also the crowd control potential of the Dokkaebi and the Lion combination. You can combine, or you can sort of play them back to back and prolong the effect of that crowd control. It's also a good window of opportunity to gain information on drones as well, as we see that play out.
It's quite an impressive lineup from Finland, and they look to try and engage. Jegs opens the equation. The Nari of Wrexham will go down. And on the back of that collapse, a movement into the building. Lambert finds one, doesn't realize that Atastar is there as well for the trade. There's another player in library. It's Huava. That air jab doesn't find much success, though. Atastar's holding on to this position for as long as possible, also supported by Dodo, but the Selma behind him is going to make this position unplayable for at least a brief moment. And now he's really feeling that pressure. Can't sit here safely. Still has a lot of cover, though. Huava puts him down regardless. 4v2. Dodo and Delyi feeling the need to get desperate to make a heroic play, as Finland are on the verge of extending their lead.
Yeah, Finland will look to remain patient here and not rush. Drones available, info being gathered, and into the double SMG lineup. They just have to be cautious here and not feed ones.
That's right, SMG 12, 17 bullets to play with. If you stack and you try and refrag, it's not likely that these SES operators with those SMGs will be able to fight multiple opponents at once. Good drone work, though. They know that there's only 2 players left. Now they know where one of them is. Perfect usage, though. We've got 2 players spraying that position as soon as the info was there. Delyi now in a 1v4 as he makes it a 1v3. But Jags is just around that corner, and they swing together. Finland up to a 5th round, now leading by 3.
Yeah, I wouldn't describe Finland's playstyle so far on attack to be necessarily eye candy, but what it has been is very effective. It's been disciplined, it's been patient, and yeah, that was a good initial attack to watch. I think their drone work as well was exceptional. It just felt like they had almost an unlimited supply, and not only were they gaining information, but they then were actioning it really, really quickly. As we have a look across at Algeria and Saudi Arabia, the Solace below, massive denial, and maybe a lifeline for Saudi Arabia in this round.
I mean, they've now got the numbers advantage. They still have the Solace down below. Meanwhile, the Ella upstairs can continue to wreak havoc. And P9's going to join the fray as well for a double kill. Love that from Saudi. They needed a lifeline. They fought tooth and nail to stay in the tournament so far. It was a tough game against Iraq earlier. And now they're bringing as much firepower as they can against a very weary Algeria after losing their best of 3 in that upper bracket. One thing that me and Jake talked about on the broadcast earlier in that Algeria versus Turkiye game, and in the Saudi Arabia match as well against Iraq, is that Saudi Arabia, like we've said a few times now, if they fail to qualify through this bracket, they will be invited as one of the host nations for the tournament. Which means that, in effect, there's less pressure on playing through this qualification. Of course, they can still play to qualify. You probably would rather qualify yourself rather than taking the direct invite as a host nation. Also, it means that their friends on the Kuwait roster will be getting the host nation invite, which I'm sure they would love to see. But yes, it's just there's a lot to play for Algeria and a little bit less on the line for Saudi Arabia. As we get back into this game, looks like an action has started. Lambe found Atastar and then was immediately traded by Dodo. But that means the Solus has gone down.
Reloading.
Oh my, certainly not devastating, but that might be. Lava has been very sharp so far and up to double digits in the 8th round. Nix as well to get in on the action, and it leaves Hungary with only 2 players standing. Both stacked dining side as well. And I expect Finland, again, to take a couple of deep breaths, gain information, be slow and steady and patient. They've got so much time to work with. There's no point in rushing this.
A very unusual setup that Hungary has gambled on here. Good kill, though, from Rexon. He hits double digits himself, but he can't find Jegs. The crossfire comes through, and amongst the confusion, Finland find map point here on Chalet.
Yeah, the level of coordination we're seeing from Finland so far has been really impressive. Probably right up there with what I've been able to cover so far on this broadcast. It's been good to watch, and the question will be, I mean, does it remain for the upcoming maps in the pool, or is this perhaps some Chalet favoritism? I suppose we'll wait and see as we jump across back to Italy and Spain. Italy retaining the lead, 5-2 scoreline on this first map of Lair.
Awkward spot for them now, though. Just over a minute to play, but that Tachanka still has plenty of shots in the Shamika launcher to keep that Blackbeard at bay. Sarks does find his entry onto Croxon. Croxon probably the star fragger for Spain, I would say. Sarks, though, has shown him up. 14 kills so far in the map, found 2 right now, even though he's limping after the effects of the Thorn. And, yeah, wow, unbelievable. Robbie goes in big time. Just up to 1 player left on the Spanish team, and Italy are quickly able to get their own map point. I love dashing between these streams, guys. It's just so much action. Rainbow Six has a lot of downtime. It's part of the charm of this game, is all the strategy and the preparation that comes into all the droning, all the patience. Such a virtue in this game, but we are treated when we can just swap between 3 different games and have non-stop action.
Maybe this is the future of Siege. All 2-1 broadcasts will just run simultaneously.
Yeah,
Never any downtime.
We need to run some kind of mobile scrolling game on the bottom
That's
at the same
exactly
time.
what I was envisioning. R6 brain rot is here. But no, it's been fun to watch.
Anything but brain rot, especially with plays like that. A gamble by Jegs and Huava for Finland. The jump in the window. It is found, but
oh my god,
the action's not done yet. Nyx goes big for 2 kills of his own with the solid snake. It is a bloodbath as the snow runs red, and Lamb's found one as well. Delhi is the last hope for Hungary here on Chalet. Nyx and Lambert look to finish it off. They have the bomb site. No C4 to work with for Delhi as well, and he's now revealed his position. Nyx is just holding the angle. A nade goes out as the E1D will roar, and Nyx will find the final kill. Finland might have had a few moments where they let Hungary into the game, but it is at the end of it a domination on Chalet, 1 step closer to qualifying for the Esports Nation Cup Finals.
7-2. What an impressive result. It almost felt like that game just ended in a flash. It honestly doesn't feel like we started it that long ago. We maybe saw more action in some of the other games than the main broadcast we were actually following. Some big highlight moments from a couple of players across both particular rosters. However, though, probably standing out as being the biggest standout player. A couple of huge clutch moments, which I think just kind of gave them the sort of momentum and confidence to carry that forward. And so, again, as I kind of alluded to before, is this going to be an isolated case of the map like Chalet, which is super flowing, allows that kind of play style? Is that a one-off? Or could they somehow convert this dominance across to the second map, which I believe is Lair, if I'm correct? That's going to be far more structured, far larger map. It plays out very, very differently. Yeah,
and it would be a big disappointment for Hungary to have performed so well throughout the bracket so far and yet to fall here. It looks like we might be on the verge of seeing Spain say goodbye on their first map as well. That said, they did just find the opening kill against Italy there. But like we've said time and time again, this Italian roster is so unbelievably stacked with talent. And they also have 3/5 of an existing team as well, which makes the onboarding process so much faster. They can take a lot of prep and strategies and roles that they are typically doing on Heretics and bring that in for the national roster.
Yeah, absolutely. At a disadvantage, though, here in this particular round, attacking into the tertiary. So still opportunity, but some tuck positions above here from Spain is probably going to mean that this map will take a little longer to resolve.
Yeah, Mini Dano's running amok upstairs. Lolo and Robbie trying to find him, but kept at bay by the smoke. As the gas subsides, they look for a way in. Dano, look at this. The shotgun up close range. Eventually Lolo will take him down, but he's got to worry about a crossfire coming up from behind. Doesn't let the shots on, and Mini Dano takes him down. So Spain survive for another round yet.
Yeah, one more round, but still a long way to go if they are to respond fully and push this game to overtime. It'll take a streak of 3 additional bans in play as well. So it'll be intriguing if we actually see a genuine response here from Spain, or whether or not Italy will be able to seal the deal. More than likely, they do get the job done. But you really just never know. It's been pretty tricky to predict so far across a multitude of sub-regions. Additional bans in play to be the Glaz and the Mirror.
Do I see a clash make an appearance here for Spain? Yeah, it's Dano. This is our first time actually casting Spain. I'm enjoying all the names. Dano and Mini Dano, huh? Well, it looks like Mini Dano has 8 times as many kills as the real Dano. So who's the real Dano after all?
Yeah, of course, I guess jumping midway through the map, it's maybe a little difficult for us to sort of fairly assess where this match is really at, and whether or not maybe the scoreline is even reflective of kind of how the two teams have shaped up so far. Again, Spain with some big hitters and some big names, and they're not to be underestimated, but Italy equally so. Probably, I think, fairly the favourites going into this matchup, and if I had to completely take a shot in the dark, I'd say that this scoreline's probably pretty on par to what I may expect. And there's still a world in which Spain can actually mount a pretty significant response here. Again, can be challenging to break down. But a clean rotation is always a challenge.
In the lower bracket, Spain was knocked down to the lower bracket actually by Finland quite early on. Since then, they've beaten Austria, they've beaten the Netherlands, they've beaten Ireland as well, and now they're up against a very tough opponent in Italy. Of course, Italy was also knocked down to the lower bracket pretty early on, but by Hungary. Since then, they took down Greece, they took down Switzerland, they took down Belgium. All of those elimination games. So both of these teams have been running the gauntlet down in this lower bracket.
So 2 minutes now remains in this 10th round, as Italy will be eager to seal the deal, and I guess in inverse to Finland-Hungary, they've got Chalet up next as opposed to being the previous map played. And I kind of fear for Spain's chances on a map as open and fluid as that. Surely Italy have a pretty significant edge. I just feel like naturally that style of map is going to be their style of playground. I'd be pretty surprised if I looked at the map veto and Spain selected Chalet. Of course, I wouldn't be completely shocked, but I just would imagine that Italy would be a little more comfortable on that style.
Look, Spain did beat Netherlands on Chalet, and Netherlands is a very stacked roster. You've got players like Freck and Deepak and Leonski on that team. A lot of current Tier 1 players, a lot of active Tier 2 players as well. And Spain were able to take them down on that map. So, yeah, never underestimate a team in a national tournament. That's what I've found out. But now, though, it looks like Italy are going big. It's a 4v2. And this is where they look to finally put this game to bed. Mini Dano, top fragging for his team, needs to have a big moment. And he does. Acqui goes down.
40 seconds. There's time available and man advantage for Italy. Up close, though, the smoke of Coles could prove to be a threat. But Italy, perhaps they will prompt the rotate here. 20 seconds, they need to commit.
Yeah, they do. Sarks needs to be the one to lead the way. Takes a hell of a lot of damage, impact, and the smoke! Finally a shot from Mini Dano. He is so insistent and so persistent, and he says you will not get through. trying to hold on to a lifeline now for Spain as Lolo and Robbie look to finish it off. Robbie's got to go deep, big kill, 3 kills on the round. It's on Lolo to cover while he forces this plant down, but Dano, Mini Dano, has been so massive. A 1v1, and now for the ace. Lolo trying to hold on, low HP. Mini Dano brings out the Deagle, little bit of information, but Lolo says not today and clutches up for Team Italy. Spain are now 1 map away from elimination.
Yeah, impressive result there from Italy, getting the job done. And as we continue to wait in between maps for Finland and Hungary, we will once again check in with Algeria and Saudi Arabia. Bit of a nail biter starting to develop here on Nighthaven Labs. It's a 4-4 scoreline. Algeria to defend in this second half. I must say, I definitely did not have Algeria on my radar for performing in these qualifiers, but if they end up going on to beat Saudi Arabia, that would be quite the statement, irrespective, I think, of the implications of a Saudi Arabian loss, given the host nation position. I think it would still be pretty impressive, because I don't think Saudi Arabia have necessarily been putting the foot off the pedal all too much over this qualifier. They, I'm sure, would want to qualify themselves by winning. And they've looked yeah, fairly competitive over the course of the bracket so far. As for this round, 3 versus 3, plenty of time remaining for the attack.
It's an awkward spot now for the defense as they've given up a lot of ground. They still have Housey upstairs above, can try and deny the plant vertically in the late game. P9 and Hashom together need to team up. Hashom is down below. He's looking to try and prevent any vertical denial from below, but we can see actually it's Algeria playing on the side and up above, but P9's found Brogs and that's a big kill. Now Trix is going to have a big impact. I like how patient Saudi Arabia are here. They're not tunnel visioning too much on the objective. I think Hoaxy has now realized that Trix is trying to hunt him upstairs.
Yeah, the lurk factor here, it feels dangerous for Saudi Arabia to contend. Fino will hear the plant go down, but shot in the back by Hashom. Great lurk from the Nook. Plant secured in the round with it for Saudi Arabia.
Big from Saudi, big from P9. Massive round on the Nomad. Knew what his team needed, and they patiently waited, and they did exactly what they needed to. 5-4 now as Saudi Arabia have taken the lead. Algeria have fought so damn hard, guys, in that match earlier today against Turkiye. They even took a map off of the otherwise undefeated Turkiye team throughout the entire bracket, the only team to take a map off of Turkiye. Algeria have beaten Saudi Arabia before. They need to do it again, but it's not looking too hot right now.
No, certainly not. Their backs are against the wall a little bit here. The additional bans for the final 3 rounds of the half. Dokkaebi and Mirror. Both are pretty typical at a Tier 1 level. I will say, in terms of strategy in comparison to what you would expect in either our Tier 1 leagues or international events, I'd say it's been pretty similar. And I think that's a testament to the teams taking, well, first and foremost, the qualifiers rather seriously with what's on the line in terms of prize pool and the opportunity to represent their nations, but also just the way in which they've been able to actually translate that into the server, given that, sure, many of these players may have played against or even with at certain points one another over the course of, for some, many years, but to actually play as a 5 and play coherent brands of Siege, I think has been, yeah, really impressive and probably exceeded my expectations, which were maybe a little bit lower than they should have been. I was kind of just expecting teams to sort of just go in there and just kind of piece it together and see what would happen, but clearly there's been a lot of thoughtful prep that has gone into this qualifier event so far.
Very much. Now we're moving back to Hungary versus Finland. We'll say goodbye to the Saudi Arabia and Algeria match and keep that in the back of your mind. I'm sure we'll check in later when we have more information. But we're back and we're into map 2. Finland really did run away with Chalet. Lair, Hungary need to get on their bike and muster a little bit more confidence. We were lacking at the end of Chalet.
So the bans then for the first half. Monty, Grim alongside Azami and Clash from defense. And so that means that Hardbreach is going to be an interesting arm wrestle in this first half with the Kite and the Bandit available, but also on the side of the attack, Finland have access to all of the Hardbreach, the primary Hardbreach as well. That Hardbreach critical on namely the top floor and dorms, and not to be discounted on basement to an extent as well.
Swapping max.
I wonder what the game plan is, though, for Finland in this opening round, and how much of an emphasis they're going to place on the blitz. And will there be a responsibility to try and gain space and apply pressure, or are they going to maybe look to leverage other tools like that hard breach to facilitate that? It seems to be a little bit split in terms of their approach at the moment. Ops opens up and Mez exposed. It does start to constrict this defense slowly.
Yeah, are they going to breach the site wall is my question. If so, how? Thermite will have to be very exposed in order to get into that position. It looks like that's what they're going to do. They're going to use the EMPs. They should be able to find those electricals from the Kaid. I think it's Jegs who's been dealing with some Denari tripwires, but I do believe we did manage to breach that site. Indeed, it looks like it's opened now. Oh, sorry, it's been stalled out by the Tuberau Zoto canister.
Yeah.
That's awkward. It might actually still be able to be juggled by the Electroclaw.
And Rexon as well, in the meantime, was able to dash across back behind that primary desk, just to make that clear a little more challenging for Finland. Now, I do hear the breach once again go off. Not sure if it was stalled in follow-up, and as we look across at Huava, who's splitting the attack. Logic Bomb rains out. There's still a lot of time for Finland. It feels like they haven't necessarily been the most efficient with the clock, but they've still got 50 seconds to work with, maybe to try and draw out some of this denial utility. As I say that, though, both Nitros have already been expended here by Hungary.
Yeah, this is the danger, though, if Rexon's able to find some big kills. The Blitz is still alive, and that's the best operator to go for this plan. Indeed, Nifsu will try and do that. Jegs and Lambert have to cover, but they're worried about the vertical potential from down below. There might be no C4s, but there's still 4 players up for Hungary to try and deny this plan. The plan is the win condition for Finland. They need to get it down. They don't feel safe doing so, so they have to go deep, and so the Blitz does so. Jegs and Lambert together, supported by the Blitz, find 2 massive kills. Atistar falls as well. Lambert has been worth his weight in gold as Nifsu has carved a path into the bomb site. Dodo now makes it a 1v1. After getting that injure onto Lambert, it's the Blitz versus Dodo, and Nifsu finally gets the plant down and the final kill as well. A ripper start for Finland.
Yeah, massive play there from Nifsu. Probably fair to say he was given a pretty advantageous 1 versus 1 there. When you're the Blitz, your number 1 goal in that particular situation is to close the gap just enough to be within flash range, but not so close that you're vulnerable to the melee. And that range was basically delivered on a platter. It was then a case of hitting the flash, then landing your shots. And he did that, so good composure and a good conversion there from Finland. I think they were well rewarded in that round. They got a lot of the main checkpoints done. They had a decent pocket of time available. And sure, there was maybe an oversight Master Office, and Hungary capitalized that over the course of the execute. They were able to correct it. And that was some good work overall there from the Finns. And so down to basement now for Hungary. And as Finland, if they are to go on and win this second round, and then maybe able to roll that into a 3rd or a 4th, etc., meaningful pressure will start to mount against Hungary as their qualification position will start to come into disrepute. Of course, to reiterate, this is an upper bracket final, so the loser of this matchup will have a second chance, but is it even fair to call it a second chance if you have to take on Spain or Italy? It's not like it's necessarily going to probably be, frankly, a favoured matchup for the loser of this matchup. I don't think it's going to be lopsided by any stretch. It's probably going to be quite close, but it would be a really, really tough match in that lower bracket. So both teams here, Hungary and Finland, want to try and make this opportunity count.
So Finland have already beaten Spain 2-0. Hungary have already beaten Italy 2-1. So Finland definitely in a better position right now, but if Hungary fall down below and they get a rematch against Italy, I would be a little bit scared for them. Do we have a stat? What about the other games today? The teams that have lost the upper bracket final, do they tend to win or lose the lower bracket final? I'm not sure we've had enough lower bracket finals to see that as of yet.
Well, we do have
Japan?
the very small snapshot, of Asia, where South Korea lost to Thailand 1-2 in the upper bracket final, then went on to lose against Japan 0-2. So they unfortunately fell short, going back-to-back losses.
You'd hate to be in that position if you're either Finland or Hungary. Whoever loses this game, let's say Hungary, because they are losing the match at the moment.
And there's also a possibility that Algeria could
suffer the same
fare
fate.
similarly.
Yes.
They could lose against Turkiye in the upper bracket final, then lose against Saudi Arabia in the lower bracket final.
That'd be particularly hurtful for Algeria because they did win a map off of Turkiye, the only team to have done so. And what's more as well is Saudi Arabia will get invited even if they don't qualify. So,
Yeah, that'd be extra cruel.
Yeah, it would be. It's been an insane round though. This Execute attempted to come out from Finland, but the Blackbeard spotted and finished off. I love the usage of the Skopos. Such an underutilized operator, very niche, but Joker finds a kill with it regardless. I think Huava's a little surprised, didn't get that kill. Finally finishes off Rexon. 2v3 is not unwinnable for Finland. 50 seconds to play with. The problem is, these yokai drones from Dodo are going to be so deadly in the late round.
Yeah, they don't have a ton of meaningful control. Also don't have Diffuser to try and play that as a win con. This really is Hungary's round to lose. They lose this, then I start really questioning the mental fortitude, which will surely deteriorate. This is a perfect position to equalize the scoreline and find a bit of stability in this best of three.
Oh, Yokai in position, spots the info, but Huava's found a kill, and another one for Nyx! Dodo now, 1v2, makes it a 1v1. Oh so quickly, Nyx gets that diffuser back. His teammates for Dodo can call for him, Nyx needs to find the kill! I can't believe it for Finland! Dodo has fumbled the bag, and Hungary are starved for rounds. Finland clutching up 2 in a row now, and man, if you are Hungary, the tilt has to start setting in.
Oh. And it prompts the tactical timeout after just 2 rounds played. I can only guess, and we don't have access to the comms, so it is quite literally that, but this has got to be just a quick mental check-in. Just everyone relax, deep breaths. Let's refocus. Yeah, we've had a couple now that have gone astray that probably should have been ours, but what's done is done at this point. That's the reality. I'm sure they'd love to have that last 30 seconds over, but that's not possible. Credit to Finland, big clutch, well played. They're able to sort of maneuver around a lot of that info gathering, oddly enough, and blindsided the defense nicely. The question now will be, does Hungary have it within them to bounce back in this series? Or does that maybe transform into it could be a parabolic performance here from Finland, where from this point on, they just run away with the series. I think that's a real possibility. They seem to just be a well-oiled machine at this point, and Hungary are finding it just fundamentally quite difficult to deal with that.
Sometimes games, there are turning points in matches, and they're not always the ones that deliver the match point or that deliver the victory. And I just have a feeling like, guys, that round just passed could well be a turning point for Hungary. They find themselves at a fork in the road, and they have to make some choices now about what they're going to do about it. Are they going to continue dwelling on the problems the previous rounds? Are they going to start to let the doubt and anxiety creep in about what happens if we lose this upper bracket final? We go down, we'll play against, probably Saudi Arabia, perhaps. Oh, sorry, Saudi Arabia. Too many regions.
Spain or Italy.
Probably Italy, I was going to say, who are looking really hot right now against Spain. Man, we've casted 3 regions today, can I just say? It's
I don't think I've ever casted so many different games in one day.
Absolutely. Quick trade, though. It's Atastar to go down. That's your smoke player. A big loss very early on. You could say the same for Jegs, though. Flores is very valuable. Huava on the Maverick has to be extra careful here. He's quite exposed while he's opening up that wall. And he knows it, which is why he's just waiting for Joker to peek him.
Yeah, losing the smoke, not ideal for Hungary. Late round, that utility can be so impactful in denying a default plant. They still have double nitro, I suppose, to rely upon, but see how impactful that may be. Sharp shot. Maybe falls. Deimos off the board, and that takes away some of the vert pressure potential from Finland. So again, Hungary find themselves in a good position. But much like the last round, can they make it count?
Smoke coming out. Frag grenade out.
This is just waiting. Waiting for Huava to make his move. So they together can collapse, but Hungary are falling back. They're going to need to. Delhi is out of it. Nifsu's taken him down. Seen to that with the Blackbeard. How do they get into the objective? That's the question, because there isn't a good breach on the objective wall in from the mezzanine, or even from outside of the breach. The Kaid is making things all kinds of difficult, and while there is a grenade on Huava, I don't think he's going to be in position to try and nade off that Electric Claw and enable the breach to go out. They're going to have to get desperate, and that is not a good way for things to go for Finland. Nix, 1v3, they know where he is. He can't breach open the wall. As a player hiding at the desk, they reactivate the Dread Mine. Joker Doc goes for the kill, and Hungary finally off the bottom of the scoreboard.
Certainly so. And as we play through the additional ban phase and prepare for round 4, let's have a quick check-in with Spain and Italy. Now on the second map of Chalet, Italy winning map number 1 in a pretty convincing fashion, 7-3. Spain, though, off to a positive start on the second map. They are on attack, but I've already claimed 1 round. Unfortunately, though, here for the second, it is, I was going to say a 4 versus 5. Now pretty swiftly a 3-5 in favor of Italy.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a quick turnaround, though, for Italy here. Again, I am just so surprised that this Italy roster is having to fight down in that lower bracket. If you look at any team in this Europe qualifier, on paper, Italy is just the most stacked by far. But they've got to earn it. They have to qualify themselves. Robbie steals the kill against Mini Dano. And Spain's lead is dissipated. Italy are just oozing with confidence the way that Robbie is moving around like that. As we go back to the upper bracket final, Hungary and Finland fighting for the first spot through this Europe qualifier to ENC.
So let's jump in then. Round number 4. And I believe it's the tertiary site of choice here. Joker finds a very cheeky early pick though over towards Warehouse, completely catching Nix off guard. Primary hard breach, the only one in fact on the board here for Finland, now in the grave. And that compromises the ability for Finland to generate that perceived pressure in towards the objective. And if Hungary have confirmed and know that it was that thermite, they'll probably have a pretty educated guess that it's the only primary hard breach, and they can probably now adopt their plan to really fortify up above, or in fact have an anchor inside at all times because of that lack of threat from that external hard breach.
Oh, Dodo with the shotgun. Wow, what is the timing on that? Rexon read like a book onto Nifsu. Hungary looking to tie things up. Jags and Huavra in a spot of bother. 5v2 now for Hungary to try and lock this in. And they have so much control upstairs. Now they know exactly where Jags is. They might go for a swing or two. Both players go. Atastar actually kills Rexon while trying to kill Jags. Finishes them both off. Huavra now in a 1v4.
Look, full credit and respect to Hungary. Their ability to respond in the last couple of rounds has been really, really good, given the down below in basement. It should have been theirs, it wasn't. Take a tactical timeout, an opportunity to reset and discuss, and well, it's translated into back-to-back rounds. So credit to Hungary and the leadership within that roster. They've really made that opportunity count. And it's looking like much more of a seesaw affair here on the second map of Lair.
I like the Ella shotgun as well. Not something we get to see every day. Always a bit spicy. Extra deadly in close range, but not very good when it comes to those long-range fights. But around those tight hallways on the top floor of Lair, really lovely.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
So good work from Hungary. They're getting creative on the defensive side. It's up to Finland to show us a little bit more like what we saw at the start of this game on that attacking side. Admittedly, it was a bit of a clutch up in round 2. That 2 versus 3 with the Echo still up on the board. Certainly didn't expect Finland to win that, but they did. You know what? Since then, Guz, we said that that might be a bit of a turning point. It's kind of been a turning point in the other direction. Hungary, to their credit, on the back of that tactical timeout, have looked like a new team.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if it has a lasting effect, though. Finland, to be fair, have reached what is largely considered the minimum round count. 2 on attack on pretty much any map is generally considered fine. Anything beyond that then can translate pretty quickly into a strong position. So Hungary need to remain diligent here. They'll be looking to probably double that round count, ideally. But I think more so than that, just ensuring that they continue to play a really clean and concise brand of Siege, which they have been able to do in the last couple of rounds. They've actually really flicked that switch and been able to play some solid Siege. Certainly looked a lot more comfortable in sort of closing out these rounds and constricting Finland, who I think at this point have quite clearly shown the kind of brand of Siege that they want to play, which is very structured, very methodical. Less about heads-up play and more so centered around info gathering and then having players act upon that information in a little bit more of a reactive fashion. It certainly worked well for them back on Chalet. Minute though down here in the 5th. As Finland, facilitated by that Deimos, look to take map control.
What's Nick's onto? Seems to think that someone is nearby, but hasn't found it yet. At the moment, Hungary is just peeling back. I like this info gathering. What a great usage of the Yokais. Oh, he's going to enable a flank as well. This is perfect. I really like this. Rexon on for a flank. In fact, there's 2 players there, but Jags is reading it perfectly. The Yokai drone is gone. And now Jags knows that there's 2 of them as well. So perfect. Couldn't have picked a better operator to be in this position for Jags.
Yeah, you'd imagine that Hungary will not push forward after that ping, but they can continue to persist in this location and just be a threat. And it forces Finland to have dedicated flank watch, because at any moment, 1 or 2 players from Hungary could burst forward and try and catch Finland in transition here. This is a very volatile point of the round.
And Jags is actually a great flank watch operator. He has missed 1 player going for a flank upstairs. There are 2 more. And they might be able to go for it now. Dodo pushes in, takes down Rexon. But it's chaotic on the bomb side as well. And Joker and Atastar doing their best to try and hold on. There might be some information on the bomb site. I see a bulletproof camera, but a good shot from Joker. Jegs and Huava now have to pivot back onto the bomb site. Atastar is waiting for him. Vector in hands. Just hoping that Jegs and Huava are going to overpeak, and indeed that's what happens. Huava now 1v2. Atastar and Jokerdot have completely maintained control of the bomb site, and Hungary, despite Finland's best efforts, have taken the lead.
Yeah, it's only been the most effective tactical timeout I've covered this afternoon. It's 3 straight after that early, generally speaking, early tactical timeout taken after the second round, where Hungary looked like there is every world in which Finland could really start to compound that lead and get this one done with ease. But we've seen some really good resistance from them. Hungary defensively has really turned it up, playing a lot more compact. They're punishing Finland. They're splitting the attack nicely, and they're not allowing Finland to play that more compact brand that we saw back on Chalet. There's been a couple of instances now in the last few rounds where Finland, some of those key players are getting caught in really bad positions, and then Hungary are punishing that. They're doing a good job playing off that, relaying that to the rest of the team, and ensuring that they're, I suppose, dotting I's, crossing T's, and just playing the fundamentals well. It's been really fun to watch over the last few rounds on their behalf. But I still have faith that at the drop of a dime, Finland could turn it back up here and start mounting pressure back in response. They also have their tack timeout to lean into. And again, 2 rounds attacking Lair, it's really not all that bad for them. The bonus one here would be great. And so this really does now shape up to be a critical round, the final of the half.
Yeah, I just feel like it's a story of momentum, if anything. If this ends up as a 3-3, it's not just the fact that Finland has got 3 rounds, it's the fact that they have broken this momentum Hungary has built in the last 3 rounds. However, with Atastar going like crazy on that early pick onto the Thermite no less, I'm not so confident that Finland will be able to get back on that horse before the second half.
Time to redecorate.
Ooh. Hungary are not backing down without a serious fight here on Lair. A 4-2 half now looks likely. And for truly the first time in this series, Finland will be the ones that are under immediate threat, under immediate pressure. Sure, it's all well and good to say that 2 is the benchmark and they'll be all good from here. When you lose 4 straight, that starts to have an impact. Lobbed Nitro from Hungary doesn't quite land Nifsu, though low. And Finland surely are not going to go on and win this round.
No, not a good look. Not a good look whatsoever. It's a flawless finish to the half for Hungary. Phenomenal work to go back to back 4 times after struggling so much in those first 2 rounds, after fumbling what should have been a pretty solid lockout in that second round. They end up winning the half, and we go into the scheduled timeout. So we can cast our attention over to the Spain-Italy matchup, which is actually not that deep. I would have thought it'd be a little bit deper than this by now. Are we only 2 rounds in?
Yeah, there must have been a pause or something. There's no way. It feels like this match has gone nowhere. Oh,
boom.
Yeah, that was a nice Ferrari pick.
Destroyed. Did you call it a Ferrari pick?
Yeah.
You know what country you're casting?
I only realized that after I said it,
Could
but
not
I
have
think
been
it works
more
well.
perfect. I love that.
1 minute 30 on the clock, and Italy in a good position.
Yeah, that they are. Though I don't mind the incandelas here from Coles. What's Spain cooking here? Trying to get in with the Blackbeard. Diffuser in pocket. Going to be very hard to go for a plan while you've got players on the defensive side upstairs and above. You've also got Acqui on the bomb site. Impact grenade almost finds a kill, I believe. As Sneak finds a big shot onto Robbie, maybe. Dano is going to be able to force this plant down. The cover is good, though, from Italy. And they deny that plant. Good trades back from Spain into the 2v3. But Italy look in control.
Yeah, they sure do. And with both of the attacking players remaining stranded outside. Now make it 1. Italy in the driver's position, driver's spot to take the lead in this series. Cole's outside. 1v3. No util outside of a couple of smokes, which may aid on the vault in towards trophy. 20 seconds, forces his hand, and Sarks to find a freebie. Italy claim round 3.
Yeah, credit to Italy, even though when they were backs up against the wall and the execute was coming on through, they know how to fight back. Denying that plant was so critical just in the final moments of that round. Into the operator bans now. What does Spain look to get rid of, I wonder?
I'd love to tell you what's been a threat so far, but we probably haven't seen enough of the match to truly know. Ella's an intriguing one.
Yeah.
I mean, that whole lineup is so trap-focused from Spain. And I don't
Thorn,
really
Denari,
dislike
Ella,
it.
very unusual.
Like, on a map like Chalet, where those operators are so strong at denying the lurk, take those off the board, and it just gives you so much more freedom on the attacking side.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Camera deployed.
And so into round number 4 then for Spain, Italy. And we'll leave that and check in a little bit later. The role swap timeout has concluded between the primary matchup of this stream between Hungary and Finland. And for those who may just be joining, this was a strong and positive start for Finland. They were 2-0 up. The second round in particular was nothing short of a throw, really, from Hungary, to put it not so kindly. That prompted a tactical timeout from Hungary, and from that point onwards, they have looked like, honestly, a different team. They've looked really, really good. 4 straight, with that a 4-2 lead. Finland on the back foot.
But now they're on defense. It's a whole other kettle of fish. They are going up against a very terrifying lineup here. Finland, curiously, banned out Glaz and Kapitao, neither of which are very common bans, and it's just left the floodgates open for Hungary to go crazy with Ying, Dockerby, whatever shields they like, and even the Grim, which does see a ban every now and then. They brought a lot of those ingredients to the table here, and they're looking to cook something with Dodo on that blitz.
Yeah, the blitz could be pretty important here if leveraged correctly for the attack and gain space, and maybe throw a bit of a chaos ball into the defense here from Finland. Do their due diligence though, are Hungary looking to gain information on drones and not rush anything. Candela's to be potentially cooked as well here from that south bulk. Maybe free up a play through lobby, for instance, or the jump in, which could be again facilitated by that blitz. We'll have to wait and see. Utility in response though from Finland. They have that Tachenka and Smoke combination to play off.
They're taking a lot of ground with it, but Huava is there to hold. Thankfully for Delhi, a pick is found. In fact, for Hungary, they're finding so many. Joker Dot with the shotgun on the Jegs, forcing Nix to get aggressive now. Perfect timing though. The logic bomb didn't detonate too soon, otherwise Delhi would have known that Nix was about to round that corner. Now it's up to the 2 SAS boys with the SMG 11s, and both of them come to life. It's Joker Dot in a 1v2. Reaper secondary comes out, needs to get that shotgun into action as well. That diffuser is on the ground. No more flashes to work with, just a single smoke as it goes out. He needs to try and prioritize close range gunfights, and it's massive on Huava. Beautiful shot. There was information, I think, perhaps on his position, but not enough. And Nix will finally take him down. It looked dicey there for a moment for Finland, but a big 2vx clutch makes all the difference. One round closer to tying it up.
Well, that was quite the end to the round. Finland, though, able to just scrape out on top. And they've been able to slowly now chip away at the lead that Hungary were able to establish after 4 rounds in a row. Finland break the streak, now just trailing by the 1. And that's the power of finding 2 attacking wins in the half. And so during the prep phase now of round number 8, a good opportunity to check back in with Algeria and Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia walking away with the map win 7-5 on Nighthaven Labs. Attacking now into Fortress and off to a positive start, winning round number 1.
I love this. Bit of Clash on Monty action, huh? Always a fun little treat to get to see how the shields interact. As we say goodbye to the Algeria-Saudi Arabia game for now. We'll check in again later. Time to focus back on Hungary-Finland. This is a big moment right here. Finland can tie the scoreline, or if Hungary can stretch their lead and just get 2 rounds away from sending us to Nighthaven Labs.
Again, Hungry to be due diligent with drones here, opening phase of round 8. I think both teams have probably been given that disciplined label, especially on attack, not wanting to take too many second chances, especially when it comes to gathering information, looking to play a little more reactive to that info, instead of maybe some of the heads-up style we've seen elsewhere from Asia in particular. Finland, though, to draw first blood. Rexon falls, they lose the primary hard bridge of the ace. Probably not as devastating on a map, on an objective such as Basement Lair, but still 1 less gun, and there's still some nice horizontal lines of sight you can establish with those Selmas, so that's a big loss for Hungary. Finland in a good position to maybe go back-to-back on defense, and if they do, James, it's already a 4-4 scoreline, and that lead and that streak from Hungary will already have been diminished.
Just count down the rounds. Finland only need to win this 1 map to qualify and send Hungary down into that lower bracket. Jags finds a kill. Dodo's trying to get active, spots him out, finally takes him down. 3v3, good recomposure. Jags got aggressive for 1, but bit off a little bit more than he could chew against that Montaigne. And now forced back deeper into the objective. Finland are not in the best position. But I believe there are still 2 nitros available on Nifsu and Nyx. And so should it come to it, they do have a way to fight the Monty.
Yeah, they do. 50 seconds. Nice vert dimension available here for Hungary to try and exploit as well. Limited drones remaining. It's on a nice edge this round. Nitro ripped from Nifsu. Can this have impact? There's a second also available in the pocket of the mirror as well. That could be big counterplay onto the Monty for Hungary.
Ooh, good air jab. Nitro Cell is nuclear. And it takes down the Monty. That's the most important element to this Hungary attack. 15 seconds to play. It's Joker and Atastar now quickly making their way back downstairs. They've got to get that diffuser. They've got to get into a plant position. They've got 3 players to find. Not a very big magazine there. In the assault rifle, and Nyx claims both of the final 2 kills. A big moment for Finland as they once again bite back and tie the score.
Yeah, they sure do. And really, in the blink of an eye, that 4-round streak from Hungary has been eaten away at very, very quickly. Finland looking good on defense. That's the right level of aggression in the early round to find, at least in that last round, a really clean opening kill. Ace on the ground, then able to fill the backline nicely. Ankle work was smooth. With the double nitro still available, I just sensed that they're in such a strong position. And with the first one landing directly onto the head of the Monty, it was absolutely perfectly played by Finland. They've been well rewarded in the last 2 rounds, and the question now begs as to whether or not they can establish a streak, if they can continue this forward, or if Hungary have something to say about it. And again, the big caveat in the asterisk being that to try and slowed down the momentum back in that first half. Hungary already used their tactical timeout, and not having that available now in the second half may potentially prove costly if that is a big tool that they're relying on.
Razor wire up.
I have a good feeling about the defense on this bomb site, guys. It's just something about this middle floor, which is, it takes so much coordination to attack, but it also takes so much coordination to defend. I feel like a lot of these players are going to be much more familiar with how to set up, fight for that top floor control. And I think that the round will likely be won and lost before it actually gets to an eventual execute. I'm going to be looking a lot at this Montaigne. What can Dodo achieve with the shield?
Loading new mag!
Blood out.
Here we go.
Yeah, I'll be watching pretty eagerly as well. It's a slightly obscure lineup from the attack when you encompass all parts, but the sense on this site can be so strong. It's typically indicative that Hungary, as the attacking team, will go straight into sight.
Did you catch that? It was Brava hacking a drone that Mozzie had hacked. So originally the drone belonged to the attack, then it belonged to Huava on the Mozzie, and then it belonged again to the attack.
The clutch drone almost got caught in
the Mozzie pest, and then the Mozzie pest could have hacked the drone back again. That's crazy. I love that.
Oh, midpoint of the round, and Hungary are circling the site. Diffuser over towards green. Probably won't be too much longer until Hungary go for a planned attempt.
Up and running.
Yeah, they are very close to that bomb site now. With that breach onto the main wall, the question starts to be asked, can we go for a plan? And realistically, it's so dangerous to do so. When you have vertical control, great shot, aggressive from Nyx. Couldn't have asked for better timing onto Rexon there. Oh, aggressive play from Dodo. His purpose is to go upstairs and create a distraction so Joker can force that plant down, and indeed he does. Now the Monty can rotate back and try and support, brings out the pistol, really wants to get up in this fight. Joker needs to fall back and try and take a more safer position. But Hungary don't have the best post-plant positions, and it might give Finland a way back into it.
Yeah, maybe 20 seconds though. Finland need to move quickly. Time diminishing.
Oh, no.
Joker in a perfect lurk position. Doesn't quite get the second. 10 seconds remains. They need to immediately get on this diffuser. And they now need to stick Adistar. What
Nipsu.
can he do in the 1 versus 2? The coverage needs to be good from Nipsu.
Oh my God!
Adistar moves at the perfect moment. And Hungary win the round.
Unbelievable! Massive clutch at the end of it. Hungary needed that so dearly, and they just barely get the round. They get the lead once again in their favor, just 2 rounds away from sending us to a 3rd map. But Finland fought so valiantly, so ferociously in that post-plan retake. Hungary by the skin of their teeth, guaranteeing that they protected that diffuser from being disabled. And now the attacking it even harder for them as the Monty has been banned against them. That said, they've also banned out that mirror, which we've seen Finland use plenty. But man, that was a chaotic round.
Sure was.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
That was
from
quite the
defused by
conclusion.
attackers.
Credit to Adistar. I think it was the right call in the end to go for the long rotation, but it was certainly a bit of a heart-wrenching moment for both teams. So close, fine margins, but he gets the job done. And Hungary, once again, in the lead. But the question will be for how long. Finland did a good job to return serve and bring it back to that 4 versus 4. It really is slim margins between the two so far.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds to go.
Things are starting to get tense now for Finland and Hungary. Finland really looked like they were bringing it back in that second half. First 2 rounds of defense in a row, finally suffering there as Hungary gets their first attack round on the board in that 1v2 clutch. As we have a quick look over at the other games happening, not to be confused with the match in the bottom right, is the one we were just casting. Algeria, Saudi Arabia, as the Saudis have just won a 4th round and flawlessly too. Looking very solid. It's a rough day in the office for Algeria from that upper bracket final down into the lower bracket after losing to Turkiye. Now they're suffering to Saudi Arabia. And of course, down in the lower bracket for Europe, Spain is suffering at the hands of Italy, who have completely dominated in this second map so far, a 5-1 first half. However, Spain looking a little bit happier now that they're on their own defensive side. Looks like they might win the first round.
Well, it is a 4 versus 2 with a minute 30 on the clock, so I would imagine that they're in a pretty good position to
Hey, you never know. 4v2
start crawling back.
Cursed. There's something cursed about
true.
4v2 situations for some reason. And look, it's Robbie still alive. I certainly wouldn't count him out for even a second.
Minute on the clock. In fact, a minute on the clock on both streams.
Where are your ears, my friend?
Oh
no! I told you! I told you! 4v2 is a cursed scoreline, and Robbie steals the show and robs Spain of a chance to come back. I can't believe it. Italy now on match point, on the verge of eliminating Spain from the ENC. Unlucky Aruni just sold the round. I was thinking the same thing. That's devastating.
Yeah. And we'll jump back into Hungary, Finland. And it's only 30 seconds to go here in the 10th round. Finland with the advantage. Can they equalize that scoreline 5 apiece, or can Hungary find a win con here? I find it doubtful. 20 seconds, James. It looks pretty bad here for the attack.
So far from the objective, and there are so many layers this defense still set up. The Sens worked nicely for the ground floor attack previously, but it's not panning out here. Delgi does find Huava from down below, but it might not be enough. The plant's starting to go down. Is there any plant denial? Lambe is on the floor, but Ate goes down. The retake is looking very sketchy. Delgi now asked to try and cover as much as possible, but Dode straight off the diffuser for 2 big kills. It's time for Jegs to clutch up. He'll go back, pick up Lamba, and bring the Shamika launcher back into it. The target here from Delhi on the Deimos onto that Goyo. Dodo can fall back and look to drone up a little bit as well. Get the dead teammates to try and support with information. The shotgun here is actually so good for Delhi. But Jegs is so committed. Great work with that shotgun. Single-handedly made this game winnable for Hungary, as they are just about to claim match point on the second map. Hungary have turned on the gas. They are not pumping the brakes anytime soon. Finland are at a loss, and 2 map points now sit before Hungary.
Poor. Hungary have somehow made that work. Credit to the commitment there on the default plant. That was a big call to make. Instead of maybe trying to flush out more positions or go for kills, they committed to that primary win condition, and, well, they were well rewarded. And as we prepare for the next round, we jump back to Italy v Spain. It's map point, series point between these two big names from Europe. And the winner, of course, of this matchup to make it on to the lower bracket final. They'll take on the loser of Finland or Hungary for that additional slot at ENC.
Mine flying out.
Load a new mag. Razor wire up.
Oh, Croxton's got something to say about it seems. Italy are so close though, just 3 players left to find from Spain. Surely at this point, Spain are the ones getting a little bit nervous, and they have reason to be. It's just Dano and Coles left. 2 versus 4. Scary times with the diffuser being planted by Italy, and that's going to be the end of it. The GG is prematurely called by Italy. Coles 1 and 5. Great shot though onto Robbie, but a lot more work to be done. This is the end of the line for Spain, unless if he can pull a rabbit out of a hat, but it will not be. Italy, with a flourish, will eliminate Spain from the tournament and take 1 step closer to the ENC Finals.
Yeah, big effort there from Italy. And overall, a relatively convincing series as well, dropping just the 4 rounds across 2 maps. Back to Hungary, Finland. The loser of this series will be taking on a very formidable lineup in Italy. And this is dominance from Hungary in the match point round.
This might be a way to finish things off. The Rayora very active to try and enable and execute quickly onto the bomb site. Finland didn't realize until too late, and they've lost so many players because of it. Now it's Jegs with no impact grenades, no util to speak of in a 1v3, makes it a 1v2. Rexon goes down, but still Dodo on the Blackbeard is the deadly creature available for Hungary. But Deli puts it to bed and sends us to a 3rd map for Hungary. Finland's are not qualified yet. They are being pushed the distance, and Hungary have a few choice words to say to them.
Look, that is an impressive retaliation. The timeline at the top basically says it all. Finland off to a great start. That second round, it still is etched in my mind as being such a significant throw from Hungary. I think they'd be the first to admit it, but they take the initiative to take the tactical timeout. They reset mentally, they formulate a plan going forward, and they execute it. 4 rounds straight, gave them that buffer that ultimately they actually kind of needed in the second half, and then they were able to get over that final hurdle as well. So yeah, certainly a well-deserved victory there on map number 2, and keeps the door wide open for any potential result. I really don't have a team to pick for the 3rd and final.
It's impossible to call now. I feel like both of these teams are just going through such drastic changes when they're on and when they're off. It is crazy what we've seen so far. But yeah, I mean, there's still a chance for Hungary to get it done on the 3rd map. Finland as well. I don't know. I'm not sure what to say. About the other game, we can talk about for a brief moment. Italy now knocking Spain out of contention. I'm not surprised to see Italy making it through, but it is a little bit sad to see Spain making their premature departure.
Yeah, it is. I think, look, ultimately the result as it stands was probably pretty fair and somewhat expected. Italy are a stacked team, and that's not to underestimate Spain by any stretch, but they always kind of had their odds against them. So unfortunate that they depart. I guess maybe without Italy making a run through the lower bracket, they probably would have actually been in a stronger position to maybe snatch a qualification spot. But such is the nature of the qualifier. With only the 2 slots available, it is pretty brutal. Europe has so much depth. Albeit maybe spread across more regions. So, yeah, we'll see how they go potentially next year with an opportunity to maybe re-qualify. But I'm really, really hopeful for Italy that they can do some damage and maybe snatch a spot.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say, but in the lower bracket final, anything could happen. Whether it's Hungary or Finland going down to meet them, I feel like Italy have a real solid chance. They've looked fiery, and we haven't got to cast a lot of them, but every time we have, they are looking very, very confident. Yeah,
absolutely. It feels like we kind of got the highlight reel at it. Just kind of jumping in at the right moments. They, again, very limited sight as to what we kind of saw, but the glimpses that we did have was just the kind of classic playstyle that I expected from them, which was super fluid, dynamic. They were aggressive. They were kind of playing with ego, but like in the right way, in the best way possible. And so I don't know how much of that's actually going to work in their favor or potentially against them. The likes of Finland and Hungary, both of them have played a very disciplined brand of Siege so far, I would best describe it as. And so that might keep Italy honest in that particular matchup. So yeah, I'll be very intrigued to see how that does develop.
It's very true. Let's talk highlight players, because for me, Finland-Hungary, like we've talked about, I recognize only a very small number of players. One who's really stood out to me, obviously Delhi ended up getting the final kill and being the highlight at the end, but Dodo, who is on Team Hungary and actually formerly played on Wild back in the day in the EML, I've been really impressed. So much Monty play that has really helped Hungary get into it. A lot of these rounds wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for the team forming up and execute around some kind of a shield play that Dodo tended to be instrumental for.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as is typically the case, bit of an unsung hero inside of the server. He hasn't necessarily had massive highlight moments. He has had a couple of good particular moments, but not with a massive volume. And so by facilitating the team, he's done his job really, really nice. And I do wonder, is that going to be a tool that they leverage in the third map?
Or is Finland going to keep banning those shields against them? Maybe in the first rotation of bans so he doesn't get that Monty. I think that would probably be a wise thing for Finland to do. And they're going to need every advantage they can because they are now on the ropes. We go to map 3 between Finland and Hungary, and we find out who goes straight to the ENC after this break. And it's time to settle it once and for all. Which of these teams goes through to the ENC Finals in the first place from the Europe qualifier? Guys, this has been a crazy day so far. And it's not even halfway through, by the way, because even after we knock off, we have a few other commentators that will come in and do several other regions. It's going to be non-stop. Right now, Finland-Hungary feels like it's been going on for a hell of a long time. Cast your mind all the way back to the first map of Chalet where Finland won. Now Hungary have replied in turn on Lair. Next up, we look to settle it. And man, Hungary are starting to look pretty scary.
Yeah, absolutely. I think much like sort of the series as a whole, they got off to a bit of a slow start. I think they were finding it tricky to counter themselves a buffer and play just simply better siege and executing fundamentals across the board was really, really cool to watch. So look, full credit to them. And I think regardless of who then goes on to win this series, they've done a deserved job to win through the upper bracket because this has been a really, really challenging match for both teams.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about some of the highlight players from Hungary, and we talked a lot about Dodo and his usage of the shields. Obviously, Hungary ended up winning that map. Pressure now back onto Finland. We talked so much about Huava on map 1. I feel like there were so many big moments from Huava. We need that Huava back for map 3. I mean, where'd he go? The whole of Finland is a stacked roster, and we need it more than ever. We're going to Nighthaven Labs to settle the dispute, to find out which of Hungary or Finland goes through to the ENC and which will go and face Italy in the lower bracket final for a last chance to qualify through to ENC.
We've already rolled through the bands, so it is Kaid and Bandit alongside the Monty and the Grim to sit on the bench for this first half. And so with that Hungary on the side of attack, we'll be given a little more freedom and flexibility on hard breach. The main concern, though, will come execute time, especially with the Izami in play for top floor. It really unlocks a lot more playable area. And then don't discount the impact of the mirror for some of these extensions, and then even some of the more obscure bands that we do sometimes see, such as like Thorn, available and going to be picked, for instance, in this first round, not to be discounted either. So yeah, let's see how it plays out. As I pretty much said a few sentences ago, it has been a hard-fought series. There's been some back and forth between the two. It's been pretty brutal at times. And so whoever walks away the winner after the next 45 minutes or so, it is going to be a well-deserved qualification.
Very much the case. Of course, we still will be checking in occasionally, perhaps with Algeria, Saudi Arabia. That game is ongoing, even though Spain-Italy is now concluded. Huava finds a big opening kill, but the attack is starting to capitulate. Nice entry. Rexon finally finishes off Lambe. 2v4, not impossible, but highly improbable now for Hungary to finish this, as a smoke grenade stops Dodo from being shot if he decides to cross. Finland did end up going for the Montaigne ban, guys, just as we had talked about. It's forced Dodo instead onto the Blitz, which is not quite as safe to play, not quite as powerful in Dodo's hands. The Fuser is caught on the ground, and Finland are camping it at the moment. Even if Hungary can get into sight, they cannot plan.
Well, the 2v4 might be cursed territory, but I refuse to believe that Finland lose this round. There is no way. Fuser on the other side, 4 anchors up. As long as they don't feed too many ones, they should be okay.
Careful.
So much time though for Hungary. I'm starting to get a little bit nervous, but those nerves are put to bait. Finland take round 1.
Perfect from Nifsu. I really like that. Just held the angle so passively, tucked away inside of electrical, waiting for that moment to peek on out and clean house. Great opening round there for Finland. It started with a very chaotic execute from Hungary, trying to take control of the rafters. Didn't work out. As we check in with Algeria, Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia have looked very hot on this second map. Algeria have fought back somewhat, but 5 rounds to 3, perhaps about to be a 6-3. Devastating to see Algeria in this position after such a valiant effort earlier today against Turkiye. They got so close. The only team that has taken a map off of that Turkiye roster throughout this bracket, Saudi Arabia, fighting with no pressure on their shoulders, are about to crush Algeria's dreams.
Yeah, maybe. This is, of course, a rematch. Algeria back in that upper bracket semi-final. We're victorious 2-1. But Saudi Arabia here on the rematch now, just moments away, it would seem, from taking map and with it series point as well. A 1 versus 2. Low HP.
Oh!
But a sharp tap. Can Lee-J get the job done?
He has the logic bomb. And P9 is low HP. Both players low HP. Information though, the logic bomb. Lee-J knows exactly where he is. P9 decides to rotate. He's got a lot of flexibility here. Better gun though for Lee-J. Against a low HP opponent, the SMG-12 is a terror. How does he play it? Does he go for the plant or does he go deep for the kill? Doesn't have a lot of ability to plant in a safe position here. Needs to expose himself. And P9 is falling all the way back. Wow, it's a mind game here. 20 seconds left. Lee-J is going to have to go for the plant. I don't know if there's information on the bomb site. There is a bulletproof camera in the main hallway. Looking for a chance to plant now. Backs up. P9 has to go deep for it. Gets up close and personal. Shotgun comes out. Doesn't bait him correctly, but a quick spray almost finds him. A single bullet from Lee-J lands on P9, but it's not enough to finish him off. As he falls back, assumes a post-plant position. Doesn't know he's low HP, bings out the DMR. Not a high fire rate, but it's got the scope to land the critical shot that will win him the round and keep his team alive. P9's got to close the distance. A hip fire could even be worth it, but the DMR comes to life and Lee-J clutches the 1v2 for Algeria.
What a clutch. That was absolutely phenomenal. In the meantime, Finland are also recovering in this round. I had a keen eye on it. I'm pretty certain that Finland lost 2 players earlier and have now been able to recover it to a 3 versus 3 minute on the clock. Finland trying desperately to defend the indefensible side of Kitchen here on Labs.
Oh, never say never. The attack trying their best to get inside, but you can't land those shots. It's a ballsy game from Finland to try and go for this pick, go for this bomb site, and it doesn't seem to be panning out. Nyx now, 1v3. As Hungary try and flood the site, they start forcing this plant down from Rexon. Nyx now looking for a chance to try and deny that plant, but as it has solidified, he knows that he has to make a move. And he's being watched. Delhi puts him to bed, Hungry with the round.
Yeah, it seems like wherever we jump to, it's a volatile round. I think I've seen so many highlight rounds in such a short period of time. It's been good fun to jump between all of the sub-regions on offer here for the ENC Quals for R6.
I'm loving it. It's so exciting.
Of course, we covered Asia earlier, tracking Europe and MEA currently, and as we said it on several occasions, the party doesn't end with us two. We have another crew ready on standby for the remainder of the broadcast. Still potentially another, I suppose, 9+ hours of action across another handful of best of threes covering North America and South America as well. And I'll be quite intrigued to see how those regions play out too.
I feel like I know a lot more about Asia and Europe than I do about North America and South America. Obviously, the main country, nations and territories that people would be more familiar with in North America and South America would be the US and Brazil. Both have already been invited to the events based on the pedigree of the players in those countries and territories. But most of the other nation teams that are playing in North America and South America I'm not very familiar with, so I'm very excited to see what kind of upcoming talent there are.
I tell you what though, the upper bracket final in North America looks tantalizingly good. Canada and Mexico, some stacked
huge
names. Foxy's come back alongside the like Spirits as well, and then Mexico. Geo for Mexico. Yeah, that's going to be a really fun game.
Kind of forget sometimes Gio's a world champion. He was on TSM when they won, wasn't he? I think he was.
I want to say so. I'll confirm. But
Exciting chance to see him back in the server.
yeah, sure was 2022.
Great shot there from Nifsu. It's goodbye to Joe Cadot. Not a very effective play on the Nook. Once again, the shield from Dodo is everything, but Jeg sneaks up behind him, stabs him in the back. Delia will trade. The damage has been done. And after Dodo falls, the rest of Hungary are swiftly following. 4v1 now, as Finland look to take the lead again.
Well, again, we've seen several clutch moments so far, but this one also feeling out of reach for Rexon. A 1 versus 4, minute 20, so time not a problem, but just the sheer volume of picks that he needs to try and find and isolate at this point feels highly improbable. Trying his best to isolate these ones, but Finland, as they have been throughout this series, very, very disciplined.
The smoke grenade actually kind of helps. Landed in a funny spot, but means he won't have it for the eventual plant. There's a vertical angle from Nivsu up above. Great shots and a solid round from Finland's to take the lead 2-1 on this final map.
And so with that, it's the round 4 ban phase. I wonder if Finland opt to go for the double shield. And no, it's in fact the Ying's a double crowd control in combination with the Grim. Mirror also sidelined, a pretty common pick here on Labs.
Interesting to me that Finland have just gone with that one shield ban, not decided to go with the Blitz or the Blackbeard as well. But it is quite clear to see that Dodo does not pack quite as much of a punch with the Blitz as he does with that Monty, so clearly that first ban was very effective.
Reload. Putting the shell in place.
Yeah, Hungary have been tested several times over the course of this series so far, and it feels like maybe this is yet another test for them, although it is top floor, so they're given a little bit of grace. It does, though, open up an opportunity if they are successful for this attack to be a big momentum booster for them, potentially. With the Azami, though, still up on this site, it's going to be a real challenge. The inclusion of the Valkyrie as well. It's going to be tricky for Hungary to navigate no IQ as a counter. Whether or not they didn't spot the Valkyrie was a conscious decision. Either way, it means that they're going to have to be hyper vigilant. And it, of course, opens up potential vert play as well for the defense. Triple Nitro in play here from Finland. There's a lot of interesting dynamics to play out here in the 4th round.
I like this play with the air jab from Rexon. Instead of putting it on the door frame to prevent someone walking out, he's actually put it just so that if someone peeks him, it will actually hit them. So if someone even peeks him while inside the rafters garage itself, they should get triggered by that air jab and vulnerable. Meanwhile, Huava is on this roam downstairs. Good info with the Valkyrie cameras to support. As Hungary continue trying to figure out where the next move is. And it's Dodo who, again, will likely be the dictator of that. With the Blackbeard, not the Blitz, but instead elects to go with the shield that has a little bit more lethality at a longer range. What is the play for Hungary? Biding their time. Where will they find this gap?
Yeah, and once again, it's another slow wind-up round between these two. Dodo trying to gain ground over towards Electrical. Feet gets peppered and forced back initially, but that ground now eventually should be taken. Still the 2 nitros up here for Finland. Some good info still being relayed by the Valkyrie as well, and they are furiously flicking through that information at the moment. I can't help but feel like Finland have a pretty good read on this push from Hungary. 45 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and Nifsu's in such a nifty little position behind that shield inside electrical. Good flashbang. Might open the gates here for Hungary. They don't have any grenades to deal with that position from Nifsu. And the Tuberal Zoto canisters will slow this down. Nifsu finally loses his gunfight to Rexon. That's a big boon here to Hungary. Don't overpeak here, come on. Nyx doesn't need to go too crazy as Lambert finally takes down Rexon. Player on the floor, and he just goes straight for them both! How does Huava? Clean house on the rafters! Joker Dot. 1v3 becomes a 1v2. Got info 1v1! Far too close for comfort. As he starts to go for the plant, does Nyx have info? He does, but timer just ticks away. He didn't... Okay. So he didn't deny the plant, but he got off it and the timer hit 0.
Probably one of the more anticlimactic ends to the round I've
I
ever
was
seen.
genuinely confused.
Yeah, I think it just a wave of the white flag there, probably sensing that the plant was going to be denied.
Well, speaking of climaxes,
yeah, Algeria fighting back here against Saudi Arabia. It's now just a 2-round lead. Can Saudi Arabia close it here?
oh, it looks like they might be able to. Indeed, the final kill comes through, and Saudi Arabia finally call the GGs. Algeria gave it their all, but they couldn't get it done today, and thus they will not qualify for ENC. It's Saudi Arabia to qualify through and make it to the ENC Finals.
Yeah, big effort there from Saudi Arabia to get the job done. So congratulations to them.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
As we jump back to Finland and Hungary. There's a chaotic previous round between these two. It's been a bit of a hallmark between both of them, trading blows. Chalet was great from Finland. Hungary dropped the ball a little bit, then led a slow start, transformed into something pretty special for them. And so far, Labs, it's been a bit of a seesaw. Finland are slowly gaining an advantage, but it's slim margins at this point.
Reloading.
Razor wire set.
Finland are doing their best at creating quite a bit of a runway on this defensive side, Guz, because when they swap onto the attack, I don't have as much hope for them. Hungary doing their best, throwing everything they've got at this one, and admittedly these rounds are getting close. It was a...
So again, the Vulcan play here from Finland. We saw it in the last round. I can't say with absolute certainty that it was round defining, but they were furiously flicking info even very late into the round, so suggesting to me that they were gaining pretty useful info, or in some cases no info is information in the sense that you know that particular positions and pushes aren't actually being attempted by the attack. We'll see how much of an influence it plays here in the 5th round. It's just the double nitro as opposed to the triple here from
here we go.
the defense. As Dodo looks to get active once again on these shields. The Blitz for round 5.
And the Solid Snake is very effective for clearing map control as well. Hungary looking very confident as they make their way into the map. Ooh, a lot of damage done. Finland have been so confident at peeking against this Blitz. Doesn't matter what Dodo is playing, which shield operator he's gone for. They're always peeking aggressively. Joker was in the bomb site, deep inside, and Jegs takes him down. Delia gets info on a player upstairs inside of electrical. It's Nifsu roaming on the top floor. He doesn't have to make a move. He can just continue falling back. Uh-oh.
Well, that's a good pick back though from Rexon. Nyx falls, so 4 versus 4, 50 seconds on the clock. Still good info gathering available though to Finland. I think that's one of their big boosts that they have. One of the win conditions that they can really look to exploit. As time ticks down, again, that too favoring Finland. Diffuser, the position of that also favoring Finland, but the kills are going the way of Hungary. They were for a little while. Nifsu now, cargo stairs, having an impact. Addy's star is so low on HP, but Nifsu with a great read. Dodo, Addy's star in a 2v3.
Unbelievable play there from Nifsu. Massive impact from the staircase, forces Dodo into a very awkward position. Nitro Cell comes their way, doesn't deal enough damage. Good shot from Adistar, low HP doesn't matter. Dodo into the 1v2, but Nifsu to seal the deal and save the day for Finland. It's a 4th round on the board, and Hungary are watching this slip further and further from their grasp.
It feels like we've been in a similar situation before. Back on Lair, when Finland were gaining control, Hungary called the tack timeout and tried to wrangle it back. I do wonder, is this an opportunity now to call it once again and at least reach that 2-round minimum, give themselves the best opportunity to achieve that? But as the time ticks down, it seems like that won't be the tactical decision to be made this time around.
Attackers need to locate and
And
defuse
instead,
bombs.
they'll back themselves in to try and win this 6th round. It feels like one of the more crucial ones we've seen in the series so far. Tertiary side of choice, of course, and so Finland will be kept honest in this final defensive round.
Jammer ready.
One last chance for Hungary. If this goes 5-1, I'd be very scared for them moving into the second half. But like you say, you get that second round and anything is possible. Finland, though, the real X factor in this round is going to be that pulse. So good at getting information on where that plant's going down at the end of round. Aside from that, there's not a lot of info gathering. Just one bulletproof camera here for Finland. And so if Hungary are very cheeky, they take good map control, and they go for an execute and look for the plant, perhaps with the glass covered with smoke somewhere, then yeah, it could be very hard for Finland to deny that plant.
I like this little foothold as well from Lambie over towards rafters as well. Just increases the vertical element here for the defense, and he can be pretty self-sufficient with those keeper barriers. On the horizontal, the poles to contest as well from Nyx. There's a lot of nice positive moving parts in this defense from Finland. Instead of playing a super defensive, playing not to lose style of defense, they're looking to go out and gain this information and then formulate a plan to play around it. And so far, as you can see, Nyx especially with good info, he'll relay that there's 2 outside con. Typically, you'd expect that to be the hard breach through con to then gain control. And so with that information, Finland can start to anticipate the clear up above and the fact that it won't be from IT and instead it will be on that con side of the map. And it's a perfect Nitro. Nyx the MVP of this round so far.
When you're a Pulse, you got your 1C4 and you're often thinking, okay, do I use it now or do I wait until later in the round? This was the right play here. Use it early on. Big peek though, Dodo will fall. Nice from Lambo, and Nifsu is there to support as Delhi tries to make an entrance. There has not been a statement made by Hungary in this round. They have tried so desperately, but Finland have been there waiting, ready to receive. Great shot from Rexon, but Nifsu is there to support. Now Joker, the last one left alive for Hungary to try and save what has been a devastating half, on the verge of losing a 5th round on their attacking side and giving Finland chances after chances to find this game in the bag. Joker trying to bait out shots, gets an injure onto Lambert. That's pretty nice. Might be able to confirm it. No, never mind. Nikas is there and finds the kill. And with that, Finland are up 5-1.
Well, it's the role swap timeout. Scheduled, of course. Hungary elected not to take their tack timeout before that round, and we'll wait and see whether or not that proves costly. It's a 5-1 lead, and sure, Hungary now on defense, but I mean, even just looking at it from a purely statistical standpoint, I can't quite remember what the win rate is for teams trailing 1-5, but the frequency is very, very low against a large subset of data. This, purely from a statistical standpoint, is a huge challenge for Hungary. It's certainly not impossible, absolutely not impossible, and I'm not pulling it any line through their name currently, but it is going to be a tough challenge to foresee them coming back. This map so far having similar inklings to Chalet, where Finland got that lead and then their discipline kind of carried them through, and it was their attack especially where they looked most disciplined. So we'll see if that is to be the case here in this second half as they prepare to be the initiators on attack. And for Hungary, I think it's going to be all about just throwing what they've got, playing without fear, and seeing if they can go just round by round.
Definitely a sorely needed timeout now for Hungary. I really feel like that Monty ban had such a big impact, and I like the fact that Finland went for it straight out of the gates instead of waiting the 3 rounds before banning it like they did on the previous maps. You can see it in the stats from Dodo, and you could see it round by round, the lack of impact. Nifsu's having a phenomenal game as well. 9 kills to 2. Big moment. We talked about Huava and the impact he had earlier today on, I believe it was the first map of the series on Chalet, but no, Nifsu's definitely shown up here on Nighthaven Labs when it matters most. Let's see what we get into with the operator bans. Are we going to see the shields taken out?
Well, the first wave would suggest that at minimum it won't be both. I do want... surely we don't see double hard breach here on Labs. It is certainly a possibility, but no, it won't be the case. It's the Grim instead. And on the side of defense, it's Kite and Bandit. So leaving up that narrow opportunity perhaps for the Bandit to get some playtime. Top floor we go as Hungary look to mount this comeback effort.
Not sure how I feel about the ace ban. I wonder what the intention there is. I feel like Thermite is the superior hard breacher for a lot of these objectives. And leaving it in means that there's just so much ability to open very large breaches pretty much everywhere you can possibly want.
Yeah, I guess maybe just a comfort. I thought that, yeah, maybe it could have been potentially to then open up the window for the Bandit to get to work with tricking, but as is evident here for the first attempt, that's not to be executed by Hungary.
Yeah, I feel like Bandit juggling is just not possible on that IT wall because of the window down below. At maybe some lower levels perhaps, but at this level, these players would all punish that Bandit juggler and probably guarantee a kill as a result of it. It's just not worth the risk.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it would certainly at this kind of level be considered a cheese strat and a one-off if you're able to execute upon it. And evidently, Hungary probably not wanting to take too many low percent risks at this stage of the game. They need to be maximizing every single round from this point onwards. Otherwise, their run may abruptly come to an end here in the upper bracket. To reiterate, the loser of this matchup does get a second chance, but I use that term lightly. It's a match against Italy. It's going to be a big challenge in that lower bracket final.
Yeah, of course, we've already seen Hungary defeat Italy once before in the upper bracket, but that was a very close 3-map series, and it was not immediately after Hungary had lost in this would-be qualification game. So if it is Hungary who makes it back there, I would not... I mean, I'd be scared for them. They're going up against a very passionate and very excited Italy that is hot off a very dominant win over Spain. Hungary have a long way to go to make this game look competitive. On the defensive side right now, they can chill out. Finland don't need to make a move as of yet.
It's tense inside of the server at the moment. Midpoint of the round. Both teams prodding around. Oh, this lurk could be so dangerous for Hungary. There's the first. Can Finland snowball the round? No. Good response from Joker.
Oh, perfect from Nifsu. Atastar making a little bit too much of a risky play by standing in that window frame. Not sure what the play was. Oh, wow. That's a risky play, though, from Joker. Rexon makes an aggressive one as well. And Finland are back on the ropes. Nifsu has been the savior of Finland, but he's now the last one left. Gumine in foot pulls it out. 1v2, winnable. 40 seconds left to play, but no diffuser.
Doesn't have a flash though. If that can be utilized correctly to force 2 1v1 fights, he's in a good position to clutch up big here for Finland.
They know where he is. Rexon's playing this perfectly, backing up all the way into electrical. He now has cover. But it does mean Nifsu might be able to isolate this first 1v1. Doesn't know exactly where Joker is. Can't land the shots. Hungry. Finally on the board for a second round.
Tucked up close with the shotgun. Yeah. And Finland not expecting the unexpected there. So some good resilience on offer, but the top floor, when you have the Azami available, it's a round that you should be winning. Basements now where it starts to get a little more dicey for the defense. Finland will have plenty of opportunities, both in direct hard breach, vert as well, and with all shields available as well. That's again another play style that they may elect to exploit. So options are plenty here for Finland. And they're only one round away from series point. And that's when cracks might start to form for Hungary.
Seeing some repicks on the Finland side as the Monty gets swapped in for a Blackbeard. Surprising lack of a thermite though, as we are going to the basement bomb site. Are we really not going to bring a single dedicated hard breacher? It's only going to be the hard breach on that recruit, the striker. That seems a little bit risky to me. You can only have one tiny bit of a breach on each of the external walls down in that basement. And that doesn't account for getting any hatches. It seems a little bit risky for me from Finland. I'm a big fan of thermite on this bomb site. I'm a big fan of thermite on this map. I think thermite is one of the best operators on this map.
Yep.
Especially with that Kayut ban.
So Finland chipping away at utility up above. The castle in play from Hungary to try and facilitate the vertical roam and just make that a little more tedious to push through in the meantime. Delia taking a chunk of damage, and he's in a position where it's very tricky now to run down vending stairs if the window's occupied. Escaping there is going to be tough. There's more due diligence to be done here by Finland. More crosses to be cut and more ground to be taken. IQ offering a perfect counter onto the Valkyrie. I have never seen that cam before. I thought it was indestructible for a second. I was going to be like, hang on.
Is that inside the metal? That's crazy.
A good sniff out there for Finland.
It's like I was saying before, not a lot of hard breach brought to the table, and only one vertical operator. This is risky. Oh, wow. This is a very, very risky play from Nifsu. Atastar finds him. Dedicated to holding on as long as he possibly can. Jegs will jump over, quickly find him, but Rexon is quick on the trade. This is a very good look from Hungary.
Sure is. Advantage Hungary, 70 seconds remaining, and it's still some groundwork to be done here from Finland. Fortunately, a little bit of time.
Yeah, they can't open
the striker
wall
here from Nyx, maybe for EMP hard breach combination, but things better off. And in the meantime, Rexon's found a sharp kill. Hungary on the verge of back-to-back defensive round wins.
Still roam game. Well and truly alive. Good crossfire. What a flick from Huava. Might lull him into a false sense of security, not realizing Joker is just around the corner. Now it's Nyx in a 1v3. Low HP on Rexon. A little bit of damage on the Joker. Hungary do not have to expose themselves. 25 seconds to play. Not a lot of time. And Rexon, so deadly with the TCSG. A big 3K and a second opportunity now as Hungary are starting to put rounds on the board.
Oh, we've already seen Hungary's resilience tested. Most notably Black on Lair after that second round, and I guess by extension after Chalet, where it was very one-sided against them. Early inklings of that here in the third and final map of this series.
Attackers need to locate
1-5 at the half, and they've confidently regained some control back to just a 2-round margin. The big caveat, though, is both round wins were on the, I suppose, 2 strongest sites typically. On a map such as Labs, top, bottom, very classical to expect the defense to typically do well there. The tertiary, though, is where things really start to get interesting. A win here for Hungary would be massive.
That's right. The tertiary bomb site's a whole different story. I think Finland have got a few things to think about for the next time that they go and attack those primary bomb sites, but for now they can focus up and decide what is the priority here for control room. This bomb site plays out very differently. They've been struggling with the Valkyrie. They've been dedicating an operator to countering the Valkyrie in the IQ pick every round. It's invested so much time from Huava. Meanwhile, they're not picking, obviously, good operators like Thermite last round. It makes me wonder, maybe we'll end up seeing the Valkyrie ban come out. We need Huava's leadership now.
Oh, they're shaping up maybe for something direct here. Good info site. Did they back themselves to flood, snowball the objective and try and force a plan?
Oh, it's so dangerous.
It'd be pretty atypical from what we've seen from Finland so far, but it
they're
seems
doing
they'll
it.
go for it.
Indeed they do. Blackbeard goes in. They're going to try and force the plant down. They're going for kills at the same time. Is there going to be plant denial? There is not. The plant is confirmed. But Nifsu goes down immediately afterwards. It's a post plant now for Jegs and Lambert. 2 versus 4 with Nix on the ground. But Lambert completely obliterated by that Nitro Cell. 1 versus 4 with the F2 in hand. Jegs must take matters into his own hands, but he is destroyed from up above. Hungary have done it again. 3 rounds on the defense in a row and a beautiful retake. Just 1 round trailing behind Finland's and another step closer to qualification.
Yeah, such a sharp retake. To be honest, I was actually a little shocked the plant was confirmed. The retaliation just after it was secure was such a short window of opportunity. And then it was the snowball effect from that point onwards. Great Nitro from below, and then even Verplay up above to secure it. And in the meantime, really good discipline from Finland. From Hungary rather. Didn't rush for the retake, didn't feed ones. They played as a team. They maintained their composure. It's now 3 in a row, and they are a serious threat now of achieving quite the boil over to qualify for ENC. From a 1-5 scoreline at the half, they are now just 1 round away from equalizing the scoreline.
This is where Finland need firepower. They need to have a clear idea of how they're playing the round, what their strategy is, and they need to make the plan simple. I think last round a little bit too complicated. Pardon me, a little bit too complicated. Same with the round prior. Too many moving parts. I like that we're seeing the Thermite. I don't understand the Nook play here from Huava. What is this idea? Yes, there's been a lot of Valkyrie picked, but I don't think you're going to catch anybody off guard by sneaking through cameras. This bomb site is pretty easy to lock up.
Well, let's see.
Problem here is going to be the clash.
Oh, what is this?
This is a very aggressive play. Does he go for a run out? No, falls back.
Oh.
And now the clash should be revealed. Finland don't have a lot of utility to clear with that clash. 2 sets of stuns, 1 set of nades, that is not enough. Capital Fire could come in handy, perhaps the air jabs, but they're going to need to make sure they don't expend that util too early.
Wava as well. I'm looking at him, especially towards the latter portion of the round, to be a serious threat on the Nook. The drop down IT breach here. Do Finland look to make a direct play now? They showed that willingness in the last round, and whilst they were able to get the plant down, they were unsuccessful in the retake. The style of this objective means that a direct approach is not really physically possible, and so a pause in the action and an opportunity now for Finland to gain more info.
How do you play direct against the Clash, though? That's the question. We're going to need air jabs or Capital's Fire. This is such a good angle as well. Dodo can just set that shield down. Here comes the fire, and the Clash is getting fried. Dodo gets away from his shield. Just enough time, but he is really taking a hell of a lot of damage. There's still a second fire, I believe, available for Lambert. No, he's all out. Just the smokes left now. But a nade perhaps from Huava could finish off Dodo. Nitro Cell goes out and over, doesn't find its mark, but Atta's been found by Huava sneaking in from behind. Finland could well be on the verge of claiming map point.
Yeah, Hungary being backed into a corner. Dodo but needing to be the one to forge a path forward on the Clash, so he takes it upon himself to go for that. 40 seconds on the board. Cross being held by the Glads. This is an uncomfortable position for the defense.
Yeah, Joker and Deli have to come up big now in the 2v5. It becomes a 2v4, but the plant's going down from Jegs. They don't have an easy way to get back in for that plant. Lambert's covering the retake. Lambert goes big for the double. Finland have finally got an attack round on the board. A quick hipfire drop shot as well. They're doing it in style, and they now have every opportunity to knock Hungary down into that lower bracket and assert themselves as the best team through this Europe qualifier, making it through to ENC.
Now just one step away. Can they mount that final hurdle, or is there a stumble or two
Attackers need to locate
and a potential overtime in store? I wouldn't put it past Hungary continuing to fight here. It's been their biggest strength across this series, never dropping their heads, never giving up. And they're really not trailing by that significant of a margin. A basement win here would put them in a, I guess, strange position. Do you go top? Do you go tertiary? Could be a tough choice. But without getting too far ahead of ourselves, let's see how round 11 transpires on this basement site. Finland bringing the Thermite back into play, and Nifsu given the shield license, exchanging that Blackbeard for the Blitz.
It's going to be a long day ahead of Hungary if they fail to qualify here. They will have to go down and play against Italy, which will not be an easy game. They beat them once before. Can they do it a second time? Well, for now, the focus is just coming back against Finland. Round by round, all it takes is 2, and then it's overtime. Jegs is so confident in the building so quickly with the Solid Snake. Taking full advantage of that utility to get in the building as fast as possible.
Gotta reload. It's about to get hot.
2 minutes on the clock. And Nifsu will posture over towards vending stairs, so that could be the game plan here for Finland. Try and hit Exo, get that control. And then in combination with the cross from the main breach, start to really choke out that B bomb site. It'll be a potential big weakness for this Hungarian defense. Patience though in the meantime. The Snake as well can look to compound info. Nifsu is deep Exo, so he actually commits to the play. Diffuser in hand. And Jegs now with info can relay where these defenders are deep in sight. 90 seconds to work with as well. So far, so good for Finland.
A flank from up above. What's happening? There are players wanting to try and make something happen upstairs, and Finland has a lot to think about as they try to go for this execute. I think they're going to go for it anyway. Adestar finds one, Jegs gets in, takes down Dodo, the plant going down from Nifsu. Is there plant denial from Hungary? Is there anybody in position to try and conjure up some courage against Finland? The execute is complete, the plant is down, and it's into the posts. Finland down a man, but it might not matter. Bit of damage onto Nifsu, but Lambert is there upstairs to hold that flank. Finds one, but his teammates on the objective are doing their darndest to try and make things happen, but Delyi on for the retake, takes down Nifsu. Suddenly Lambert feels the need to move himself. Nix finds one. Delyi shut down. It's Rex and Adestar in a 2v2 as the scan comes out from the Deimos. It is enough for Finland to ascend and make their way to the ENC Finals.
A round of applause for Finland. That was such a tricky final map to navigate. Hungary did not give up without a serious fight. I think they are well deserved of a position in that lower bracket final and a second opportunity to make it through themselves. Of course, tough competition. That Italy matchup, man, I am terrified for them because we just know how aggressive and how skilled those guys are. But I think they've shown enough fight in this matchup to not be disrespected or underestimated in that matchup. That's going to be a fun one for them. But an opportunity now for the Finns to celebrate and a well-deserved victory from them. The third map, James, it started to get a little bit scary. Even I was starting to lose a little bit of hope for them, but they were able to knuckle down when it mattered.
Yeah, credit to Hungary. They are clearly a really good team. They're really punching above their weight class. Finland always have been such a strong region for Rainbow Six Siege. It's no surprise that they will be attending ENC. Massive ups to this roster. They really had quite a tough game today against Hungary, and they've had quite a tough bracket. They've taken down some really strong teams in order to get here. The same can be said for Hungary, who now have as we can look at the bracket and cast our minds back and forward as well, we can think about Hungary getting a rematch game against Italy in the lower bracket final. Yes, they might have lost now against Finland, but they have a second chance, and they've already beaten Italy once before in that upper bracket. However, Italy are hot off their win against Spain down in the lower bracket and will be hungry for revenge. No pun intended. Do you have a money on either of these teams here? Guys, what would you say? Hungary or Italy? What's your vibe?
I feel like my brain is just magnetized towards Italy, given the pedigree of that roster, the names on it, the kind of brand and style of Siege that's expected. But again, I also want to give credit to Hungary for the amount of fight that they just showed in that best of three. I think that could well serve them in the series. If Italy really tests them early, Hungary still, I think, will have the ability to fight back. They may not be the better of the two teams necessarily, technically and in terms of mechanics and etc. in those elements, but I think they could potentially have a mental edge, and sometimes in Siege that can be enough. So either way, expecting it to be a really entertaining game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Italy, like you said, pedigree, insane. The talent on that team is unbelievable, but they did stumble last time they played against Hungary, and so I never want to underestimate Hungary. They've taken down so many strong teams, and they had such a strong fight against Finland here as well. Let's talk about Finland for a minute. I mean, this roster, you look at it and you say, okay, Jegs and Huava, obviously a lot of experience there. Nifsu, Lambert, and Nix, very much new to me. I hadn't seen a lot of them before. And yet, these guys performed exceptionally well, and I think they could go very deep at the ENC Finals.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the kind of more technical approach that they took towards the game. They were also then very disciplined to kind of back that up. They played truly as a team, and maybe unlike what we saw in probably Asia being the biggest standout across the sub-regions we've covered so far today, a little less reliant on huge individual plays, but a larger emphasis and focus on team play. Maybe some of that naturally coming down to the regional difference. Europe is more historically known for that. But it was really fun to watch. And look, they were leveraging some of the tools available in the current meta with shields, etc. And assuming that meta persists heading into November, then they'll be served well. But a lot can change in Siege, so I wouldn't be particularly reliant on it being the exact same in 6 months' time.
That's a great point. I mean, the event is quite a long time away. That also means that these teams have a very long time to practice. I mean, yes, we did know that the rosters were announced just a number of weeks ago, I think it was. It wasn't quite months, was it? These teams have had a little bit of a chance to practice. They could be looking completely different by the time the event itself actually turns around. And who knows, maybe Finland could hold a candle to some of the most favorable national teams in the world coming into ENC. We do have Huava here for our interview on the line. Welcome on in and congratulations on qualifying for the ENC Finals. How are you feeling?
I'm good. Like I'm happy that we won, and we're going to the tournament to win.
Yeah, congratulations on the win. You guys played really well today. You were tested quite a bit by Hungary, to their credit. I want to sort of take a step back and talk about the lead up to this event. It hasn't been the longest period of time necessarily. How much preparation and how much focus have you and the rest of the team been able to put on this particular event?
I mean, I used to play with the guys like almost all of last year, so we have been playing together for, I don't know, like over a year now. So it has probably been like really, it has been pretty easy, to be honest. Of course, the teams are not bad. Of course, like they have a lot of good players, Hungary, but I think we just have better chemistry than anybody else in these schools.
Yeah, as you looked at the bracket that you guys just competed in for Europe, obviously there are some teams there with huge names on it. For example, Italy, who now have a chance to qualify through that lower bracket final. You got 5 players who have been in EML, this year. You got Belgium, Netherlands, Spain, so many teams with very notable players on it. How did you feel knowing that you could be coming up against those teams? Did you think that you guys were likely favorites to win the whole bracket? Because that's what you've actually done. You've been the only team to go undefeated the entire tournament.
Yeah, I mean, only team that I think was a bit scary was the Italy roster, because they have been playing together too for a long time, and they're all like tier 1 players. So that was the only team that was kind of scared to play against. Not really scared, but we were happy that Hungary beat them. So then we weren't scared at all to play these teams. Like, I think we have better players and better teams.
Well, again, congratulations on your win today, your qualification for ENC, and good luck at the tournament itself.
Thank you.
Thank you, Huava. There we go. Guys, a fantastic opportunity to talk. Yeah, what's going on there? A fantastic opportunity to talk to Huava. It's been a little bit of time since we've seen him, obviously, in an interview and not here for ENC before. Very exciting. He was just like emanating with excitement. He's so stoked.
Most excited fit on the planet right now. That's what they're renowned for, being cool, calm, and collected. And we saw that inside of the server in terms of their composure. I guess my question was more so necessarily about the specific lead up for this event. Obviously, I knew that these guys have played together for quite some period of time. If they had maybe put extra focus on this event, it seems like that wasn't necessarily the case. It was more so a natural transition for them. And as you then kind of followed up, despite the pedigree of some of the other teams, experience at a tier 1 level, they kind of just took that in their stride, took the challenge head on. They walk away the victors of the bracket. And again, so difficult to envision if their kind of well-rounded team play style in this sort of meta is going to translate across to November. All it may take is a meta change or two for that to, move the needle either way, better or worse for them. But yeah, either way, excited for them, and I think they'll do Europe proud.
Yeah, very much so. But Europe is not finished here for the ENC qualifiers. Of course, we have our lower bracket final. Hungary have another chance, but they have to go up against the terrifying Italian national roster. That's coming up after this. It's also it for me and you, guys. Thank you for being here tonight. But we have fresh faces ready to take you through the rest of the action, so stick around for more.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to ENC Qualifiers. We're here with Rainbow Six. We continue on with our debut. Thank you to our three wonderful Aussies that carried through the early start, and now it's time to have a swap to the second shift of the day here on Sunday. I'm Milosh. I'm actually old, and I'm stepping in to cast with, I guess, someone who I've been looking forward to talking Siege with for quite a while. It's none other than King Iconic, and we're on our first matchup, which is the lower bracket of Europe. How have you been so far?
I've been great, man. It's just really exciting to see kind of this new style of Siege, just these regional, not regional, but these country and territorial matchups just going on worldwide. I feel like it's amazing just to see a mix up of new talent, old talent, even teammates going up against each other. So it's just a completely new style of Siege we're seeing, and I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, it's something that I guess we've been hoping for and praying for many years now,
Yes.
in Siege especially, because there's great Siege nations out there in the world, right? It's been a topic of discussion for a long time, but when you actually peel back, you realize a lot of the Middle East and Asia are mixtures of a lot of different nationalities, and when you put them in the context of a Nations Cup, the Esports Nations Cup, it then changes the entire way that you play Siege. The motivation is also different because you're in it for that national pride, and that's not something that we get to discuss basically at all in Siege. And many esports out there, it's just not a big topic of conversation. But here, it is a huge focus, and we've been through, or at least our colleagues have been through, different regions for us to get to the lower bracket of Europe. Let's go first all the way to the beginning with the Asia bracket that was earlier on today. And I guess a surprise for many out there that, seeing Thailand being the first team to qualify for ENC. But let me remind you, a lot of the best Asia region players in, especially in SEA, are Thai. They have a lot of experience, and for them to make it out is a huge testament to, I guess, the growth of Thailand as a nation, SEA in general. But then South Korea, or Republic of Korea, was kind of disappointing in that lower bracket final against Japan, with, of course, led Japan to the second spot qualification for ENC.
No, South Korea, I really was expecting more from this team. Woogieman, Misa, Rioter, Soldier. That's four people who have been playing on PSG Talon, or whether that's Woogieman just playing on for Fear X. These are very notable players, extremely well, that I just thought we would see just a much tighter matchup between them and Japan. But Japan really showed out, and they just came through. Anitune's been a staple of the Siege scene for a long time, so I'm excited to see what they can do.
They're bringing in the guns, and we got to see it here also in qualification for the Middle East region. Turkiye is able to make it through as number one, and I'm very excited for Turkiye. In general, they've been, in terms of the region, but also competition within Europe, they've been incredibly impressive. Solotov is one of the players on there, and Salim Shady, who ended up winning the 1v1 tournament at the Invitational this year in Paris. Like, this team is full of up-and-coming superstars, and really at least two superstars that are out there in terms of competition in tier 1 and 2. So no surprise they make it out of here. Then a close game overall, close fight in general. Saudi Arabia with a huge comeback in the lower bracket. They get the second spot qualification. Kuwait is one of the strongest nations also in the Middle East when it comes to Siege, and Saudi Arabia being able to make it out there in the second spot is also no surprise. Some of the best Siege players out there in the Middle East do come from Saudi Arabia. So not surprising, I guess, the general result there. But on to Europe quickly, Iconic. This is where there's a big fight. You just saw it. Finland taking down Hungary. And I love the fact that these are mixes of tier 1, tier 2 players all around. You get names that are household in terms of European Siege, but also ones that are very much up and comers.
Yes. I mean, just the pure intent of that last game, I feel like it's very hard in these Nations Cups because you don't really know your opponent too well. But in this Finland-Hungary game, it was a real battle. I feel like you could see that these teams had a very good understanding of each other and what they needed to do to win. And we're going into this lower bracket final, Hungary versus Italy. Italy's coming off of a huge 2-0 win, a lot of momentum. They've seen this last game from Finland. They're going to, I mean, not from Finland, but from Hungary. They're going to know what it takes to beat them. And, we saw that they had a lot of confidence in this 2-0 against Spain because Spain, it's not an easy team to beat. They have a great coaching staff from Alonso. Uh, he's the current assistant coach at DZ. So, they're going to have a great background, just a fundamental for how you need to play Siege to win. So it's very good to see Italy win. So I'm very excited to see this Italy-Hungary matchup.
Very much excited for it. I mean, Spain again. There's Croxton on there. That's going to be a familiar name in competition. But we'll take a look at our rosters. We'll go with Hungary here in this matchup, and you just saw them competing only a second ago. Rexon, Joker, Etis, Dozo, Deli, Bone Daddy as their coach, and you'll see that the roster is also, I guess, overall wider than just that in most nations, because you're trying to kind of field a diverse space in the qualifiers and then seeing, okay, how do we trim this down in the lead up to the actual ENC finals. But before you get there, you still have to qualify for it, right? So you're kind of focused up on the best players that you can put out there for a game like this.
Mm-hmm.
And this is not going to be an easy fight, but Hungary showed, even against a team that is as strong as Finland, that they can definitely punch up there with some of the best in Europe.
Yes, and I feel like that's something very important for a lot of Siege players who are trying to aspire to get better. That a lot of the time there's not much of a difference between, the top players and the worst players. It's mainly just a confidence thing and your ability to go out there and win. And we're going to take a look at the Italy roster right now.
We should. We absolutely should. This is a team that is it's just full of Italian classics. You've been seeing these guys for years.
For years, man. For years. Remember Lolo all the way back playing.
My God.
Yes, like these guys have been fighting from the depths to qualify for invites. These players, they have just that competitive urge to really push themselves past what people think they can go. And that's really important in a game like Siege, being able to just extract every inch of what you think is capable from your team and from your teammates.
And the fun thing about this is that these two fought earlier in the upper bracket quarterfinals. And this is the crazy bit, is that Hungary, Italy got really close. It was a 2-1 victory for Hungary, where match was very much, yes, a 3-mapper, but very lopsided on each one of the 3 maps. Now we're having Consulate, Border, and Cafe. In terms of map, new adaptation compared to what we had 3 days ago when the teams were playing up against one another. So there's a lot here that question-wise that we're looking to solve. But Consulate is always a map we talk about when it comes to the defense and kind of how much faster in execution and I guess you're scouting a million times over, measuring 10 times, and then actually cutting once on it. Because you make a mistake as an attacker here, it's very easy to lose a round.
Yes. I feel like to that point, it's just the attacking side. It's a lot of split pressure you need to establish for the defenders, because at the start of the round, their gaps are going to be up, their traps are going to be up. We see the Denari is so strong on this map for this vending extension, just kind of cutting off the admin side. So you really have to make sure that you can kind of, as an attacking team, not give away opening kills to your defense, and make sure you can actually establish this pressure inside of admin, establish this pressure below, establish this pressure on CEO's side to make sure that the defenders don't actually know which side of the map you want to end on. And that's when you can kind of start picking apart the defense a little bit easier instead of throughout these hard zones that we see with the mirror, with the Denari here. So let's see how Italy's going to go for this.
I'm loving it. As you're talking about the Denari, it's the tiny little angles that are being opened up so that the actual the trap mine lasers can flow through perfectly and finally up on that top floor. And in the meantime, it's the usual setup here from the attacking side of Italy. We'll talk about the bans real quick. Hungary did take out Monty and Glaz. Glaz has been a very common pick over the past, 6 or so months. Monty, I mean, I don't need to talk to you about how good shields are right now, but shields are a huge commonality. And Robbie taking out Dodo, who tried to you're not supposed to vault anymore. They kind of tried to patch that out.
Yeah. It's only really viable on Windows when you're falling to your death because you can actually ADS, but for that type of play, especially the smoke, Tachanka ban, you're going to know they want to go for the yellow side here, especially with the Grim Blitz combo. Probably going to be a CEO window plant with a squeeze through yellow right now, and then losing the smoke is big. There's no more stalling, so it's going to be all on the guns of Hungary here. We're going to see they had a Scopos below for late flank. We're going to see the Scopos now playing for piano side. That could be their deep win con from below, so they just need to stop this yellow ISO. But right now, yeah, perfect kill. 4v4 here. Right now, Italy just needs to recognize Hungary stacked towards this side. And this is when it's really nice, Milos, when you establish that split pressure, because you can kind of bait a reaction from this defending team and kind of take space that they give up right now. Because the team is fully leaned towards this yellow side. 2 in box, 1 below, and 1 probably holding for spiral bathroom side here.
It's very difficult to get.
Out.
Very difficult to get anybody out of that side room up there, but you got to be careful with those little holes and put the shield in front of you as you're moving forward. Dora's right on in and just make sure that he can breach through. Utility throw it at him from the Azami, and making the cross is a tough one here. Rexun watching from upstairs, but Sark's doing the vertical gameplay. Nitro goes out. Can it be blocked? Yes, it will be, but Lolo is able to get an extra kill in the meantime. Doing work on the windows, I believe, and it's going to leave 1 more left alive. It's the Mira, and you don't really have much to do after you drop through the hatch, flashed out, and Dora is going to make it for Italy. The first round going to the Italians, going all off of, as we talked about it time and time again in the first round, losing the smoke in a sense that not only are you throwing away a body, you're throwing away a huge deterrent. Imagine adding to your Azami an extra smoke canister that can just delay things, give you a bit more time to remaneuver. Unfortunately, Italy just win con. Let's go for it.
Yeah.
Get the site open.
No, it's losing that time now too. It really forces you as a defender to have to kind of make those plays when the attack is expecting them, because you see Italy just kind of froze up. They took their steps extremely slow. They saw that they were pressuring their zones that they wanted to clear through. They worked the kill below, and just Hungary looked very separated right there, starting from the smoke OPK play. So I think just right now, especially this defending side on Consulate, it's an extremely defender-sided map, but you have to make sure that you're playing it to that style. You have to make sure you're making these teams clear through your hard zones, clear through these setups where you have, 3 to 4 people holding these zones together in a crossfire and making them actually have to break the crossfire. If they keep giving away these solo kills, it's just going to be a lot easier for Italy to, work these rounds. And that's when the map can flip to attack decided.
Well, it's always the question of, all right, do we swap things around to a different site, or do we stick to the one we had in round 1? Top floor completely vacated. It's to play downstairs in servers. So Hungary are going to say, we're just not going to play against any and all of that. Verticality, you still have to stack it up when it comes to playing Consulate. It's kind of just Siege in general. If you're new to the game, playing vertical is what makes Siege what it is, because you're playing with destruction. It's a major core aspect of the game and how it plays out, and trying to use utility and operators here like your Solus and such to gain information by just, all right, there's the drone here. I'm wondering somebody's going to be pushing up. I'm just going to check it. All that sort of stuff is very important. To slow things down, what else do you see from Hungary? The cap can on top of it. If there's shield on the other side, we can deal with it. Italy, though, has scouted and swapped all the operators they need, and they're going to get an opening kill here, but immediately refragged with another one from Dora's Habana. We're down to 4v3 in a matter of 3 seconds.
Yes. Right now, what I can tell automatically right now is Italy's info game is eating up Hungary right now. They had great info on that Azami, worked a nice kill on him, and they got a kill on the cap can on the flow. Right now, Hungary just needs to work a kill back together. Right now, Malusi's kind of solo right now. It's going to be difficult here. They're very split right now. With the Snake too, they should be able to clear Piano really effectively.
I love that peak.
Be
it's so aggressive.
Oh, perfect.
Hadistar immediately gets the headshot off of it, but the support from the other side was not there. Akui a bit slow to turn around and lock out, maybe help out his teammate. There's the shotty out, but immediately in the refrag, but left all alone. The Nitro dodge, but really eaten in this case. Now you're left against 2. Maybe you can scout around with your drone. You can have some of your teammates watching any of the late flank rotation drones that you have up there, but this is not an easy take to make.
No. And like you said, Milos, interesting before, how important the verticality is in Siege. The piano position, I feel like when you have that top 4 control, there were no defenders playing the top 4. They had Snake, Walk Down, Visa. you know, you have all of CEO control. You know, all it takes is either a sledge, a buck, or a ram drone to make that vert above the Solus, and you get that position, that control for free. You know, instead they wasted 2 lives for it, and that essentially ended their round. So I think they just need to kind of figure out how they can use more of Siege's, you know, mechanics to actually take some of this map control for themselves.
And Hungary knew what to do, right? They reversed it, because verticality, there's a saying we've been having in Siege for the past like 8 or 9 years, which is the holes work both ways, right? Verticality can be used and abused by both attackers and defenders, and any hole that you get to open up, well, your opponents can also use that to their advantage later in the round. Things that you would have seen opened up to, I don't know, set up for attackers on the top floor, well, the defenders are going to end up using to shoot back at you. So you saw how the hatch was open, it was pre-placed and set up for the defenders. Well, they can hear and see the audio propagation through it is going to be very clean. You can expect it and know whenever your opponent is going to drop through the hatch, and then you can peek. You don't need to put yourself in a tough position to peek it before the time is the proper time for that sort of execution. Now, like that, Hungary are just saying, you know what, we got the round in basement. I feel like we've warmed back up again. We're ready to go. Let's go back up to that top floor and play the verticality in our own way. And they definitely have swapped out the operators. You're not seeing the Scopus anymore. You're seeing more slowed things down kind of things with the Tuberao, for example.
They're looking to milk right now. Bringing the Goyo smoke combination. It's going to be nice with the Tachanka ban. You know, you still get kind of that stall that you would want, that double denial for flames on yellow for the smokes for CEO, and then you also get some flames on the admin side. The tube's going to be nice too if they want to go admin over. They can slow some of the admin walls. You still have the C4 capability if you do actually want to drop below, like you would sort of get with the scope post impacts here. And obviously too, the DMR is one of the best guns in the game right now. Italy's looking to go for the same style start. They're flipping more of their util to the top side, so I could expect a Ying through bathroom side with maybe a blitz crank through the yellow side here with the repellent. But let's see if that takes some more tempo to this round right now, since they're not giving them OPK. One
So
flames
far,
down.
no jump out the window. That's a good start compared to round 1.
No, yes. And right here, like for the defense, it's very important for them not to give a kill and for them to make a play when they want to go for their action, whether that's a flank up yellow or just having the correct gaps covered on the top to shut down their push.
Always got to be careful. The buck downstairs. Oh, DMR in a great spot maybe to take the damage, but it's siege timing. At least Tuberao here is able to run away from it. You're slowing things down. Great from Rexhuan upstairs, even though he got pushed out a little cubby. It's still a kill that they get off of it, and he's got to be happy with that. But then down and taken out by Dora. At least here, Italy not wasting any time taking ground on the top floor before they're able to advance on the site itself.
And for me, I feel like Hungary could give a little bit more kill, a little bit more passivity here. They didn't have much to cross through actual plant potential with the smoke still up. And if the Goyo's going to be fighting like that, I think the rest of the team needs to be a little bit closer.
The pre-fire, the Tubby,
can win this.
First kill out. He knows there might be somebody around the window, but they've already moved in. They realize Italy that, hey, we just have to go for the objective right now. There's only one player. We're in the perfect spot for it. Actually moved, putting the plan in a perfect position. It's actually deeper into the site. It's going to leave it more exposed and even more work to do for Joker here. And going to get taken out Dora with a few extra rounds to make sure that it's all really put in place. Beautiful execution from Italy, and I'm loving the fact that they are not holding back. When you see, hey, there's a little mistake, Italy are just taking space immediately to make sure Hungary cannot get back into power positions. It's a big part of the conversation around both defense and attack, but specifically for defense, you don't want to peel away from power positions until you forced your opponents to either lose a body or put a player down, or throw so much utility into it that it is worthwhile for you to pull back at that point, not to lose your life either.
Yeah. And just bans reasons here, see the snake come out, see the mirror come out. The snake is a little bit on the edge for me. I feel like they haven't really been getting much kind of gain out of it. I feel like the blitz has really been a staple for them since the Monty bans come out. But right now, for me, is Hungary is big. Siege is a big game, just recognizing what's actually happening to you. And right now, Italy is doing a lot of 4-1s, and by 4-1s I mean it's just 4 people together, and usually one person adjacent to the site, either below, on windows, just wherever, you know, if it's a top site, they have the buck below. And with that, I feel like you can kind of play a lot of deeper win cons, especially since we saw them kill the buck below, either retaking that control to stop the CEO plan and playing a little bit deeper in sight. But I want to see Hungary start to shift more around what Italy's doing and what they're actually not doing, and start to look to abuse that. That's one of the biggest keys in winning siege matches, being able to play to your opponent.
I'm wondering if that like snake ban is more of a comfort ban, I guess.
Yeah,
just in
a lot
case
of it is
come out?
comfort. Just because snake, it's like, it's not always that good, but when you do play it and you're clearing, it can really speed up your clear and the actual droning you have to do. So I feel like it makes some teams slow down, but I feel like some of the good teams who have those good drone fundamentals, like, it shouldn't really affect them too much because they will have other solutions for it.
I love that
Gonna
Thorn.
bring out more info with the Valk.
This disruption here between the Thorn, the Legion, and the Valk on top of it.
Yeah.
This is highly disruptive to whatever shields might be brought up in Italy. If they're trying to crush too much on it, on the other side, that is kind of the clear adaptation that Hungary is having here.
Good drone info again. Let's see if they can work a kill off of this. They're giving them a lot of space admin side right now. Italy's been tending to lean into more ISO styles. You know, we're going to take map control with a lot of our bodies, and we're going to front up and hold for the peaks. It's a 3-2 split. This top extend should be played as a layer right now. Let's see. They're going to have C4 below on the extension. They get a kill below on the ace, lurking Visa side. That's a huge kill. That's basically their layer pressure relief. They just need to get out.
It's your only heart breach gone at this point if you wanted to use it. So you're going to have to walk through lines of fire or put your shield at the front. And that, oh my god, what a shot from Sarks. Baited out by that shield and immediately firing on. Adastar immediately on Robbie as well. Verticality still with that manpower equivalency between the two teams. When you still have the vertical as Hungary here, you're in a pretty good spot. It's a very tough fight. You see the Razor Balloons have been thrown all around the site. A lot of damage here being taken between the smokes and I guess goo mines and Razor Blooms and all. And there is your shield's down on the floor, smoked out. Sarks might get a kill out of it, but the site might not be completely clear. You're going to need to take the time to check for any extra utility thrown around, for any extra angles. Now, unless you're really fighting for the top, which is what Akui is trying to do here, you're not going to have a good time. Shotgun in hand, long range for the fight with it here, trying to lure both players into him. Careful, careful, careful. Sark's trying to plant below. They're going in for the nitro. Sark's going to get one kill on Dodo from below, and it's working out in gunfights because Italy are able to split vertical up and down, play the objective, and yet at the same time put pressure and projector. That is incredible individual play from Italy.
Yeah, it's very good. You know, right now Hungary, they're getting great opening kills that round. They had a great 5v3, but just, you know, they allowed them to get the kills back in that lounge extension. You know, I feel like they could have gotten out, played the site, laid into the basement, played C4 below. You know, you still have the vertical control. You can play for up Visa flank if they want to clear through the top for that IQ, because it's like they're playing extremely split right now. And when you get picks against the attacking side, you need to try to get towards your teammates. Usually some teams have a comm for it. I know it's popular comm, it's called glue. Just being able to stick towards your teammates and making sure that if you're going to be giving up kills, you're in attempt to trade them back. And right now, as you can see, Hungary try to stick to that a little bit harder here. They're going to bring out the Capcan again to try to slow down the Malusi for the gaps right now. The Solus is going to be really nice though too, because we've seen Italy getting a lot of gain from these drone work. So I just need to see the Solus trying to hunt these cams that they have pre-placed, kind of being able to call their initial plays. You're going to see the Ram coming out the Dokkaebi. Probably going to be a roam clear, maybe a little bit of CO ISO. Could go for a Thatcher plant on the breach with the Ying and the Thatcher. They don't have any Tachanka, so anything electronic will be destroyed by the Thatcher. So Let's see if they do this.
Such a strong operator now, Thatcher. Like Thatcher's always been a staple,
Very
but,
good, but
I don't think
so...
I don't think people in general have like realized how good Thatcher is now with his full-on upgrade. Really, just because you can use it as I guess the moment passes here, but just you can see any utility that's being thrown at you. It's great to deal with nitro cells. It's good to deal well if you time it properly. Then yeah. I guess my point is not being made. Is it, please just use it properly. There you go. Thank God that's gonna get opened up finally. But you get 5 of those charges. It's an insane amount. You're gonna mess up and you're gonna be just fine at one point in time. At least the wall is open. But what's your verticality?
They lost all their Thatchers on this guy though, but he's gonna give away the kill.
Okay, quick kills.
Yeah.
Robbie's just running around with an SMG. I guess Dokebi can just do it all. SMG 12 for the win. Still 2 players down on site, split up back and forth here behind the actual garage plant.
There, when a guy walks site, they're probably just gonna eat the site on this Malusi right now. Avoid the vert. They just need to find their gap in. Careful for the holes. Drone coming from the back, they see him. Get the spot. They see the Capcans on the yellow door.
It's all the intel you need at this point. You know there's going to be one person at the way bottom of the hallway. You can pinch them, or you just don't have to at all. Careful. Oh, Robbie, unsure there where the bullets were coming from, gets taken out by Delyi, who's trying to bring this one back. The calls are still coming in from Dokebi. You know there's going to be one person on the other end, but where's that diffuser? It's with Lolo, and it's quite far away, still on that top floor. He is unsure of how to take this move down to the basement, and suddenly the advantage you had in manpower is gone. Now they know exactly where you're at. You're going to have to win 2 tough gunfights. This is not an easy situation to be in. They know exactly that he's coming from this back construction hallway. You have to check every single little tiny corner behind the wall. You can get peeked at any point in time. Once they hear you planting, they can immediately go for you, Lolo. I do not envy your position here, but I'll tell you, if you can clutch this one, that'll be a hell of a replay. For us to go through and no, it's not going to work out. It's Hungary to get the round off of a beautiful adaptation. Things taking a bit too long to breach the garage doorway, and after that, it gave Hungary all the space they needed to maneuver.
No, it was a great play. It really came down in that 2v3 to them powering the spiral person, you know. Italy took a little bit too long, left Robbie. Robbie was in a very good spot to kind of make a play to make that pull on the backside. It was mainly just the 2 players on the other side trying to find their play into the site, giving him, you know, just that time that he doesn't really have, because the defenders have to make a play on the split position on the only person in the map right there. So, you know, you're kind of between a rock and a hard spot, and you kind of have to take a decision in a way as the attacking team before the defenders can make that decision. And right there, Hungary did a great job. You saw that the Cade really did eat all of the Thatcher EMPs, so their initial play to plant in the smoke was kind of already broken. So that was really good from the Cade. Let's see what they're doing right now. Should be a little bit of a bunker style lineup here with the Malusi tube and the Cade. Should expect some hatch denial with the Cade and the tube. This Azami might start underneath the Vista hatch with the light extension back into the site side. Let's see.
I'm honest with you, David. I am scared of when our next patch drops and Dokebi is going to be even more of a menace.
Yeah,
it is going to be hell on earth in more ways than one. That is nothing intended on the fact that she'll burn your phone and your pockets with it at the same time. But you can tell a well-played Dokebi can do a lot of damage even already, and it's going to be something on another level once her patch drops. So
I
what
think it's
going
to shift. It's going to shift the style of Dokebi play, because right now Dokebi's more like a. I feel like the best thing of Dokebi is like the call that you call everyone, but then the fact that it gets everyone off of cams, because it allows you to really take gaps without having to expose the gaps by shooting the default cams. And then right now, it's going to turn into, you know, kind of like this other Deimos type character, more useful and more potent for tracking solo roamers and just, you know, those operators that you know are going to be extended, like the solos, especially echoes too. It's not going to be very fun being an echo main with Dokebi change coming through.
Absolutely will not be.
C4.
Hungary just collecting free kills here. We haven't talked about, well, we've been talking theoretically about the Turkiye, but she's one of the few still left alive, dodging through all the bullets. Flash yourself, sure, but at least you got your support right next by. Robbie's going to run in with the SMG-12 and get a kill on top of it, but immediately whacked from below by Rexun. Verticality still playing in the way of Hungary as the top floor is being opened up here, and the dive in from Lolo. It's a double floor extension from Hungary. Very deep the way that they're playing it. Also in the basement, but Ad is going to walk around the corner in the hallway. He'll find 2 kills collected. Even running that old Beast Coast skin on the MP5. It's going to work out for Hungary as they halftime 3-3 it.
That was a great half from Hungary. You know, it wasn't the best start from them, but they really showed that they can just get back into the game, and I feel like that's important. That's all it is in Siege, you know. It's never how you start, it's always how you finish, and being able to, you know, pull yourself back to find out how you can start winning these rounds is extremely crucial just for your longevity to go forward as a team. Going into the half, you know, there's not much that they can say about what's happened. It's just mainly about what's going to happen, what defenses are going to run, what attacking style they're going to play to. I'm very interested to see the bans right now coming out. I feel like the Tachanka bans, you know, just really good. Like if you're a team who kind of likes to bait the plant, you know, you can get rid of the Goyo flames early to force them to have to use their smoke grenades. A lot of times we see a trap, especially now getting gone from the bans. The Thorn, the Nari, even Ella is just one of the, I think the Thorn and the Nari are the best actual traps, but Ella, you know, the gun, the speed, the impacts, it's one of the best fraggers. It's gonna be a good game. It really is, you know.
Absolutely will be. This is a rematch. Let me remind everybody who maybe was not able to watch 3 days ago when the games were having more co-streamer coverage or player coverage at that time in Italy playing Hungary. That was a 2-1 victory for Hungary, which is what knocked Italy down in the lower bracket. This is revenge for the Italians, and on top of it, qualification to ENC. I think Hungary would be not too happy, not just losing a close game against Finland, probably the best game that we've had so far in the bracket, but then losing to the team that they knocked down to the lower bracket. And we're only on map 1 in this case. None of the 3 maps that you're seeing here, Consulate, Border, and Cafe, were played in that series. That was Clubhouse, Chalet, and Bank. And then all of those maps ended with 10 rounds or less, really, which is kind of surprising given like right now we're getting much tighter match, which is what I would love to see. However, a lot of those games also did end up in kind of like a 4-2 or 3-3 at the half. The second half, controlling that attacking side is going to be really important for Hungary, because if we're kind of just putting up to the facts here, David, 3 rounds on defense on Consulate is a pretty good start if you ask me.
Yeah. Especially too here with the Solus Warden ban. We're going to see they want to be going for these ISOs, these plants. They're going to be looking at on the piano, on the basements, planting smokes probably into the site side. Solus ban too, that you won't be able to see anything of their info in the round. They're going to be hitting the site. The Dope Snake ban is pretty standard, especially going into this next season. I feel like Milos, you're going to see a lot more info bans coming out. So it's just a pretty standard issue. Cons bans right now. They're bringing out the look at this lineup from Italy. Just the Echo, the Tachanka, the Goyo. They're playing pure Sol with those 3. And then you have the Azami on top of that and the Bandit too to keep pro closed. It's gonna be very tricky. Let's see. It might be a quick play right now with the Finka. That's always a tell for something fast.
Maybe so. You're also bringing the Fuse, and I'm curious if the Fuse... No, he's running full-on LMG. Okay. We don't really get Fuse LMG. It's usually AK-12 just because the AK-12 is such a great rifle to use in Siege on really either the Fuse or if you're running the Ace. But LMG is a bit unusual this day, but it might also be to, hey, I'm going to saturate the audio. Right, gotta make it so they can't hear anything. We're gonna be able to breach and play off of that.
Suppressive fire.
Yep. Cannot underestimate that.
Yeah, I'm not seeing much potential for them going admin side. No range breach. It's really gonna be a quick play on the yellow side with this blitz. I'm interested to see how they do it. They haven't cleared any of the Goyos off CEO window, off CEO window or yellow yet. Excuse me. And that's very important too when you do see a Goyo up, just being able to nade off CEO window extremely early, because that just puts, you know, pressure on defenders having to have, you know, the Tachanka or the smoke in a position ready to stop the plant.
I love this Azami setup here. It's such a difficult thing to push an Azami out of position when all of your Kiba barriers are deployed and ready and set, and you're going to have to expend a lot of utility to deal with it. I guess what we're seeing here from Hungary is timing, right? You're trying to time everything together for a push. They're definitely not stacking up Heart Breach, but that's kind of par for the course, just putting a bit of pressure on the opposite end here, allowing your Blitz to just push on through deep into enemy territory, and he's going to be completely clear. Right?
They were telling us, I like this a lot.
What a reverse! The reverse play around, Pokeball right in the face, gonna eat that one here. Impact won't do much. Oh,
good swing. Play. That's great.
Sark still last alive and immediately from behind. The fact that Hungary set the whole thing up as if it's gonna be a normal console chamber take, and what do? They push in from long desk all the way around to projector, unexpected fashion, bypassing all the defenses that have been set up by Italy's defense. That was unexpected.
Yeah, that was a great one. You know, that's a really nice combination play you can have, because the Grim is pulling all of the attention to the yellow side. You know, they're grimming yellow, they're putting that pressure on yellow, and they actually do have someone repelling in CEO, so the comps get really murky there. And essentially, once the Blitz gets into that, into A, you know, it just creates a split control where the Tachanka has to be looking, you know, at CEO or either to Pro. So he's just in a rock and a hard space. So it's very difficult there. It was a great attack from Hungary. From Italy, they just need to look to try to break the attack before it comes in here. Trying to put pressure onto that Grim more aggressively through yellow. Just play more aggressively inside the spiral area here. They want to run back that site, and they just bring the Finn instead of the Echo for those gaps. Showing desk for long desk.
It's just cool to see, like, if you're Hungary in this case, you're scouting around, right? You're in prep phase. You're checking what your opponents are bringing. You see, okay, they're stacking a lot of slow down operators, right? We talked about it, where there's all of this utility that's meant to slow you down as an attacker and require you to take, I guess, difficult angles in fights to deal with all the utility being thrown at them. And what do? They completely bypass that, and they split the take in ways that maybe you don't expect. Here, they're opening in this super aggressive way, also going immediately into break room, and at a start, it takes a lot of damage, but still takes out the Azami before the Kiba barriers are deployed to slow them down even further, and you're forced to run your Shumikas at 2:20, which is kind of at least a minute too early compared to what you're playing.
It's way too early. Way too early. Italy look a little bit pressured right now. You know, they seem just very out of it, reinforcing late, getting opening killed early. They need to kind of sink into this defensive half here and put boots on the ground and really not give Hungary all the space. Let's see how they're going to end this, though. They have the late con flank from the Ella right now. Let's see if they spy that, they're going to be able to hit the site or play for the kill on him. If they don't, that's going to be great for the Italy squad here.
Absolutely will be. Long angles here trying to be found out by the Hungarian attackers, and Italian is sitting back on site. They can still slow down, but remember, there's a lot of Shumika canisters, or sorry, a lot of I guess, I don't know what the canisters are called. The Shumika is the launcher itself, but still, there's a lot of canisters there that are in the back pocket of Dora. It can slow things down substantially, but there's a point where you're going to run out of all that utility. Maybe you got to time it for a better moment.
They're flipping right now too a little bit. You can see Italy don't know which way they want to go. If they're going to stick at him and go yellow, but it looks like they're going yellow side right now. This is really nice too because the flank's going to be useless from Sark. So they're going to split spiral again. They're really working these guys very well right now, Milos. They're pulling them apart.
They absolutely.
It's all solo fights. It's beautiful right now.
2v1s, and the only time it's lost is to a 1v1 of someone that's really irrelevant to your take, right? You're sending just, okay, Deimos, go see what you can find. If you can end the round, cool. If not, that's okay. Oh, a blind shot through the smoke is going to take out Rexham, but the plan is already done, and all you need to do is, well, trail those rifles down the one range. You'll end up finding a kill anyways. That's what you get at the end of it. There you go. 417 is going to do the damage at the end of the day and end it Hungary at 5-3. Their attacks have been incredibly impressive. How you mentioned it, David, just peeling away all the layers that Italy are setting up. They're trying to slow things down, and it's not working at all, completely bypassed. So here, we'll get the timeout. And in situations like this, so this is my favorite part of my job, is I get to talk to people that are infinitely knowledgeable about the game. What do you do in a timeout like this when you want to get yourself out of that rut?
Big thing for Italy right now is noticing that they're taking a lot of split pressure. So it's either in the early round that if you see that they're trying to do these quick entries with one person, maybe two people, it's taking bodies to fight that and get those opening kills back from the defensive side and splitting that into like 3v3 scenarios, you know. Hungary want the bodies up. They want to be able to poke a lot of gaps across the map. So just taking out opponents was going to be one thing. Or it's going to be in these phases where they're trying to flip. Like we saw, they took Abbott initially, and then they spent time rotating CEO's side to hit yellow, you know, to put the pressure somewhere else. It's in those moments when Sark's is on the flank, it's actually, instead of flaming the admin side off, you're going to power into the admin side, looking to take back the control that you've already given them and get kills back, because they are actually pulling bodies out of that area. And in those areas, you could get maybe some 3v3s, some 3v2s, and maybe even some 3v1s if you can look and isolate the right gaps. It's just really about picking when you want to take the control back, and I feel like that's the big thing right now. Because Hungary, they are doing extremely well on the admin side. When they want to take it, they're using the right amount of bodies to actually get in. So it's extremely hard to, you know, fight the front off the rip. So you're gonna need to be able to actually find moments in the round when it's quiet, when you can actually get those plays off and surprise your opponents. They're going to be going lower here, though, Italy. They're going to be running a roam, so they're going to be trying to get in their faces, not give them probably 5 executes. The mute's great. Slow down drones. The Monty's great, too. The Ella, I feel like they could maybe get one more trap out right now, but it's fine. The Thatcher, I'm going to be seeing probably a quick plan with the Glass, too, honestly. They're going to have no Tachanka, so it's going to be clean C4s once off the plant. It's going to be about just what type of lurk they have to be able to catalyze this push coming from the floors on the backside here. Let's see it. Yeah, they're stacking the breach. You're going to have this guy walk in yellow. It's going to be a quick play.
I like the fact that, like, Italy in this case, yes, theoretically, having a Tachanka would be great, right? Because you can slow things down even more. But clearly, that just has not been working in the past 2 rounds, because Hungary know how to deal with it. So what do you do? Say, you know what? Let's trust in our aim. And Italy absolutely should. They have some of the best European players out there. Definitely the best Italian players that you can have on this roster. And you should use that. Don't be afraid. Take the gunfight, spread around, make sure you're using that to your advantage. And there it is, coming to fruition. An opening kill, make that 2 now to Italy, completely shutting out Hungary. Before they come in, Akwi gets another through the smoke. I think this round is going the way of the Italians, but we'll see if the Azzurri can hold on against the Hungarian onslaught, at least whatever has been left of it after this huge softening up. Quick kill from Daly, but will be enough. No, doesn't seem like it. You're going to have to walk into sight. DMRs are great, but I don't think they can save you in a 1v4 here, David. Great adaptation from Italy, trusting in their own skills. And it works out.
And it was sort of like the same thing from Hungary when they tried to run this attack. You know, just a person in garage getting the kills onto the breach and kind of breaking the push before it actually gets set up, because, you know, if they actually get the Glass, you know, not dying off the rip to Akwi hitting a nice shot through the smoke, and they actually get the bomb trying to go down, trying to get the Thatcher to stop the C4s, you know, that's when it becomes very winnable for Hungary. But Italy stopped it right before they needed to, and that was great. We're going to see Piano here. This is where the Solus Warden band's going to be really nice, and they banned the Mirror too, so it's going to hurt their top extension also. We're going to see Thorn Ella. That's great. The sentry here I could like to see maybe a pulser of Milos just to kind of give them that second guessing that you're going to be playing the late win cons below. You know, it really adds a different layer to your defending scheme, and it adds a layer that the attacking scheme has to kind of anticipate for, you know, because you can also deny the plan from above, but you can also deny a lot of the plans from below. So when you get into that game, it becomes very nice for you in the end round as a defender to play with the opponents and focusing a lot on your below presence to stop the plant. You can have retakes going above on the top floor because again, you can stop the plants from up there. So this is one of the best sites on Consulate, in my opinion. It's very good for defenders. You have a lot of win cons to play from. Capital, Ace, Blackbeard, Deimos, Nomad. Okay, they're probably gonna have the Ace open a little bit of side here, get some side pressure going. Could it be probably yellow entry with the Blackbeard? The Blackbeard's great for this. Little Deimos below entry.
If you want to split around here as defenders, there's a lot of work that you can do. Like you were talking about the way that you can split hold this site from both vertical spaces. It definitely pulls the attention of the attackers to way too many places, and at some point they're going to fumble, they're going to make a mistake. That's where you're capitalizing on it, just because there's so many little rooms in this version of Consulate. In the older version of Consulate, it wasn't as complicated, but it was still not easy. In here, it's kind of there's a lot more work and scouting needed to make that work, but you're still bringing in a shield. If you're putting that at the front and it's a very mobile shield, like you said, you're taking yellow, you can push an entire flank and hold on to that. There's not going to be much that's going to take you away from it, but you have to push, at least with a couple players, take that top floor. From that point on, you can think about pushing site.
Yes. They're going to be soloing this yellow entry with the smoke. Smoke holding the lower yellow entry too. It's a lot of bodies on the Hori side right now.
Whoa! Okay. Well, great Nomad's job. Supposed to have those air jabs to stop them, but I think the air jabs got knocked out of Rexun in this moment on the stairs. Another kill going in for Robbie, really playing. Oh, another one for Makwi this time, just running the SMGs to their maximum coverage. Finally, a kill will come in and take down Dora, but at that point, the utilities already been set up, right? You set up the entire site around the Razor Blooms, and yes, you get another one on top of it. Cool, but Robbie's already done damage to you. So at this point, you can pull back and play vertical with 1 to 2 players in the basement even.
Yeah, and this is where it gets tricky for the attacking side because it's 2v4, it's 2v3. You know, they're going to have a site player. And right now, like I'm saying, if you're going to have a person below, they're already priming Sarks on the Visa flank to retake the verge. So it's a bit of a trap because if both attackers drop into the site, they're going to lose the vertical control. And the bomb's down spiral side in an awful position.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is a tough, very tough boundary.
Oh.
He's back on Akui.
Oh, the shot finally happening on the other side. Italy making sure they don't lose out on this round. A huge opportunity. Don't forget it. Don't forget your biggest thing to do here is to go for the plant for the objective play. The grenade there to isolate. No, you're going for the kill. He's down on the floor waiting for you, Lolo. He's going to take out the Deimos and win out the round here. Yeah, you could hear him. You could even see it through. It's fine. It's clipping. You know, fair enough. But at this point, the most competitive map these two have had against one another so far, and they played 4 so far. We're getting a pretty good game between Italy and Hungary. Reminder, this is for the last marble, really, for the last spot to qualify for ENC.
So who wants to go? Going top. I like this lineup a lot. You know, they have the double trap. They have the flames, they have the Scopus for the late con, because the Scopus is honestly really great, Milos, because it messes with the counting of the defense, for the attack. You know, you can have a Scopus gadget below, and then you can also be in the site at the same time with the quick swap. So it's a very tricky situation if you're trying to play off of the counting style of Siege and the attacking style, especially if you actually want to be able to put pressure below on the flank and then get back up top to help your team when they want to hit the gaps.
Mm-hmm.
The Goyo's going to be great with this Chanka just to stall out this initial front. They're going to bring the Fuse, Aurora, Monty. No, they're going to bring the Grim, Monty. I do like the Monty coming out. Monty is really nice for going yellow side because it's just extremely hard to really stop him. A little cheap spawn peek here.
Oh boy. Sarks. Careful, brother. This might be the moment for it here. If you get the kill, this might knock Hungary off of kilter. It's always good to tilt your opponents when possible. I think when you can't yell at them because you're not in the same space, this is kind of the closest thing you can do, right? Oh,
Yep,
there it is. Sarks is going to get it.
And the Monty.
Oh,
wow.
that's huge.
That's huge. Wow. That might be the round right there. It's going to depend on this play they can get going. You know, the first few rounds, Hungary were very well. Milos had kind of settling Italy's aggression, not giving them those initial kills and making them seem kind of questioning where they know that they're coming from. But in these last rounds, Italy's really taken the control back. They're really just knowing where Hungary's coming from, what they want to do, and how they want to stop it. And that's the crucial thing. Need for long dash. The roar is a bit questionable for me. I don't know what they're going to use it for. Maybe on the yellow side to close the door off. Gotta flip one admin.
This is a big
And they have
test.
the scope. They have the scope boost shield. You see that kind of like as a shield for the Tachanka to play on. That's nice.
It's that extra player in the back pocket if you need to rotate in between. You always have to be super careful. Not only do you get the intel, but you also get to move around and shoot with the rifle. Now that you don't have a Monty on top of it, this is a big test for Hungary's adaptation game. If they can pull this off somehow, that would be huge, but they need to isolate bits of the site to actually take in. Spreading around too much might be the wrong option, but they need to have some sort of anchor in the back of Hungary or back of the Italian lines, maybe somebody that can at least pull some attention away from where the attack is actually happening and concentrate the three players on the same hallway. Right now, they're still a bit split up, unsure how to deal with this situation. Lolo is just playing around the long desk. He's got support as well. Another one for Lolo as he's just playing around the Hungarian lines. Another one! My God, just stop giving him everything. He's got to get another one off of it. Yes! Perfectly positioned. Every single setup from the Fenrir set up perfectly for him to catch everybody one by one. It's Keat shooting in here for Italy that are one round away from vengeance kicking back in. There'll be one map up, but Hungary can shut them down and take it into overtime. That is a tight match we got, David.
Cade. No, that was just great. You know, we saw Italy got the opening kill. Hungary tried to do a little bit of a pull on CEO to kind of get that attention away from admin side, but again, the traps, they had the flames, they had the Fenriers. It was just perfectly set up. I think Hungary needs to kind of slow up this initial phase, work in the twitch the lineup, work some deeper nades in to kind of clear out these flames and these traps, just to again just have Italy questioning where they're coming from. That's the main thing of Siege, you know, it's a very big on deception, you know, making sure your opponents do not always know where you are and where you want to go. And a lot of the times you have to be able to know how to call your early rounds to be able to conceal what play you actually want to make. Because a lot of the times as a defender, if you're a caller on the defensive side, you're all the information the attack is giving you, the pre-placed drones, the default cams are shooting, the default cams they are not shooting, you know, what windows they're opening, what windows they are not opening. All of that gives you a greater scope of what the overarching play is going to be from the attacking side. And those are all things that you have to add into, and they're doing that extremely well right now against Hungary. They're not letting it get an inch. Again,
it's a lot of work on the IGL. Really is a lot of work because you're calling it on defense. You have to have such a great macro view about what's happening in the game to lead your players the right moments and led right into a nitro cell here. Atastar taken down by Akui. That's a great bit here, and not just your heart breach, but on top of it, the Monty down a low half HP. It's a great spot for the Italian defenders.
Yeah, they want to go for this back ISO. I mean, with this, you usually have, you know, your guys at the main breach yellow side. You put the Monty down secret, But like again, off the initial play, they've already telegraphed it with just the Ella putting pressure on the Monty, putting pressure on this Visa side so they cannot get in secret. And I mean, right now as the attacking side, they might have inside a secret, but right now they're extremely boxed in. The defense have them from the top, they have them from the side side, and they've killed their adjacent lurk on the garage side. This is looking like a Italy sweep.
Long range fight here. And can they hit it? No, Akui is going to set it up. Using the TCSG as a DMR as it is meant to be. They'll get one kill on the Hungarian side, but that Ella Scorpion Evo is just doing a lot of damage no matter the range. As long as you're hitting the headshot, you'll get it done. Might be the last one here, but Daly's done a lot of work. You see, at 13 kills, he's been putting a lot of that heavy lifting on his back. He's got to be needed here against the 4 from the Italian side, bunkered in. Still got to be careful about verticality if you do get to the point where you're planting on the site. Stuck in servers now, trying to get in this out of the situation. Dora taking a lot of damage, but from actually not above. There it is, shot down. Sarks and Robbie to finish it off. And Italy, huge fight on Consulate. They're going to get 7-5 victory on the first map. Reminder, a vengeful Italy has been unlocked.
Yeah.
They lost to Hungary, were knocked down to that lower bracket, and they looked excellent, despite the fact that I got to say, David, Hungary's counterplay was impressive.
Yeah. They were extremely good, you know. I felt like their opening rounds on the attacking side were really clean. They were really using that deception I talk about to really make it hard for Italy to know where they're coming from, but they just kind of ran out of steam towards that later half. You know, their plays started to get extremely simple. They didn't really clear out their traps again, and it was clean. You know, Italy just they felt like they were just more confident than you saw at the end too. Some trash talk coming out towards Dodo, so I feel like Italy are just feeling really confident right now.
Depending on how this match ends up, if Italy wins, I genuinely would love to have Hybrid, who is the current coach of the Italian roster, to join us on here. He is, as far as I know, half Spanish and half Italian. That's why the name Hybrid comes from, as far as he's told us.
That's a good name.
But he's someone with a lot of experience, right? As a coach, he's done it in multiple regions. And when you heard that timeout, right, there was the call, hey guys, we're messing up, we can bring this back. I would have loved to be a fly on the wall just to hear what was said between the team, and maybe we'll get that in an eventual interview. But we have a second map coming up in here. We'll see if the Hungarian squad can come back against Italy, or will it just be done? A fight for the second and final spot for Europe to qualify to the Esports Nations Cup later on in the year. We'll take a quick break and find you in just a bit. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to ENC. We just went through our first map of Italy versus Hungary. That is the lower bracket final, the final matchup that'll decide the final team that qualifies from Europe to the Esports Nations Cup later on in 2026, which is pretty great. But since our players are on a quick break in between maps, we're going to take a look at another region that we're going to be covering in just a bit. And I know there's a lot of push to get to see Argentina v Chile. That is, of course, the match that is happening as we speak, the upper bracket final of South America. Bolivia, Paraguay will be playing at the same time, but Argentina, Chile is a huge matchup in the region, knowing that not everybody got to get the invitation, right? You got Brazil, which is a huge, no pun intended, iconic I guess siege nation.
Yeah,
but
powerhouse.
Argentina, absolutely. But Argentina and Chile are no slouches themselves. There have been a lot of Argentinian and Chilean players competing within South America over the years.
No, I feel like it's going to be just a nice style of siege being played, and I'm just excited to see the aggression here. Because I feel like just, these regions are always just really, they always play a similar style of siege, but they always put their own twist on it, and I love that about the game. It's always a game that you can really put your imprint on of your strategy that your team plays, and I feel like I just love seeing them play. It's going to be very nice to see them. Let's see the Monty, Therm, Cali. It's going to be a nice line coming out from the attacking side. The Cade ban is very standard issue. The Capital Ying are very standard issue bans too. Going to be seeing, yeah, it's going to be a good game here. Both teams have some nice op lines.
For viewers out there to know that we are not dropping our coverage of Italy-Hungary. We're just waiting for our players to be ready. They need a bit of a break between the two maps. So we're just doing a bit of a favor for all of us here, not having any downtime for you where it's just us talking about nothing, actually seeing what's happening with the Argentina-Chile match that is live as we speak. And there's the push. Pano is going to get one kill. The Monty immediately diving in. They're clearing out in and around Cash to go for that bedroom attack. Things are working out just fine for the Argentinian side.
Yeah, very default clear here. The first step usually is going to be taking this crash side position. And when you get into this round, it's very dependent too how the defense wants to play it. Some teams, you'll see them stack more for the Khan Logi side with the guy leaning towards the basement for a flank. Right now, since they already have a guy down and dead too, that they're going to have to power through the top floor. Argentina needs to play for the punishment of these over-aggressive peaks right now. They have the Deimos below too, so verticality, the C4 below is not an issue. There should be an Argentina round if they just keep it clean and simple. And I will say too, that's also a big thing about, these rounds towards the end, once you have these opening kills, it's just being able to simplify your strategy and to not get focused on too many things. You're going to see they want to go for the gem execute with the shield. They get a kill on Tub.
They're implanting in the meantime. They're not wasting any time here, Argentina. They're just hiding behind the reinforcement. It's actually doubly reinforced on Jim from either end, so it gives you a lot of space to plant. There's not enough manpower to play the downstairs here and playing billiards for Chile, but somehow they're fighting back and winning the gunfights. You don't want to leave the Monty all on his own against two players. At least the 1v1 against Shields physically is not going to go too well nowadays for those Shields.
Bad foul.
But it is really tough to hold on to this. Can the Izami check? No, what's going on? No, you're not checking behind you. Too busy on the windows. You're imagining your opponents are no longer in this position. Well, you're going to get locked out through construction. Thought the Izami, the Kiba barrier, was enough to block it.
It's very unfortunate. I think, too, if they're going to double reinforce like that, you need to have your Izami and Gem, just to make sure you're actually getting the usefulness out of those walls. But it's just a very clean round from Argentina right there. Especially with the Monty up on Clubhouse, you can really use it to kind of be like the brute forcer of your initial clear, being able to move people out. And teams will either have, the fundamental of if they see a Monty that they would need to power at its beachhead. We don't want to let this push get any momentum going into the map. We want to block it right at its entry. And then some teams see the Monty and it gets them very very shaky when you start to see teams very scramblish and don't know where they want to go and how they want to do it. So those are the two ways that Mozzie can really influence a game at a high level. Border.
We're going to see it banned. That's how strong it is. We're going to see it banned. Both shields, 2 shields with Blackbeard and the Monty taken out by Italy. As you see, we are back to Italy-Hungary. We got some downtime coverage here for Chile-Argentina, which we're going to be looking at as this game goes on. Reminder, Italy is up 1-0 against the Hungarian side, a super close consulate where Italy had to claw this back into a 7-5. Hungary starting off on the attacking side. If they can use that to their advantage, might run away with the second map and tie it up 1-1 to take us into a third on Cafe. But the time can only tell once we get to that position. Big fight over the east stairs. And no, the shot's going to go in. It's 2 for Italy that suddenly find themselves in the lead.
Yeah, a very solo play there. Could have maybe had some assistance with the flashes from the Nomad. I feel like Border, it's just, Border really starts on the east side, Milos. You know, the defender from the defending bands from the attacking side usually always have to deal with the east extension. The Azami is one of the best operators for the east extension, and then usually Smoke, sometimes ban. If it's not banned, they'll bring that out in exchange for the Azami. The solo span is just getting rid of the info. But Border's a map that it's again on the attacking side. You can really influence how your defenders know where you are and where you're not are, because it's just a map where you can be inside that map at one moment and outside that map at the next. It's such a small map, one of the smallest maps in Siege here. And this 3v5 is going to be extremely hard, especially with the Mira up, the Ela mines, the smokes, and the Goyo canisters. I don't know how much they've already cleared off. They need to try to get some pressure inside the CC side here. They need to work a kill back, but they're going to layer CC into Armory. Just have one CC, one Fountain. And that should keep the CC side. This is really good from Italy. Because the key too on Border defense is you need to be able to be okay with giving the attack some space inside the map, but then you need to know where your hard zone is. A lot of time you see this hard zone inside the Fountain and the Archive side on Armory, especially with the CC hard zone here. You know, all of these defenders have a crossfire that is always engaged with each other. They get the kill on Armory side. I think there's still a box player right now they have to work through. No, they gave box. But now they have the squeeze on Archives. This is great. 3v3 here. They might go Armory side right now. They have no breaching for the Archives wall.
They're going to have to walk in straight and raw, and they don't have anything for it. Unfortunate there. Time was kind of running out, and you needed to make a decision. They all funnel in. And just a bit of a coverage here. We're going through real quick, letting you know the games that are happening as we speak. Paraguay is playing in the meantime. We saw it just a moment ago here. They're up against Bolivia in the South America lower bracket. In the upper bracket, Argentina, Chile. Both games having just started. Chile being able to equalize on the second round. As we got to see the first one on here, 1-1 on Clubhouse. And so is our first match. Okay, both of them are happening on Clubhouse as we speak. Well, let's refocus back onto Italy and Hungary. First round, going to the Italians. They're able to get aggressive in the early round, get a couple picks, and then fall back. Yes, Hungary fought back. They took power positions after that, but it's kind of par for the course. As you explained, David, you're going to have to peel off at some point, and even if you lose bodies, you'll have the advantage in it. You're still playing vertically here when it's that kind of bottom side defense around bathroom. Verticality is still that oh so important part of playing any map. But one of the OG maps of doing this all on would be this one here, Border.
Yeah. I feel like it's a little bit similar to the Consulate, where you have to be able to manage the bodies on both sides of the floor, whether it's the top side or the side side. You know, if they want to go for the top floor, you're going to be able to play the top floor for a layer. If they want to go for the side side, you have to anticipate whether you have the actual plant denial. If they want to go horizontal, because we see a lot of teams, if they do a hard top extension, they'll take customs, they'll try to take east, and they'll try to go for the lower luggage plant to cut the site in half. There's a lot of different things you can do. Let's see this defensive lineup. It's heavy traps right now, so I feel like they're going to be playing to eat this map control. They're not going to be playing to layer too hard from the top side. They're gonna bring out double info to hack. The Brava Twitch is gonna be really good just to kind of slow the round down, to clear through these traps as we see, to clear through these Elements and these Fenrirs, and to hack these Moosies. Let's see. Lower East extension, CC extension, the defense is very spread. This is very normal right now. The attackers have to prioritize which body they want to go for first. Looks like they're working this horizontal zone, Mav cheese play. This could net a kill if they have Dodo pull well in the sight window. Still playing luggage. They're stalling out right now.
You got to scout around just because you're so afraid after that first round where you got Ferrari peaked on 2 players. Lolo's down in the meantime, but Sarks is able to use him as bait. As far as I can tell, taking down the Nomad before any of those air jabs are really deployed in power spots. Lolo might just be used as feed for the Sharks at this point.
Yeah. They get another kill too. Wow.
Seems like it. 2 down. Brava down before any much work can be done. Akwi with yet another here. Lolo still on the ground observing the whole action from a different POV. Must be nice.
For what I'm seeing, Milosha's, the bands, Italy band, Monty, Blackbeard, they just say, hey, listen, we feel like we have the better gun skill. You know, we're just going to take out the shields, make you guys take the fights against us, and, you know, they're working them right now.
I gotta go through the bracket and see if Hungary had played border so far in this, and just out of curiosity, yes, they did. They actually played against Ukraine, like 3 or so days ago, just before their game against Italy, and they won that 7-3. They started on the attacking side. They collected 4 rounds, so they looked pretty comfortable on that end. But if I'm digging deeper, it doesn't seem like they have played border after that point. So maybe there is a comeback on the other part of it. I'm wondering if you're in a situation like this where you lost 2 rounds in a kind of tough way, what's the point where you would call a timeout here, David? Just be like, okay, guys, we gotta get our head back in the game. Maybe first map is still weighing too heavily on them or something. What do you do here?
It really depends on your leadership. You know, for me, just as a caller, you know, usually in the game plan, you have those built-in kind of already adjustments, you know, you can make if you see something isn't working from the game plan. As a caller, you know, you really have to take that initiative to be, okay, listen, this game plan's not working, we're going to shift it. I feel like right now, what Hungary could do is they could bring a little bit more better attacking operators right now. They did the double shield ban, but you're leaving up Glaz, Ying, Deimos, Snake, Thatcher, even Blitz on this map is really good. So you still have a lot of options. Even the Grim is up. There's so many different options in terms of power operators to work these kills, to work this map space. Because I feel like the Deimos, this is one of his best maps, especially for the CC clear. Just being able to play below, take that control. It also makes the defenders have to take action on you if you take that map space, either powering below or giving CC to you. So it's really just about Hungary being able to force Italy into making these decisions that aren't down to just if we want to peek him right now. They get 2 good kills coming out.
Big two in this spot. What do you do after? Do you have to go in, face the Gujmots, and Akwi is already sitting ready for you. They're just holding on. They can go through those screens if they need to. And there's not much cover in this space because you're left all on your own. Yes, again, DMRs are strong, but Sense on their own, I don't think that's going to be helping you out in a spot like this. There you go. Full on, another extra screen laid down by the Sense. Another one maybe to go in for the plant. You have to face the vertical play here, and they're already waiting for you behind the half wall. Akwi lands the shot, cleans it up. It's yet another round for the Italian squad. The squad that's doing well, the Azzurri, are in. There's your football references, as people like to have it. We're in that time of year, and there's the timeout from Hungary. Might be the best timing for it.
Yeah, gonna need a full playstyle shift right now. Like, you know, I feel like once they started to shift into these ISOs, like where they start the round automatically knowing what they want to go for, I feel like they haven't been getting any foothold into the map, any success in the rounds. You know, it was really when they were getting in, getting out, taking that space as a team, and just putting the splits to Italy, making sure that they don't know which way they're coming from. But right now, Italy just they've taken control of this game right now. And it's gonna be interesting to see the third event coming out. But we're looking at Argentina, Chile. Yeah, this was Snake, Rim, Blackbeard. It's a good line. Chile moved the Azami into Jim from the last round. This is good.
Still holding on to that gem spot as you're mentioning. We get the POV, but is it enough? You're already tagged by those Grim Bees. There's still a shot down though. Drop in from the Blackbeard and another one from the Thermite. It's going to lock it down for Argentina, who take round 4 on their attacking side, putting them yet again in an advantage. Any advantage on Clubhouse on the attacking side is going to be great. That is 2-2. So far, so good. You're looking for
Jim.
You want those minimum 2 rounds on the attacking side, just in case things get a bit tough.
Yeah.
Now we're back to our Italy-Hungary coverage. We're always going to be checking in on all the games that are happening at the same time. Unfortunately, we're not going to get commentary for every single match the whole time. But for you out there that want to follow a specific game, there's a lot of our fellow friends who are co-streaming the matches that are part of different Siege communities all around the world. You can catch them all on our sites and catch any game that you'd like to see with your favorite content creator out there. Over here, our coverage continues on Italy-Hungary. Going in for the boost for an extra bit of utility. I love how you already have the 2 Goyo canisters that are set up. And I'm wondering if Lolo's not going to have like a Mew Jammer also on top of there, if it's able to fit in that tight squeeze.
Yeah. The forest is good here. Got to clear anything. I don't know if he can actually get these flames with how high they're positioned, but he's going to be able to clear off anything on the hyper door walk-in, clear any barb on this east side. But for me, it looks like they're going to want to go for a plant. They get stopped already with the cheese play we saw. Him being high up when he opens the doors. That might be also nice too, because you know the guy AC might be looking to shoot the flames off, and he's there denying the flames. So their initial play is already broken. Just gonna see what they can do in the scramble. They have thorns, flames to stop them. They haven't cleared any of it, and they're not calling it off. They might just try to stick this plant with a Thatcher, hope they can get it.
Big loss with the Glass in the earlier round. You would have loved that to just hold on to the window for a long time off on the air conditioning unit, but it's fine. Maybe you can do something with that, but no, Sarks continues on with the assault. Lola with another one also playing the top of the main staircase. Dodo yet again is left on his own. Timeout not able to help out the team, and they're even rage baiting at this point here, Iconic. This is what really puts your opponents on edge.
It's tough. It's very tough, you know. They're just Italy's picking them apart right now after that timeout. They didn't really make a crucial change in what they wanted to do. They kind of just said, you know, let's just see if we can get this plant down. They're not really bringing much utility to clear out the plant spots beforehand if you're going to go for that. And to Milos, once you get that opening kill on the Glass, you know, it kind of just tells Italy, you know, they're going for this Archives playing. Here, Thatcher DMR is shooting. They didn't clear the flames, anything. It's just, it's too simplistic right now from Hungary. It looks like they've kind of, I don't want to say they've given up, but they're starting to just let go of this game right now. Italy's really starting to pull ahead. They gotta bring out the traps. You see, the quad traps. The Thorn, the Ella, the Malusi, the Fenrir. Like, you at least, for Hungary, have to spend maybe 30 to 40 seconds of the round just trying to work these traps around the map. It's what they're really crouching off of. Blitz, Twitch, Finkus sends Ace. Could be something fast again.
I guess this is the crossplay from Hungary, right? It's like, hey, we're having issues. We can't break through their defensive lines. Let's just bring something that's way faster on the movement, right? You got your Finka, you got your Twitch, and you have your Blitz, right? With the Twitch, your takedown and a utility that's being laid around to slow us down, i.e. all of those thorn traps, the razor blooms that are thrown all around. You got to be careful though, because Italy are never afraid to play out a window or a doorway, right? They always want to catch you off guard whilst you're trying to set up. And that sort of guerrilla gameplay, it's what's putting Italy ahead.
You know, it's very hard, you know, just in the moment to really anticipate, you know, these plays Italy's making, because it's, like you said, they're not afraid to, you know, just take a random peek out the window. And especially too, I feel like I really like the style change from Italy too here, not playing so aggressively, but actually, you know, playing this harder layer of utility on this east extension. And I'm not sure where this kill happened. I'm pretty sure it happened on the CEST, on the office side, maybe towards the CC side. But they're really consolidated together. They're playing a tight-knit roam, and they're really forcing Hungary to actually, you know, come take these aggressive fights. And I mean, Aqua's he's just frying them right now.
Absolutely is. This is, well, yet again, the long-range snipe.
Wow.
With a full auto pistol is insane. The confidence that is oozing from Italy in this case. I guess the Ferrari run here from Sarks to take one out, and then the second one immediately up East Stairs. We talked about it in the very first round where East Stairs is the linchpin of any defense that you have on border. It's the axis around which the entire defense is going to rotate around, and unless you're able to lock that out, plus the balcony right next to it, on both ends, really on the perpendicular, you're gonna have a tough time. And what happens? Hungary fails time and time again to hold on to it on the attack. And we talk about a border a lot of times in the context of being a heavily attacker-sided map, in the sense that, hey, the attack can always isolate players and immediately shut them down. It's not what we're getting to see here. Now, going to Argentina, Chile real quick. 3 rounds on the attack now for Argentina, is able to take the one just prior to this with the advantage of 4v3 in round number 6. They get 4 rounds on their attacking half. They're going to be sitting real pretty here on Clubhouse.
Yeah, very nice. You know, even a 3-3, like you get to 3, like a lot of the times as an attacker, you say to your teams, like we get 3, like, you know, we're in perfect position here. So it's just, you know, that, and then the pressure starts to flip too when you start winning a lot of attack rounds on the defensive side of the map onto the defense being able to actually defend, because in their minds they know if they don't have a good split, you know, they're not going to be able to push the game into deep territory here. It's just looking clinical from Argentina. They have great execute phases here to try to get their bomb down, great util to isolate with the Grim. They seem really in sync right now.
Absolutely are. We're seeing the same thing here with Italy-Hungary, as we'll be moving back to that matchup as we speak, as the halftime comes in, the halftime break that is. We'll see if Chile can lock back in and bring it back on the second half once they swap over to the attack. Here, Italy still looking for 6-0 clean sheets in the first half. And there it is, the first kill to go the way of the Italian squadra. They jump in right outside and go for the fight, and with 2 angles that you have to watch. Lolo gets 1, goes in, does a lot of damage. In the meantime, not enough to get a kill. Still Dodo with 1. The team kill finally coming in for Italy to slow them down for just a second. Your own worst enemy in spaces like this, as the Raora had come out from the Hungarian side to lock down those doorways that it seemed to be too complicated to break down. At least Italy's not afraid to use them to their advantage. As Dodo can fire into the security space here and get a kill off of it, that would be great for them. But the Italians have fallen back in the meantime. They get the kills and fall back, but guess what? They're still in your face. They're waiting right at the front doorway here. You get out of supply where you're not even going to get out of it. 6-0 clean sheets in the first half of our second map here. The Italian squad now just adding insult to injury in the chat. That's how you know they're fired up.
Yeah, just again, it's like they're ramming their heads into a wall right now. You know, they don't really, the first 3 rounds before the attack timeout, none of their ISOs had worked, and towards the previous map, towards the end of the conflict, their ISOs were not working. And it's still really their only capability, I feel like, right now, that they showing us they can attack us, is just this front. And they don't really seem like they want to solve. So it's really going to be on Italy. Looks like Italy's going to lock this one out, I feel like, on the attacking side.
I'll take the time to swap out through our halftime to our Paraguay match that is happening as we speak. Paraguay against Bolivia, still also on Clubhouse. First map in the series as the South American match had just started. At least earlier, as you saw, there's also the upper bracket matchup. This is the lower bracket semifinal here. It's Paraguay up 3-2
this could be a big
against Bolivia. Absolutely will be.
Know.
Oh no, so close. Can you fall back at least in some way? Maybe the hatch is still open, but I fear it might be reinforced.
They might be going for a rush with just the map space they have. But they're kind of doing a bunker, like the whole team's on the site right now.
It's tough to push through, right? You got all this utility that's all thrown up and set up for you. Plus TCSGs for long range engagements when need be. You'll lose the Habana on top of it. Unfortunate. Another one here to take out the Deimos. The shield, unfortunately, not in front. Maybe he got Guma in for a second there. A little bit of HP damage. Maybe I cannot see it properly here, but this seems like a bit of a stunted assault on the Bolivian side.
I think it was just a bad choice. They were trying to ISO the site into a bunker, and when you do that, you're just going to run into the whole squad coming out of dirt door.
It's slow down extravaganza.
Yeah, the Nari too, the Legion with shield up. This is just should be a 4-2 for Paraguay, unless someone just goes absolutely.
There it is. There's one. JD is gonna get the first one. Walking into the second, gets it too on BLK. But where's the support from behind? Too slow on the blitz. You're not playing a Monty, brother. Paraguay is going to hit yet another round here on the board. Looking good in lower bracket. We're swapping back to our Italy matchup here as the swap is completed. We'll get in as Italy are one round away from victory on map 2 for qualification to the Esports Nations Cup as the second and final team to qualify off of the bracket here. There's teams that have been invited off of their individual players and kind of combination player points performance. See France, for example, Brazil, US, here, Italy and Hungary, the last two remaining in that bout. It's, oh my God, for me to say an uphill battle is an understatement, Iconic.
Yes, this is full on. This is what legends are made of right here, if you can make a comeback like this can happen. But the Monty Blitz ban, it's a little... Yeah, it's okay. You know, I feel like they haven't been using too many shields. But I think it's gonna be a quick play right now. Like Italy want to add insult to injury, get it over with. The Thorn Ella ban tells me pure speed. Gotta have this. We might see a sledge and sandwich here. Yeah, Hungary don't even have walls reinforced. Let's see.
Water to isolate just to be used on those doorways, and there's a lot to be, I guess, put in place if you just want to rush into archives, or even if you want to take armory off of it, which it seems like it might just be. Yeah, with this, you have to be pushing armory, right? There's no two ways around it. Shot is in the face. Dora trying to slow things down. They just push immediately. First shotty kill, second one in. There it is. You can isolate with the Raora, but it's already done. Robbie's going to get one kill through with the revolver. Yes, it's one, but might be a commiseration kill here as no nitros are left. Raora, there it is, to shut down the rotation between the two sites, and then Shotty right around. Everybody swapped over also to their secondaries, and the Italians do it. Clean sheets. Whole game through. Revenge is done. They're able to defeat Hungary. The team then set them down to the lower bracket. And in what incredible way they've done it. Great way to end it here. Sarks even with the Spartan Ops additional celebration as MVP of the matchup. It's like those memes you get to see online, Iconic, where somebody is asking about a game. It's like, what is this, a modded game? And it just cuts to Master Chief and it starts playing the music. That's what you're getting here. Master Chief today was playing, at least on map 2, on the Italian side. That's what we get out of it. Italy victorious. I mean, what a surprise. I expected a bit more of a fight from the Hungarian side, especially how we saw Consulate go down.
Yeah, I mean, these long series, it really comes down to the experience, I feel like, because, Italy have a lot of players who have played very long series before, and for Hungary, it seems like they just kind of ran out of that mental steam to kind of put rounds together as a team to really try to solve what Italy was doing against them. And Italy, I mean, they just kind of their class just came through. They really started to show, we know you guys want to use the shields. We know you guys want to go slow and isolate us. So we're just going to bring a lot of traps, and we're going to make sure you guys cannot get the bomb down. And they had no control inside the map. They were just trying to jump in and get the bomb down. Italy had no respect for them, and that's the worst thing that that can happen when you're playing somebody that your opponent loses respect for you, and that's when it gets into a dangerous situation.
It's a big hump. There's a lot of times where you're overthinking what your opponent's doing. You're giving them too much respect, and I guess this is something that happens. We saw it recently in Salt Lake City, where you had Twisted Minds playing against G2. That was that sort of experience. Here in national games, even more so. Our bracket updated as you see. Finland and Italy have qualified to the Esports Nations Cup. And that is incredible. Congratulations to both of these rosters. The Finnish squad, of course, led on the other side, or led in the background by, I guess, one person that has had a lot of love and respect in our region here in Europe. That's Uno, and Italy with Hybrid behind them. Quick shout out to the support staff behind these teams, because people are taking this super seriously. There's a lot of national pride on the line for every squad in here. And I know when it comes to European nations, national pride plays a lot in tournaments, right? This is something you kind of raised your entire life through in sports, so it translates perfectly into a tournament format like ENC.
Yes, and I just love it. I feel like so many times, even like I'm seeing these players with their team names, and it's like I'm trying to force those. I'm like, this is countries and territories. This is it. This is everyone fighting not for their career, personal standing, whether that's a new contract, for a title out of just what they've been dreaming about throughout their whole career. But this is really puts things into a more rounded perspective of just the longevity of where esports is going, building this cup, and really trying to put that national pride on the line and say, this really isn't about money, this and that. This is really about, I love my country, and this is the first time we're seeing an esports event like this in its history. It's historic to be a part of it. So, I'm really happy for just all the players, all the countries and territories involved. This is really a great sign for where esports is going.
We're getting to see nations that, I guess, historically underrepresented also in tournaments. We got to see that, for example, in the Middle East, North Africa qualifications, Algeria going very deep into the bracket. That is very impressive. Turkey, you see a lot of performance around Turkish players in different teams, but once you get them together, it's something that is usually unheard of. And that's the beauty of a tournament like this. I know a few years ago, we were this close to having our own national tournament just for Rainbow Six. I'm glad that I was part of the ad. It made me so sad to not have it actually happen at the end of the day. But you know what? I feel that this is a worthwhile sacrifice. We're getting ENC at the end of the day. Very happy to see so many nations represented in this. And of course, we as Rainbow Six are only a part of a whole. I've had the pleasure to be part of EWC for multiple years now. And you've been one to compete at these tournaments in the past, where there's so many teams and so many different games and titles that are represented under one roof. It is a Herculean logistical task to pull that off. And to have this where you have over 150 countries represented in terms of qualified or players that are actually playing to qualify on behalf of their nations, around 100,000 players, if you're counting also the 1v1 games and titles out there. That is massive historic levels of competition. And this is only the beginning, the first edition of Esports Nations Cup, and we're only getting to see the first part of it. Now, we're not just yapping for the sake of it. We're trying to kind of give the context of everything that's happening here, but also waiting for our interview. We want to talk to our Italian squad, of course, that have been victorious and been able to get Dora on the line. So hopefully we'll have him very soon to discuss what happened. I feel like the first map hyped me up in so many ways that like, okay, I'm locking the hell in for this one because Border is going to get super exciting. If this is what we're gonna get in the beginning, just on Consulate, and we just didn't get that at all. I wonder what happens from the mental perspective here, because you mentioned the angle of experience iconic, but there's also multiple ones, as you know from your own personal experience, that go into this.
Yeah, it's really that combination of stamina, just really being able to last, and it's extremely difficult.
Absolutely is. Seems like our interview might be ready in here, so let's bring him up. It's Dora. Dora, congratulations to you and the Squadra di Azzurri. You're representing the Azzurri in this time. This is not something that you and I are used to chatting about when it comes to Siege. How does this, what does this mean to you as an Italian player Siege that has been competing in Siege for many years now, that over this time you're preparing to represent your nation at Esports Nations Cup?
Well, obviously it means a lot for me. Like, I've been playing this game for so many years, and I could never dream of even making it to T1, to be honest. And being chosen to represent my country is something that it's really a dream. It's just a dream.
Yeah, it's come true. You're qualified to ENC. Iconic, what do you got here for Dora?
The main thing I want to ask you, just feelings wise, you said you've been playing the game for so long, and just does it feel any different, like loading up and preparing as Team Italy rather than preparing as some of the older teams you've played on? Does it give you kind of like that butterfly-ish feeling? Do you feel like the guys just have like more passion towards the strategy, towards the win, towards not wanting to give up? Do you just feel that extra burn, that extra willingness to just give more now that it's your country on the line?
Well, maybe I'm the wrong person to ask, because I've mostly played in full Italian teams, so it's kind of similar. But yes, obviously the fact that you're representing your country makes a bit of a difference, I think. I say a bit because I am very passionate about the game, so I bring everything I have, even if I'm playing for my actual team and not my country. So personally, it's not that much of a difference. I bring everything always.
I want to
like
ask
that.
you.
That's the best way to go about it.
It's a very good mentality. The passion for the game, no matter the situation. I'm gonna ask you one final bit here, because it's specifically about map 1. There was a time where a timeout was called. You guys were on the ropes. You wanted to bring it back. Can you talk to me what happened in that timeout to get you back into it? Because it seems like Hungary had your number on Consulate.
I think that's exactly what we learned from the last time we lost to them. Because our problem the last time was that we were letting them play. We were just letting them execute, letting them do stuff. So we talked about that. We said that we had to stop their execute, just try to pick them off as soon as they try to do something. And also we said that we lost a round because a guy was playing Clash of Clans on his phone, like in game. He was just looking at games. Yeah, like I think that was all thanks to the fact that we had lost to them already, and we knew what we had to do.
Revenge tastes sweet in a situation like this. Not only do you get the revenge, the team that knocked you down into the lower bracket of ENC, but you get the victory over the map 2, 7-0, clean sheet all around, and you get to qualify to ENC. Is there anything you'd like to say to kind of give more hope and energy for the Italian fans out there that are looking forward to seeing you and the rest of the squad competing in person at ENC?
Well, obviously we're gonna give our best. We tried so hard to qualify. We tried very hard. Even though we didn't have much time, we put everything we had, and we're gonna put even more for the actual cup, and we're gonna be very ready. The teams have got to fear us.
Very much looking forward to it. Thank you very much, Dora. Congratulations yet again to yourself and the Italian team for qualifying to ENC. We hope to see you soon.
Tell them congrats.
Enjoy
it, man.
Have a good evening, guys. Goodbye.
Thank you.
too,
Thank
man.
you. Huge celebrations here for the Italian squad. Iconic. I mean, this is a hell of a moment that we're getting to see. There were so many great competitors in the ENC bracket here to qualify from EU. At the end of the day, it's the Italian squad. If you're looking at it, like the Netherlands team looked great. Spain was looking great. Obviously, Finland, who ended up qualifying at the end of the day. Ireland has great players on it as well. Denmark has great players on it. Like, there's just even Belgium. Like, it's great to see all of that combination. But that aside, we're going to move and continue on with the rest of our matches. There's games happening as we speak. Of course, there's a lot more that we're going through tonight. And Argentina is up 6-3 against Chile. The first half went well for them. Bolivia at 5-4 against Paraguay. We're going to go for Argentina, Chile, and see how this one ends. Iconic breakdown for us.
Okay. Got the basement defense coming out. Thorn, Goyo, Bandit's going to be great for the late extend. You can close off Church Wall. The Defense going to be great for the gaps. The Mozzie was going to be great for the early game to solve the roam. We're going to see the double shield Ram Grim. So they're only going to have cans, only 2 cans in this lineup. Going to be hatches closed a lot. Church Wall's going to be closed. Kitchen probably going to be closed if they don't get that open. You know, it's very tough to get Kitchen when they are C4s up. Not a very good line from Chile to, you know, displace late round into the site. Probably going to have to go for a Church blue squeeze here with the shield. You know, the main win con right now is can the shield kind of create the space they need to get the kills and get the bomb down. They're going to be crunching blue with 2 here.
Push in, and it's a 1-to-1 trade. Argentina lock in. Still 1 player down. There's DB and Ode in the meantime, going into the plant last second as they go. Oh, what a shot for the finisher there. Dante taking out another one from Sitter, taking things down. And it all ends as he already had dropped 1 player that you saw, the Fenrir on the ground. Great play and great to go for a plant in an off position. Usually you're expecting behind black box, behind the half bar, but not right next to the jukebox. Good positioning, good read from Chile, and the smokes well set down to cover them. Still a fight from the Chilean team.
Yeah, that was very nice. You know, they saw they didn't have much to go kitchen side. They said we're just going to do a kind of a. We really see that play too. I don't know if you've seen it with the sends. W7M used to do a very old one where they used to sense that cross and they used to plant, but the smokes were beautiful. They had the blue pressure, the main cut, and the person on moto covering. That was a good round to make something out of nothing. And that's what Siege is all about too at the high level. Being able to take rounds that should not be won and find a way to win them. Going to be going Gem. The Bandits nice here, keep the wall shut for a little bit. They don't have the castle, so they won't be able to keep Tub closed for a long time. Bringing the Wamai for the red extension here. No shield though. Should be a layer out of the cash side right now. We're seeing low breaching again on the other side of Chile. Just gonna be cans for the wall here. They like the blitz. Snake. They have hard ops to go for a cash over right now. It might be a Jim Dureksky. Ying on Logi. Let's see this. There's the bandit trick coming out. They don't have anything to deal with that.
So far, pretty standard as you're seeing.
Yeah.
No specific need for, I guess, a dedicated hard breach when hard breach tools are available, when you can just. Oh, that's why this is really a reason why you're seeing Grim played so often, because you have the flexibility and utility, right? You get the hard breach tool, plus you get, I guess, isolation, trying to get a way to lock down any rotations here. As you see, this is one of them in Gym. Drone being taken out, that'll give away the position of, oh, there it is, another one. 2 drones lost for free. Okay. Not kind of the best thing to do, but trying to run away from what would have been an eventual death regardless. Slowing things down on the rotation.
He's actually going for this cash. I mean, for this logic clear with the Ying. Oh.
Great shot from Pano to still alive and really use the smoke as a rotation for himself.
They tried to get out.
Bit of a bait
3v3.
here. He's used this bait for his own teammate. Sharps firing in, and he's going to have to walk away from this. Reminder, this is a cash defense. So the extension from Argentina is not one that you're usually expecting all the way, and you got to be careful with this sort of play here. Nitro to bait out your opponent. And unfortunately lost a couple shots to take down the mute, but good fight from Sharps. This is still a winnable situation. A lot of damage done to the last two Chilean players. With the Blitz taken out, you can have the choice here to get more aggressive. If you pre-fire on the corner, gets one right through the wall. Argentina locks things down in the last round. And that's Clubhouse going their way. Beautiful 3v1 play. Expected, played, set up, Argentina. What a beautiful one here, Iconic.
That was nice. That was nice.
Love that for them.
You know, the blitz was just very desynced from the rest of the team. Really gave away that opening kill. Because in that situation, the blitz can, like, it's fine if the blitz dies, but you really want him to spearhead to make sure you get the trade. They took 3v1s. Great clutch.
And we're on another match
back,
point.
another cash defense. Another cash, too. They did a rafter take here. They have late win con. Bolivia with the flank from the Thorn below. I'm not sure if Mirror has a C4 for flank denial here. They have one server window, one server breach, and one holding for below. Right now for Bolivia, it's about who they want to kill. Either crunching lounge or killing this guy on server window. They have the rafter flank right now from oil. This Thorns, this is it right here, flanking rafter. I don't think they know, but the bomb has just gone down.
Oh.
It's very unlucky.
Unlucky and unfortunate here for the Bolivian squad trying to retake. Unfortunately, a bit too slow in the rotation for the Thorn.
A little too late.
Monty immediately going in for the plan as Paraguay gets another one on the board.
I really like that play. If it just came a little bit earlier here, and maybe a little power onto the server window player to get just, you know, maybe have just kill the guy server window, then you kill the guy garage planting, and it's just a one below and the one on the breach. It becomes very winnable for the defense side, but it's very tough in that situation. You guys see them going gem. The Clash of Zombies is really good. The Mirror too to play Logi side, and it makes it so you don't have to play inside of Master that hard with the gold Mirror, and it also bolsters your tub extension with the Mirror on the tub wall. They have a zombie cast side. They got the Denari for the traps. The Souls is good for late win con, and also just being able to know what push they want to go for. Aurora, let's see if they switch this lineup a little bit here. I'm interested to see a Deimos come out. I feel like Deimos Milos is one of the best operators on this gem site. You know, you can play below both sides. You can track the roamers. You can just get that info and really control that bar side. They bring the Nook out, so they probably have a Nook lurk here. The Aurora is a little bit cheeky. I haven't seen too many people bring Aurora on the site. I'm interested to see if they want to use that maybe on the gem execute if they go across. The Denari here is just so good too for the windows. The lasers are just extremely annoying to deal with, especially because it's like in the game trying to use your projectiles like flashes to actually like burn through. It's very difficult sometimes. You miss them with how small the hitbox of the Denari is. So we'll have to see how they deal with that for the windows.
I really
like
agree
a fast
with you.
main lurk.
This gym, I 100% think this is going to be a gym take as you're describing it. Like the Thermite moving around immediately. You have a bit of a flank here that you can set up a BLK just slowly inching up the stairs. You're clearing those default cams. An extra smoke just to help you out. Of course, there you go. This is the perfect moment for it. The site is completely open. All set up for Paraguay, and they can just go for the plant in. You can lock down the doorways with also your Nomad, as you're seeing it, set up here. BLK getting a third one. Raora can also shut down rotations, and it's just happening. You can't do much against it. Beautiful execution and read from Paraguay saying, oh, you know what? If you're putting all your utility over towards construction, we're just going to bait you out. and go the other way, and we're getting overtime for the first time in the evening.
That was a very nice play too, Milos, with the Nook coming to main. We saw they were on the default cam. Nook counters that. They didn't open the main stairs window too, so it's like as a defender, they're not opening the main stairs window. You're not going to be initially pulled to that area to zone it. And then on top of that, they pop the smoke for the teammate to walk through so Logi does not kill him. It was a clean round from Paraguay. Beautiful stuff. Basement. The Malusi's a little bit iffy for me here. I feel it depends if they run a hard roam right now. Let's see it with the Mozzie. I like the Aruni. Aruni's just, again, Aruni's kind of like Tuberon now. Just one of the best DMRs on the defensive side. You know, it's a great gun to play. Just shreds the shields too, the feet. Bringing out the Ash, the Monty. They did the Habana Ace ban. That's tough for getting Kitchen Hatch. Probably got to stick to Therm and have cans on Ying here. With the Ram. I could see them go without the Nomad, unless they want to do a sort of direct style attack here. But it looks like Bolivia isn't really taking too much of this map up right now. They're not really playing too hard on the roam.
It's going to be a classic take. As you'll see, you're going to breach all around kitchen, use that soft wooden floor to your advantage, including the hallway. Might be a fight around it, as you're seeing with Lounge through the entryway, using the line to peel back any players that are trying to get a bit more on the offensive for the Bolivian defense side. And then you just go in and you boogie drone that entire floorboard. It completely opened up, putting pressure on everybody that's playing inside of Armory, even all the way back towards AKs. Very powerful positions to open up and really clear out. Of course, a camera that's also been set up inside a kitchen, so maybe it'll be a sneaky way to try to deny the breach or slow it down.
It looks like, too, they want to impact pair impact tricks in the C4 to deny kitchen. So without the range breaching, you have to can that floor. That hatch out, so it's going to be extremely difficult with the impact trick and the C4. A lot of times you see teams not want to go for it. Okay, they waste the C4. They get the impact off though. He only has one more can now, so this is crucial, this last impact. Are they going to use a thermite for it? He did it too early though. No.
Out of impacts to throw out. You got to fall back. Unfortunate there. Love to have a 2-barrel in a situation like this, but it's always good to try to burn out. Yeah, you see, the Nari setup is kind of wild. That's going to waste the
Rooney combo.
That's a lot of utility that you have to waste through. And it's just kind of how you're supposed to play Denari in this case. It reminds me of the seasonal Hungary tweet of, well, try to push through this. Usually it's on the cafe skylight hatch, but here we are. Lion charge up to freeze everybody in place. They
got the flank off.
They know what's going on here, Paraguay, but they just don't have a handle on when that rotation is coming from or what time it will end up hitting. Nobody going in from blue or from oil pit in the meantime. How do you rush through this? Are you going to try to sneak through into Armory for this plan here? Maybe.
What about the flank? It's good.
Good lockdown advantage for Paraguay, but immediately taken back. Careful with the explosions.
They're stuck dirt in K9 side, or like this back armory side here.
You can't move out of it. Dirt. Oh, the shot through the head immediately. Bolivia lock it down despite, as you said, Iconic, being in an incredibly disadvantageous position. You're usually just locked into dirt and can't really get out of it.
Like if they go church right there, plant moto door, have the guy lock off blue, it's clean. But again, it's all hindsight in the moment. It's way more difficult. We saw that they didn't have a lot of blue controller info, but they knew about the Mozzie flanking. It's just very difficult. I feel like a lot of the time on that site, you have to be very patient. When you get the kills, it'll change the entropy of the site a lot. And if you have that guy stuck in dirt, you should be going church all day. Bolivia just they're really throwing some together right now.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
I mean, they were
Let's
in
see
the
here.
advantage. They lost it out to Paraguay, who brought it back and took it to overtime. How do you play on the attack? That's always the big question. That's always the challenge for any team that's in a situation like this, right? Is always how well do you play the attacking side? And because we're in overtime, the same bans that we had in that half are going to apply again. So you'll see it. The Blackbeard is out, but the Monty is available should they wish to play it.
Yes, and especially too, the cache site. I feel like it's one of the most attacker-sided sites on this map. You know, most teams usually doing a rafter extend with some sort of master extension here. On this side, the master extension is a bit weaker for the Paraguay side, so that could enable Bolivia to take more of that control while taking this pressure garage side of the Montang. But it's just there's a lot of different things you can do. I know with this rafter player, some tech I've liked to introduce is just the oil player going down below with nades and nading him out. It eliminates a lot of power potential. The defenders can make a lot of plays they can make on that initial clear, because there's a lot of different plays that the attack have to make the defense is looking for to make plays against, and the rafter clear is one of the most, you know, it's the best time in the round for the defenders to try to get one of those kills onto the attacking side, where they actually have to be taking control inside the map, using utility to clear out the rafter player. But they're going to be taking into this side that's completely clean. You're going to have to use the clash to rotate to deny this Montang on the cache side.
It's imperative to take out the Monty in a situation like this. If you don't, it's going to get real tough to take him out eventually. Just because you're going to be... He's going to be just walking up into your face and blocking you. Just got to be careful for late round or even mid-round flanks, but... There's questions to be answered. I love this Solid Snake being brought out. You know everybody's location. Such a powerful op to have here.
Yes, very powerful. Especially when teams just give you a lot of map space, it's really good just being close to the site, seeing literally everyone in sight, you know, all the bodies that are on site. And then for any tech too, for the Monty players, if you're playing up against a clash, you can maybe bring Monty EMPs that I like, and you can, as a Monty, you can EMP the clash and kind of rush the clash. It's something nice. Okay, so they get a kill on the snake outside of lounge.
It's a big one.
That's a great kill.
Really big kill in this phase here, as Bolivia are eyeing every single bit of the site, but still one player down is not so bad, right? But there's still the clash on the other side. Frex is going to use this in the meantime to clear out the entire rafters. 2 kills for him playing from the disadvantageous bottom side. Cash is now clear if you want to go for it, right? The clash is going to be tough to fight. What are you doing? Pulled out here. Shield not in front to help. The clash has shut everything down. It's only one alive, and clash again. Paraguay fighting back.
Yeah, the clash. Like, that's why Clash is one of the best defenders right now. It's just their mobility. You can constantly really be in a position where you shouldn't be alive, and then you can just be able to put pressure on the attacking players. You can just really, in those main disadvantages on the defensive side with the Clash, you can really just take the fight to them and call a lot of plays. You can set the shield down, you can pull out your gun, you can do a lot of things with the Clash. It's one of the best operators, I feel like, on defense right now.
Absolutely. The remaster was just sickening to see it, where you're like, oh, you can just drop your shield down and set it to zap people. It's crazy.
Because before it was like you're playing Clash, you kind of know beforehand. It's like, I'm not really whipping my gun out. Like, if I'm whipping my gun out, like, the round's over. But now it's like, it becomes really viable for you to set that shield down or to fake that shield. It's really good. I got to keep it going too on Gem. I think Gem's one of its best sites, especially for this cache side layer. Looks like they're kind of hiding the Clash a little bit here too. See if I don't know if the Monty spotted him with the drone right there. I don't think so. And a lot of good things you could bring for the Clash, just the Capital, the Zofia, one of the best operators. The Cali's really good too. And then obviously those EMPs, just the mini EMPs to stop the actual electricity going off, so you can close the gap on the Clash is really good too. Bring in the Aurora again. They brought the Brava instead of the Nook. It's going to be mostly the same lineup from Paraguay, just to switch in the Nook.
So what do you do for the walkout here? He said the Brava pick here makes a lot of sense, right? You got, you're seeing a Denari on the other side. You're seeing just tons of utility overall that can get sniped by the Brava. Rawora to shut down any rotations, maybe make sure that the Clash can't rotate into any position that they're trying to plant in. There you go. You see the Brava in action. Just got to be careful not to... Woo! All right. Go down the timing, and that gives you enough time to go for the hack.
Oh, he
Very
got it.
good.
Wow.
Very good. Very good timing on it.
Yes. Have to be patient right there. With the ace band too, it also bolsters the bathroom extension. You can't really just ace the wall. We see a lot of teams like to initially smoke the wall when they get the tub wall open and just go for the wall instantly. That's a part of their pressure phase. Clash should be zoning this con side, playing it as a layer. Right now, Bolivia really need to find where they want to fight in this next phase of the round. They're giving him a lot of control right now. Yep, there's one. Let's see it here.
Long angles to be played.
Gotta walk the Monty through the tub.
You need to walk that Monty in. The Clash is right up in front of you. Good to use the air jab here, and good finisher. Very good from the Paraguayan squad, who are looking real good to close out their first map. 8-7 would be the score, and they're getting closer and closer to it. With the Ella last alive. Monty, you're right in your face. You get the kill, but there's 4 left, and they trail all their rifles at you. Maybe against all odds here, but in many ways, it's all done for the first map.
Wow.
The first one for Paraguay.
That was a really close match.
Very close.
Yeah, just again, I feel like with that Monty up, it's so hard to give the Monty so much space on the initial, because once the Montagne gets deep, it's just like, it's so hard to stop that. You have to get it in that initial crossfire with the traps. If not, it just it's just like a wrecking ball throughout your whole setup. It's just making this chaos that you cannot stop. And if you're not actively taking initiative on like the solo players pushing the cast side, on the windows alone, you're just going to get squeezed out like an anaconda.
Honestly, but this is the whole point, right, of bringing the Brava to shut down the utility so that the anaconda can actually be played, right? If that utility is all meant to play those sorts of angles where you're able to lock down everybody trying to walk into sight, and because you bring in the Brava and you're successful at taking down the Denari traps, you can just focus your attention having one player on the hatch just watching at the end of the round. It's very well played, and I can't wait to see the results from this matchup. But for that, we're gonna have to take a break and then fire ourselves right back into South America. There's 2 matches happening, best of 3 with map 2 on for both series. Who can qualify to ENC? Tell you after the break. just ended. 7-4 victory for the Argentinian roster. Immediately on the map, 2 Consulate from Clubhouse. And it's advantage here for Chile on round number 1, 3v2. There's a lot of games that will be jumping in between. Of course, South America is our focus at the moment. We're seeing Bolivia, Paraguay pop up every now and then. Just seeing how that game is going as we speak. But there's a bit of a offset time-wise between the 2 matches. So we'll be able to catch the action regardless. Iconic. Things are spread out here, and Chile has the advantage, but they're taking a lot of damage in this, and the flank from Dante, that's turning the whole top floor into an inferno. Another one even from Pano. This can end right here then. You can't do much as the guys in a situation like this.
They were in a nice spot right there, 2v3. They just took 2 separate fights on the backside. Seems like they went for a fast play in the initial round. Low time right now, 2 flames left. Bomb is down middle site. Should be a lock for Argentina unless Chile can make some magic happen. Nope. Could have been Argentina around here. Argentina had a nice lineup right there. The Zombie, the Clash, the Chanka. Those are 3 base power-ups that are really nice, especially on Consulate. You know, it's about milking the clock on the defensive side, making sure you can stall initial early plays. You can have, you know, your Chanka for the late round stall, for the Plantanal stall. You need your traps for the gaps, but then you also need some of those Azami type operators with the Clash that can kind of foam things off or help retake control back that you need in the mid round.
Need to locate and defuse bombs.
Welcome in, Ollie. How are you today?
Ready. Shoot it if you need it.
Says Clay. Yeah, hit a quick refresh. Okay. Okay. So welcome Ollie and everybody.
Our favourites here. It's been a very popular map today, hasn't it, Iconic?
Yeah, it really has been. I feel like Consulate's in the T2, because it's a mix of T2 players, some T1 players, but I feel like Consulate's a very T2 heavy map. It's very nice to that style. You get a lot of gunfights, you get a lot of team play. There's a lot of utility play. It's a very map you have to be very well rounded on as a team to be able to play a lot of different styles of Siege. And I feel like it's a map that it's a beautiful map of Siege. It's always been one of my favorites, even back to before the rework.
It's been a classic. I think one of the reasons I'm more surprised about how much we've seen it today is given how defender favored it can be. Now, granted, that's at the top level. All the, data and stats and stuff like that. It's important, but it kind of gets thrown out of the window when we're talking about these teams that have been built specifically for ENC. However, as you know, attack can be a very tough side of things, as we're seeing here in round 2. Look at these kills. All of them coming through, left only now down to the glass. And this is almost just a formality at this point. A flawless round. No real surprise there when we saw the sheer amount of kills coming through. It was clearly a very sort of yellow and bathroom focused push. But again, one of the reasons why I bring it into question, this map can be a real tough nut to crack as an attacking side.
It's almost like a safe volley. You can't always go right for the combination. You have to caress it. You have to just milk the clock a little bit, let things wind down, and then you come for the combination. It's it's a very intensive map because there's a lot of pressure, there's a lot of space that defense can take up, and in that allows the defense to read what you're doing. So if you're not very good at the beginning of the round at putting pressure across the entire map, you're going to be telegraphing where you actually want to push from. And if that happens on this map, the defense can really play with you. The CEO side, the admin side, it's all extremely cheesable. You can play very aggressive as a defender, getting outside the building to stop these pushes. So it's just it's a very difficult map, but it can flip into that attacking style when we see these high level teams work the info game and the traps really well. We're gonna see, though they're going base in here, they're gonna be doing a light run with the mute. It's good to eat up the info. It also counters the Snake Deimos. The mirror on the site's gonna saw them opening the site wall. You can see for that tech. We see that a lot on Night Haven. The Vigil's really good too. So it looks like they just kind of want to stall the side early with the mirror, not let them ISO, and force them into their own clear here.
It's some information that they've got though, haven't they? Because Chile, they've got a decent drone down in Garage. We've seen that Thermite, he's going to be playing on that. He knows that it isn't just going to be so straightforward. But again, even though you caught out on drone, it's not the end of the world, right? Because you're still a problem that needs to be dealt with.
Yeah. And it's like, they're going to know the mirror's there, but if no one walks in yellow to peek him, stop the C4, that Thermite's always going to have to be worried about the potential of this mirror C4 on the wall when he goes for it.
Some really good info being found out on the drones right now. Yeah. There's no real way that you can start to push in. That little bit of vert that's being held from above is a brilliant angle. There's some fantastic vertical angles on this map. It's going to be tough. He looks like he's going to try and smoke his way in. There's a little bit of support here as well. And with the conjunction of the phone call, we're going to try and make a play. But that play is going to result in Thermite going down.
That's not a good kill. They therm down, no breaching. Walls not open, hatches are closed. It's going to be on the kills here. In favor of all of Argentina, really. Some light trade backs for Chile, but nothing to solidify their position in this round.
Ooh.
2v2 though.
Maybe. A lot of work now for the Dokkaebi to do. Obviously, this is Dokkaebi as they are in their current state. 3 kills on the round. It's got plenty of time here. 1:10. Can get outside, recover the diffuser. Wonder if there's any info to speak of. There's plenty of drones being watched by the team. But I think they're only just calling the path forward as clear. Mirror knows exactly where they're coming from. Yellow ping there on the pre-fire around the corner. Pano there just taking matters into their own hands.
A little talk too.
I don't know what it means, but I imagine it's, I don't know, maybe a little bit of BM. We love a bit of BM.
His house, I think you say my house or something like that.
It definitely was in round 3.
A check on that. Wow. That was a very close round though from Chile. You know, they weren't really in a spot to win that, and they got that into a 1v1. So that was really clean. We're gonna be looking at Bolivia, Paraguay though. That was a really nice first map. A little 8-7 towards Paraguay. It was a very, you could see both teams in that game really trying to identify what style worked best against each other, and I feel like that's when you get into some of the best games of Siege, when you have these teams really playing towards each other, and that's when you kind of get just that chess-like movement of Siege, and it's a really beautiful thing to see.
Yeah, all just kicking off there, isn't it, over on that second map for Bolivia and Paraguay. Like you say, a very close map 1, so it's one that we'll keep a pretty firm eye on. Looks like we're trying to hide the clash of bodies here. We've got a clash being hidden in the prep phase. A little bit of an extension over in this admin side, and of course a Denari, such a powerful defensive operator here for Consulate. There's a lot of places that those Denari trips can be used, and again, just another form of that utility soak. You're gonna waste a few nades away that then can't be used to flood defenders out of position. And again, just something to consider. But with how many faceted surfaces there are here and just those little architectural details, there's always somewhere to hide a trip.
It's one of the best operators on this admin side, just being able to shut down these gaps and just to bring the utility to clear them out. It's very difficult. They banned a Thorn, Smoke, Goyo, so they really want to be able to work the plant at any point in the round. The only problem is going to be the Chanka and them having to just clear traps on the admin side, so you can kind of get back into that CEO plant without fully letting them know you want to go for that. That's what they want to do here. Looks like it looks more or less like an admin over though, with the Flores to clear all the shields, any Denaris, the Blackbeard to help push through. Gonna clear out the long desk right now. Blackbeard coming through admin side. It's gonna be interesting to see how they deal with this clash, Ollie. They don't have much utility for it. A Capital, Nomad, Zofia, it's all gone.
I think the clash is the worrying factor for me, and for Argentina to hide that in the prep phase, it's exactly what you want to do. It's kind of textbook, isn't it? You know, just keep that hidden. The Dokkaebi is, again, going to be a key factor here for Chile, but they might know where people are, but they've still got to be able to do something about it. We will be able to remove some of the electrification and further that push into admin a little bit. But as we know, they are going to meet against a brick wall in a second, and that is going to be a brick wall of Denari trips and then a Clash shield to boot. So you might have the Blackbeard for your own pushing power, but you're going to need a bit more than that. Another opening kill here going Argentina's way, and things just seem to be going from bad to worse. With a rogue Ella downstairs, that's going to spell disaster. A nicely timed flank up Visa or Spiral here, and the round's almost going to be sealed.
Yeah. Right now, it's Chile's really forced either to deal with this Ella below, because Ella can actually deny the plants or have the flank, or if they just want to kill through on the site and go deep with the 4v4, or should I say, essentially 4v3 if you catch a clash with the shield up. But it's about taking a decision. They look slow right now. It doesn't seem like they're really reactive to what they want to do. The Ella flank pans out.
Oh, not only pans out, it gets 2! 3 on the round. The Clash will overextend and fall, but there's 30 seconds. And we've got Tachanka on the side of Argentina. Those Shamika launchers now are just going to choke out the rest of this round. You can throw your flashes onto long all you like, Flores, but you ain't going to be able to push on through. Blackbeard now going to try and take matters into their own hands here. But it's going to be very difficult to isolate these remaining defenders, and they've only got 10 seconds to try and hold on. The diffuser in the hands of Blackbeard, but he isn't going to get to try and put it down as he gets taken down by Tuku. And finally, the last kill comes in. Pano again, 2 rounds, 2 finishing kills, digging in deep and being that site anchor for his team right now.
Extremely strong rounds right now from Argentina. You know, they're playing the game of Siege. You know, they're hiding the Clash, they're bringing the Nari for the admin extension. You know, right then and there, too, when they saw the Clash get a little overextended, a lot of teams can kind of get into that phase of just keep powering into the 2 bodies left up. They did a nice job of actually falling back, playing off of the deeper win con of the Tachanka Flames to shut down the plant. It's just great synergy coming through from Argentina. And that's the one thing, Ollie, about starting on Consulate attack. If you don't have, you know, a really well tight-knit game plan, to actually, because Consulate's a big map on the attacking side where you can condition your opponents previous rounds on the CEO, on the basement, so you can show them different things in the first round that will lead into gaps you'll exploit in the second round, so you can have a very meticulous attacking plan to make sure you know you're going to keep putting yourself in the best spot to make this map not as defender-sided as it is. But if you find yourself like Chile right now, kind of in the midst of the storm, and you don't really know what you want to be doing on Consulate, that's when it gets very dangerous and it flips just into a straight defender-sided bout, and it's just really hard for you to get inside the map.
Yeah.
And the only space you get inside the map is the space they want to give you.
Exactly.
You're not actually taking any space that puts a direct threat onto your opponents.
Yeah, Chile are constantly trying to use these shields to generate a little bit of that space, and like you say, they're kind of just being given what Argentina are allowing them to have at the moment. And I think that is likely going to be the story for the remaining defensive rounds here. There is going to be time for Chile to mix things up. Of course, now we're going to bomb sites that they've already been to previously, so they've got a good idea as to how it's going to be defended. And it seems as though one of those thoughts is, well, they've often used a rogue player. In the previous round, I believe it was Tuku out there on that Ella. Now they're going to try and single that player out with Snake. Great tool, really self-sufficient in getting those roamers and trying to isolate some of those players just through the sheer amount of information that you can generate. But it ain't going to keep going well if the opening pick keeps going away. Chile really struggling in that opening engagement so far. Mute finds himself in a bit of hot water as well, but there's no pressure. He's just able to dip back out. Nice link system there being played just at the top of ending. And that top floor, they can just retreat a little bit further back.
Yeah, very good extension. They kill the front door player again. Another OPK going towards, opening kill going towards the side of Argentina. And off that really just allows them to play the layer game and just play how big the map is and how much space the attack has to clear through. especially on the piano site. It's just that dual capability of playing from below, playing from above. It's so hard once you kind of lose the pacing of the defenders to kind of regain it. Right now they're just clearing through empty space. And for me too, Ollie, it's important as a Siege team that when you're in these moments where you know the defenders are playing this layer game, that you need to be able to take the tempo to them and get kills before they layer to muddy the water, to muddy the ground, to make them feel super uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's no good you allowing them time to then reset up because you've cleared them once and you've used utility to do it, and now you're going to have to go and clear them again. And guess what? They're going to continue to back up. A downed player is all that Argentina have suffered so far, and there's only 30 seconds left inside of the round. An ace and a blitz to try now to get this job done, but still with players spread on this top floor, only now looking for that retreat. Oh, nasty angle there being found. On that final kill, we're going to see Tuku's attempt here as well, just dealing with the player in toward Lounge. Again, the pace just isn't there at the moment for Chile and Argentina. They are just playing with their food.
And you said it perfectly. Like they let them out of their first zone. They backed up into the deeper CEO zone, and they had the crossfire perfectly set up. They have their flank play already set up. You know, you're just giving them that time to just get deeper and deeper, and the theory on you, you're not really surprising them at all. And I think that's what Chile need. They need some surprise factor. They need to drop their nuts, get in there, take some gunfights, make it a bit more scrappier into these zones they win a hard zone. Basement, could it be sort of the same line coming out from them? Not much changed. Let's just see how they play their roam.
I mean, there's going to be a little bit of familiarity between these players as well, because we've got a lot of a 9Z roster essentially in front of us right now. We've got a core in Argentina, or Team Argentina, should I say, a core of 9Z players, and then we've got I think Bastian. I believe is how you pronounce it. Player playing Snake at the moment for Chile. So there's going to be a little bit of familiarity there, but when you've got a larger portion on one side, you're always going to have to sort of favor that, right?
Yeah, for sure. The mirror's going down on the breach to stall out again here. You know, I want to see from Chile if Argentina go for more of a horizontal roam, you know, piano, tellers, lobby extension. I would like to see them take more of the CEO admin side and use the verticality to clean the second floor. And in doing that, you're going to be ready to go into the second floor to execute on the basement here.
Yeah.
You know, it's about just using the full length of the map to clear out positions and players.
I mean, for me, they could do the same approach they've been doing, the admin across upstairs, open up some of the floor, flush the players out inside a piano, and then look to try and affect onto the side. But the problem that we've seen so far with Chile is time has been a bit of a factor, and it feels like that's something that would take them 3.5 minutes, and there's only 3 minutes in a round, and it's going to take you 30 seconds to walk to the building. So they're likely going to be short on it. At the moment, they're going to be setting up something going through that backside, which again can be very effective, especially when you've got things like mirror windows that are placed already to defend from a front-sided take. Big problem. Again, it's going to be these loose players out on the roam. We've got Dante and Tuku this time, both up in this mid-floor. And if they're left unchecked or they go and sneak past a couple of drones, it's going to be a big old problem.
Right now, it's big because Argentina know exactly what type of tech they want to go for. It's just about how they want to position themselves for it. They're going to let them into the back here. So I'd anticipate a power coming through from the mid floor and the top side once they get ready to start clearing into the kitchen position here. They're snaking the Solus in sight. They fell mostly to sight. They have 3 on site. 4 on site right now. So 4-1.
Quite good pressure at the moment, really, from Chile, because they've taken a good amount of space there. And we've got a little bit of flank watch upstairs. Hibana, a little bit redundant in this factor. We don't need the hard breach necessarily, so get him upstairs and get him sat watching that flank. Really trying to bait these players coming down. Got a bit of snake action as well, so there's further information going to start to be relayed here. It's looking a lot better from Chile at the moment. They just need to gain that all-important opening pick and then use that advantage to try and flood through. Finally, We're starting to see a bit of stabilization right now from Argentina as they've understood how much space they've given away, and they are not giving away another inch. 3 kills in a row. None of them responded to. And again, we find ourselves on the brink of a flawless round here. Save 1, maybe save 2. The shots do start to land, but it's too little too late. A great opening phase here from Argentina.
And I think that's the one problem with the take. It's kind of a little bit, you know, as the attacker, you feel like you're in a better position, but as a defender, you're kind of just baiting them into the spot where it's like they have to commit. You know, it's either you're going into the site or you're not outside the building, you're not in that great spot to hold for the power, and they just condensed upon them. And honestly, too, we almost didn't catch it, but they had a play going on in CC. They had the Solus playing close on a mute jammer to counter the snake. So it's just they're already messing with their info game that close to the site. Going back to Paraguay, Bolivia. Paraguay's up 3-0 right now. I mean, Chalet is another attacker-sided map towards the border bank side where you're mostly spending a lot of your attacking rounds outside the building, working these sides of the maps, trying to, you know, displace the defenders inside the map, while you have maybe 1 or 2 lurks going across the map into the map to kind of, it's such a tricky map when you kind of get into the free theory of it, but it's a very attacker-sided map, and defenders have to be very careful with the kills they give and where they give them.
It was a very popular map at SLC. Anyone that was watching the major most recently, the one that we held over in Salt Lake, it was a very popular map. And like you say, I think sheer amount of space that you've got, Siege at the highest level now, it's almost trending attacker-sided. And I think that when Dokkaebi gets reworked, it might just all go toward the attack. But maybe that's a conversation for another time. Paraguay at the moment really flexing that advantage at the minute, and considering how close map 1 was, you would have expected Bolivia to, you know, maybe stand up a little bit firmer to this. Obviously, we haven't seen the way that these rounds have played out just yet. We're just dipping in here for round 4. But it looks at the moment as though they're going for a little bit of Blackbeard play, get that shield action going. Nice attempt there, but just a little bit of missed timing. Poor old Jaeger downstairs going to be left to try and retreat. Looks like they might be able to get away. Save if anyone's watching upstairs on that main door. But some super quick roam clear. It's like whiplash from attacking perspective, isn't it, Iconic? We've had really slow attacks from Chile and Paraguay just bringing their heat here.
No, it's a very... Because that's the thing, too. There's so much space on this map as a defender to occupy. That as an attacker, if you see the defensive, they're going to be in the normal spots of the map, and there's usually going to only be one person who can free float, like the Jaeger. And if you take the speed in those more off-kilter entry spots in the basement, you're going to be able to work some kills extremely early here. And it just gives you a lot of map control in the end round too, because right now they're thinking, okay, there's someone basement. They have office control, so it creates a decision between a defense whether we want a hard zone and hold for the top, or if we want to go for the basement and repower when they go for the top clear. It creates just a whole type of decision game that they get stuck into, and they just sweep the top with the control. They're going to get the kills. They're just sitting stagnant in their positions, not making too many plays together right now. And this Blackbridge is eating up. It's going to get down though. You see the Jaeger poking the basement flank. Yeah, he will be.
Hold on. I have intel on the enemy.
RCE Latero out.
Yep. Got. No, it was a very good round. You know, the Jaeger, like we said. Like the Jaeger, like we said, was you know, he retook the basement. I feel like if Paraguay do that attack, they try to need to leave someone inside the basement just to make sure that they're not taking that space back. Because if you want to go for a bar or execute, that's one of just the things you have to worry about. Just either dining side or the lower main repower to stop the plant.
Well, back where we started proceedings, Argentina currently lead by 6. They only need to get lucky once. Chile, they need to get lucky every single round so far. The defenders are yet to win a round here on Consulate, which is a little bit unusual. As difficult a map as it can be. We expect to see Chile do a little bit better in that first phase. However, they're not starting particularly well here as they've switched sides either. Another opening pick going against them. This time it's going to be Deimos with 4 people available to track and some quick progress now starting to be made. Just going to back off ever so slightly out of admin. We know that someone's playing on that meeting door. We also have Snake primed and ready. Don't think they've activated the barbed wire either yet. They've not gone into that and made sound or even tried to remove it. They are just looking to try and bait out a kill right now for their teammate. Argentina slowly starting to stall out a little bit here in the mid-round.
Very difficult right here. 3 smokes, 2 C4s. They're going to clear the pro wall with this nade to get pro open. They might send the blitz through. Going to be a funky style execute. Let's see. They're going to leave the blitz here and do sends on the water window. Yep. Okay, so they're gonna look for a nice little plant. It's probably inside the mid side of the pro to counter the smokes. Yep, let's see it.
Smokes are going to be a bit of a factor here, and we are going to start to see the blitz try and push through. That's the go button for everyone to move around off the back of. Very quickly bursting into sight, and we'll find one back. 2 Brown now down. Pano gets a knife kill and finishes off a player in and amongst the melee. There we have it. Oh, beautiful stuff. Just repels in through the sense wall. Immediately finding a player flat-footed. Argentina, they do it. Do the business here in the upper bracket final. They are qualified for ENC now. Their position is safe. I'm going to flick over back to Bolivia, Paraguay. Because again, it looks like we're joining at a pretty decent time right now. A site execute starting to happen here onto this basement. Are on Chalet for this matchup. 3-3 at the minute. Plenty of denial still kicking around, but a nice kill there onto the smoke. An opportunity to revive the Thatcher, just taking a little bit of the pace out of it. Paraguay, they've got the time to play with.
They have C4, but they have the Thatcher to stop that. They're going to go through, they get the kill. 1v2 for the Cade. C4 in hand. Ooh, tough.
Yeah, not able to pull it off there.
Yeah.
I think once you've got those walls open and utilities already being spent, if you've got any sort of an advantage, and even just a 3 versus 3 can be seen as a bit of an advantage for the attackers because you've got all the walls open at that point.
Yeah.
The site becomes real claustrophobic and there's nowhere nice to sit. Paraguay continuing this lead here on Chalet.
It's really tricky, especially like the play didn't work for them to power through. It was just very unfortunate. They almost got the timing. But once you kind of give up that boiler position, it's very difficult to get it back. Especially if you have no downing control. They have the long angle open. You're going to be going Master here. Master's a nice site if you don't want them to ISO a lot. They have the Frost for the quick hit for the trophy window. The Thorn's nice. The Castle's going to be good for the zombie band so you can still fortify the piano hall. You can still cut some of the snow back position outside of piano that usually cuts a lot of the site rotation. It's going to be very good for them. They have the mirror too to bolster their long angle holds if they're doing a top fire mirror here. Right now, Paraguay have to deal with they want to go Soul side. Soul is a little bit weaker too with no Denari, but with the mirror castle set up on black, it's going to help that setup. So they're probably going to have to take some type of vertical control to stop that. But with the Ram, it might be a quick hit. Honestly, Ollie. They might try to throw it through Soul window, repelling quickly. Let's see this.
Yeah, they've got the sense as well, so there's always the option for a little bit of disruption. We've just seen only a couple of moments ago how disruptive Sense's ROU projector can be.
They're going quick.
It looks like we're going to see something happening on this snow balcony right now. We've already got Dokkaebi posted up, ready. And that door open and a nade immediately ready to go in off the back of it, or a smoke, should I say. And already, with that lion scan, Dokkaebi phone call, ROU projectors, everything's happening quickly, but that's the kit cold on the ground outside a piano window. Blitz will get one, but it's not going to be enough. Bolivia very quickly batting back this quick play attempt. The synergy was there from Paraguay. They just missed shots and didn't have a real full picture as to just exactly where everybody was. That loose player at the top of Library really costing them here. DGod, very low HP on the Thorn. So whilst it's a 3 versus 2, he's only 1 bullet away. And there's still so much time here, but I don't think that there's the information, a glimpse for the Lion. As Dokkaebi is trying to buddy up here. Frost getting chipped down as well, and a kill there coming through from Snow Double. Still leaves us in that 1 versus 2, and don't forget, with a very low HP Thorn and that DMR, it's still very doable here for Paraguay.
Yes, I think tough. I like the early round play from Paraguay, but it's just the bomb was in the wrong position there for them. It really caught them off. Still, he's not going to have a bomb in this 2v1 unless he goes out and hops for it. Going to be looking for this info. Big thing for me in the 2v1 to try to kill all the info the defense has on you. To, just be very... It makes them have to communicate where you are and where you're going to be. So the dead people calling for you. Call goes out. He tries to need to isolate a fight here. Yeah. They're playing a nice crossfire. Gets one.
Needed to try and force an error. And, on contact swings, you can sort of play that a little bit. What do we say? How many times did I say that DGod was 1 HP? He's the first one to swing, because guess what? He's probably going to die, but his teammate is going to back him up. Like you say, good crossfire, great discipline. And now we have our scheduled timeout. A very relatively recent introduction. This wasn't a thing when you were a player, Iconic. Would you have liked it, do you think?
I mean, it just... For me, it's just kind of there, I feel like it's at a weird spot in the phase. It's really more or less, just team play and just like it's kind of a nice team timeout rather than a technical timeout. Yeah. So if your team is kind of struggling with like anything that they're doing, if they're struggling with any pressure protocols that you have or any game plan details that you have as a team, I feel like this is a great time to use it instead of like panic taking a timeout in the first half, kind of being able to like save that timeout for the later half of the game. So I feel like to that extent, it's really nice not having to burn a timeout early sometimes if you have to as a coach. But as a player, I think too, it can be really good just to kind of give you a nice little break before the next half. If you see that there's any adjustments in their game plan that they've made, you can kind of talk to your coach about that. And then you can really refresh what you want to do in this next half and what they've done. So I feel like it's a very nice chance to kind of just realign with how accurate your prep was before the game, and if they're still playing to this style or if they've completely switched what they're doing and you need to make a change. I feel like it's a great time for it to kind of be sorted out rather than having to waste your timeout, because using your timeout in the first half is it's a big decision, especially if the game goes really long and you would need that timeout to kind of just settle the nerve to actually come in at an important attack or maybe a 7-6 and kind of give that winning play that you've seen happen, because as a coach you get to watch a game for as long as you can while you're there. So I feel like just soaking up all that information, the longer the game goes over, the better timeout you're gonna have.
Surely you've got more value to add into the timeout the longer that you've seen it sort of going on. And I guess in this instance as well, these are teams that have been made specifically for ENC. Like, these teams are going with one purpose and one purpose only, and that is qualification, representing their nation or territory, and really putting their team and putting themselves as players on the map, so to speak, in a context, in the context of Siege. So getting sort of counter prep and things like that, it's not going to be impossible, but it's going to be blooming difficult. So it's really going to be about focusing on yourselves, and I think that's where we're going to see a lot of value come from experienced coaches, experienced backroom staff, when they're able to sort of give that level of confidence, and like you say, a little tack timeout or a little 2 minutes in the middle of the game, there's going to be nothing wrong with that, especially for players at this level that maybe aren't used to the pressure of of the big stage, as it were. Because let me tell you, any of these players, well, one of these teams is actually going to make it. Don't forget, because they're playing currently. This is a lower bracket semi that we're watching at the moment. Looks like we've got a little bit of an update, but yeah, this is a lower bracket semi that we're seeing right now, and that's going to go into a lower bracket final where we are actually going to get the loser of the earlier game. We're going to get the losers, which was Chile, of course, and they're going to have another attempt at qualification. But for now, we have Dante on the line for a bit of an interview. Of course, a player on the side of Argentina. Dante, how are you doing this evening?
Hi, how are you? All good.
Very good, thank you. It was a pleasure getting to watch and commentate over your game. We didn't, obviously, we didn't see a lot of consulate, but what we saw looked very good. You guys were on fire on that map. Do you want to just talk me through it a little bit? Like, what makes you guys so good?
Well, actually, it's not that we're so good. Like, we had barely time to even play the map, but it's because our region, like Latin in general, it's not very well developed. So there are some teams like actually every single team here in the qualifier wasn't that good. Like, it's only ranked players or people that don't even scream. So that's basically the reason we had like some strats that we got from some other teams from Europe or NA or even from here from Brazil. And yeah, well, we stick to the plan. We bucked up every time that like they pushed us. They had no time, and well, we played like that the defenses, and we only had to attack one time, and we won the round. That's all.
No, I think you guys did very well, and it shows that you've put some investment into figuring out some strats and understanding how you want to play as a team. Iconic, what have you got for Dante?
Dante, I'm wondering, again, you've another player who's played a lot of Siege, been on a lot of teams. I'm just wondering how it's feeling for you, just playing, representing your country, playing with, it's not, like you're playing with teammates people you've been familiar with, but obviously some new players in there. I'm just wondering how everyone's feeling, how the collective is feeling. Like, are you guys just extremely motivated, the honor to be representing your country, and just overall your guys' headspace and how you guys are feeling?
Yeah, well, we're really proud to be representing our nation. Like, we're really happy. There are a lot of players that I already know from this team. Like, three of them I already played with them in the past. One guy, it's new. He's from console. He came to PC like the last year, and I knew he was good, so I recommended him to be on the team. And he was playing here. It's Leo. The rest of the team, I play with them in Vasco team, and it's a pleasure to be representing our nation. We know that it was not gonna be hard. We knew that, and we know that in the Esports National Cup, it's gonna be a lot different. It's gonna be really hard. We have to focus a lot more, and obviously, we're really happy that we qualified. We already knew that we were gonna qualify. I don't want to be like, I don't know how to say the word, but I don't want to be like saying that
you were confident.
You just had the confidence. You
had
the confidence.
We were confident.
It's good to have.
Yeah, that's a word.
There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with having a bit of confidence.
But yeah, it was against players that we didn't even know. Like, it was people from rank that don't even get to a diamond. So yeah, we knew that, and we're really happy. We are gonna work a lot more. We don't even have that much time because of course, everyone has their teams, so we cannot scream that much. But we'll do our best. Like, we will really try to do our best and represent our nation the best way we can do.
I think it's a great advert for you guys, and I've casted you guys a couple of times, and players from Argentina in general, thinking back to when we had the Sudamericano and things like that way back in the day, like 2021, 2022, stuff like that. And you guys would go up against some of the Brazilian teams and stuff. And you've always been sort of on the edge and on the cusp. And I think it's a great opportunity for you guys to go there and to show everyone what you're made of. Congratulations on qualification. Have you got anything you want to say to anyone watching?
Well, thanks to everyone who's watching us and supporting us. We will try to do our best against the best teams like US, France, UK, and of course Brazil. Like, I think those are the four best teams that will be representing in ENC. So well, I really appreciate that everyone is trying to be supportive with us, and of course, to you, Iconic, you're just a legend, man. Like I hope you get to a place like you were like in the past, and well, yeah, that's all.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys compete. You know, today was great. You know, it's looking good,
Thank you,
man.
man.
You guys just keep putting in the work.
Absolutely. Well done, Dante.
Appreciate
Enjoy
it.
Paris. Pass on our congratulations to the team. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take it easy.
Goodbye.
Tell the team congrats.
Brilliant. Well, almost the sort of expected outcome there for Dante, coming in with a heck of a lot of confidence and getting the job done. But our job certainly isn't done. We have got more games yet to cover. We're going to continue a little bit with Paraguay versus Bolivia. Paraguay still having a decent lead now. We've seen the side swap. 5-2 as it currently sits with them on the defense. Don't forget map 1 going 7-8. So a very close map 1 into what is sort of leading into being maybe a bit more of a one-sided chalet right now. Ooh, getting caught out there. BLK just at the bottom of those library stairs. I think his location was pretty much known at that point, pretty telegraphed. We are going to see Bolivia starting a little bit of a comeback here. Can they go the whole way, though?
It's now or never, Ollie. Say it like that. But I feel like Chalet Attack is one of those sides where you can really get the comeback going. You know, being in this position as a player, it's a side where you can really dictate the tempo if you're a well enough attacking team against the defense, being able to just pressure them to make mistakes, to make the plays. And if they're not very well established and just how they want to play these deeper rounds, these later win cons, it's going to be very easy to pick them apart. The Nari Thorn ban, Grim Yang, the Grim Yang's a little bit, there might be some better bans than that, but the Denari Thorn is, I think, is going to be becoming a lot meta throughout this next season, especially going into these reworks. We're
Yeah,
seeing traps getting banned out a lot.
Yeah, Thorn's a nightmare.
Traps right now.
Thorn's an absolute
especially
nightmare.
With the 4, yeah.
It's everything for me. It's a full package. The gun's fantastic.
Yeah.
The use is great. You can have a secondary. You can use the shotgun if you fancy a bit more close range or whatever. And then you've got the thorn traps. You don't need to play small at the start of the round. You keep a few in pocket and play it out that way. And again, on the other side, Grim can be such. I mean, it is one of the most banned attackers right now. The Ying, I think it's maybe a bit more of a comfort. But at the end of the day, you sort of throwing the gauntlet down to Bolivia and saying, look, you've got some tools. You're going to have to try and make something happen here. It's a horrid angle being held through Snowdor there from Two-Brow as he's just waiting for some unsuspecting victim to get up onto that ladder, get onto the balcony, and they are just going to lose their minds. That is, if he continues to hold. D-God already making some good progress. He's committed to this angle, Iconic. I don't think he's going to let it up.
Yeah. They're going for just a standard issue bunker on the top with the tube cade we see a lot. Bolivia don't have the MAV, so they're going to have to use the thermite. You can thermite the floor for the top wall to counter the cade. But for the site wall, they're going to have to clear the cade off with the Blackbeard nades right now. 3 site, 2 above. It's a little bit skewed site side. I feel like if they were to go through the top, they could win the fights with 3 on site. So let's see if they identify that, and if they stick to it. I don't know how well it'll work for them with the stall, the C4s, and just the sheer amount of bodies they have up. But it looks like they're bumping a site person down into the base. No, they're not bumping a basement person. They're going to do 3 top. Yep, so this is good. They're doing a 3-2 split now. 2 site, 3 on the top. Usually have a guy trying to hold for Kane for the ego walk. You have someone playing the vert so you can stop the plant side of the site, and then you try to have someone on the piano side zoning for the top lurks.
The problem for me is going to be getting this wall open. There's still a heavy presence upstairs. You have to clear upstairs. They've got the wall open now, and they're going to be able to get site wall open as well. So office is going to be fully opened upstairs, but we're going to see kills starting to come in now. Traded back. Joking will be in the right spot at the right time. Still trying to make something happen on that vert. With Cade all alone down on the site, it's a good time for this little flank. Joking down, Cade down as well. The Lion Scan trying to cover, but that Malusi Banshee, it's going to do all the hard work. All BLK has to do is line up his shots. Pre-fire around the corner. This attack really hasn't gone the way of Bolivia. 2 players down now. So 1 versus 2. Diffuser in hand. Both players on this first floor as well. If you can find a pocket, there's a chance to try and get something down here. But with the super shorty above, angles can be opened. That isn't going to be enough, though. The plant will be confirmed. Still a bit of information that can get fed across. And what about that for an aggressive play? Tubrow selling his teammate for pennies on the dollar. Another drop! Oh, Bolivia! They've snatched a round out of nowhere.
Beautiful. You know, I think that comes down to just Paraguay's it was a bad swing from BLK, you know. They were in man advantage. They had the top control. He had the site on lockdown. You should be backing it up.
They just had to go together.
Got greedy for the kill. You know, that was a great way to make it work from the Thermite.
I mean,
but I feel like
the Thermite's played the siege that was put in front of him, right? But not in a million years, as the Thermite, are you expecting that to happen. You're praying it happens. You're praying people just drop hatches and jump over the balcony because it's free. Like, it's almost unlosable at that point for the Thermite. I just don't see how Paraguay have squandered that. That was a good opportunity to put them on match and series point, and Bolivia are well and truly back in the race right now. They only trail by 1 round, and after something like that, they are going to have the belief as well that they can get this one over the line.
Yeah, I mean, just a great clutch coming out. We're going to go into this next round, Master. And also, too, that can cause a little bit of anger inside of Paraguay. You know, you don't know how well mentally fortified these players are, which is how new they are into the game, into these moments. So being able to, you know, let a round like that go, where you should be on match point and you let it slip, that can linger in your mind for a long time if you're not very well at letting things go. So let's see here. They're bringing out a lot of traps right now. Lucy, Finn, Ella. And they're doing double projectile denial for the ace. Looks like it might be a little bit of a soul take here from what I'm going to be library over with the Blackbeard. Perfect.
Vigo going to get himself into that library side. Can already start to bang on the door. And I mean, with everything that's going on upstairs, there's still going to be quite a lot really to go through. And Paraguay not going to be in too bad of a position right now. The locations are going to be known. You know that there's somebody going to be playing inside a top library just outside of the fireplace. You likely know that someone's going to be inside of Ivy as well, or dipping around toward piano. It's all about how long you choose to hold that presence for. That's going to be the key factor here.
They look a little bit stuck in right now with Paraguay. They might be trying to play to stay here and then play the late flank off this Ella, but he's going to die. And like you said, if he doesn't get out on the initial phase, he's kind of dead there, top fire.
It's just a do or die situation. You've got to either make something happen or you're just going to get taken out. You've just not got enough to play around in that position, especially if you've no shield or anything like that. So nice opening pick, but it is going to be responded to. A good attempt there. BLK again, the danger man here. I fancy him for another as well as it lines up for him perfectly. Doesn't need to worry about reviving his teammate just yet. He's got kills still to find. There you go. Eventually taken down. But BLK, nothing is stopping this player tonight. This is very likely going to be a map and series point for Paraguay right now. Gridlock left to try and pick up the pieces downstairs. These two defenders a little bit isolated. They have started to link up, but BLK just got the confidence in him. 4 kills on the round. Picks up the final there. Bottom of library stairs. Easy as you like. Paraguay push themselves onto map and series point here against Bolivia.
It's very unlucky, Ollie, for Bolivia. You know, they had a great opening kill on the top fire player. It was just a flank. The Ella, you know. That's why I say Ella's, you know, again, one of the best trap operators because it's the gun, man. It's just, we see it just rips. It just rips through them. Going bar, this is one of the best sites on Chalet, with just the sheer amount of utility you need to actually get into the map, because you initially have to start with your dark clear of the player playing in library corner if they have one. So you bring your nades or your capital, whichever one you want, to clear through that. And then you have to worry about whether they're doing a master extension, dining extension, or a basement extension. Based off of one of those, you're either going to go basement, dining, or master side. And from those positions, you have to deal with your top Ivy player and your top Mez player. So there's a lot of different layers of the defense you have to clear through. So you have to be really patient in your early round as an attacker with what kill you want to take. So let's see, they bring out the cap. And also, too, what's become really popular on the site is bringing the Thatcher out and doing the Thatcher plant. Because Thatcher has just completely changed the game with just how you can deny the denial if it's not Tachanka, if it's electronic. So they don't have the Thatcher, though. But they do have the cap, so they're probably going to start with a clear here of the corner.
Yeah, I think Library Corner is going to be a bit of a priority for them at some point in the round. The thing that I'm really interested in is the Rora. Those Rora doors, they can be devastating when used correctly. And if this is going to be a little pocket play that Bolivia are going to bring out for us, I am all here for it. D-God just going to be pushing himself up this solar side. He's on the Blackbeard, so he's got a little bit more flexibility and a bit more cause to push up aggressively than other players. But with BLK just hiding himself in the tub right now, could spell disaster if that goes unchecked, and he's got some decent trigger discipline on him. Oh, gets found out straight away. Isn't going to be able to find any there as an effective double push. Is going to deal with him. The star player from the previous round taken out quickly and doubled down on as well, with Mute falling by the wayside. That's going to severely weaken this Library hold.
Going across, they're probably going to use the doors here, Ollie, to close off the top Mez player.
Yep.
And probably the box player here. And just go straight to blue side. Right now, it's going to be whether Paraguay want to fight for the top here with the 3 bodies they have, or they want to kind of bait layer the top at the flank. But it looks like they're going to pull all 3 bodies to the top and play for it here.
They can't afford to give that space away. They have to try and contend for it. They're going to grab one back and an aggressive push-up Library, but it isn't good. D-God there on that Blackbeard once again. He's 1 HP now, but he's still putting in the work, still putting in the damage. With the second to last defender falling, it is only a matter of time. Final kill swings on through with an attacking round out of Bolivia that really wouldn't have been a miss on a major main stage. We've seen similar Aura strategies employed. Maybe they've gotten a little bit of inspiration, let's say, from some teams out there across the world, but it's been good enough to stave Paraguay off converting that match point. 1 round, it all hangs in the balance now. Are we going to be going to an overtime, or is this all wrapped up?
Dining. Frost, Malusi. You know, I would like them to see them drop the Frost maybe for a Legion, with just how much catalyzation they're getting from the shield play. You know, I feel like you really need to like just bring a trap that really does damage to the shield if they're playing it, either the Legion or the Thorn. Thorn's banned, so preferably the Legion instead of the Frost. And then maybe you could bring out a smoke here just to help bolster those hard zones, because they really want to clear through them slowly as a team. And that's the name of the game right now for Bolivia. As we saw the last round, they're going full sweep over the soul side, the dining side, pushing all their bodies across together as a team. This is going to be a quick play, though, with the Sens Amaru. Maybe a trophy hop going up the dining hatch here with the Amaru. Something fast. Either OT or going home. Let's see this.
It's a big play, isn't it? You bring out some big operators like that for, like you say, OT or home time. You decide. I like it, though. Just throw everything at it. There's some good information being found here as well. We've got a couple of yellow pings. Nade going to go through. This is likely going to be a walk in through trophy side.
Sends the cross up the hatch. They just need a guy west main.
Oh, they don't know about the Azami, though.
They go 3 trophy. It might get difficult here.
Azami's in such a good position to do so much about this. They've got Vert available upstairs. Pocket reinforcement now being used. Lion scan, that's always a trigger. Teams often start moving just after that. Nomad put down to 1 HP. D-God is going to find a little avenue up. He's managed to navigate himself through. And with the support from the window, he's good for 1. But getting chipped down there from the bottom solar player. just evades him round the corner before he can find him. It's a must-win engagement, and D-God is going to take down BLK. Upside down rappel player now on big window. It's going to be the next one that needs to be dealt with here. Everything hangs in the balance right now for Paraguay. The diffuser, that's going to start going down. There's some great cover. A C4 ripped and ready. Sent on out there and will do the business. We're now in the post. Taken down.
Top.
Low HP. You've got to keep that vertical pressure. You need to keep control of that diffuser. And these defenders, they are fairly split up right now. Not the fight that you want to be taking against the Blitz in the 1 versus 1. He's going to get taken down there. No chance of being recovered. Big kill coming in on the site, though. 1 versus 1. Can try and bait out this diffuser, but there's only 17 seconds left on it. There is a Blitz. They are above, and they do have an angle. Anything now is likely going to have to be a bait. It's Bolivia. They went big, but they are not going home. They're going to overtime.
No, it was a great play. They used the sense. They crossed up what's in the trophy. It pulled the site guy towards trophy side. They had the Amaru go up the hatch. Clinical. Clinical. Let's see. I mean, it really comes back to that round Paraguay threw away, where they could have gone to match point. Now Bolivia's back in it, and they're staying on the attacking side. We're going to see the timer for Paraguay. I need to see them bring a trap for the shield. If they just bring that Legion that they can live throw when they see the shield and just not let it get that much space on them, it's going to completely change how the attack is played, because most of the attackers will be left outside of the building, not able to actually influence the round if you get rid of the shield inside the map. I'm interested to see what site they go. Maybe Bar. Bar or Master, I'd have to say.
I think, like you say, the play that Paraguay made, the moment that they could have just walked away, tied a nice little bow across the series, it feels like it's passed. It was that 3 versus 1, effectively 2 versus 1. One player was downed, but they just gave 1v1 after 1v1, separate opportunities. Obviously believed in themselves and believed in their own gun skill and stuff, but they're the sort of mistakes that we're going to see at these levels. None of these players are particularly known at the moment inside of Rainbow Six Siege. This is their CV. This is their almost interview, you know, and to show everyone what they're about, show everyone what they're capable of. And so far, it's living up to expectations. This was a game that was it like 3-0 when we joined it? And Paraguay looked like they were walking away with it. They got to 5-2, and then all of a sudden it's 6-6, and it's looking very reminiscent of map 1.
So they're back. Let's see it here. Master. No Legion again, but they have the Ella for the shield. They need to make sure they keep some of those in the pocket, you know. It's kind of like Thorn, where you can keep 1 or 2 in your pocket to throw over the course of the round reactively. Little top meta's extension with the Ella, making the holes from deep. They have the discs to counter any ace play they want to do. They're bringing the shield. I like the Capital. I like the Nomad for any aggression. Let's see how they piece this play. Snake, yep, Snake's already bar side. That's good control. They have a basement player again. It was BLK last time on the Ella. He's on castle now. Oh, he thinks it's the top stairs, not the lower one.
BLK's been the man of the moment a few times. This time finds himself on the UMP, which is not the gun that you associate with someone that's going to frag out and go big, but we know that his positioning can often lead him into decent positions. We'll be just making that transition now up to the bottom of this west main. We've still got Snake downstairs. Very uncertain. It's in fact going to dip into the drone now just to try and gain a little bit of surety as to what's going on. Because Bolivia, where we've seen them be so confident, and match point against them, they went for a massive hero play. This round has just sort of stalled out a little bit. Their patience has been rewarded, though. They've picked up the opening kill, and that is going to give them a good advantage. A couple of shots getting put in toward the Ella as well, and they can start to move through this library side.
Very nice play from Bolivia. They used the flashes on Ivy window to flash the blue player. They climbed blue, got the kill. They just seem really slow, very in sync right now. It's just very chalet standard attacks. And if you're, as a defense, if you're kind of giving them these initial kills into these zones, this mez, this top blue zone, they're just gonna be able to pick you apart. Because now you essentially just have to power into 5 people and or 4 people in the Blackbeard.
That's what BLK is going to try and do here. He snuck himself in, gets himself in toward Office, can land a couple of good shots, finishes off a previously injured player. And with the position that Ella holds now as well, this is increasingly better for Paraguay, but the man count advantage has slipped away from them. We are going to see it regained. There's a careless swing there from the gridlock, but it is all going to come down to BLK. What did I say about the UMP and not being a fragging weapon? We might be about to see it. He's got 2 kills that he needs to find in 25 seconds to do it and gets them both! Oh, hits them with the turn and burn. Both defenders on opposite ends, and he pings them both.
Wow. Just masterclass, you know. We said it. They have to power into you, so it's kind of like that. It's kind of like that. That inverse, you know. If I'm Bolivia and I get a 5v3, I'm like, okay, they're either going to be pushing through my master or my piano, or they're going to be flanking. If you see no one flanking, they're going to be getting aggressive half wall. They're going to be getting aggressive close piano. They might be trying to hop out bathroom. They're going to be trying to make plays to get kills back. And we just saw Bolivia not have to correct, you know, just awareness to stop the plays being made, because they essentially just walked right at them, really, right then and there. But a great clutch from BLK. Really showing up when his team needs him.
Well, big games need big players. 16-9 is looking pretty big here inside the lobby right now. Paraguay once again matching series point, but this time they have to try and convert it. There are, of course, more times and more chances in an overtime. We go to 8. So there is chance for Bolivia to level it up 7-7, and we go to our maximum of 15 rounds. However, Paraguay, they've already squandered 1 chance. They don't want to do it again. We need to see a good attack come from them here. Already, I'm liking the lineup that they are going to be bringing. Nice mix of bit of aggression, good amount of self-sufficient play inside of the Snake. You've got the Blackbeard to sort of make those inroads and really take a bit of that map control. And this time we've got the Thatcher. So you could argue that there may be a plant on the cards here.
That's what I'm thinking, Ollie. I'm seeing not a lot of planting now coming out. And with the Chanka, if it's a C4, it's going to be stopped from the Thatcher. It's just if they clear this guy out smoothly corner side right now. You need to put a nade through, and he'll be out. He's already out from the Grims. Now they can plant whenever they want now. They just have to have the guy hold library refill the corner. You have a player hit the gap on the back, and then you just go for plant with 3.
Oh, big opener. We are going to see a nice early exchange there. Paraguay take the lead inside of the first 50 seconds. They don't need to overwork this. They don't need to do too much right now. They've got so much time at their disposal. We can hop into shock drones, take down a little bit of utility, and breathe for a moment. Vega has got some good presence here on that double window. The danger player, though.
Blackbeard and Snake are hopping somewhere.
Careful. My radar's picked up a threat.
The danger player for me, Iconic, has to be that Jaeger, though. Remember last time? Jaeger downstairs, brilliant flank, almost basically single-handedly secured and won the round. Oh, D-God finds himself in a real good position as well. He's got a nice little link. Thatcher attempts at disabling some of the electronics, but it isn't going to do the full job right now. Another kill is going to come in, though, so you might have a player on the flank, but they're not going to be so effective anymore, and they're going to have to make their way back up and fight alongside their teammates and try and hold on to this site. We need Bolivia to get something back. They can't just continue to get pushed and flooded out of there. Loads of information right now, but D-God can't do anything about it. A couple of shots there put in from the Fenrir, but no kills to be found. D-God, 1 versus 4 now. Already the GGs are going to be called. Plant will start to go down. Finds one onto BLK. Can't thread the second. It's Paraguay. They cement the win here. It looked dicey for a time, and they definitely left the door open for Bolivia. But Paraguay will win out 2 overtime games here between Bolivia and Paraguay. A fiercely fought contest, Iconic.
Oh, extremely good game. Extremely good. I feel like even though Bolivia didn't come out with the win, I feel like you have to credit them for the opportunity, showing up, trying. No one's forcing you to be here, to put your name on the line. So you just have to credit them for, sticking through it too, 8-7, and then being down on Chalet, finding a way to push it to OT. They just ran out of that gas, but I'm excited to see what they can do.
I mean, Bolivia have had a very tough bracket, if we think about it. They faced up against Argentina in the semi-finals, and they lost 7-1, 7-1 in that game, and immediately then fall into this lower bracket against Paraguay. And I mean, Paraguay, they've shown themselves to be no slouch there. I think they may be, a very close game against Chile on that Chalet, the second one particularly. Chile did get the better of them, but we will be looking to a rematch between those two as well. So it is going to be a replay of the upper bracket semi-final that we saw, Paraguay versus Chile. Of course, Chile losing earlier to Argentina. We can have a look at the bracket and just make sure that everything is as we say that it is, and it is. So we've got Chile versus Paraguay for the final spot here for ENC. We need to decide who is going to join Argentina. Chile, of course, given another bite at that cherry after losing to Argentina a little bit earlier on. But ultimately, they will have another attempt here. But they've got a pretty decent Paraguay team to be going up against. We need to get our next game ready. So we're going to cut to a very short break. After that, we'll be back. And there is plenty more Siege to see. We've also got the North American qualifiers going on at the moment as well. So I'm sure we'll check into them and see how those guys are doing. But we'll be back in just a few. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to ENC Qualifiers. We are rapidly getting through things right now, and we have already seen some Siege of, I'm going to say it, a good standard, Iconic. All you need for a good game of Siege is 2 well-matched teams, and so far, we've had some pretty well-matched teams. We've had a couple of overtimes, we've had some close rounds, some games that have been tough to call. What are your thoughts on it so far?
I feel like it's just the perfect mix, because this tournament, there's not really a lot you can expect in terms of just knowing what these teams are going to bring, but we can know they're going to bring everything to it, because just there's a little bit of a different mix-up in T2 to Tier 1 players, but the heart is going to be there.
Yeah.
And Siege is a game about love and just how much you're willing to give yourself to it and see if you can push through that phase of just not knowing whether you can win or not and just going out there for the win. And I've loved it so far, just seeing this mix up of just countries and territories playing against each other in all different types of rivalries. Because like we said, when we were talking to Dante saying he's played with a lot of these players before, but now they're representing their country together. It's just that whole step forward.
Yeah.
And I'm just really excited.
It's a different gravy, isn't it? Let's have a look at the North American bracket now. We've obviously, of course, covered, well, covering the whole world today, but we've recently covered South America. So let's have a look and check out this North American bracket, and we can just understand exactly what the landscape looks like over here. Of course, a top line for this is that Team USA had an invited spot. So they have already made it on through, hence we aren't seeing them here. But we have got Canada and Mexico against Puerto Rico and Colombia. Both of these games are going to be running through to their conclusion. And of course, the bracket to its conclusion as well. We need to qualify 2 teams out of the 4 that we have to ENC. And that Canada-Mexico game has got me excited. It's piqued my interest, Iconic.
I'm thrilled. This is one of the matchups I've been waiting for. Right now, one of my teammates is actually on Team Canada solo, so I'm excited to see him. And then, of course, on Mexico is Gio. Is one of just the best players to touch the game. I think is he playing, or maybe he's not playing for them anymore.
He's listed on the roster, but it doesn't look like he is in this game. That could be a key deciding factor, because, like you say, I mean, it's a huge name to have on your team. So, well, Chalet,
just a huge level of experience.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Let's see, Canada 3v2 right now. He's got to play close to the belt. They have the Solus for deep state, Wincon for plant below. Let's see if they just stack the bodies on the top side. Yeah, piano player, the DMR to hold the cross, and then Fox is going to be bridging straight line right here. They're basically just putting their feet in the sand, saying, we're not going to let you pass the piano side. If you want to come for the piano crunch, we're going to have crossfire capabilities. We're going to have the C4 on the mirror for piano double. It's amazing.
Yeah, I think that's what you'll see out of some of the more experienced players, right? They are going to see them just lie down and say, you have got to come and peek us, because things like that are going to happen. Spirits, yes, they might fall, but the trade is immediately there. And Fatal now left in a very tough spot. Melted collecting the last 2 of those kills in the round, and Canada increased their lead here on Chalet. Just to run you over the top line for this matchup, we've got Chalet, Lair, and Border as a decider. And of course, Canada versus Mexico. Canada starting off here on that defensive side. And for all that we've said that Chalet, and there can be opportunities for attack on Chalet, it doesn't look to be Mexico finding them at the moment. They've been shut out of these first 2 rounds, and we're going to move down to Bar and Games for our 3rd here, as Canada look to stretch even further, or an even bigger lead.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Yeah, Canada's going to be one of the best well-rounded teams. Spirits, just one of the best players of the technicality of Siege. Just a nerd emoji. Like, it's one of those games where you can constantly inspect and just find new tricks, new different types of plays you can make. Spirits is always one of the players who has been just really in depth with that stuff, especially when the shields came out, just new shield, really pioneering that meta. And obviously Melted's established, not to mention Fox, just one of NA's just kind of founding players who really when NA was kind of going through and just getting deeper runs in tournaments, he was always a part of those rosters. And Ticey is just a very new talent with solo, so they have a combination of old and that combination of new to really just kind of mix play styles.
Just a reminder for everyone, the Colombia-Puerto Rico game is going on now as well. And it looks like we're on Chalet for that one, so that's not going to be difficult to keep up with at all. We've got a hell of a lot of Chalet going on right now, but Colombia are in the driver's seat of their series right now. 4 rounds on the defense. Looks like they're going to be going to Clubhouse next, and a decider in Fortress if required. We'll keep you up to date with regular updates across both of these games as they are happening. Of course, both happening at the same time, and both influence one another. Reminder, we need 2 teams out of the 4 on your screen right now to send to ENC. So there's going to be a bit of a crunch here when push comes to shove, but at least it looks like we're going to be seeing a heck of a lot of chalet across the evening as Colombia just stretch their lead even further. Puerto Rico are going to need to respond soon, otherwise they're going to find themselves very quickly on a second map.
Very tough. Looks like Colombia is just running away with it right now. A lot of times too, if you don't have good attacking just theory, it can just be a very endless round. And it's just very difficult. It builds a lot of momentum for the defensive side. And when you get in 5-0, 6-0 halves, you only have to win 1 to 2 attacks. So it just makes it a lot easier for you to finish and close that game out. Looking down at Canada though. 4v4 here. They still have the Blackbeard. It's going to be on the top clear. We see this Aurora that we saw in the last series. They popped the hatch. So they might bait the top, the clear, and they run the BB through short and eat the site here. This could be something. Let's see.
I mean, the downside of doing that is you've still got Melted upstairs in library. Still with really powerful positions being held. Ticey, he's going to be there as well. So we might have the Blackbeard, Mutombo. He's going to be inside. Solo gets put very low. Spirits finished off as well. This may work out for them right now, but Melted is standing firm. He was the player upstairs and is now going to be the player that leaves his teammate Ticey in a pretty unwinnable position. Mutombo able to flex through, able to push onto that site. And Canada not with the appropriate reaction there to what exactly was happening.
Yeah, that was a good play. You know, make them think you're going to go for the top side. Their site player was looking up the vert. Blackbeard's in the site. He has to go out to the lobby. They have the site. You're just forcing them back into the site when you have the cut from the game's window. That was a good round for Mexico.
Well, they're going to need more of those because, like you say, they're going to be going to kitchen dining next. So this attacking phase really needs to start getting going for them here if they want to come out with a favorable split. Don't forget they could still manage a reasonable half of siege here despite having a slightly slower start. I'm sure that Canada aren't just going to lie down and let that happen though. They're going to want to have their own thing to say about it. And with the banning of the Blackbeard, that's going to make the job a little bit more difficult. Now, Mutombo we know as a player previously on Cruelty, of course, inside of NA. And of course, you know, previously other teams as well. Loves a little bit of shield play. He's still got the blitz to go with, but he's not going to have the more favored Blackbeard at the moment. And it's just going to... It's a very different way that you play a blitz versus a Blackbeard, isn't it?
Yes, you know, blitz is more or less when you're kind of... You know exactly the pathing you want to take, where you want to go, who you want to clear, and it's just a train. You just train it on them. The Blackbeard, you know, it's really methodical. You get the nades, but then you also get sort of that same moving power through. But the best thing is about it, it's just the gun and just the sheer capability you have with the dashes. It's a very annoying operator to deal with those who are very skilled with it. The setup, though, it's a very standard issue setup on Kitchen. They have the Mez player, their Bard player. They have traps to connect the gaps, site player. And then 2 master side, the DMR to play the deep angles, the smoke to just stall anything. Mexico need to isolate one of the kills right now.
That's going to be the key. It's going to be trying to find one of these Canada players that's a little bit further out of bounds, a little bit out there on their own. But at the moment, it seems like they're playing quite tight together. There's not really any massive gaps. And I mean, that's what we're going to expect out of these players. We're not going to expect them to be leaving big glaring holes in this defensive setup. A couple of stuns getting sent out there now, and can start to see a little bit more pressure applied onto this double window. But cautious of the opportunity for a C4, they're just going to back off and not try and give anything away for free. We will start to see Melted continue to make some of these lines of sight open and be able to really support Spirits in his endeavor. Spirits playing quite a front-up position right now for the smoke, but just looking to maintain a lot of space on this top floor.
Look, right now, Mexico's running the site. They're trying to probe whether they can hit the site on Fox or not. I got an opening kill onto Solo. That's the Bard player gone. They're going to be able to work now a top 5 clear if they want to. They have them pulled all the way towards the Soul side here. If they don't give too many kills right now, they could take a lot of map space on them right now.
And again, this is one of those positions where Canada, yes, they can dig in and they can look to try and hold on to this top floor, but they do that at the risk of leaving the site a little bit more vulnerable. Mutombo,
yes,
he's getting ready to try and push in, can activate the ROU projector, but Fox pushes up out of nowhere. He gets caught on the other side of things by Fatal, but that's a very important kill. Unfortunately for Team Canada, Spirits is going to go down in the process, but Melted is going to be there to pick up some of the pieces. Caught on the rotation back down those solar stairs is Tycee, and Melted taken out from above. Final kill there coming in onto that hatch. Brilliant pre-fire there. Mexico, welcome to the game. They've leveled things up at 2 rounds apiece.
Very good rounds from Mexico. These last 2, they've been really patient. And a lot of the time on the defensive side of Chalet, it can be easy to make a mistake before you really need to make one. Right there, we see Solo getting killed in mud early. It's going to open up a gap to the top or to the site. So the Dokubi did a great job of hitting that. They hacked the cams too. And still, with this Dokubi, with our old Dokubi still in the game, you know, all of the cams are down, no matter if you're dead or alive when the call is up. So having that info is just gone is huge for the walks. And we saw the Dokubi hit a top walk right there. Although he died to Melted, it was so good to put that pressure, and they ended up getting a nice push into sight.
Canada now needs to try and find a way to stabilize here. They've lost a couple of rounds in a row. Now going to be going for a slightly different approach. A little bit more trap focus. Try and remove some of the information that Mexico have been able to use against them. Solo going to be playing on Mozzie to try and capture some of those drones and make it just a little bit more awkward to gain information as freely as Mexico have been doing, because they've been quite good on their drone game. It's been a very clear path and a clear way that they want to try and play this game is gather a good amount of information on the drone and then look to try and execute. Canada, on the flip side, you could maybe argue they've been a bit flat-footed so far. They've very much bunkered themselves into positions and said, come and clear us. One of the problems with doing that is if you're going up against a team that's got good information, they're going to be able to do that. The attackers have got a lot of tools at their disposal to clear defenders out of spots. So maybe we're going to see a little bit more of a fluid defense here from Canada and a willingness to be a bit more flexible.
Yes, I think honestly, Ollie, that's where the game is going on the defensive side. It's being how flexible can you be inside of your strategy and noticing when you need to change it up if a team is just kind of milking you with all of the util that they have to clear through these zones. You kind of have to play a little bit around them, play a little bit mysterious. It's a very, it's a big deception game, and I love it, this defensive side now.
Over in the UK, we like to call it being slippy.
Oh, yeah. That's a perfect way to put it. You shoot a drone, you're out.
Yeah.
You're somewhere else. You shoot another drone, you're somewhere else again.
Yeah, you're always 3 steps ahead of where they think you are. You know, you're always
exactly
always keeping moving. Spirits unfortunately didn't find the player out on rappel because they kept moving and they were able to dodge out of the way of that C4. Solo is going to have one in pocket as well, but it's not going to be a huge focus in the rounds. Another C4 goes out there. It will be good enough for a kill, but it's what he's doing with the Roni that I'm more interested in. Nice headshot onto Ivan. Spirits will fall, but we see an advantage for Canada right now. 4 versus 2. Fatal and Mutombo. We've got the kit. No air jobs to speak of, and still a top floor to try and clear as we finally start to see those Team Canada players scurrying on down, but they can just watch these hatches now and wait for their prey to drop. Fatal will be able to get something going under the cover of one of the flashes. Mutombo will find Fox as well, just getting caught out of sync with the rest of the team. Desperately trying to get back toward that site, but not having sufficient cover to do so. The plant now going down. With an advantage, you'd still favor Canada in this endeavor. Melted can start to try and draw a little bit of attention as his team work from above. Tycee through the hatch will take Mutombo down. Solo for the final kill, making it a 3-piece on the round and plenty of time to disable that diffuser.
Beautiful round from Canada. They really didn't give them the kills in that initial zone. They played the layer very well when they saw they wanted to go through the top to actually get some kills back. And once they saw them not going through the top and going for the site, they retook the top to have the verticality for the post plan. And that's what the game is about right now. You almost have to be like water, just moving fluidly around your opponent. Back to the Colombia Puerto Rico. It's 6-0 for Colombia. Let's see if they can close out this attack right now.
Oh! Nasty shots there.
Very nice.
I mean, it's 6-0. We don't need to be hitting them with shots like that. Surely we can give a little bit of a chance. 4 versus 2 now. 4 versus 1, as always, seems to be on a bit of a tear right now. 10-3 on the series, not to be overshadowed by the 13-2 elsewhere. But really, this is only going to be a formality. As the Frost desperately scurrying away. Why can't anyone finish this gunfight? Come on, surely. It's like high noon right now. Oh, eventually. Always Flip was so desperate for that final kill, but fortunately had a teammate in him. So many bodies just getting like barrel stuffed right there to finish it out. A very scrappy end to a very dominant win for Colombia. But it's only map 1 in the series. There is another chance for Puerto Rico to fight back. They're going to be headed to Clubhouse for their second map of the series. But if it's as quick as that one, we might still be in Chalet with Canada versus Mexico by the time it concludes. We will have to see. A relatively close game here, especially considering that 7-0 stomp that Colombia have just dished out. We are 3-2 for Canada versus Mexico at the moment. A much more gentlemanly affair, Iconic, I think it's fair to say.
Yes. Much closer game here. Seeing on the Master Extension, they bring the Cade out. You know, they want to keep the office wall closed here. They have the Ella again for the traps. The Wamazi's gonna be good for the projectile. They're just gonna keep this top Master Extension going right now. Oh, they're not bringing. He's hitting the big window castle. Yeah, this is what we see from Spirits. He's always doing some new stuff. Trying to keep the castle closed.
Who do you see play a Cade on a castle like that? You know, he's very techie. A very techie player is Spirits.
I don't want to give away some deep state I've been working on, but I have been testing some castle Cades on Bank.
Oh, okay.
Let's just say I've sent some stuff.
I'm always interested in new tech when it arrives. Melted, just send yourself out the window, mate. You are gagging to do it. He's gonna go for it, but he isn't gonna find anything. Foxer beat him to it there. The first kill will come in favor of Canada right now. Lion being taken out of action. Ticey, a brilliant angle here onto Library, just playing at the top. Got a nice pixel to peek from. Is he going to know that the player's crossed? It looks like he's a little bit unsure right now, but Sound, you have to trust it. Still tying this player up, soaking up time, and with no support. Should be fairly straightforward to continue to burn out the clock here for Ticey. He will eventually lose his life, but with less than a minute on the clock, it's not a bad trade.
No, not at all. Being the top 5 player, usually most of the time you're going to die. It's just how long you live in reality. They get the kills on the bathroom hop. Melty gets a good trade. Walking Canine door Matumbo. I don't know if you... Not today.
Everybody knows he's there. Look at these POVs. Everyone's pointed in this direction. It's going to be a case of who wants it more. Looks like a bit of an anti-troll com, though, on the Canada side of things. They are not wanting to roll the dice right now. Giving Matumbo the respect that he deserves and not blindly swinging. Fox gets the martyrdom kill. We'll go for the swing and the impact. I mean, he is a little bit old now, so maybe the impacts are what Fox is going to be looking towards to get most of his kills. Can't land the shots with the gun, so he's going to let his utility do the talking.
He's turning the clock back right now, though.
I'm only ragging on him. I told him
the game.
I told him when he gets in, I'm gonna rag on him a little bit.
The game may never leave the player. He might be showing us. You just have to make the return. But it was a solid half. You know, I feel like Mexico they showed us a little bit, you know, of worry in those 2 rounds they won. But again, Canada found a way, you know, to kind of just keep pushing that needle, keep getting the advantages that they wanted. And yeah, we're here at 4-2 right now. Attack timeout, probably just getting the briefing going for the next half, the attacking side. I expect to see some cheesy stuff coming up from Canada. You know, they have a lot of shield players with Spirits and Solo, and let's see it.
I think you're right. I think it's going to be what you've got to do, you've got to look at the balance of things and the exposure that a lot of these different players have got. And we may be a little bit more biased toward Team Canada because I think it's a lot more players that we're more familiar with than some of the players from Mexico. But I am expecting to see a lot more pocket play style of approach right now. Spirits,
exactly.
a fantastic player. Not only can they play shields incredibly well, but something else that I always think of when I think of Spirits is glass play. One of the better glass players that we've seen in North America, if not the game in its totality. And then you start thinking about what you ban as Team Mexico, and you think, well, are you going to take away some shields from Spirits? Or are you going to take away a glass? And then you start thinking, are we really just going to ban the glass? Like, is there not Grim and Ying and all these other things that we could look to try and get rid of?
Snake, Doke.
Yeah,
like
so
Cap.
I feel like Spirits is one of those players that's always attracted so much attention in the banning side of things. But because they're so flexible and they can play like 5 or 6 attacking operators to a really high level, you can never catch them. You know, they're always going to evade it.
For me, it's very hard to try to counterban like just individual players who are very flexible, like he is.
They're trying.
But you really need to get rid of what you want to get rid of right now.
Yeah.
And a lot of teams tend to go for a glass or a Ying, and then whether it's a shield or some of the info ops like a Dokubi, a Snake, or you might even see a Capital ban, so you can play the hard spots a little bit harder. We're gonna go for the Blackbeard in this glass. Blitz, Monty, Snake, Deimos, it's all going to be up here. So the Ying 2, and I feel like Lion 2 is one of Chalet's best maps, honestly, because you just really get to just freeze your defenders. Because a lot of Chalet is a lot of set pieces, a lot of opening kills that you have planned. You have, the starting spots, whether it's top mezzanine, the guy top blue, the guy library corner. You can use the Lion to lock those players in place so they cannot rotate while you're actually trying to confirm a kill. And then the Lion does also help players who are trying to assist those players in the hard spots by trying to make plays on, whether that's your slant player holding the cut on the Ivy player, if it's your big window player, if it's your K9 player, if you're on the library back side where you're exposed to the snowmobile running, all these different plays to counter some of these utility opening kills that the attack can do, and the Lion is a great operator to shut all of that down with one simple click of the button.
Yeah, I thought Lion is sort of, it's almost as if Lion was forgotten about for a time. Not that they were forgotten about, but I just don't think it was being used correctly. But it's players have figured out a better way of using Lion. And especially, like you say, especially when Snake's there. Obviously, we've not got Snake in this round, but Lion and Snake as a combination, you can see where someone is on the scanner. Then you can call the Lion E1D. It just becomes an absolute nightmare. We'll see how Melted chooses to use it now. But with his love for DMRs on the defense, I think that's maybe played a little bit of a part in the decision making as well. Because sometimes you get DMR players inside of Siege, and that is okay. If they need the DMR to play, then so be it. But we are of course only joking. But Melted, you are 8-3, so it is kind of warranted a little bit at the moment. Fox getting some good support work done right now. He's going to be playing on Brava and can look to try and target some of that insight utility with Brava's Clutch Drone. Get rid of some of those bulletproofs and just clear the way for later on in the round. Nothing early really happening at the moment. Solo is threatening here outside of library, but he's going to need that Surya gate burnt, which Melted will very graciously do for him.
Right now, Team Canada just looks slow. They want to put the pressure across the map. They want to give Fox time to hack these gates, hack these traps, hack these BPs in the side. And it looks like they're probably going to go for a little bit of a soul side pull with the Grim. And I want to see where they put the Sins through. They've given them library side here. I collected that info. Let's see what they do with it.
Good drone here from Spirits. He's going to know that someone's playing on that office wall. It's not revolutionary, you're not expecting someone to be there, but it does just confirm a suspicion. Solo still going to be holding an angle and waiting for Mexico to do something, but Mexico kind of taking a leaf out of Canada's book for the first couple of rounds, and they're just dug in. They aren't really being given much of a reason to move right now. The nade, that's going to be reason enough for Solo will be able to take down the Clash. The Lion scan to secure anyone from swinging a corner, and they can start to flood through this top floor. Isn't hot on his heels though, and will be taken down, but Fox good for the trade. A very convincing opening portion there for Canada, but only briefly. Fatal. will be in position to take Spirits down. And that's another kill that is going to need to be found. Melted. Some great fancy footwork, but beaten to the kill by Fox. The diffuser can be recovered here, but a lot of time has been spent.
Yeah, right now 2v3, they know Ivan's going to try for a flank. Right now, you just need to isolate your site player, but they give 2 kills to the flanker. Oh my gosh.
Big
That's
kills for Ivan. Big kills indeed. Ticey now sat there thinking, guys, we're in a 3 versus 2 only a moment ago, and we've been flanked from nowhere. Surely there was a drone on that, but no. Diffuser can be recovered. 12 seconds left on the clock. Needs to start pushing for some kills, because if he gets caught planting the diffuser with no time, he is going to be out of luck. But Ivan is going to see to it that we don't even get to that position. 3 kills on the round for him. The flanking vigil, devastating Canada's push of the top floor.
Yeah, that was just a great flank, you know. Obviously there, Canada just got very unlucky with how they lined up for the kills, but, you know, that was a great play. It needed to be made from Ivan. 4-3, it's anybody's game right now. And Ollie's actual fun point, all the way back in the day, me and Melted used to be teammates when we were both underage, way back. Like when CCS and stuff was still around.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm familiar with this game.
Familiar with the game. No, I like it. Nice.
This is a good bar lineup, really. Look at the Shashanka, the counter any Thatcher, ISO. The Mirror's good, really good to help the top extension. The L is a great trap. The Castle's good too to make them actually have to bring that utility to actually break the castles. You know, you can help cut off the front door to dining cut, so you can actually play dining side, play a layer to the basement or back into site. You know, it just gives you, it opens up the map for you, the castle, especially when teams ban a zombie.